Challenger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
Blast Slam for Singapore. We are going to be continuing here day number 3 with some Dota action, but also the pleasure of having Quinn, Seb, and T on the panel. How you guys feeling for day 3? 7 more best of ones on the cards.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, we're halfway through the best one group stage. We're finally getting to find out the teams that are good, that are...
Halfway?
I mean, day 3 of 5 group stages, no?
Why do we do
Why do we do that? We set ourselves up a failure again.
Can
Match
we
in the
just,
first minute. We
enjoy
shouldn't
the
have done
first
it.
minutes and then get to the math. Like, please.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Seb.
I was having my hype monologue moment, but it's
All
right. Back to you, Nat.
Back to you, Seb.
Back to me. Back to me. Back to me.
How are you feeling?
For once, I'm not back. You know, for once, I don't want to be back, and you're just throwing it back to me, and then people complain that I'm back again. No, I'm just happy to be back actually for watching these games and not playing them. It's been nice, and I think it's getting spicier and spicier. The teams are kind of gearing up. You can feel like you know, the adaptation phase is kind of behind us. So I'm just very excited for today.
Yeah, and we feel like we're getting into more of the tight matchups here as well. Some of the teams further down in the group standings coming up against teams higher up in the group standings. But either way, before we do move on to our day number 3, let's have a look at just how the action for day 2 unraveled.
33 catches Pure. Pure will fall. 33 things said and done. This is actually working out for Tundra. He got 2. He ends up getting another double.
Oh, go for it, and he got the opening he wanted. He wanted the initiation on a hero, but they didn't get the follow-ups done. Nightfall does not hit that.
Oh my god!
What, did he get a jump like that?
Buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2, takes him out with the triple. Keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the ultra, give him the rampage. There
He
it
deserves
is,
it.
Yuma. He's super beefy here with his heart and armlet, and he goes flying straight back out the path. Catching onto the 3, and then there's the call. 33 has the farm dunk on to save.
Fine rapier into their own hands. An instant buyback.
Heritage got it.
In, but Heritage, he no longer has his BKB, and that macro pyre is just doing some work, Avery. It just wins the game.
There are all the brief moments of yesterday that stood out for us, but of course we can take a look at those results here on the A stream. The biggest one that I would say stands out to me is Heroic taking that game off of Falcons. And for anyone who didn't get to actually watch it, Seb, it was amazing. It was Heroic back against the walls and doing a phenomenal comeback.
It was actually pretty heroic, I guess. You know, in every sense of the word, it really was, because they were. It's almost like you looked away from the game, because they really looked like they had no hope. They were getting completely stunned by Falcons, and then this rapier happens on a gyro. I think he had like Aghanim's Crystallis rapier, so that was like even earlier than what you'd see. No BKB, no nothing. It's just like pure despair. And it started working, and you're like, wait a second, they're actually holding. Wait, now they're getting Roche. Now they're actually pushing. You know, the heroic rapier purchase into winning the game against TI winners. You know, what other storyline would you wish for? So it was absolutely crazy to watch.
No, it was great fun. And then, of course, there was a lot of games over on B stream as well. We can have a look at those results, because that one, I feel like it spoke for itself a little bit more. With Tundra, though, getting their first loss up against Aurora, that's the one that was later in the day that, really turned a lot of heads.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like Netta and Nightfall, they're like very close friends. There's a lot of respect there. Like Netta was the main reason Nightfall was on Tundra for that stint, and so I think there's sort of this dynamic there that I think in some ways Nightfall has a good matchup against Netta, because he respects him very much, and maybe something about the way that Nightfall plays the game or thinks about the game is good against Netta in some way. Like there's a high amount of respect between those two players.
I do want to have a look at the group standings, because now we've had teams either having 4 games under their belt, potentially even 5 games there, and that's where it's changing up of Falcons and Tundra having the same scoreline sitting on top, and then of course maybe that question mark around Liquid and BB Team being down on the bottom.
I'm just happy everyone's lost a game, all right? Because when you get to a group stage and you have one team just dominating, then often teams are looking like, how do we beat them? Then they just struggle. But the fact that you now have information available, like how did Falcons lose that game? How did Tundra lose that game? There isn't just one team just running away with the entire tournament. I think having that depth of competition throughout all teams is what's making the the tail end of this group stage even more exciting.
I think one team we're sleeping on a little bit is Mouse, because they started off pretty slow, and yesterday they got 2 wins under 30 minutes. I think they stomped like 2 games like with 22, 25-minute wins, which is really impressive. I think it's no joke. Like being able to actually end the game that soon, that early in Dota right now takes a lot of like skill and a lot of power as a team. So again, there's no team here in this table that you see that's like weak or heavy underdogs. So I think Mouse had a big statement yesterday. So I'm just also very hyped to see what they can bring today.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun in this pre-show. As you guys might have seen while we were on that graphic, we brought in a lovely whiteboard here. And whilst there's those teams, we talked about it, you can't really sleep on any one team. Maybe there's a couple of players you can sleep on. So with Seb and Quinn being on this panel, two players that have been on multiple teams with multiple teammates, I thought it would be a little bit of fun to rank your past teammates based on their current performance here at Blast Slam 4. So not how they were as teammates when you were playing with them, but where they are now since being teammates with you guys.
You're gonna have to hire me for the next event. This is like my, this
can't
is
play
what's
again.
left for me after this. If you want me to participate in this, I'm just done with the rest.
We'll make some, behind
Do we
closed
have a
doors
deal?
Yeah, like a little shake hands on that one right there. That's how official we're gonna make this one. I want
sure.
you're all in for the ranking here.
I'll just say what I think then.
All right, T, if you'd like to bring up our first
The
player.
first player is Amar. Wait. Amar the fucker.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's an
So how does
ex-teammate
this
for
work?
you.
Like who ranks who? Do we
I mean,
just,
Quinn hasn't played with a master.
No, I have.
Okay, all right. As a stand-in,
Okay.
sure. So I guess technically you could have some input, but it was predominantly going to be Seb because he spent more time with Amar.
No,
even though it's
Amar is S. Amar is S.
Okay, going straight for the est, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you'd be silly to.
Do we
I
have to
think-
like manage the space? You know what I mean? Like,
I haven't really thought about it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to say, yes, you can. You have to manage
He
the
is,
space.
yeah, number one and of course, if you want a weaker S, then he goes here, right? So
That's true if you think there's a
We'll be
stronger
able to
est,
move him after.
yeah. Don't
Okay.
worry, I am.
He's
just
for
tall
sure
enough to
S. He
reach
has
it.
to.
I'm struggling. I am struggling.
Okay.
We'll see if anyone else hits that. Next
The
teammate,
next
please.
player is Celery.
Celery. I mean, I think he is low A or high B as of now.
Okay, well, you're going to pick one. Are you put
I'm gonna say high B. I'm gonna say high B.
okay, high B, no
Mouse
worries.
is middle of the group. B is middle of the board. I think Celery is B.
Fair enough.
Okay. All
There's
right.
gonna have to be adjustments anyway.
Yeah, I think there will be. I think
We don't
there'll be a
know who's
couple
on
of
that list,
Yeah.
so yeah.
That's true.
The next player, Whisper.
Whisper.
Ooh, Whisper.
I've never played with him, so
Are we talking mid Whisper or are we talking offlane Whisper?
Well, that's your.
Which one do you want?
That's up to you.
I think it's as a
from just as
everything,
a player
yeah.
as a whole, from how he was
In
when
his
you
soul.
played to now playing in Slam.
in his bones.
Okay, it depends on the. Okay, my heart wants him high A, but I think my brain's gonna put him low A.
Is Queen of Pain
Or
doing
no.
this to you? Is it
Yeah,
just,
it's just
the Queen?
it's just the raw talent and the skill. He would even belong to S, but
Okay, so-
I think there's still some strategical work to put in.
Okay,
So
all
we're
right.
saying like here, an A? You say?
We can put him
mid,
there
mid
for
to
now.
low A, all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Mid to low
Well, we
A.
can shuffle
That's
it
pretty
around.
fair.
Yeah, no
A
worries.
seems right.
Good one.
Yeah,
Seems good.
Okay.
I think.
You haven't played with him, but yeah, that seems right.
Just
Don't know how
Vibe
this one's
checker.
going to work, but we have the next player. Seb.
No way.
Do you, you have to
Could
rate
you now
yourself?
rank yourself, please?
Because I've never
Seb?
played with
You
you.
can have me on low D. Like
Okay.
we can make an E line if you needed to.
Okay, 1 second.
I mean that's technically a line, by the way, like down there.
You're ranked
That's true.
200. You're
Second.
definitely not the lowest ranked player in the tournament.
Wait, hold.
I can't rank myself. What is that picture
Okay,
anyway?
the next player.
How do I not even have a headset, by the way, guys? Like I do wanna.
Yeah, he's talent now. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. You're not a player anymore.
I'm absolutely not okay with this. Like they all have headsets and they all look very professional. I just like the guy that just walked down the street.
It looks
Like,
like the DMV picture, like you're trying to get your driver's license.
like come on.
Okay, new angle. We can go. No, for now, no.
I mean that's fair. You
there
know,
you go.
keep my ego.
You,
Keep my
on
ego
this
in
corner.
check.
Yeah, there you go.
I keep my ego in check.
The next player, Tofu.
Tofu, Eric Engels. I mean, I think Tofu, as of this tournament, has to go in B. I think.
B.
I think Tofu. I
This
think,
tournament. Sorry, I'm jumping in real
Yeah,
quick.
he's-
Sorry, my bad.
he's
This
having
wasn't
his
my
way,
game.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
What
My
was
bad.
that?
I think he's low B because I think Liquid is in C to D right now, but I think Eric Engels is not a D player, and so I'll pull him up via my own preferences and pull him higher to low B. I think Celery has to be higher than him right
I'm just
now.
gonna cut off Quinn now because I see what he's doing. All my ex-teammates are gonna be SNA, which means I got carried, and I was pretty bad. And he's
there we
putting
go.
all of them on D. This is what's happening. And then
He's like,
we're gonna-
I
you know,
carried
then the
them.
conclusion is that one guy got carried and the other one carried.
I'm not the one who's playing their games. Okay, they have the
Whoever's
results
next
they
for
have.
me is going D. Like,
Okay,
I don't know who it is, but
whoever
it's
it is.
bottom D. Yeah.
I'm
Alright.
just saying that I think there is some bias here potentially. I think current Liquid results putting them in B is a bit.
Look,
Low
I
B.
said-
He did
I
say
said-
low
I
B.
said
He
low
did say
B.
low B.
I said low B.
I didn't go all the way to
Go
the
all the way to the right.
All the way to the right. All the right.
Nah.
of B, of
I will
B.
not put Eric Engels in C.
No, that's true. On the whiteboard, D.
Okay, no worries. On the edge of the whiteboard. There we go.
The ref?
Oh, that's C.
That's
My
C,
bad.
yeah.
There we go.
Doesn't know the alphabet.
No,
We
he's not
learned
the-
that a
he's
couple
not the
days
bottom.
ago, but
Oh,
we just
yeah, he's
gotta.
doing the alphabet too.
Yeah, I don't know
All
how
right.
we get that one.
Double dipping. The next player. Ace.
Ace, I think is in C right now.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I can agree with that.
I think Ace is finding his footing in Liquid right now. Liquid is doing little stinky so far.
They're not doing it.
They are
Liquid are not
1-4.
doing it.
No.
Yeah, no, Liquid has not done it yet, and I think
Not
I think Ace has had a tumultuous tournament.
All right.
Very fair.
Next player.
Yep.
Next player.
Snaking.
Ooh, Jingjun Woo. I mean,
Wait, who's
Jingjun
played-
Woo also
you
has
played
to.
with Snaking.
Yeah, I played with Snaking.
Which team was it?
It was Team Freedom and also Newbie
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Of course.
on separate occasions. I think Snaking is S. I think there's no other place you can put him.
Do you want him?
I feel like
ahead?
you're just TI
I
vibe.
think before Amar.
Ooh.
Okay. I'll leave the spot.
I think before Amar, but I think he's second place on S tier.
That is
Okay.
acceptable. Yes.
Snaking.
So Amar has
Snaking
to
is
No,
go
no, no.
right
Amal
there.
has to go down to the second.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Wait, what? I missed.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Snae's the best.
Snae's the
performing
best.
ex-teammate, and then Amal.
He's got 2
My
rings.
bad.
Amar's
Yeah.
only got 1 ring.
That's all right.
Fair enough. Fair
All
enough.
right. Next teammate.
Oh, upside down. Next player. Mid one.
Ooh, mid one. Yeah.
Is this old G mid one? Is this like what
no.
version?
It is
OG.
there
It's
from
secret.
being
OG mid one.
teammates with them to
OG
how
mid
he
one.
is now.
Yeah.
That's the
Okay.
comparison we're
Yeah.
making.
No, mid one. I mean, peak mid one. Peak mid one.
Is it peak mid one now in Blast Slam?
I'm yet. I think it is sometimes, and sometimes it isn't. It's like unstable peak mid one. I'm gonna put peak mid one in low A for now, like at the end of A.
Okay. Just above Tofu.
Because I want to
yeah,
see
yeah.
who else is there, but
Yep.
it could go higher. I think peak mid one is pretty crazy.
But that's
I've
also
played
fine.
online games with that guy on 280 MS and stomping other mid players, which I don't even know how is like
That is crazy.
humanly possible. This guy has a lot of those in him.
Okay.
Okay, so with current Blast Slam and peak mid one combined, there he goes.
Low A.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh,
Are
that's
you missing a
I am.
teammate?
B.
Ooh,
Yeah, but
the best zoomer mid.
bugged it off.
The best zoomer mid. No, that's I love the guy. I'm probably biased because he's such a fun and chill guy to be around too. He did beat Whisper yesterday, so he's just gonna go a little bit to the left of Whisper.
Yeah, I think
Middle
that's
to the
fair. I think that's valid.
Oh,
The
is it
fact that
not
they've
S
matched it
tier?
before.
Any objections
No, I
quickly?
don't think I can put him S tier yet.
Okay.
Oh, I could reassess, but I.
Okay.
There's three more.
There's
There's
only
three more.
three more
I'll look
actually.
Yeah, I'll
You,
look at
you
it.
guys actually surprisingly didn't have that many teammates in Blossom. I thought there was going to be more, but
No, BZM. That's about right, I think.
okay.
Man who needs no introductions.
But you'll do it.
No.
Ooh, Netta.
This is the joint ex-teammate as
Yeah.
well. So this one, you're both going to have pretty heavy input as to where you're going to put
Wait,
him.
when did you play with Netta?
He played. I mean, it was kind of standing in.
Yeah.
He stood in during COVID for OG quite a while. He was playing Chen mid and stuff like that. Like
I don't even remember this.
Yeah, we did some crazy stuff
Right,
during
you're
COVID,
booming
but
I guess so.
there's been some crazy games for sure. I think we won a couple online tournaments too.
I mean, Netta is S tier, but it's where in S tier?
Yeah. I think
He's also got 2 rings.
But it's also Netta
But it's-
in this tournament.
this tournament,
it's this
guys.
last slam
Yeah,
as well.
Stop
yeah,
thinking of the
yeah.
career. It's in the moment.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
we're putting them down to their most recent win or loss.
I suggest putting him between Snaking and Amar. I think Amar has to like take a step back to Netta because just achievements and the impact he's had on the game. And,
I can agree with that.
Okay.
Like it's been he's been there for longer. I think Amar has yet to
Put him in the Falcons
What is
sandwich.
your face right now?
I just realized out of context when Amar looks at this clip, he'll think I'm demoting him.
He is.
Amar, when you watch this clip, it is Seb,
he
it
will.
is Quinn that believes that
I'm
you
just-
are not good enough to be at the top of the S tier and are relegated to being close to the A
know-
tier. It is them. Camera shot move. Oh, okay, that's not.
if you want to be nice to Amar and if you want to do him a favor, you can even put him lower. Just like fire the guy up a little bit.
Okay.
That's true. He does. He operates on spite
That's
Yeah,
true.
Amar,
more than almost any other player I know.
You're not as good as you think you are. You're actually pretty overrated, Amar. Like you kind of got carried at TI, so you have to kind of prove yourself.
The next player does need an introduction. Quinn bloody Gallagher.
Well, I mean, am I rating myself?
I rated myself, and it was pretty harsh. So it's your turn. Your time to shine.
I mean,
Great picture, by the way.
I'll put you at mid B,
mid B.
or I would bump Tofu up. I think you're doing okay. You're doing well for your first time.
Okay, I'll
full-time
accept mid
competitor.
B. I'll accept mid B for myself.
Oh, so you wouldn't go humble and go, yeah, put me below Tofu. Now you actually belong just above Ace. Put him down to C.
I mean,
He's not humble enough.
I
No.
don't. I mean,
Sorry,
I'll
I'm
just
getting,
say, I don't think I would be 1 and 3.
No, due to pub antics across the years, he's vetoed from the board, and he's not allowed to be on the tier list.
Ooh, okay. Referee's going ham.
Final player.
Final player.
Ari.
Ori.
Oh.
I mean, Ari. Actually, good question. I think I'm gonna have him on A because I think he's doing really well right now. I want to see more from him. I know that his ceiling is really high, so he definitely belongs there. And I think right now he's kind of peak. Like he's, I think you've mentioned also the other days.
So
You had the same view.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So still below Whisper.
No, I would put him below Whisper. I think because I feel like Whisper has made a bigger name for himself and for kind of right reasons.
for the
I don't
sake,
think. I think it's just a matter of time before Ari becomes, one of the, a position 4. You're gonna kind of, because I think right now you named the best position 4s out there. I don't think Ari's name is mentioned a lot.
Sure.
With the Saxas and the crits and whatnot. He definitely
For
can
Ace.
get there, and I think he has what it takes.
I feel bad for Ace now. He just
Well, you
goes-
should
Yeah,
put Seb in
no.
D tier so that he doesn't feel like.
Ah, sure. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I mean, I'd rather be outside of the board than D tier.
okay, no worries.
At least there's like hope for me.
There we
Like,
go. Fixed it. Wait.
I mean, the biggest issue is the pictures, like not even the chair. Like,
And then there's this ripped up piece. But
Look, the best thing about being at the bottom is that you can only go up, right?
You go off the board, you get ripped in half.
That's well.
how many
That's common.
TIs actually get you out of D tier? I don't understand. Like, how many would I have
well,
needed?
funny you asked that. Let's go to the next. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, I thought that was going to be another. How many of these players, though, do you think contributed to our play of the day? How many of these players have had a standout play from yesterday?
There are some pretty good plays from Neta, I would say. Which one could have been picked? I'm trying to remember.
Maybe it's him getting stuck on the cliff with the dunking.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one too.
There's some
like,
Timbersaw moments. That's what
yeah,
I'm leaning
Timbersaw
towards.
moments.
Yeah, look, all the players, they're in their ranks for a reason. It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, Seb, Quinn T, as well, of course, ranking those ex-teammates there. But I really want to know just exactly what our play of the day yesterday was.
Cover with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback, Marino. Get the hook comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2. With the borrowed time, he's in on top of Yuma, has the abyssal, but King Junkers able to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the ultra, give him the rampage. There he is, Yuma, closing up this rapier comeback game with a rampage heroic. Will take the victory.
Whilst it might not have been ex-teammate Whisper exactly, he was in that game. It was, of course, going to be Yuma's rampage there. We already highlighted just how good that game was to watch, and to be able to end it on that note, fantastic for Heroic. Definitely a confidence boost to something that you want to be like, okay, we're able to win a game. We're able to win in that fashion down, and try and emulate it again when it comes to today, because there's a lot more games on the horizon for Heroic.
Great moral support from Whisper in that game. Like, go Yuma, get them Yuma, nice rampage Yuma, amazing gyro Yuma. So
I won't take any kills. You can have the rampage,
good
please.
stuff.
my carry.
Everybody participates. It's a team effort always.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're going to have a team effort of looking at our schedule today, because it's going to be a long one for all of us here. And, of course, you guys watching at home as well, because 7 best of ones taking place. For me, a big standout one is going to be the Spirit up against Falcons, Quinn. I feel like there's just so much on the line for both of these teams, having the same scoreline, having 1 loss to their name already.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting. I think those teams, they have some of the most highly skilled, highly lauded players in the world right now, and arguably even all time. And so I think it's very cool when you see you see the Amars and Malreens against the Yatoros and Collapses. Like, it's like all the Giga names in one game. And so I think the games are just very high skill. You can see a lot of individual excellence, which I think is it's just cool to see people who are insanely good at clicking their buttons.
Yeah, well, that's a series, though, that's going to be later in the day. While Spirit will be playing there, they are also going to be playing in our first series up against BetBoom.
Borrowed time from Yatoro, but collapses in with the counterplay, moves in with the BKB. That's the borrowed time coming out. He's just able to turn and destroy Natsumi on the DK. He's out, no buyback. They're ready to set up and dive in for more up into the tier 4s. They clean up both the supports. Double kill for Yatoro.
So much information.
What's happening?
Hello? To go for it, and he got the opening he wanted. He wanted the initiation on a hero, but they didn't get the follow-ups on. Nightfall does not hit that.
Oh my god!
How did he get a jump like that? They were so fixed.
the number of like voice lines that are coming out of Avery this event already.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's cooking.
He is cooking. I don't know what's going on with that, man. Maybe it's just too early in the morning for him with the time zone difference. But it's a lot of fun hearing both Cap, Avery, Cost, but of course, seeing BetBoom team and Spirit, our two teams coming up here. For BetBoom team, there's a lot of history between the players, the core four of them kind of sticking together. It's a similar story for both of them, right? The core four of them sticking together, just changing out their carry here. So Pure no longer on that roster, Kiritich coming in, and it has been a very rocky start to what is Blastline 4.
Yeah, I think it's not ideally what they're looking for, but I think they're a team that they've bounced back from many tournaments where they have rocky group stages, and I think GPK and Save in particular they're like such rocks, such bastions for this team. I think, you know, there sort of came an era in Dota where the mid and 4 synergy was like something super highly prioritized, that mind link between the two players, and they're on the same page. And I think these players they're incredibly good, they're very skilled, and they're insanely stable. When you play against them, there's never some game where Save loses his lane and feeds. It doesn't happen. GPK never loses his lane and feeds. Like, they're always rocks, and I think every team these two players are on, if GPK and Save are on a team, regardless of which VP or Aurora or whatever, I don't know, they weren't on Aurora, but whatever heck team they're on, they will always be top 6, always, because these two players they're just so good.
It's crazy consistency. I think I would even go ahead and say that Save is the best laning for in the world. Like, he's been that for a while, so
yeah.
Always impressive to watch them play.
I mean, I feel like for BB, though, they're going to have to make sure they kind of have that wake-up call. Because like some of the things they've been doing, sorry as I step on my cable, some of the things they've been doing just haven't really been to the level that we saw at TI. Like even with the whole kind of pure thing and the laning, like their quality of the mid game was exceptional. I'm just not seeing it at the moment. So yeah, against Spirit, they have to respect how good their lanes will be.
Yeah, because even one of our series yesterday for Spirit, it felt like in the draft, they shouldn't have been winning laning phase. Spirit were able to come out of the laning phase actually ahead. They just kind of shut down the whole game for themselves. And so this is a Spirit that you have to be very cautious of. Whilst not having Maposhka on the roster, Panto coming in, they had that one warm-up game, and ever since then, they've been on that winning streak for them. It's felt so good in the last couple of days, in the last couple
And this is a team that's been struggling with like fire, motivation, you know, energy, passion. They talked about it publicly. They also took breaks, you know, to collapse Yotoro, because they've been winning so much and they've won everything. Like they've won TI twice, they won EWC twice, they won so many tournaments in between. So now they just got slapped at TI and they're coming in with like the revenge, you know, aspect of things. They want to prove themselves, they want to prove people, and maybe also less pressure because Miposhka's not there, so maybe their expectations are not that high. I think that combo, that cocktail can be devastating for their opponents.
Yeah, well, let's see exactly what they are bringing to the table today, as we do have our draft ready for our first best of 1. Spirit up against a BetBoom team. There is just a slight change in both rosters, but where exactly has the calibration landed for these two teams in the draft? You've already mentioned it before, all three of you, how the first couple of days of a tournament to start off a season, that's where you want to see what everyone else is doing, see what ideas are working for yourself, but what exactly has been working for the side of BetBoom team, because they're going to be first pick in this draft?
I think there's a little bit of pressure on BetBoom because they made the change. You know, Pure is doing really well. This is like, that change kind of sounded like Pure was the problem kind of thing, which obviously I'm not saying that's what they think or what actually happened, but from the outside, that's a little bit what it looks like. And now they're struggling with you know, a new carry that is looked at a very strong and solid carry. And Pure's doing really well on the other side. So I think like for them, it's really important that they find their footing and that they can't, you know, they don't second guess themselves thinking maybe we were wrong all along.
You say that, but they're using so much of their reserve time because at the moment Chen's available to them. But also Mars has been a critical hero for Spirit. So does BB want to take the Chen for first pick, maybe giving away the Mars? Do they want to think about banning one? Like, I feel there's
it just doesn't sound like a Kataomi hero. I'm sure he can play it, but to me, when I think of Kataomi, I really don't think of Chen as much. I'm sure he's comfortable on it, but okay, he decided to ban it. Will they steal the Mars or just play against it?
Okay, they're going to play against it. So they take the Sand King.
I mean, their one win was Sand King against, I can't remember who, but I think GPK is a player that, while Sand King is, I wouldn't say is a signature of his, I think he's skilled enough in the early game that he will succeed on this hero, even if he's not like super like mega nerd on it.
I just think it's cool that Spirit's promoted Slaughter all the way to to the first phase, right? It's just you see the Sanking, you pick the Slardar, right? Of course, you can play it to off lane, to mid, whatever, but the fact is, now this Sanking, it's not going to have that good time. So yeah, already showing new heroes rising up in the tournament, and we don't really need to overhype the Slardar. We've seen it just be perfectly demonstrated by Spirit now.
And it's a really good answer to Sanking. It's actually an amazing, to me, Slardar is just a complete, a very underrated hero. It goes mid, it goes off lane. I think there's even place for Slardar to be support, but let that aside for now. It's a great objective taking hero, which honestly right now is the name of the game. Roche, Tormentor. He facilitates everything, and just the armor items are just not really meta right now. There's very few armor items that you buy, that you build in order to fix this Slardar issue. Some heroes are great against him, so as Chen, that happens to be banned. I'm also gonna say if Slardar becomes, more meta, I think Treant is a hero that eventually will also start appearing. It's been 100%. Buffed. It's strong in the patch. But this is also maybe for later, overcooking, but I just like this answer a lot. I think it paid dividends yesterday, and this is basically where the meta has evolved.
We've been speaking about True quite a lot off camera, but Katomi, that's one of his biggest heroes. Back in the day, that was his staple, was the Winter Wyvern, the Treant Protector, these very niche heroes, but every time he'd play them, you couldn't deal with it, right? Especially on the Entity era of his career, so yeah.
These are very good anti-Slardar heroes, and also very good with Sanking. So we'll have to see. Yesterday, I think Spirit has played Slardar mid and offlane already, so it is quite open for them. And this is an aggressive style, because you play Slardar versus Sanking, you're thinking about killing, you're thinking about contesting the stacks. You can't really play the efficiency game yourself. So it's just an approach of fighting into him rather than trying to match what he brings to the economy.
Yeah, I think it's hard to overstate this Ghost Scepter BKB change for Sanking especially. And I think because in the past I don't think Slardar countered Sanking because of this interaction, but I'm honestly curious to see if this hero gets left more, if people even give it to Falcons, because I think this dynamic and responding with Slardar with this super high physical damage can be a huge problem for this hero. He will just go in and just die instantly.
Yeah, and the Axe doesn't fix it, the BKB doesn't fix it. He needs to start buying Yules or Shivas, which honestly Sanking is a really timing-based hero.
Yeah.
As at least the way it's been played by Falcons. So again, the beauty of Dota is counters start appearing and it starts shifting the entire meta, because the Sanking has to adapt with item builds, maybe sometimes with roles in the game and whatnot. They're double downing on the armor thing. Obviously, Snap is probably one of the best partner for Slardar. You just amplify, the minus armor. The laning combo is absolutely deadly, and Snap also brings the nice mix of magical damage on top of the physical from Slardar.
But the thing that kind of BB is preparing for is they're accepting that initiation will be coming, right? The Slardar, the Mono Kisses from Snapfire, that is inevitable. So you have Sanking to be the kind of fight starter yourself or the counterplay, and also Bane with Nightmare or Grip. When Slardar initiates, he wants to right click, he wants to kind of sliver throughout the fight. But if you get locked down, you can't do that. And they also lock in the Grimstroke.
I'm just looking at your predictions, and you had both of them.
I'm waiting for it to be shown on the screen.
So that is pretty good.
Thank you very much.
Maybe for anyone that's tuning in for the first time, we'll put a little it's because they picked it in the opposite order.
I know, but they're ticks, all right, guys? Those little two red X's, they're ticks, but...
Yeah, we're testing the knowledge of our analysts to see how well they actually know the teams and the game as to what heroes they want to be picking up for counters, and Tiga, snagged himself 2 correct predictions with the Bane and the Grimstroke.
Yeah, no, again, it's just the idea that you want to offer up Spirit please come and fight us and we can break you. But also when you're looking to be aggressive through smoke, Grim and Sanking, we've seen how both GPK and Save, we spoke earlier about this combination of the two players, right? The experience that they have. They are beautifully reading the map, utilizing these two heroes to find any pickoff that you want. Both teams, if they want to take a fight, they can. There's nothing stopping them.
I think I would have liked to see a proper save on BB. I'm a little bit worried about the initiation kind of power that Spirit's gonna bring into the, because right now I'm looking at this Grim, Bane, and Sanking, and I'm just thinking whatever Slardar decides to kill will die.
Yeah.
So they have to make sure they cover that angle if possible, because there's a crazy amount of burst already on Spirit's lineup.
Yeah, it's a very BetBoom's heroes need to get the jump. It's 2 ultra squishy soups and a Sanking that needs to start the fight. He needs to be jumped. Sanking doesn't whenever he gets gone on or the fight is messy like this. I'm honestly surprised they picked Gyrocopter. Thematically, it doesn't seem like the type of thing that you want. Grimstroke, Bane are very good against heroes that just sort of blob run in. So I'm honestly surprised. I'm curious what they pair with it 5-wise, because it's not
I think it's
the
a
type of hero I would expect.
like one upside I see is like a really big punish to Grimstroke position 4, because he hates dealing with this flak cannon thing on the lane.
Sure.
You don't really have a play as Grim, because you know this hero really relies on laning. Like you can't just be running around with Grim. Like you need XP. You can't just run around level 1, level 2. Like this hero starts hitting power spikes on level 3, level 4. Like the more XP on Grim, the easier the game gets. So in that sense, usually when you lane against Gyro as Grim, you really starve. You have a really bad start to the game, which you know snowballs against your what you want to do.
They're also just keeping the Slardar open, right? Like they have to sacrifice a core in the draft, and with last pick, they want Slardar to know which lane he's going to. He could just be thrown mid no matter what because you see the Sand King, but just to try and progress the draft in that sense.
Yeah, and like casual Gyro can be underwhelming. I mean, we've talked about it in the Heroic series, but I think with Slaughter already, it's just a different hero. Like, you have to think of the Slaughter shard, obviously they're just clicking the corrosive haze. Now this Gyro's damage output is going to be crazy.
And his lane's protected by Jakiro. I believe he's still the undefeated support, at least at Blast Slam. I didn't check it, but please don't. Worst case, he's 90%. Still very good.
I mean, it was 7-0 yesterday, which was like a big number.
Oh, interesting. This hero is very good against Gyro in the game. You just eat him alive. You don't care about all those little itty-bitty bits of damage. If Gyro tries to man up and you just turn your back and he just kills himself. I think this is... I'm honestly, once again, surprised they didn't pick Terrorblade on 18. I feel like... Well, I'm curious what carry options they have, but I think when Spirit picks something like this, I think Gyrocopter Slaughter has the potential to run into a hyper carry and just fall out of damage eventually.
Critically though, is a hero that buys Lotus. Like Bristleback can comfortably get a 20-minute Lotus in his team to dispel the haze, to be able to frontline, send a rocket back to the Gyrocopter. Like he can do a lot of small things in the skirmish, whilst also frontlining based on his natural toolkit of the hero. Like that could just be an item reason for the hero compared to other offlaners.
I also want to mention that this is like a Kiritich, also very like high comfort hero. Like he plays a lot of position 1 BB, so it could be a +3 or a +1, which leaves some flexibility. I personally, I'm not the biggest fan of BB versus Slaughter. I think Slaughter is one of the hard corners of this hero. It becomes like better later on in the game. So I think to me it's a little bit of a risky pick, but it's definitely in their comfort zone.
I mean, I think they needed some sort of random melee hero that can sort of blob and be in front. Because it's not...
Yeah, there aren't many.
Because of this Slardar or this Gyrocopter, whatever, like, if Sand King just blinks in first, if Spirit's in formation, he's getting insta-gibbed. Like, he's just straight up dying instantly. And so I think they need some hero that can, like, meme start fights. They sleep a guy, Bristleback runs in, is gooing people, and they play the fight in a more sort of random, chaotic way where Sand King isn't just full starting. In terms of team fights, he'll make some moves early on with Grimstroke, and they'll burst some individual heroes. But as the game progresses, I think you need some blobby guy. And so
yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And he has the Bane sleep and stuff. Like, and if he itemizes for it, he might just, you know, get himself there, being able to disrupt the fight without dying.
Is there a carry that BB can pick up to really make sure that the Slardar's... Okay, the Trolls. I was alluding to, can they pick a Troll and then Slardar doesn't have a good time, you can lock onto a Gyro, but points invalid, Spirit banned it.
I mean, I could see them pick a Baden. I would honestly be somewhat surprised if they didn't pick a Baden.
It's a very good Abaddon game.
I think it's another random melee, another random melee bro that that can just go in. You purge the corrosive haze. You purge all the Jakiro garbage. I think when you have two range soups like this, you have Grimstroke and Bane. Like you need as many heroes as possible that can go in, because otherwise it's insanely hard for them to play. I think oftentimes people think of the carry matchup in terms of, okay, what do they have? I want the best carry possible. But I think what actually wins you a lot of games is looking at what your lineup has and, okay, how do I fill in those cracks whenever you're picking a later hero?
I can also dig the +1 BB, like that is just keep that and pick some Tide or something, like something to like buff up the team fight. And maybe also, I'm just worried about this Grimstroke right now, because I think he's very key to this draft to function, and he just has a horrible lane. So I'm hoping they have a way to you know, set him up for more success. It's going to be Jugger. Jugger into Slardar also is a little bit scary. Like we've seen Amar bully really hard yesterday. Or was it the day before?
Yeah, I mean,
think, yeah.
If you rewind the clock though, it's like picking Jug into Slardar is illegal, but it's just because of the bash, the fact that you can always threaten the spin. So yeah, that aside, I think the tempo that they're playing for, like Quinn was mentioning, sometimes your hero picks are amplifying your draft more than trying to counter your opponents, and this is exactly what you want to do. You want to be able to frontline with another hero. You're going to have Bristle maybe cushioning the blow of Slardar, then Jug entering. I really want to see Juggernaut think about Agnims a bit earlier. I've seen some Jug games so far and they kind of don't think about the item too much, but you know, third item, fourth item potentially, get into the mix and you can just really just break open some of these fights. And of course against Gyrocopter, he can't really stand your ground. Omni Slash versus Gyro, Jug's going to win that one.
Do you just pick a mid hero now for Spirit and just send the Slaughter to the Jugger and pick something else against the Sand King, or do you just keep the Slaughter there?
I was thinking about that, but I'm not sure what type of Miz Laurel plays against Sand King. Like, maybe someone else will pick like the Pudge that we saw earlier, or a Huskar, or things like that. Okay, Queen. I mean, that is a fine answer to Sand King. And I think you need to be quite a nerd on Sand King to be able to play this. Like, you can lose this lane very badly.
Yeah.
And there's also some interesting choices on Queen, whether you skill Dagger or Scream, depending on how the Sentry War goes and how the block is.
Well, that depends on the Sentry Ward.
Yeah. Because if Sand King has like the Sentry advantage, you can't skill Dagger anymore. There's some weird stuff like this. So I think it's a pick that has the potential to do a lot of work against Sand King, but there's a lot of execution and knowledge and like itty bitty teeny tiny things in the first 30 seconds of the game that like can dictate a lot of that.
This is just one of those games where Spirit's lineup is going to be about how do they enable each other, right? It's the Cop getting information or the Slaughter, then it's the supports keeping Gyrocopter alive. As Gyrocopter's going to have a massive target on his back this game, like with the Sand King jump, with the Omni Slash. If Yatoro just dies at the start of the fight, it is of course going to be rough. So we're going to see Spirit just showcase that, that excellence that they have in the roster, understanding their positioning and when can they actually take the fights.
Yeah, I mean, I look at Spirit's lineup and they have this one starter melee bro who's starting fights, whereas I feel like BetBoom has way more sort of beef or oomph for heroes that are going in and can start things or be in the front line. So I think there's a lot of, we talked about Spirit's laning excellence in the games earlier yesterday, and I think it's very important for them that their lanes go well, because I think when you have these double coward range soups and you have double range cores on carry and mid, if your lanes are not going well, it can devolve very quickly to where you can't make any moves anymore and you're just stuck.
Is there a draft that you're favoring here, Seb?
I think I like Spirit more. I think their heroes together make more sense. Like there's more synergy. It's pretty simple, but just Gyro Slaughter, I think it's just excellent. Synergy between heroes. It brings mixed damage. And anyway, they scale great. BetBoom, good heroes, but it's kind of like one piece next to the other, and I usually like synergy in Dota.
All right, well, let's see if that synergy is going to come through. If the laning phase is going to be strong enough, as we do head on into it with Spirit and BetBoom team.
That's right, welcome to the opening match of day number 3 of Blast Slam for group stages. We are getting through it, Avery, and this matchup, Spirit versus BetBoom. We have one hero in this game that has the worst win rate of Blast Slam 4. Do you know which hero that is?
Oh man, I was not ready for instant trivia. Worst win rate?
By far the worst win rate.
Over how many games? Do I get a sample size at least?
6 games.
I actually
got him.
I'm not sure, dude. Give me a minute to think about this while you cast.
Yeah. Collapse is gonna
I
die,
actually want to
so
think about this.
it's gonna be first blood for Kiritich, the Juggernaut that has been featured in a number of games as well. I will tell you that Juggernaut is not that loser.
Yeah, because
hero.
I mean it's not that, because Mao's won with that hero a bunch.
Yeah, 60% win rate with the hero.
It has to be Bristle, Grim, or Bane. It's one of those 3. No.
That was a really well-timed fail horn right there, because it is none of them.
Snapfire?
It's no, but she is one of the worst win rate heroes. It's Quap.
I was gonna say Quap, but I feel like we saw this hero win, so it confused me.
No,
I think we cast.
you did not see
Is
it.
not
win.
one?
It did not
What am I
win a
thinking
single game. It has
I had a
gone
gut
0
feeling.
in 6. In fact, the hero could win 3 games in a row from here, and then finally get to Snapfire's win rate, who is currently 3 and 6.
I felt like I saw this win once, but maybe that was an illusion. I did have a feeling this hero was underperforming, because I think we've had a lot of games that were very close with the Queen in it, and it felt like the Queen was supposed to win and then it just didn't. We had a couple like 50, 60-minute games yesterday that it was just a struggle. It felt like the Queen was always a little too far behind to carry the game, even though it was very close. And then you kind of get this late game level 25 talent plus refresher, and all of a sudden you have this peak Queen timing, and it still wasn't enough to push it over. So I don't know. Maybe there's something weird going on with the hero. Maybe we just haven't had good enough Queen players playing it, Maybe it's a skill issue.
Entirely possible. I think the one match you're thinking of for sure is the Execration versus Liquid match.
Yes.
That went to 53 minutes, and
Bob
Wop was not good enough for it.
Yeah, Bob played that pretty well, but again, he was behind. Like, he made some mistakes, and he was farther down that network chart that you wanted to be to carry that game. So maybe Laurel will have a better time with it here. He's definitely a Queen professional. I also think how Spirit used the hero is a little different than a lot of teams, because I think a lot of teams treat the Queen more as the 1-2 hybrid, the true hard scaler for mid. And I think Spirit almost don't care about that as much, because their two side laners are just such late game beasts no matter what, that I've seen them win games with this Queen as a true like 3 Queen of Pain, where he's just going in a distraction, dealing some damage. Maybe he dies, they still win the fight. Whereas I feel like a lot of other teams are really dependent on this guy staying alive, building momentum, and true scaling. So I have a little more faith Spirit can execute it, but we'll see. Maybe they fall into the same Queen of Pain trap that other people have.
Looking at the matchups, though, as a whole, do you have a favorite when it comes to this draft? Because right now, despite the First Blood, Kiritich is still highest net worth hero from that First Blood. But this off-lane duo of Slardar, Snapfire,
GPK
is looking pretty rough. GPK also getting very low from the dagger spam.
Yeah, I'll get the D ward now, but he took a lot from that sentry placement of Laurel.
Cookie goes down. Katomi actually gets a quick kill onto the healing ward. Freeze up, collapse to chase after Katomi. He has a bash. If he actually gets the bash, he'll get the crush, and that will get the kill. Team Spirit evening up the kill score now 1-1.
This is a really strong lane, Snapfire, Slardar. I think this is a lane that used to be really prominent when Snap was super high up in the meta. Snap's come back a little bit, Slardar's coming back, so now we see them together. Just amazing synergy across the board. Was even stronger when the Shredder shots were pre-nerf, but you gotta make do with what you got. And
yeah,
this is another reason. Why would you pick Jug into this?
Slardar, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, this hero's been broken for a while. People just didn't know.
Did you know that it was broken?
I did.
Really?
Because there's the guy because there's one dude on the North American server who spams this stupid hero. And he has like 5,000 games on Slardar. I'm not exaggerating. And anytime he owns me, I know the hero's broken, because he never owns me. It's very rare. The Slardar is very rarely broken. But he's been owning this last like month. So, you know, there's this famous quote where Kuroki used to say, like, I never need to think about if Lone Druid is good or not. I just see if Matumba Man's playing it.
Yeah.
And if Matumba Man's playing it, then you know it's broken, you know. And if he's not, then I don't need to waste my time figuring if Lone Druid. It's the same thing. I don't need to waste my time thinking if Slardar's broken. I just look at this one dude, and if he's playing it, that's all I need to know.
Apparently that's all he plays, but you're saying if he's winning with it.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
You just look at what his rank is.
Well, no, but the thing is, like most hero spammers, if his hero's not good, he doesn't play Dota. You know, he goes and does something else in life. Probably does like taxes for somebody, for a bunch of TI winners or something.
Wait, so you're saying the hero spammers are actually the mentally healthiest of the Dota playing pool? That doesn't sound right.
No, that doesn't sound right. We'll just move on from that.
Miro is also having a rough side lane matched up against Gyrocopter Jakiro. A lot of damage coming out of this lane, and certainly not the position that Save wants to be in. This is a lane that he talked a bit about on the panel. The fact that Grimstroke just isn't really going to get to play too much of his game here, at least for the laning phase.
Your best bet is probably to stack, honestly. Sacrifice the lane a little bit just to get more security in the farm, but the camp was blocked up with a sentry. He has 0 stacks going for him. You're forced into a bad lane matchup. It's a rough time here.
Katomi once again 100 to 0, and they're getting the
mash.
Sealing Ward, which is an extra bit of gold as well. And they're going to bodyguard the Lotus. Nothing Kiritich can do about this. In fact, if anything, Kiritich a long ways away from his tower.
Yeah, he's in big
Might
trouble
just
here.
get run down all the way here. Soul Ring is up. Another crush is here. And the TP coming in from the Bane is just going to be a bit too late, perhaps, as the Nightmare cannot go down.
I was a bit concerned for this Jug pick into this lane. This is an impossible lane for Jug, especially with a Bane support. Bane does not dissuade the early aggression enough to keep Jug on this lane. Bane is pretty bad in these chase down lane situations. Like, you can sleep somebody away, but even in that situation, it's a very expensive spell, and it's not helping your Jug sit on the lane and CS against the Slardar. So I don't know, BetBoom team, they're going to have to move around, and once more it's just going to come down to can GPK salvage this terrible early game right now. He's going to try and do it.
With a haste rune, will be made a whole lot easier.
There you go. Killing spree secured. Extra gold going GPK's way makes that move a bit more worth it in the end. Will not get the wisdom to try and steal with the Bane, though.
No, Rue throwing out the warning shot, the scatter blast. Wasn't sure how close Katomi was getting there.
Is there some concern if you're a BetBoom team fan that it's felt like these games have been carried for a long time by GPK salvaging the early game, particularly the TI run?
I mean, I would definitely be concerned. Feel like, if anything, I'm more concerned about GPK hurting his back at this point. Feel like he's tired, boss. Too. You know, like,
that's what I'm saying.
He's been putting out some heroic efforts for this squad.
If this guy was not operating at peak form, I think this team just is in trouble. So, and I don't know how long you can keep that.
Oh no. The synergy there, nightmare at the same time with the burrow strike. GPK has been ruined. He was probably ruined anyway, though. There's all these heroes from Team Spirit. They apparently thought to bring both side lanes to the mid lane.
Classic Yatoro rotation. I feel like whenever Yatoro wins his lane, he always thinks about this mid move. It just snowballs the game so much. It gives you so much extra map control. He's going to go steal ancient stacks while this potential kill on save is happening. It looks like it will happen.
This little shredder has some serious value in this game. I mean, like the synergy with Sloradar is obvious, and that's apparent that they just crushed that top lane with it. But the fact that he's able to just really quickly kill the healing ward sometimes when it's in close range, he's able to deal with the Phantom's Embrace really easily from the Grimstroke.
Some good stuff to hit down for sure. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the healing ward kill. That's super valuable. Just get a blink later. Just blink in and shredder it down.
That's an idea.
I mean, this is a good healing ward lineup. I actually don't think it's that bad, because the thing is, this healing ward is probably the biggest reason for Jug in this game. Is his kit is not, I mean, he does have an answer to Gyro. His Omni Slash will be useful, but his laning was not why you picked him, and his early game is not going to do a lot here. But healing ward with the 3 cores, the Sand King and the Bristle use the healing ward really well. So it is something to prioritize in the fight.
And Snapfire is also one of the only heroes that can deal with a healing ward when it gets to 20, right? With a +2 hits.
Yes.
Most supports don't actually can't handle that. It takes them way too long to kill it, and they just end up dying in the fight before the healing ward dies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sand King in some trouble here.
He will hit the Burrow Strike. He'll try and get an epicenter kill on Rue. A spiteful kill because he knows he's dead. He just hopes to bring Rue down with him. Unfortunately, 50 HP separates him between life and death. Black-handed shots and a crush on 2. Lining him up. Now this time, in this lane, Miro does get the return kill, but obviously Team Spirit are just walking away with the laning phase victory here and perhaps crushing BetBoom into the dirt.
This is becoming a very one-sided affair, and you're not going to be able to recover this game easily because you're playing against a huge amount of burst damage on these cores. So how do you take fights in a way where you keep everybody alive? Like, it feels like you're almost just going to have to sacrifice certain heroes in the team fight, or keep using this combination.
With the silence, finally, the Save GPK duo is put to, they've got their synergy like they always do, and they're finally able to do something with it.
This is the one combo you have to try and draw this game back. Go to save, go to GPK, as we say it time and time again. They have the heroes to do it. You can definitely find some kills around the map. Still decent levels on this Sand King, despite how much he got abused by Spirit support duo, who are really high level as a result.
Kirtich, he's gonna have to, like, he might have to Omni Slash to survive the assault from Collapse here. The tower is almost dead as well. There's a Siege Wagon push in. But Kirtich, up the Sonic Wave. He got off the spin before the Scream hit him, so he dodges that little bit of damage at least. Though the tower still going to die here to either Collapse or Larl. Both Kataomi and Save will have to leave the lane, as does Kiritich. So
Just still don't have the grip available, which, you know, grip is super valuable in this game because you have Soulbind. You might get that double grip, but just being able to put it into some of these cores and snag some extra kills around the map would be huge. The level disparity really hurting BetBoom team right now.
yeah, we're gonna see a second round of kisses before we see the first round of the Fiend's Grip.
Not the man.
Zero. Do we need the kisses to finish him off? Rue doesn't want to have to use it here, but it does. He puts himself in Soulbind range. A little awkward. Miro and GPK. Ooh, GPK
he got Blink
got his
canceled.
Blink Dagger canceled. Well played by Panto. Hit him with Macro Pyre from long range, and there goes all your damage.
That was a huge cancel. He had amp damage. He had a level 3 Ink Swell. That was going to do some serious work. And that was your Blink reveal. One of the better macro pyres I've seen in some time.
This hero has a lot of different ways he can impact the game, Avery. Even went the Icebreaker facet, which most people have not been going lately.
Well, that's some more Jakiro propaganda coming to you from Austin Walsh early in the day here. He's getting off to a fast start. I don't know what your obsession with this hero is. I will never know.
I just think the hero's good right now. That's all.
I'm just biased against this hero. I am willing to admit that.
Yeah, I don't know why. You're a 5 position. Like, surely you should be friends with all the 5s.
Because I really like this hero, and I have never freaking won with the hero in any pro game ever.
Is that real?
Yes.
SPG Dota buff. Hold up. I gotta find this one.
Like every important game I picked this hero in, he betrayed me.
Really? That's really sad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, Jakiro. Are you sure it was Jakiro's fault though?
Probably not, but I'm gonna
Omni Slash
gaslight it.
to a soul bind, and Omni Slash just sticks onto the Jakiro the whole way.
Dear
He gets the kill
God.
as a result. Where
Damn,
if he had
man.
bounced to the gyrocopter, I think he would have gotten 0 kills out of that. They would have just been wiped because apparently Team Spirit once again are 5-man together. The way to deal with the save 2-man kills is to make 5-man rotations.
They're moving really well around the map. I mean, this team just plays with Sarda the best of anybody I've seen, but because they play it mid and off lane, and I feel like they know how to utilize it in both roles really well. Whereas I think most teams, they just kind of pick one or the other. That's what makes this hero so deadly for Spirit. And then they use the amplifier really well to enable, you know, arguably some of the best players who've ever touched the game. So it becomes really scary. This gyro is absolutely huge. Like, it was an Ags rush. He did not get punished. In fact, he's getting extra kills because he has the bonus damage from the amp. He's stolen stacks. He won his lane. He's 5-0. He is crushing it right now. He is so tanky with Falcon Blade, Ags, Treads build up. I don't know how you kill this guy. I mean, the extra HP is super valuable here because BB are mostly magic damage in this early game. So you just absorb a lot of the tank. You can frontline with this hero right now.
And you've got an early Rosh you could do, thanks to the fact you've got a Slardar, who is soon going to have level 2 Corrosive Haze, soon going to have a Shard as well, so his Blink Dagger initiations are going to be all the stronger for it, and he may even scout out the Sand King in Sandstorm
Dire's middle tower
with that little interaction.
Oh,
See
yeah,
rotation
super good
coming out
matchup.
from BetBoom through the gate to the top lane. 5,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, and BetBoom got a claw back through some kills. And unfortunately for them, a kill on Panto is really just not good enough. Yutoro had already backed out to farm out some neutrals, so they do not find him, at least not initially.
is under attack.
Looking for
Now
the
over
sleep
mid.
group mid.
Kataomi
Huge.
sleep back in.
Team's coming.
Into the epicenter. They drop the Fiend's Grip, and he hits the pro strike on Yutoro as
perfect.
well. That was beautiful patience from GPK, and the all-in commitment. No, it doesn't get Yutoro. Yutoro is low. Any damage at all would finish him off, but they don't have it.
They needed more numbers or something. He played that as well as you can, but that was the tank of the gyro. 2,400 HP in this early game. Brawny mana draw, saving lives out here. And now you're gonna get the rundown on the bristle.
It's save. He's going to try and help him here with a soul bind, but a momentary stun does little to dissuade Collapse, as he just be able to run him down anyway. Shield rune left in the river for whoever wants it.
Get slept, nerd.
Take a little 5-second timeout.
Man, you got a feel for BetBoom team there. That's one of those plays that can even this game out and get you right back into it. And instead you are 100 damage short and wondering why the hell this gyrocopter's so damn tanky. It's because he's so high level. And that's the benefit of that lane going well. His timings are just so fast. You're that little ahead, you don't die there, you get more ahead. Game becomes harder for BetBoom here.
2.5
now you probably
strength
just
gain
have to farm.
For the gyrocopters, so.
Well, plus the level 10 talent, plus the brawny enchantment. There's another extra 300 HP. Yeah, this hero gets deceptively tanky very quickly if you don't shut him down early and he gets the levels. Yatoro taking full advantage of it here against mostly what is magical kill threat.
Hey, you could see that with no early Morbid Mask or anything, going straight SNY into BKB. It's going to be his build-up.
Yeah, he doesn't have to prioritize damage too much because he has the amp to play with. And of course, he has 2 other cores that can help pick up the slack, so.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Quap mid. You have a lot of damage coming from Laurel in fights.
Kiritich, maybe in trouble here. Can run him down.
Collapse. Doesn't have his bash queued up just yet, but they don't bother going for the dive. Instead, I assume this stack is eventually going to go back to Tormentor. GBK abandons save.
Wise.
Once again, they see so many heroes from Team Spirit. They can't actually make their little moves with the Sand King as effectively as they want to, with the way that Spirit is just 5-manning across the map nonstop. And they don't really have the lane shove to force them to split apart. Laurel, oh no, he pulled the trigger on the epicenter right as Laurel got the blink away. Doesn't even get through his shield rune. Laurel, that was indeed perfect.
I think you needed grip there to kill him. With shield rune plus essence ring, brawny essence ring, that's a lot of HP on that quad.
Miro used the Lotus, get rid of the Corrosive Haze, but he cannot get rid of the many heroes that are chasing him down too far away from any of his allies, and Save will expend the Soulbind for nothing.
It feels like this entire game has just been Spirit outnumbering
Yes.
at the start of these engagements, and that is what is winning them the fight. They're going to get extra rundown here, which is what's been the case time and time again. It's just numbers, pure numbers game. The gyro is showing up to everything where the jug has to farm. The Slaughter and the Quap are there, combining at the start of the fights. The Snapfire's always backing those plays up.
It was bad before, it's about to get worse with an Aegis on Yatoro, so now Yatoro can play a little bit more solo if he wants in pushing in lanes.
I don't think he wants to. I think he's happy with what's happening right now. Go with the team, follow Collapse, hop in his backpack, and suck up that good KDA off the back of all of his initiations.
It's true, 9-0-2. He's going infinite.
I mean, that's what offlaners are made for, right? Assists.
Yeah.
That was a comment designed to piss off half the Dota player base.
Half. There ain't no way that half of the Dota playing audience is offline players. I feel like they don't even represent 20%. Smoke up from BetBoom. Can they get the initiation they require? They have to get around Yatoro. They do find Panto right away, but this is a lot expended for, oh my god, GBK. He dies so fast, man. You get the crush on him, and it puts the Corrosive Haze next to Gyrocopter with his Aghanim Scepter Crystallis, and he just melts. The only thing that could stop Yatoro at this point is a Blade Mail. And Miero tries to do just that, but now the Blade Mail is on cooldown. Nothing is really left. Okay, Laurel even in a little bit of deep, got Fiend's Gripped and Omni Slash the whole way through. Kiritich, though, will pay the price for it. It is going to be close enough to a team wipe as Team Spirit just completely roll over BetBoom.
Yeah, Epicenter on a solo Jakiro is not good enough to win the fight, and there's just nothing to soulbind because Spirit are not giving it to save here. Like, they split the fight really well. It's just Slardar chasing after you. Really annoying hero on his own for the Grim to deal with, because unless you can land the soulbind on Collapse, he just has free reign in the fight. He's going to have it with the BKB no matter what. The chase down is always guaranteed here. Too little, too late has been the motto of this game for BetBoom. Like, they're making okay moves, and the fights could go well, but they've just been a little short every time. There's your Sand King as something you wish you had in that fight. Again, it's just, it comes out a little slow here. It's cost you so much. And this Jug pick, he got very lucky bounces with that Omni. I'm not sure if Laurel was supposed to go down there, but he got him. Nonetheless, you can't stand in the fight if it's not an overwhelming win at the start, because you get amped, you get chased down, cannot man fight the gyro with that minus armor on you. You need Butterfly here. That's your best timing if you're Kiritich, which means you need more time.
Which means you need Save and GPK to make a hell of a good move right now with this fresh Aghanim Scepter. But they're being met by a Yatoro Gyrocopter. They're going to sacrifice Kataomi for the sake of information.
Something for everybody.
GPK eyeing up something here, but this is an Aegis still alive for 2 minutes.
Is it even worth killing the Aegis? It's only got 2 minutes left. I mean, if you can make the play to catch the 2 supports, though.
Yeah, the Jakiro now.
That's a good episode.
Jakiro.
Yeah.
I mean, they're basically hoping Spirit mess up here and give them some sort of clump. They're just looking for the opportunity. If it's not there, you're not just going to go in. But you do have to continue to look for stuff.
TP coming in from Bristle, so they'll make this a little bit more spicy by putting Miro on the front line, see if Team Spirit take the bait.
Yep, that is what it is. Tough team to get to take the bait. I think many teams have tried, many teams have failed over the years.
Kiritich still needs a couple more minutes for his Butterfly.
Well, Yatoro does not need it. BKB done. This man is fat.
So they should be able to rather easily take the tier 2 mid. BetBoom will rat out the side lanes as best they can.
This could be the first win for Queen of Pain. Think about that.
Don't jinx it now.
I said it could be. I didn't say it was going to be.
Poor girl's gone 0 and 6.
Rough times.
Oh no! The teleport
Rougher
away
times.
spotted by Collapse, and GPK just hold still. There's nothing left to do.
Got him.
Safe didn't even finish up that camp.
All you
I
can do
almost
is
feel
try
like
and
you
get
should have stayed out on the map and cut a wave, you know? Like at this point in time, you're getting to that kind of drastic territory where you gotta maybe just like sack heroes to cut waves where you can.
The issue is you still have some comeback potential with the overwhelming team fight, especially if you can land a good soulbind, but that's disappearing with all these BKBs coming online for Spirit. You're just gonna lose so much damage.
Yeah, and then it comes physical damage battle with Team Spirit having the better of that as they have the better minus armor offlaner. Miro once again depending on his blade mail, but Yatoro doesn't care about the blade mail anymore. He is more than tanky enough to endure that with his SNY. BKB, Aghanim Scepter, level 20. And soon a Satan.
Man, they're just running them down. Like this Afterburners just looked really good in this lineup because it's all about chase down with the amps and everything. And you just get so much extra move speed. You cannot run away.
Collapse with his Lotus Orb. Really good Lotus Orb game considering the single target, but he just used it on the Watcher expecting initiation there. Instead, pushes forward. Oh, thank God they killed him. I thought for a second Collapse was going to be able to sprint away in time. But finally, they get a kill on Collapse. 833 gold for Kiritich as a result of that one. Big win, which will boost him to his butterfly completion.
That's a huge find. I mean, this Jug is not super far behind. I just think the matchups are a little tough. But if he can get the butterfly and continue to land some good solo core Omni Slashes, the fight will open up. And there it is. I mean, this is not the worst timing considering how this game is going. It's not where you want to be, but you have some play options now.
Yeah, the fact that he's 3,000 behind the gyrocopter is a product of Yotoro being so far ahead, not Kiritich being behind. His farm for 27 minutes is respectable.
Considering how the lane went and everything, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Laurel breaking ankles
Keep it
on
going
the
while the Collapse is still dead, but the initiation is a little rough there. Catching the supports right away. Laurel pushes the other one back into the gyrocopter. The best they can hope for is Miro runs down Rue here, but even that Snapfire is not an easy kill. As he gets up to the high ground, hoping for Quill kills. Not gonna happen. Rue teleports out successfully.
Oh, what a position there. I mean, just perfect smoke break for the Queen. Always has BKB to bail him out. And you just destroy BetBoom's back line, which is kind of your only hope to win these fights, is that the Grim Bane can stay alive, get big ults off. Instead, you just get evaporated. The Sand King tries to kill Jakiro and fails. That was where all of GPK's might went. And again, it's like, even if you kill the Jakiro, so what? The guy's got Essence Ring, Glimmer Cape, he absorbs so much. That was an ambitious smoke. I think they were just trying to find a solo pickoff. Did not expect Spirit to be ready, but Spirit are always ready. And you do not have Omni Slash for that fight. You cannot take a full-scale fight without it, no matter what in this game.
Oh, that is too good.
And now Team Spirit well positioned. Take the next road shot. Save, hoping that he can turn on the late game with the Grimstroke, get to an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah,
Not even that amazing out of an illusion, but
it's not the worst. The issue for him is this support duo is a greedy support duo because you pretty much need one or two individual items on each of these heroes to function how they want them to in this draft in terms of the spell casting. Both these heroes would really like an Aether Lens. Both would like, you know, an Ags upgrade or some sort of extra Glimmer positioning tool, whereas Spirit supports are just going to buy utility. Like Rue, just Solar Crest Vlads. This Jakiro, Glimmer Cape into Lotus Orb. Very ungreedy itemization, so it just takes more and longer for the BetBoom supports to get to where they want to be to have the same teamfight presence, which means your cores are more susceptible too, because you're not rushing Lotus Orb to deal with Slaughter Aim. You're not rushing Solar Crest.
Inherently correct that you should maybe always have one support that is building utility.
I mean, nothing is always true in Dota, right?
Sure.
They're building utility on the Bristle. Like, he has the Lotus Blade Mail to kind of frontline and deal with it a bit, but it makes your teamfight execution a lot more precarious, because if you mess up positioning or someone gets jumped, you don't have abilities to bail that hero out.
Right, it's not a nearly as forgiving a lineup in that regard. This initiation, though, Collapse only gets the one on the crush, but it's the backline that are exposed. He gets the vision on to save. They'll be able to run him down as well. Yotaro caught inside the Soulbind, though. Miro tries to man up with his Blade Mail. It doesn't work at all. Still chasing after save, still have the vision on him, and will still find that kill eventually. GPK rooted deep into the jungle here. Doesn't have his TP for another 10 seconds, and we'll find that he'll get a free trip back to base. Thank you, Team Spirit. We'll send him along to the fountain.
I almost should have let him Epicenter there. It would have just been wasted. They killed him too fast. And there's Daedalus for the Gyro, who already had Satanic in that fight. That is why that personal mana was just food straight into Yotoro. So this game might just be out of reach. Even though your Ags arrives on the Jug, again, it's another fight the Jug is not in. You just get caught off guard. I thought that was going to be a 3-man crush on the tree line. That would have just been the fight over instantly.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, I feel like any initiation for the Sardar, the 3-man crush or a 1-man crush, I think the fight is over just off of them initiating. I feel like BetBoom, it's literally impossible for them to win a fight unless they... The only hope is that they get the jump, where it's Epicenter, Burrow Strike from the get-go.
I think they also have to land a grip on one of these cores for sure in a situation where you can burst them down with the jug. That sort of connection has to happen at this point.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And again, that's tough because that means you have to run your front line in with little sources of initiation other than the Sand King, and you have to protect your back line from getting jumped at the same time. Very difficult task right now.
Collapse. Giving the Glimmer Cape to make the trip across the lane undetected and get an initiation. Doesn't actually get a kill out of it, but send BetBoom packing, surely. Back to Toro.
Man, don't care.
He doesn't give a damn. Just sprints past the tier 3 tower. Saw his mark, saw save. All in for him, and now they just, I mean, 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. I feel like this is a game-ending Aegis time.
He's just way too big. Too much damage. And again, the fight is just starting in ways where, what is the jug supposed to do? Split push, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Kiritich is doing all he can, which is split push, hope that he pulls somebody from Team Spirit back. If he can then make it a 4 versus 5 TP back, Omni Slash kills somebody, a 3 versus 5 from there. But Team Spirit just ignoring him. You can have the tier 2. You can even maybe have the tier 3.
No, they were debating a smoke flank to defend this. They're just going to give it up. Cannot fight it without the Bristleback. Probably can't fight it with the Bristleback, but you have no chance fighting it without him.
Yeah.
Still the tier 2 top, so this will not be guaranteed megas. Try and wait out this Aegis duration, take some Hail Mary of a fight on that last lane. Just get as much farm as you can in the meantime. That's your best chance here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Team Spirit, though, don't you just hit tier 4s instead?
That is also an option, yes. You have Lotus Orbs to throw on this gyro. You have 2, in fact, so very difficult Omni slash group target. And yeah, Yatoro makes the call. He's just going in. The man don't care. He's almost level 25. He's got 2 minutes left on the clock.
Hey, they got a Tormentor. You got that for Kataomi.
Oh, what if you sleepwalk him into the fountain?
Okay. How many sleepwalks does it take to pull
6.
Yatoro all the way into the fountain? They actually brought him down about half HP here. No Satanic on this first life. And BKB and Satanic are still going to be on cooldown as he comes back into play, but there's too many other threats, so they have to back off, try and get back to the fountain where they can. Fiend's Grip gets the catch on a collapse as he makes his jump after Kiritich. Now the Omni Slash all in to kill this Gyrocopter. Can they do it? Not even close. Half HP and Satanic still left. He heals up the full rather easily. Kiritich gets back to the fountain. Sure, he stays alive, but his biggest threat has already been expended. No Omni Slash. That means nothing left to stop the Gyrocopter now. He'd save even, he all in, man. He sold everything he had for that Dark Portrait. And it only added a bit of damage, sadly.
Yeah, it's not doing a lot here. The Butterfly negated any hope of bringing this gyro down twice. Your Jug cannot get MKB. Your Dark Portrait doesn't hit him. Man, rough game for BetBoom team. We saw glimmers of hope in terms of what their lineup can do, especially the Sand King Grim, if they had the snowball going in their direction, but the lanes were very solid from Spirit, and they just moved around the map so well. I mean, this is where I think Spirit looked the best, is when they're all on the same page. They're just moving around really well. They play through Yatoro. This guy is 22-0 and 12 this game. 22-0 and 12.
Nasty.
What the actual fuck is that?
It's a really good KDA. That's a carry that I want in my pubs. Also, shout out to Rue, who also didn't die. 2-0 and 33. His duo with Collapse. They destroyed this early game. So
absolutely owned.
44-11. Team Spirit. An easy victory to start the day.
Yeah, look, a great game, great KDAs, and a great question from Avery there. What the fuck, man? Like, how are you supposed to come up against your Toro Gyro like this when it feels like every lane isn't going your way on the side of BetBoom team? Your support's not really having much purpose in this game, and Core's not able to even help the supports have a purpose here either. It felt like everyone on the side of BetBoom team kind of just disassembled.
Yeah, I mean, the supports were super important to their lineup, like the Grim and the Bane, and they both had a really rough laning phase. I think the Grim was supposed to have a rough laning phase, and the Bane, I think the top lane is probably not as bad as what it turned out to be. I think there was like this big mistake around the Lotus, the Lotus area where Bane dies and then Jugger dies and the Slaughter's out of control. This was just like a masterclass by Spirit. I think it's a very solid draft, in my opinion, a little bit better than BetBoom's, and then they just play the lanes better and they just do everything that has to be done. They play on their timings, it's solid, it's clutch, it's crisp, and they just steamroll them. I
mean, both in draft and play, it felt like they were just sacrificing themselves to Spirit, right? Like, you're offering up GPK to have the first pick Sand How many times on the panel have it been said about, Spirit's gonna counterpick that hero? GPK had no presence in the game, and then when you look at their lineup, the Bristle, the Sand the Juggernaut, they're kind of independent farmers, and the overlap comes from the Sand King. If Sand King's not present, then they're all just kind of just waiting, hoping for items to come, and of course, that's where Spirit just picked them apart beautifully across the map.
Yeah, I mean, I love whenever Spirit plays the early game fast and connects to heroes and makes moves, because everybody knows that late game Spirit is like just beyond, they're unimaginable. But I think the early game, sometimes they fall into this playstyle where they play very slow and passive and they farm their items. But I think when they look like this, or like they did in the finals of Riyadh against Falcons, where they're connecting their heroes and they're playing really fast early game, they had the game where they smoked the Shadow Fiend mid and killed the sniper, Like this to me is reminiscent of that game where this Gyro is everywhere, he's gating and they're taking the bottom tower and they're invading the stacks and they're really combining their heroes well, because I think when Spirit is in that mode where their heroes and their players are playing together, I think that's when they reach the unbeatable tier where you cannot do anything against them. They will beat you.
Yeah, you're hyping up this Gyro, right? Yes, Yatoro always having like just such a massive impact, but for me it was also this Slaughter for two main reasons. Not only his impact in the game, but the way that they're able to draft him. We've seen it come out as an overall last pick for them. Now they're able to first phase it and also not have any answers towards it. So this Slaughter T, it's just like, yeah, impact everywhere throughout it.
He had just so much freedom throughout the game, right? Like, you can see as he was able to just identify who does he have to go on, the Grim and the Bane. The draft construct from BB was, if the Bane and Grim can't use their spells, the Soulbind or the Fiend's Grip, what fight can they take? There isn't really a fight. So Collapse has identified this every single engagement. You're going to see so many highlights where he's just A-clicking onto them, stopping them from having any position. Meanwhile, you then have Rue or Yatoro or Lal or, the other guy, just Panto, that's it. I was trying to say Maposhka, but it's too soon.
Yeah.
The point is, like, Collapse on Slaughter, if you look at this game, like, you cannot allow him this much freedom. Like, if you give him Slaughter, he has to be punished at least once, where he feels like he can't run at you again. Like, he doesn't care about dying. If he does die, he's gonna run at you again.
I mean, the same happened yesterday. It's like, they picked this Slaughter, and yesterday was Falcons, and then it's the last pick Jugger. And I can tell you, as the Slaughter players and, former offlane player, this is like, you must be smiling. It's like probably one of the easiest lane in your life. Like, you're just gonna slap this Jugger, like he has no chance on the lane, and it just keeps happening. So Slaughter is a hero that deserves to be punished. I think he brings just crazy tempo. Like, he's gonna win his lane, get a fast blinks, all of a sudden you can burst any hero in the game. I was mentioning it before the draft, like during the draft, like Roche, Tormentor, like everything just starts happening so quickly. The game accelerates, and there's no such thing as tanking up against Slaughter. That's like the nature of the hero. So I think you need to give it more respect and maybe just like cover certain angles, and it isn't Juggernaut.
What is the form of punishment then? Because to you're like, oh, yeah, he's okay to die once or twice. So where is it that you're putting too much focus on just finding him in the game? And where is that line of that's the perfect amount of shutting him down?
I mean, there's two things. It's one, your draft needs to have elements of catch and skirmish. So when he tries to fight with just a blink dagger, you can threaten him with a stun or some damage, or you just need better lanes, so then you can ball up your team, and when a Slaughter jumps in by himself, it's like 5 heroes are ready to fight him. Like, but neither of these things happened, so it looked like Slaughter was like an OP hero this game.
Yeah, I mean, people keep seeing Slaughter, and then like Seb said it, they keep picking Juggernaut into Slaughter, and I think people aren't picking the counters to Slaughter, like the hero. We haven't seen it very much in a while, and so people, I think, are being a bit forgetful of what actually is good against this hero. I think Chaos Knight is not an unpickable hero by any stretch of the imagination. There's heroes like that and others that you need to counter this hero. You need illusions, you need wave clear, you need stuff that makes it hard for this hero who's bad at farming, who's bad at clearing waves, and bad at playing the map. He's good at skirmishing and fighting, and they're not picking anything that's good at ghost push. They're picking just a bunch of blobs on dudes. Slaughter's like, yeah, I'm gonna crush you, and you're gonna get insta-killed. Like, they're playing right into his hands, and to me that just shows that they don't really remember how to play against this hero right now.
Yeah, there are some cool answers. I mean, what beats Slaughter? I mean, first of all, you can punish him in the lane. Like, you lane versus Jugger, you're happy. He's gonna lane versus a troll, and it's gonna be a whole different story. You're gonna see the starving double bracer Slaughter desperately trying to hit Ancients. It's a whole different game. You can make it so that the fight is really hard. We've seen a lot of Tide, for instance. Tide is notoriously good against Slaughter because all of a sudden that's like a hero that's in the front line that would threaten killing the Slaughter, and Slaughter has no play of starting the fight. Like any jump is kind of bad, you know, like Phoenixes. I mean, there are lots of Dota heroes. You need, Catch. We've seen this through the Disruptor versus the Batrider. That works really well. Slaughter is this kind of really evasive heroes. He relies on getting the first stun, getting out of the fight, and then repositioning himself to jump again. You have to make sure that doesn't happen. It's gonna be figured out. I think right now it's just a case of like these heroes just popping out. It hasn't really been picked at TI, and all of a sudden here it's like everywhere. It's gonna get countered.
Yeah, I like it. There felt like there were just so many answers there. Whilst BetBoom team didn't have that answer for themselves in this best of one, the game going towards Spirit. We'll see what is going to be picked up and some answers potentially in our next matchup. Aurora up against Yakult Brothers.
Gonna run him down as well, gets the call off onto the two of them. Ice Blast comes in as well on towards Yopaj. The DK in trouble as Yopaj, he'll get dunked by Zeal. They can turn over to Ward Scam, pick up a second, maybe even get more. Okay, Natsumi turns up to the fight, looking towards Zeal. But Zeal, he's tanky enough to keep his distance.
They're kiting him.
It's gonna kick in. They're ready to step back up, get back on top of
Oh my god.
Natsumi down, Battle Hunger onto Nico.
This is potentially 7 lives they're bringing to this one. They're gonna make the jump. See if they can kill this Alchemist nice and quick and get that Divine Rapier into their own hands.
Got it.
Buyback of
Heritage got it.
But Heritage, he no longer has his BKB, and that Macro Pyre is just doing some work, Avery. It just wins the game.
Yeah, a lot of work being done by these players, a lot of drafts as well being cooked up because there are so many games for themselves. And sometimes, too, I feel like there's an element of maybe overcooking when it comes to Yakult. Maybe they're thinking a little too much outside of the box.
Yeah, so in the last month, I was looking at some Baboka games and was trying to decide, like, what's he been doing? Because he entered Blast, he's playing these random heroes in the 4-0, played Timbersaw in the 4-0. He's been doing it also in the qualifiers. He's played, Lycan in the 4-0. He played Storm Spirit in the 4-0. Of course, Earth Spirit, again, it's a 4 hero, but you don't really see it played support nowadays, or played at all. And his top 2 heroes played in the last month was Alchemist support and Slark support. So it's just the fact that, like, when you look at him as a 4 player, what is he playing? Like, this is not a hero pool. This is just like a pub guy having the best fun of his life. But
Maybe doing an all-hero challenge.
True, but again, to be clear, it's working in the qualifiers. They have won multiple qualifiers from their region, but that's like a whole different ball game to getting to land, getting against all the tier 1 international teams. And I would argue it's not working as well here compared to the qualifiers. I don't know if you want to agree or disagree, but quite the mix of heroes there.
I mean, yeah, it's a weird play style. Like, I think Paravision has shown you can make it work, and so I think a lot of people probably
all of it though, like Storm. Are you including like the +4 Storm?
No, I mean the Storm and Earth Spirit. The Storm is
crazy.
full nonsense. That's obviously just the ruining the game. The Lycan 2 is just full game ruin.
Okay, cool.
But like the weird, like the Alchemist Slark, whatever. Like the Slark clearly has been shown that it can work. Alchemist, I'm a little sus on, but it can probably work too. And so I think there's some 9-class inspiration, I think, for a lot of players. The more hipster leaning players, they see this and like, I can do that too. And I think you can make a play style around it, but it is a very weird way of playing, and you need to be on the same page and believe in this guy who's like being a hipster. Because if you're like pissed, like, can you just play Hoodwink? Then like there's some divisions that can, be grown there.
It also comes hand in hand with like what it allows the team to draft, right? Because obviously I can only assume that when he played Lycan +4, this was like a changing gear kind of thing to allow his offlaner to get a better pick. We've seen it yesterday. Like they were able to put the Axe back on position 3, which is probably something Zeal wanted instead of the Timber, and then the Timber was position 4. Same with the Storm pick. I hope that it was like an emo thing where like I don't want to play Storm. Well, I'll play it. I hope the whole conversation was not about Storm 4 is broken. Just let me show you. I mean, maybe it is. I haven't seen that game, so I probably should not be saying these things, but skeptical to say the least.
I'll say it without saying the game.
Okay.
Well, how forced is that, though? Because like you're saying, the sample size that we have of yesterday is they wanted this Timbersaw to try and have better matchups, and they're like, actually, the Axe is still fine. So now it kind of feels like you're sacking a position, a support, to be like, you just have to play what a core no longer wants to play.
I mean, I'm just going to say, my bro on Axe was like level 4, minute 8. His legs were shaking. He was just running around the mid lane, like, where am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? And it had a lot to do with the other bro on Timber that was playing position 4, running around the map, just like having a good old time, trying to queue people around. So you know, it's like at the end of the day, I don't know. Like, I don't know if the position 3 always very happy with the tech.
Okay.
So maybe some fine tuning to be found. But honestly, this is also how you find the golden stuff. Like, if you don't try and if you don't fail, you're never gonna. I'm sure 9 Class had some pretty rough experiences before making it work too.
Sure.
So, you know, I think creativity goes a long way.
How was very quickly to the Storm Spirit? Was it golden? Was it not so golden?
I mean, he went 3-4-13 and he ended the game with a Wind Waker and a Hex and a Sanjin Kaya. But again,
Was it a win?
Yeah, it was a win. Yeah. I mean, the Lycan was a win. The Storm was a win. You know, he's winning on it. But the logic is, it's like, if they can have this mentality, but then they fix their macro gameplay or their understanding of like what tier 1 Dota is meant to be, this logic is like teams wish they had it. So I respect it being here, but if you can't perform to the point in which you're a contender for winning the tournament, then this will just be the easiest reason why you're not winning. It's like, haha, you're doing this, right? But I think this mentality is something that we lack in a lot of teams, but maybe we see it for a reason, right? Sometimes, you know,
There's unfamiliarity in what Baboka is going to pick up for themselves, but there might be a bit of familiarity in their opponents, all right? Aurora, that is not a name that is too synonymous with SEA these days, but we do have 2 SEA players now joining the lineup. It's Makoto and Ollie joining there in the support and the mid lane, and we didn't know what to expect coming into Blast. How is it going to work with 3 teams from the old Aurora lineup in Eastern European to 2 now SEA players coming in?
there's no easy answer, I think, right now. Like, they've lost to Na'Vi, they lost to Spirit, they then beat BB, they lost to Aurora, but then they beat Tundra. It's like, we're looking at all the teams, it's like they're losing to top seed teams, they're beating the weak seed teams, they're losing to weak seed teams. It's like, they're just all around the place. So I think this group stage, I have no idea. I don't know if you have any expectation at the moment, but I feel like every game feels like a 50-50 at the moment for them.
I mean, I think they should go along the lines of picking comfort, which I think they're doing. Nightfall is playing his Radiance bros. He's playing Ursa. Makoto's playing Puck every game. And I think while they figure out the kinks in their operation, they should just continue to pick comfort because they've got a lot of moving pieces and they need to reduce the amount of pieces. We're not working on a 1,000-piece puzzle here. Give me like 4 pieces.
Well, it's going to be at least 5 pieces from either team. We're going to see what comfort heroes come out in our draft. Alrighty, Aurora having to go for a bit of comfort. That's what Quinn reckons is going to be their key to success here. On the other side, Yakult Brothers, well, they like to just throw a little bit of everything they possibly can in the mix, and, well, that's what you're going to be playing, Baboka. Enjoy it either way. But what they aren't going to be playing is the Lycan, the Invoker. We've got an Ursa, Puck, Naga Siren, and Marcy band. So it feels like those bands are stabilizing a lot more now than what we had seen in day one, where it felt a very mixed pool of heroes that players felt needed to be taken out.
Yeah, I mean, the Puck Ursa is, you know, I think Yakult is reading that comfort thing. And this Mars ban is fine. Toronto is comfortable on the hero. And we've seen other teams first picking it, and there hasn't been clear answers yet. We have not had a game, I think, where Mars gets first picked, and he gets totally shut down and does heckin' nothing. There's been no game ruin Mars, and I think as long as that's not happening, first picking this hero will rarely feel bad if you've got a Mars guy, because he just gives your lineup so much.
I'm intrigued to know if Yakult's going to look at other teams in their drafting, like think about Timbersaw and these heroes more, or do they stick true to themselves and, you know, react with the Chen that they've been doing again in this tournament and other tournaments?
Chen is, I kind of like Chen versus Mars. I think it's pretty good on the lane, first of all. Mars is like a mid kind of damage type of hero, if not on the lower end of things. Chen is very, you know, good against that. Obviously, you have the Divine Favor against the Rebuke on the lane, which Mars like relies on a lot to kind of build momentum. Was
What?
first pick against.
Guys, don't worry.
Did you
Position
predict
4
it?
anti-mage.
No, I did not. No, what the hell? First pick anti-mage.
Why?
Well, actually, Seb, it's second pick anti-mage.
Okay, but
First pick for that team. I'm with you, Seb. I subscribe
that
to
is
that word.
why?
It's because Baboka loves it.
Position 4
I'm just making
anti-mage.
it up. I'm just
There
making
it
it
is.
up.
Full
The
circle.
thing is, you could literally say that about every hero, and that man probably would play it.
For the sake of entertainment, I don't know about that at all.
Okay.
I think
Is the logic the fact that Mars is a hero that only goes off lane? We don't really see the mid Mars that we might have seen from like South America. It is
I
just,
don't think Mars is even bad against anti-mage. I think
I get that.
you're pretty much chilling. Yeah.
But think about the mind of, you know, Fly here at Rico. It's like thinking, okay, if he's happy with this Mars matchup and he wants
Yeah.
anti-mage, like you talk about player hero combinations, the confidence. Like the only thing I can see for this is my carry's happy into Mars. He feels like he has a free game. He wants it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm just trying to.
I get it. I get
look
it.
at the
I
angle.
mean, you do see the offlane matchup, so it could be that. I think it's just scary because I think anti-mage requires a good anti-mage game and also a good anti-mage lane in most cases, which I don't think it is. And hopefully, I mean, it should be a really bad anti-mage game. Anti-mage first pick never leads into anything good. Like, this is a hero that people know how to counter, people kind of respect. Like, you understand that, you know, this hero can either, like, take over the game completely or be completely deadweight.
I don't think I've ever seen this before. I don't think I've ever seen Anti-Mage online if it wasn't in response to Dusa first pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think I've never seen this. And I also think that, like, yeah, maybe Fly is like Anti-Mage Wizard, or he thinks it's really good against Mars, but, like, I can think that, like, gas or rocks power cars. So that doesn't mean, like, I'm putting rocks in my engine, my car's gonna go, you know? So it's like...
You said he like the anti-mage god. I just had flashbacks to him dying to the Abaddon shield in laning phase yesterday.
No, that's what I mean. And Abaddon, I think, is like slightly better, easier to deal with on the lane. So I don't know. I think it's a bit scary.
Hey,
I got the hoodwink. I'm trying to get the Ench, but where's my friend Ench here?
It'll be in one of the top two, third line, because it's after C.
right there,
And then
under
D.
There
It's
it
in the
is.
fourth line.
I want to see all the
is
Ench.
the
Just
other
Shannon
part.
anyway.
There you go
It's
for the
the
challenge.
Yeah, you got a
close
50-50.
close enough.
Same thing.
So they're gonna group up. You know, you have this Mars hoodwink lane, which is a really strong lane. It's like very physical damage heavy, which anti-mage hates. I'm kind of thinking this anti-mage must be open in a way. Like I do not believe this was straight up an anti-mage carry. I refuse to believe that. But maybe it was.
Oh, I just predicted the two heroes Aurora banned.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that.
Ah, well.
Go fix it. You have time.
Timber, and then I want a new ranged 4. Okay, the idea is... Sure, let me think of my ranged 4 first.
So,
Do you think Snap is going to be...
I mean, Snap is most likely. I mean, it could be 4
5.
or it could be 5. I think Snap anti-mage is not a bad lane.
I meant to
think,
say 5, sorry.
Oh,
like
okay.
anti-mage. The only way anti-mage gets a good lane, in my opinion, is when he's allowed to be aggressive. So when the 5 enables that, it is always good. Which
Yeah.
5 is definitely one of those.
I mean, the issue is Mars Hoodwink is an insanely strong lane, and it's very hard to be aggressive against those heroes. If you ever go on them, you get slammed and stunned and bushwhacked, or whatever the Q is called, acorn shot, and it's a problem. Like, I think I worry about AM's ability to play aggressive, because I agree. If this hero is just sitting there and getting spammed, like, he will not get to Perseverance, and he will just continue to get bonk, 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 and he can't sustain this.
And I think I've seen the Mars like E also, like the passive against AM. Like even when you're out of mana and you just like, as long as you turn to the AM, which happens with the Bulwark, then you're literally taking no damage. Like it actually doesn't matter.
So you want sustainability in the 5 position, right? Just to try and keep the anti-mage alive through the laning. A Warlock, an Enchantress, something like this, just to amp up constant heals. You sacrifice maybe other aspects of your lineup, but you ensure that the first phase anti-mage is going to be getting into the game.
I mean, if I'm the 5 player right now, I'm just scratching my head. Like I'm like trying to think, how can I fix this? You know, how can I enable my anti-mage? I hope they come up with something cool, something, you know, solid. Maybe an Ench could help on their side, or they're pivoting. No, that must be the 4 out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're cooking. They're doing what they've been doing so far. So this is definitely another round of it.
Anti-mage with early Ags is kind of sick nasty, though. If you have Manta and you get gifted Ags, you'll be strong in fights.
Yeah.
Now, you'll be the only hero in the game because your Alchemist has 0 net worth, but you will be strong.
Yeah, but I mean, anti-mage is one of these heroes, right? That can actually take over a game completely. So in that sense, it's not all bad. Ursa has been banned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ursa
That's the Nightfall respect.
Yeah.
Makoto Puck also respected. Ooh, interesting. I mean, I feel like this Troll Warlord is just... Okay, they do Sven. Interesting.
It's just, you know, Nightfall gets his... This is just comfort on Aurora, right? When you look at that lineup, it's just nothing too crazy. But for Yakult, it's just like skirmishy aggression, wave shove, and just buying time, right? Dartser can shove a wave and annoy there. Out with Acid Spray, Snap 5 all her toolkit. It just feels like everyone's just doing the macro stuff. And then when Anti-Mage is online, you've got a couple of stuns. But the draft doesn't... It's not inspiring, but I can see the path to it getting online.
But this is such a good Sven game. I mean, I selected it before I even saw the Darkseer, because I think it's like a very easy, you know, I mean, Sven Chen, this is like Falcons classic. Yeah. It synergizes greatly. I think Sven versus Anti-Mage is like, Anti-Mage almost never hits the timing. Like Sven just one-shots you throughout the entire game. And now there's a Darkseer, which Sven is also amazing against. So It's this is a really good Sven pick. It's very troublesome, and I don't think he's gonna be slowed down by any mean. Because like Darkseer can get aggressive, he can take over certain lanes. I don't think he can do that with Alk. Alk is not a hero that, even though it's a melee hero, this is no clockwork, no tusk. He's pretty squishy actually. He relies much more on like stacking, running around, throwing stun from distance. He doesn't really get in there and brawl. Not before level 6 anyway.
But for Aurora, it's very scripted their early game, right? Like Mars wants to react to some aggression with Arena, Sven wants to farm, Chen might poke his head around, but like it's you know what's going to be happening. There's no element of chaos and constant pressure, right? It's still farm heavy, and maybe Yakult can find the emo hero that can play with an early Iron Shell Surge from the Darkseer, or play with the aggression of Alk and Snapfire together, that massive minus armor. Like there are some chances, like an Ember Spirit or something, to try and break open the early game, and then you just overwhelm them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're Yakult, you want to utilize this Darkseer. I think it's pretty unlikely they win this lane, and so I think maintaining these stacks and killing them as fast as possible, getting the Darkseer online, and then you need to go use these shells. You need to bring numbers, I think, and play fast. I think you shouldn't be scared to involve this anti-mage in fights and use these shells to get something going. Because if you just twiddle your thumbs and sit around, the Sven timing and the Chen timing is going to hit you like a wall of bricks.
Does Yopaj play Invoker at all?
It's banned out in the first phase.
Oh, Invoker's out, okay.
Yeah.
And Pango's banned too, right?
And yeah. So for Yakult, I'm thinking Ember or Leshrac. They're like the big two heroes for emo for me. Just to go crazy, utilize all the things that Quinn just mentioned.
What are they banning? Storm. I'm thinking, because I kind of like Ember, like for Aurora. I think they need this like early game presence to give time for the Sven. I think it's also quite good against AM in my opinion, like especially early on in the game. It's gonna get punished, but I'm just thinking out of the hero pool that are out there, he's probably gonna get Huskard or something. That's like
critically though, both teams are wanting a playmaker, right? That's what we're kind of alluding to.
I think so.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, I think Aurora mostly just wants something that's somewhat robust and can't be super counterpicked, because I think their side lanes are very good. So if you don't give Yakult this ability to exploit you mid and then open up the game that way, then I think Aurora is in a very comfortable position, because I think their side lanes are so much stronger.
Is Yopaj a Meepo player by any chance? I'm just thinking C Meepo. Is what?
Mukada.
Oh yeah, of course.
You're all good.
I'm just mixing them up. Okay, they go for the Slardar, which is even worse for AM. Like now I'm looking at this, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at this AM and I'm like, I don't want to see Slardar, I don't want to see Sven. How do you even, like, yeah, I don't know. How do you even get into the game? Like, do you pivot? Is there any chance this AM is position 4?
I mean, I think okay, they do take the Leshrac. Okay, I think I would rather be Aurora. But in Yakult's defense, I think when you go all in on physical damage, there is a risk that at some point, if you lose some fight or the enemy team gets on even footing, like if they're playing against Solar Crest and Darkseer Auras and they have a Shivas and anti-mage starts getting armor, like Dire is all right-click, all physical damage. They don't have a single, like their most magic damage is like Spear or something. Like they have nothing. Yep. And so while I would rather be their draft, I think if they do mess up and slip up a little and Darkseer gets to Auras and they get a Solar Crest and some survivability, I think Aurora can like it's not full Jover.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just the fact that Aurora's a little bit more static. We just saw how Spirit was able to utilize the supports to activate a Slardar. It's not as easy this time around. Yes, you do have Hoodwink Chen, but the Sven, the Mars, they can be a little bit more lost in the early game due to farm priority. And then, yeah, for your Yakult, you've got Leshrac getting buffed up by so many random heroes of Darkseer and an Alk and Snap. There's so many weird things to throw into the mix. I enjoy the chaos of your Yakult, but the stability of late game from Aurora is something they can lean on. If Nightfall can find the farm, he often can 1v9 these games on Sven.
It's a very nice Lesh pick. I think if this Lesh has a really good game, he also has like the right partners, like the Darkseer, the Alk Shard also I think is very good, just in general, and especially in this game against Slaughter's Amp. So Lesh could take over the game, and I think Emo Lesh is a force to be reckoned with.
More importantly, is a second pick, first phase anti-mage gonna win a game? Like, you only see Mars, the confidence of Fly just to lock in an anti-mage. Like, my guy died to a Photic Shield in laning phase yesterday on anti-mage, and today he's now, like, confident enough that...
It's his redemption
Exactly. This is the redemption game for Fly. I don't care about anything else. I'm looking at Fly on his anti-mage. Like, can he do it?
I mean, I don't know. You're asking, isn't first pick anti-mage going to win? And my answer is, I hope not. For everyone's
For the sake of Dota.
For the sake of everyone. Like, I hope not.
I mean, if they don't win this game when Yakult, they're going to turn their cams off real quick because they're going to be kicking Fly in the stomach, I think.
Look, it's a bold call to go for that opening pick for themselves on that anti-mage. He's going for a bit of redemption, a lot more stability in the Aurora draw. So let's just see who's going to come out on top in this best of one.
It's going to take a truly epic performance from Fly in order to get Anti-Mage a win here. And for some reason, Avery, this first pick Anti-Mage sent me down a little bit of a nostalgia trip. I want to take you back in time to 2017, Kyiv Major. You remember who won that one?
It was OG or something.
Yeah, it was OG, as they did. They were quite the major winning team, but in that group stage, they lost to only one team. They went 3-1 in the Swiss group stage of the Kyiv Major, and it was IG. Know who was playing on IG back then?
Papoka?
No.
Oh,
The legendary, the OG, the god himself.
Oh, Burning. It was Burning IG.
Burning Anti-Mage.
That's right.
First
Boy's a beast.
item, hand up minus 1000 BPM, Burning Anti-Mage. That's the kind of performance that Fly's gonna need to put in here with a first pick Anti-Mage.
Wait, was Seb on that version of OG?
He was coaching. Yes, he was coaching.
He was
that
coaching.
squad. Yeah.
Man, someone should remind him that his team lost to a Midas Anti-Mage. I'm sure it would really improve his day. 2017 Midas Anti-Mage. That was some rough stuff. So this is also some rough stuff. I mean, first pick AM, you're against nothing that you're really great against, honestly. Like, there's nobody at Mana Burn here. There's no good Mana Void targets. You have really bad core matchups. So yeah, good luck. That's all I have to say. Good luck. Like, I hope it works out for you. I think this is a cosmetics-based pick. You know, you just wanted to play this hero because he has cool cosmetics, and we've all been there. Okay. Sometimes hats drive decisions. They drive poor decisions.
Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I do think it was a bold strategy of basically by Yakult Brothers of taking Anti-Mage first pick and just see if Aurora are bad at drafting and accidentally pick bad heroes into Anti-Mage, but somehow they managed to avoid that. They ended up with all good heroes against Anti-Mage. I think that they also ended up with a bunch of, some bonus armor heroes, so Baboka's not going to be the happiest as the support alchemist, so we'll see how impactful he's going to be in that regard. I honestly just feel like, despite the intro, I feel like a lot of this game just comes down to whether or not Emo pops off enough to snowball the game with Leshrac.
All eyes on the Lesh to carry this lineup through, because he should have a good lane here, at least in the mid range against the melee. Sarda's going to have to regen, but I don't see him solo killing the Lesh or anything into Edict. So he should have a good start. He doesn't have the best supports to play with because the Alc is usually a little greedy. You have some rotation potential, but it's not super high. You want to make sure the Darkseer has a good time, and he is against Mana Burn creep, so his lane's a little rough. It might be the Anti-Mage who does the best here in the laning phase, to be honest, the way it's set up and how it's going. And if you get an early Helm up, there's some argument that AM is a more robust pick than people are giving it credit for because of the Helm buildup now. Like, I do think it changes the trajectory of this hero a lot. It changes his laning phase, it changes what he can lane against, and it changes how fast he can start to farm up on his own and go jungle if he has to. And I think people do underestimate that a little bit. They still have this idea of, like, the old style AM that it doesn't apply as much. And sometimes these heroes go through transitions like that. So I don't think it's as clowny as it first appears, considering how the hero plays now in the itemization, but it's still clowny to a certain degree. But that's Yakult, man. These guys experiment. They're not afraid to try stuff. I do think there was some flex potential with the pick. I'm sure Baboka would have played AM. It's probably his dream.
That is true. So undoubtedly.
They were holding it, and they had an option to flex it and pick another carry or play carry Alk or whatever, and they stuck with this. So they have some faith in the hero just being an all-around solid carry, which I can 5% hopium get behind in some weird way. I kind of see it, but is this the game it'll win? I don't know. This looks like a tough one.
I could definitely see a alternate reality where Aurora picked up a bunch of single target spells, and Boboka all of a sudden drops the support anti-mage that rushes Shard, counterspell ally. First blood on the table here, though. Mira is going to be run down in the trees. The spear does latch, and first blood goes to Pelosin, not the Fly.
But he has his helm already done. This AM is free farming. He's having a great time down here. The early harass did not go his way. The Sapphire traded with the Hoodwink one-on-one. It left Toronto Tokyo solo. He got his mana burn. Did pick up Lotus, has a helm of his own. But the AM is going to be able to stand on the lane. He's kind of chilling. So that part of the equation is working out at least. You know, he still has matchups to play through. Those are going to be tough no matter what. But at least he has a solid start here.
Yeah. I do like that you talked about the dynamic of in an item like Halmadam and what it can change with the hero, because we saw that with Emo goes down to the rotation, Mira dies, but then he makes up for it, rotation to mid, and helps get the kill on Emo, the one person we said needed to be able to snowball in this game. And Zeal behind tower will end up throwing his life into the Ancients rather than die at the hands of Aurora. So both mid and top not going the best for Yakult Brothers, even as the Animage does succeed in the safe lane. But the Helmadam, we saw that that dynamic change for Faceless Void, right? That was a carry that was really off the radar entirely. And then this Helmadam build came into fruition, and Faceless Void was one of the heroes that got the biggest buff out of that build being viable.
There's one more carry I would put in that category, which is Spectre. I think people are sleeping on Spectre because I think she should be in the same category of a traditional carry that had lane issues, build-up issues, regen problems, couldn't jungle super easily. You know, what do you really build first item on this hero? And then this Helm with Dom comes in the meta, and all of a sudden it gives you lane shove potential, it gives you laning with a Helm build-up, it gives you early jungle capability. And I think Spectre should be in that group of carries that benefits a lot from it that we just haven't seen. And maybe the hero has other issues. You know, that's a
spear back, nice chain. Fly still on the fairy fire though, and will survive barely as a result of that.
But I am interested to see more of these carries try and take advantage of this. It just seems like something people don't want to do because they like almost don't want it to work. They have an inherent bias, you know? Like nobody wants to see early anti-mage work because you can go helm and play against anything in lane. It's like, is that good for Dota? I don't know.
Yeah, I would list myself among those people. It does not.
Yeah, I would also say that. I think it kind of ruins the concept of the hero. But hey, man, if it's viable, you gotta play it.
That is true. Fly, he may be surviving, but he's certainly not thriving in this minute of just sitting at 100 HP, not able to hit much CS because every single time he does, Mira and Toronto Tokyo throws throws spells at him rather.
That's how it should be. I think that's how the early wave should have gone too. I think they should have just played a 2v2 instead of the 1v1s. It would have gone better for them as well. But he had the good early start. It will catch up to him here. And of course, this mid match.
Rotation. Emo. The Toronto Tokyo. Mars, not really the fastest hero. No real way to get away from Leshrac, especially if he doesn't have a spear to throw him away. So guaranteed kill with the Diabolic Edict. First rotation from Emo is a success.
A nice little move. Gives some space for Boboka mid, who will gobble up a couple creeps with the extra gold.
Right. He needs Emo needs his Aghanim Scepter for this game. It's actually a really sick Aghanim's Leshrac.
Yeah, it is. I was thinking about, like, if you're gonna pull an Ags this game, who are you giving it to? I'm giving it to Lesh, dude. One, you want this guy to be as strong as possible. Two, he's kind of the linchpin of the draft. And three, Nihilism does look pretty good here against this all physical lineup, right?
Yeah.
That could be an X factor. The AM does go down here eventually to the harass bottom. Unlucky.
Yes. Unlucky. We'll say it's luck that the Anti-Mage ended up in this position.
That's just unlucky, man. You know, sometimes the AM game goes your way, sometimes the game goes against your AM. That's just how the pick goes.
I think the funniest part about this is the fact that Crush, Emo, gets a little bit low. Nice bushwhack, and look at that damage, man. Melting the Lashrak. 2 supports beating on him, and they melt the Lashrak thanks to the corrosive haze minus armor. I'll take Pelosin on the way out as well. Boboka, not stun himself, but Aurora.
Good Slardar action right there.
Nice. Quelling Blade from Boboka, but Aurora up by 1k now.
This Hoodwink is no joke with minus armor amp. That Acorn hurts. It's a really nice little early synergy that I'm surprised we don't see more, but I also agree with the panel's take of people are just not respecting the Slardar. Now, this one came out really late in the draft, so you can maybe argue, oh, we didn't have a lot of time to counterpick it, and maybe you should have banned it because it's really good against you, but people are not hard countering this hero, and I think it is a hero you have to deal with hard counters, and he really falls off. Like, he is a hero that when he gets countered by certain spell interactions or whatever, there's not a lot he can do to play through them. He's very one-dimensional.
Why don't we help out the teams watching? What are the ways that we can address this Slardar? If it is going to become one of the heroes of the tournament, how do we start preemptively dealing with it?
Will not catch steal here. I mean, to me, there's a couple things. One, if you make his skirmishing hard, the hero cannot build momentum. And there are heroes that basically can root or disable him before he can gap close are really nice. I think Ember Spirit has one of the best historical win rates against him. Very tough hero with the early chains and slight to play into, right? Like every time you try and run at someone, you just get slight chains, and then you can set up other long range spells. Heroes like that are really nice. Also, dispels. People underrate dispels. Like Shadow Demon owns this hero on a lot of levels. He has cleanse and an aggressive dispel that are both really nice. Disruption's also great. The Slardar blinks and you disrupt him, you set up other stuff. And then like physical mitigation. Heroes like the Pugno or even Winter Wyvern can do some work against this. Wyvern's not that good right now, but the panel also mentioned Treant. Like Living Armor and Overgrowth are quite good against this hero because he doesn't get Dispel super early. So you just have to have the specific picks with the specific spells that annoy him, right? And if you don't have those, it makes a huge difference. So maybe we'll see people bust out some of these more niche heroes and really try and shut this guy down. And that could be cool to see. It's not anti-mage, however. I'll give you a tip on that. This is not a
it's definitely
traditional
not.
Slardar counter.
But Avery, he's so dependent on mana.
Yes, he's Slardar, not Slar Mage. And you're not anti-Dar. Do the quick math there, Austin.
Fly with the extra armor from the Helmet Dominator. He's actually able to shrug off some of that, but Crush is up every 4 seconds or something, so, you know, can't really get away from him.
Goal. The Crush wouldn't even matter. The Hurl Boulder from Ollie's Golem would have done him in.
That's true.
A brutal way to go.
There's a rough one, and that means he's going to lose the safe lane tower here. Yakult brothers are trying to do the same on the other side, but Sven is a bit more of a potent hero in the early game. Not nearly as easy to hunt down, and the result is that with his 2,000 HP, he's kind of able to potentially keep his safe lane tower alive if Aurora want to be able to invest the resources to that side of the map. Emo Pelosin, a cookie into a Diabolic Edict. You don't really need that much extra oomph to get Lashrak over the crossing line there, and well, they don't even cookie there. The spear back, and that's going to ruin all their damage. This was just a terribly executed skirmish.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you just cookie the Leshen. They took 2 different angles.
Yeah.
That was one of the few ways I think that guy does not die there. So, little misexecution.
A little. I mean, what was the open with kisses play? What was that?
I don't know, man. You can't ask too many questions about Yakult brothers, you know? You just have to enjoy and admire. It's like classic art. Okay? The story doesn't matter.
No,
it's about
I don't think it's like classic art at all. I think it's more like certain pieces of modern art where I don't understand what I'm watching exactly.
Yeah, that's a terrible metaphor, but you get my point. Sometimes it's not about the backstory or what questions you're supposed to ask. It's about the answers you're supposed to receive.
Okay.
And that's what we're waiting for. You know, we're waiting for answers in this Yakult Bros game.
Okay.
Right? A lot of questions, but we need some answers.
I mean, I certainly have been questioning my life watching Yakult Brothers over a certain number of their games, so maybe I'll get a deep answer to that.
So one of the other things that you can do to deal with Slar, the panel dimension, was itemization, and I agree with that. So that is also something that can drive your picks, right? If you pick heroes in the meta that are very comfortable building early Lotus Orbs, early Solar Crest, even early Force Staff can be good against this hero. Like Yules used to be good, but we don't see Yules as much. And then the
Greaves
big ones, yeah, Greaves is big, but that item's also very expensive. The other two would be the AC Shivas later on. If you have these item build-ups, or you have heroes that can naturally build them, you're gonna feel a lot better in the game than, you know, it's one of the downsides of AM. Like, he doesn't build anything really other than the butterfly timing, which can be really slow. And even then, it's not end-all be-all for Slardar, because you amp and you just need a couple hits to go in. So, just not a great AC hero in general. These heroes that have natural armor and natural art buildups, you know, Alchemist, Sven, Troll, they're just super good against this hero on a lot of levels. Part of it's the itemization pathway.
The damn damage in the bottle. There is potential for Pelosin and Emo to make a big play, but they're on the wrong side of the map right now. The smoke from Aurora is currently trying to hunt down the Animage with the Blink Dagger Slardar, a crush into a Bushwhack. And I think the funniest part is that they win all this physical damage, but even still, they can effectively use magic damage against the Animage, what little they have, because they have a break as well, thanks to the Hoodwink. Boboka, quick to get rid of the Corrosive Haze there with the activation of Chemical Rage. But again, short cooldowns for the Slardar will enable Nightfall to run him down.
Sven is heating up. He has a very strong lead against this AM, and it is not going to slow down. So this Helm Creep from the Antimator is going to have to do some work in terms of helping him pick up that extra farm while the team tries to not bleed a lot of kills and get this Lash activated. Emo has not found a lot.
Get a kill on Nightfall. The amp damage is taken out. Oh, man.
They're just not connecting. These are kills that can happen. You have a Surge, Atos Lash, you have Kisses to slow some heroes down, but they're just not finding the openings right now. Aurora not giving them a lot, and the synergy has not been there so far for Yakult Bros.
Through the gate they go. Maybe Toronto Tokyo is an easier grab because he doesn't have a Link Dagger. So the Rod of Atos will land. And will push back with God's Rebuke. Then not enough kisses land. Now the arena blocking him out. They got a wall on him. That only slows him down for a second. Dude, he's out. He's out.
This is just sad.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I think this is also the big difference between the Atos and the Blink on the Lish. The kill threat's just not as reliable.
Yeah, I think he wanted to keep his distance against these melee cores that could threaten him, I guess. Didn't want to be right on top of them.
Well, he's not keeping his distance here.
God's Rebuke, and what a beautiful spear. They're all grouped up off of the Bushwhack as well. A crush. It's only going to land on one, surprisingly, given how grouped up Yakult Brothers were there for a second. Boboka trying to get in front of him. Toronto Tokyo is looking to spear him back, or at least over to the side. Flyfly's going to join the next in. Hits a Mana Void. That does not get a kill. He's got an Ion Shell on him. Vacuum back in, but Nightfall, he is not going to be deterred in this fight whatsoever. The Animage can't really take this fight, so Flyfly is going to teleport to the side lane, and it's going to be Aurora taking over Yakult Brothers' side of the map.
I mean, if that Mars had, you know, 500 or 600 larger mana pool, they all die there.
Yeah, sure. That sounds really good.
That was like a Storm Spirit. He was just quad killed him with that Mana Void.
Yeah.
So that's the power of the AM. We are witnessing it. Unfortunately, he's playing against counter picks. It's just unlucky.
Yeah, if they could have picked Aurora's heroes for them, Animage would be in a really good position in this game.
I mean, I kind of agree with like this Blink versus Atos thing in this game because like do you want to blink on these heroes? It's kind of spooky. Sam is dead again. That is a starter matchup. And normally there's some value in the Atos because of the extra HP. Like 275 HP early in the game on this hero is a lot.
Yeah.
But this game, the HP, I would argue, is not as useful because you have Slaughter in the game and you have high physical burst. High physical burst is with minus armor is great against HP building. So
Yeah, I would also argue
not
that
that
Blink
useful.
Dagger is the better way to ensure kills and to roll over the enemy. Like, I think he
Yes.
needed to snowball this game. Blink Dagger is the best way to do that. You just go
Yep.
from lane to lane, blinking on top of somebody, Diabolic Edict. It does like 1,400 pure damage or something. You know, it's absurd. And you've got little things like Ion Shell. In the first place, you want to be close to them because you're also going to be cookied. I don't know.
I mean, it's a scary item to go in this game, but I feel like you kind of had to, the way the lineup functions and the way.
Yeah, when has Yakult
have
Brothers ever
pathway.
been scared? When has Emo ever been timid?
Well, the other thing is maybe he was just thinking about the Snapfire setup as well. Like if he Atos in, it's more time for kisses to land, and then he just gets cookied in instead. You know, they could have just been playing for this combo more, and then the Atos makes a lot more sense. It is not lined up so far, and yeah, it's not looking too hot right now. Nightfall very far ahead, close to finishing BKB. That Roche is always on the menu with this lineup. They can do it anytime they want. You have Solar Crest on Baboka, you have Mech on Zeal, 2 Helmut Doms. You are getting some armor up. You have a second Solar Crest coming out on Polson. So the items are getting there for Yakult Bros in terms of giving them some physical mitigation. Okay.
I don't think we're getting an Aghanim Scepter to the last track anytime soon.
No.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, there's your Battle
Battle
Fury.
Fury,
19 and a half minute Battle Fury. I think Burning would be a little disappointed in Fly. Dude, look at Ollie. Ollie was using his Helmet Dom creep to block out the Ancient. That's funny.
Fly not happy about that.
All right, third attempt for the Emo Pelosin duo. They're going to be joined by Zeal in this smoke.
Radiant's middle tower
Heading to the
Running against
Tormentor. An all-in play. Running into Mokoto. Mokoto blinks past them. Now kisses to try and reveal other heroes around the Tormentor. Spots Ollie. They'll catch him. Maybe they'll catch Mira as well. Mikoto's actually going to come back, go after Pelosin. Nightfall's going to join him as well. Doesn't have the God Strength, so he won't be able to chunk down these heroes as quickly as he could, but it's still quick enough to win the fight. Ooh, Fly almost got hit by that bushwhack. Will be able to get the blink off, but they have the corrosive haze on him, so they're going to follow him every step of the way here and finish him off.
Yeah, this game is starting to look real rough now. You missed your opportunity to win these fights off the power of the Leshrac in the early game, and now you're just in for a world of pain. You're not going to be able to scale up fast enough for the damage output. I mean, that was a non-God Strength fight, and Nightfall's still just chunking your face.
Up 12K, taking the Wisdom Shrine. I don't know. What would you give this game? 95.5?
That might be generous.
That might be generous. Well, you won't believe what Dota Plus says it is. It's 25.75.
That is wrong.
That is impressively high. I can't believe they put Yakult Brothers in the double digits here.
Sir, Gabe and Sir, that is incorrect. We're going to have to adjust the algorithm there. I mean, that thing evaluates it a lot off of relative hero strength and net worth, which if you look at this game and you ignore matchups and everything, yeah, it's not as if the game is over. But just based on how these heroes are going to scale and the damage that you have to try and come back as Yakult Pros, it's just not going to be there. Like, what is this AM going to do? He has no Mana Void target. That's your comeback potential with this hero. He has very little ability to split push this game, because there is some decent catch between Sarda running around, Hoodwink running around with him. There's a Mars catch, and these are all good catches against AM. They're not single target spells, right? So
Yeah.
your ability to dodge these ganks is very limited. If you're playing against things like Bane and Shadow Demon, your rat ability goes up. Not against these AoE stuns.
Watch Baboka die for the fourth time. But he got the deny, so he got him.
Got him.
You know what's funny? I was going to say that Baboka didn't have a kill or assist yet, but in a way, he did just get a kill. by Amo. Everywhere you look, just heroes evaporating. As Makoto goes hunting, Toronto Tokyo goes hunting, Nightfall goes farming. He's about that Daedalus.
Does the way Concoction deals self-damage? Is it
Be
before
affected by
reduction?
corrosive haze? Or
Yeah, like does corrosive
think-
haze make it do more to you? I assume so.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's good for Baboka. He can self-deny really easily.
Do you think Baboka will get a kill or assist this game?
Look, he's going for it again. No, he didn't get it that time. That's wrong.
Yeah, something tells me that 5 seconds is a bit too long of a timer for him.
He's like, don't worry, guys, I'll make his face.
Yeah, he needs to go in when there's 2 seconds left on the timer to have a chance to self-explode.
I mean, this game just did not work. I like watching Yakult because they like to experiment. This draft got away from him. And this one's just, it's just done, right? There is no, it's 0, 5, and 0, 4 position Alk. It's a 0, 4 first pick AM. You don't have a mid because Nightfall just says goodbye. Daedalus already done, 24 minutes.
Just taking turns. One by one, a hero steps a little bit too far forward, and either Nightfall, Toronto Tokyo, or Makoto jumps on them, kills them.
He did not get the
Nightfall
deny.
even got a little bit low. Still has an Aegis. They're dragging with the Helmet Dom creep. They're trying to drag the wave, keep backdoor protection up, which they did successfully do. So
I don't know, this is one of those games, I don't know if you want to stall it out, man. It's just more pain. Just take the merciful way out.
Where Fly is. They have a ward in the triangle. They know he's farming here. He's gonna be found.
I mean, you can activate this counter spell. It's not doing anything for you this game. There's no spells.
Up to the high ground, TV out, he makes it.
Oh,
Look at him
okay.
go.
What a beast.
Radiant's courier.
His courier died. Well, that's a little sad. Working his way towards Manta, though. He's still got the creep out on the map. Never mind, the creep died.
Yeah, soon he will have the counter to the Slardar.
Okay, there's some hopium here, though. Ag's pool for nihilism. Untouchable. What can you do?
Probably just tank up, honestly. They could probably just ignore him during their BKBs.
You can't ignore nihilism. It's too powerful.
It's too powerful.
Oh, the vacuum.
What an alley-oop. Spear back into a hurricane, but at the same time, vacuum
going
wall
ham.
pretty good. Nightfall's trying to keep himself alive here. Still has a minute and a half left on the Aegis. Would love to still keep that intact for future barracks to be taken. As they try and finish off mid. Goes after Baboka. Baboka, oh, couldn't get off the unstable concoction again. Goes down. Harpoon gets the grab on Pelosin. Both supports dead. Now leaving the cores alone in the base. Emo with his Rod of Atos. Split Earth. Nice vacuum 4. No follow-up to it. Bushwhack's gonna miss there from Mira. Spear back. Emo with the buyback. Pelosin's gonna try and save Emo here. He's not dead yet. Gives him the cookie. Pushes him deeper into Aurora's side. Now the kisses are going to be raining in. And they are actually getting a little bit low. Throwing body after body after body at Aurora. They are working their way through these heroes' lives bit by bit. They get one of them. Crush onto 3. Makoto turns back around. Another cookie onto 3. Wait a minute.
Cleaning them up.
They're finally going to die. An ultra kill for Fly. Can he end it on a rampage?
The first pick AM with the rampage. You can't hit him. Are they doing it though, Austin? Is this
I
gonna be
can't believe that
comeback of
Fly
the
missed
century?
out on a rampage because a full support TP right in front of him. He could do nothing to stop it.
This is some real hopium right here. I'm not gonna lie, that team fight looked pretty solid. You had the Grease on the Darkseer, you had the Solar Crest going. You're gonna have an Ags right here. That's nihilism on top of Ghost Scepter Leshrac that they have nothing for.
Yeah, if you can just throw 5 bodies at Aurora every team fight, then Fly has a chance to clean up.
Dude, I'm kind of believing in this. You're gonna get Butterfly on AM right now. You're hitting some nice item timings.
It is going to be a while before they can address that Butterfly.
Yeah, I'm not actually beaming here because the weakness of Aurora is they are all physical. So every time you get one of these nice anti-physical items, it counts for a lot here. And there's your Ags pool straight into the Lesh. There's your Nihilism. This is a huge upgrade for Emo because now you have the Nihilism 4 seconds. You have Ghost up there, another 4 seconds. That's 8 seconds of invulnerability in this game. There is nothing Aurora can do about it right now. They have no Dispel.
Well, they'll have it soon.
Yeah, eventually.
Oh, wait.
But for right now.
Nightfall switched up. He was going to go Nullifier. Now they're going to leave it to Makoto to go Nullifier, and it's going to be MKB for Nightfall. So Nightfall is going to address the Butterfly first, leave the Nullifier for second. They feel like the Anti-Mage is the bigger threat, and considering the Ultra kill he just got, I would be inclined to agree with that.
But if Yakult Bros can force a fight right now in the next minute or so, they have a decent chance to win it with the itemization here. It's unfortunate almost Roche isn't up because then you would guaranteed get that fight. Instead, you just have to look for it blind, and that's a lot more difficult. If you can get Shivas on the Lesh, then you're honestly not in a bad spot. I mean, of course, if you get jumped and Sven just starts hitting you off the initiation, you're going to be in trouble, but you have a chance to come back now. Before, you had none. That throw on the high ground was pretty significant. Oh, Emo is not where you want to be, son.
Emo has no way to get out of this. Oh, he activates Nihilism. It's the best you're going to hope for. Oh, wait, the Spear helped him. It pushed him farther away. They get him inside the arena now, but no, now Nightfall's up on the high ground. If they can keep damage on him, he's going to be stuck up here. No, poor Zeph, he gets pushed down straight to Emo to one-shot him casually. And now Zeal's going to be in some trouble. Harpoon pulling back Pelosin. Zeal hit by the spear. And, well, there goes all the hope.
Yeah, the hopium just evaporated, but...
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You get caught out and you get jumped by this lineup. None of it really matters. And they found the best target in that Leshrac to just run down. The good news for Yakult is they will be up pretty fast here. Because they're under level.
That's mostly true, yeah. Level 16, level 15, level 15, yeah. So we'll see them soon. Not in time for this base defense, but maybe the second or third base defense. Maybe they can defend tier 4s.
A lot of nice auras here off the Chen 2 that are starting to build up. And random Dom creeps. You have extra magic resist. You have the Granite Golem. You have Pipe. A lot of extra armor and survivability in this lineup that you have to get through no matter what. So that's another snowball that's slowly been building this game. Even Vlad's on the Mars. Extra auras here. Just pumping this Sven up as much as possible. But the game continues, Austin.
It does, and I'm so glad it has. free charge for Mira, the Boomerang to amp up their ample amount of magic damage they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, this has to be one of the worst Boomerang games we've seen. And for like, what is it even? It's buffing only his own kit
and spear. Yeah,
big spear buff. All right, here's the smoke, Austin. Shh. Quiet now.
Okay.
This is the big comeback opportunity for Yakult Bros in this game. If they can land a massive vacuum combo and let the Leshrac go to work.
Smoke is broken, the blink away, and there goes that.
Okay, but the next one, the next smoke.
The Pelosin doesn't have another smoke.
They're getting it out. Round 2, Austin. They're not gonna get caught twice.
The upside of them getting smashed for 25 minutes was they didn't have a smoke play to use. So they have a stockpile built up.
There's Satanic on the Sven. Dude, he is ginormous. Now they're smoking into them.
Evo's gonna break the smoke. I don't know if Emo wants to be on the front lines. Nihilism immediately nullified, and the Cookie trying to save him. Nah, he's not getting away. Not away from the Harpoon from Nightfall. 2,000 damage crits. Quick buyback from Emo, trying to rejoin the fight. Fly lost half his HP from a 1 second engagement with Nightfall. Back into it. Zeal, casually 2-shot. Now it's Fly's turn. He blinks away before the secondary hit of Nightfall.
Emo's back
around. God's Rebuke.
Emo's back.
Nullified again. He nihilized
Emo's
him
dead.
into a nullifier. Bought back another nihilism, another nullifier. And
Yeah.
Fly will head for the hills.
Nullifier just kind of put the final nail in this game. Yeah. You just no ability to do that. You had that brief like 1 minute window where if you got that fight, I still think you win that fight, but not Nullifier. It removes all your cheap survivability here.
Yeah, it's pretty unfair of that Aurora can continue their item progression.
Yeah, it's just unlucky.
They could have halted them and just frozen their bank accounts.
They did have
Real
to dodge that one smoke gank, though. If you think about it, that's kind of a moral victory for Yakult.
Okay, they win that one fight, but then eventually they get the same items anyway.
Yeah, but it's come on, dude. You know, we first pick anti-mage. You're beating our ass for 20 minutes. You have a 15k net worth lead, and you're dodging a smoke. Like, who really won that?
Go a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. It's embarrassing if you think about it. Oh, Evoke is dead. Does he have an assist yet? Yeah, he got some assist.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, he's good. He's good.
They had that base defense. He threw down acid spray, or actually, I think maybe he might have gotten more assists off of unstable concoctions, self-exploding, him dying, and then vacuum splitter. Not too bad. Not too good either.
Okay. Well, whatever that game was, it is over now. We are all free from the abomination that was that Yakult Bros draft. Aurora looks shocked as to what they just witnessed. Yakult Bros unfazed. they will pick it again.
But Boca's like, I
undeterred.
should just listen, B. I was ready to play the support AM.
Only Evo looks a little upset. Evo's like, God damn, that game was freaking impossible. But Boca's like, I think I was doing some work in that one, guys.
First pick Anti-Mage. I would say it was decent if it was a whole lot better.
If only there was, I don't know, evidence to back that one up. Yeah, I feel like not a lot of people wanted the first pick AM to work out. Obviously, Yakult and all their fans definitely would have loved to see it. T, when was the last time we actually saw a first pick Anti-Mage, though?
Did some deep diving, looked at the numbers. The last time that we saw it was 6 big patches ago in 7.33. It's been over 2 years since a team competitively at the top level has first phased an Anti-Mage. 6 patches, 7.33. We're on 7.39 at the moment, and there's clearly a reason why.
Yeah, I somehow also feel like they're not as dissuaded from the hero. Maybe from opening their draft with it, but I feel like they thought the high ground defense, the fact that they were able to bring it back a little bit in this game, that might have been enough, Quinn, for them to be like, don't lose faith, guys.
Yeah, I think that
won't first pick it next time.
That turnaround was really bad for him. I think it may have like given them a false positive. Hey, it's not that bad. No. It's that bad. It's that bad. Don't do this again, please. For your own good, for our good. The fans at home, your mothers, your fathers, grandparents, I don't care. Don't do this again, please.
Okay, all right. It feels like you're very adamant about this one. Something that will be cropping up a lot more because it's been working now on a multitude of teams is the slaughter set. I don't want to like beat it to death by any means, but it did have impact in this one. It was a great last pick for the side of Aurora.
No, it was amazing, and particularly against what he was, playing against. I think, like, whether it's Lesh track, I mean, we saw the Lesh get the Ags and the Ghost Scepter. It does tell the story of like him really not enjoying, the heavy physical damage. Same with AM. AM is great against magic, pretty bad against physical damage. And Alk, like, I think not only is Slaughter a really good hero now, it was particularly good in this game. And they got it last pick, which is pretty legal, I would say, given, how high this hero is right now in the meta of this group stage.
I mean, there's layers as well to Aurora. You've got the auras from Chen to buff up additional physical damage. You then have Acorn Shot from the Hoodwink to utilize the Corrosive Haze in early game. Even Mars with Rebuke to use it as well. Sometimes Mars can have damage problems, but not when they have 0 armor from a Slaughter being able to negate a lot of it. And of course, Sven in the late game. It's like the layering of their lineup, it is beautiful, and it's what you want to see in a team who's trying to get to the playoffs.
Maybe AM is not that bad. It kind of depends what you're after. Are you after the win, or are you after maybe dinner?
Oh,
like
okay.
you know,
I see.
they're kind of out of the game
yeah.
quicker than they. It's just you just have to set your goals.
You really had me in the first half of that one. I'm not going to lie. I was really wondering where you're going to go with that one. I'm like, wow, Seb is really... he's trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel there.
No, it is atrocious.
All right, it's a little bit atrocious there. It was a tough one for Yakult, false positive, whatever it was. Either way, the win goes to the side of Aurora. Fantastic draft. Great discipline in the way that they were able to execute this one. And we'll see exactly how our next matchup is going to shape up between Liquid and Aureus.
It's a very hard 5v5 for the side of Yakult.
They're going to try and make the jump onto Nico. They'll get the borrowed time off, and Yopaj, he'll make the jump back onto them. They get the bushwhack as well. Emo will buy some time here up in the air with the Yules. He'll be able to jump out also with the orb, so at least Emo gets away, but Fly, he's committed for the fight. Yopaj ready to dive on for more as they move on.
Managed to get him with the device, a spear, a refresh. Second hex. No, covered by the static storm. Tofu, he protects Mickey. Mickey gets off the BKB, and now here comes the Omni Slash bouncing around. Oh, Yule Scepter on one. Palos getting low. Palos, he needs a force staff, and he gets away. Sonic Wave trying to push. Megas are inbound, hitting the throne right now. It's going to be the Mars. He gets diced up real quickly. Palos now in trouble. Palos bursts it down. They couldn't save him. They did everything they had. Even the Yule's trying to be used to help him out, but GG will be called.
Aureus right now off to a pretty good start with this group stage. They're 3-2 when it comes to score lines, and it's the mid player you were really hoping to see here. It's Yopaj finally showing up, Seb.
Yes. I did mix it up a little bit. You know, I do know who they are. I've played enough times against them, lost enough time against them to know exactly what they are and what they play. But sometimes, you know, the brain just mixes things up. I mean, Yopaj, I think it's fair to say he did not have the strongest showing so far. I think we're expecting a little bit more. I think he had pretty actually strong opening games, but this is like a phase that I think a lot of people expect from him. Also, it's like he's back to C, he's back to his region, maybe a little bit more comfort, because he was looked at a very high, you know, mid player. When that's also why he got these opportunities, you know, with like Western teams, and now he's kind of going back to comfort. So maybe it tells the story of how the last months has been for him, and I'm just looking to, you know, him being a little bit more enabled.
I kind of feel like as a team, they kind of draft and play on like a flat line, whereas like on average, they can beat other teams. But as soon as another team has a higher pace or a higher bit of creativity in the draft, then they get outplayed. Like Spirit had a better draft, and then also like Mouse overwhelmed them. So I think as long as their opponents also have that kind of like flatline play where it's like slow, steady, drafts aren't getting too creative, then they look competitive.
Well, that is something that Liquid has kind of uncharacteristically been playing with. We saw them in a series yesterday where they had this draft, they had the lane advantage, and it felt like they could have been so much more explosive on it. But Quinn, it did have that lull period. It felt like it stagnated, and they weren't confident enough to keep that pressure going.
Yeah, and we've talked about the growing pains plenty, but I think at this point, you know, you've gotten some games together, they had scrims together. I think they need to start looking at what can we actually do to fix this. Personally, I feel like on a team with Ace, I think you want your carry player to be playing faster heroes, and in some ways maybe picking earlier or having these heroes who can start fights initiation, because I think in a lot of their games they're ending up with not much fight starting. They're needing it in the later parts of their draft, and it's causing them maybe to have some funky situations. Whereas I feel like potentially a better fix for them is picking Mickey as hero earlier, maybe playing around the carry in that way, and giving later lanes to Boxy and Ace as a potential solution.
I mean, their drafts are built on winning lanes to create the skirmish. When you look at a lot of their lineups, they only have like a couple stuns, and they're cheap skirmishing stuns, not team fight. So like if your lanes aren't good, your draft will naturally feel like it's not kind of scaling to mid to late game. And that's the problem, right? With a new team, they don't have that kind of discipline of the laning phase. So their drafts and everything just feels lost. So either simplify the draft to ensure that they can be weaker early on, or watch a couple of replays and, you know, go ham in the laning phase.
Yeah, I did get to have a little bit more insight to that because luckily for us, Tofu was willing to sit down with me just before the series. How has role swapping been from position 4 to position 5 now with Liquid?
I'd say kind of chill. I don't really mind too much myself, and I think I can play either, which is fine. It's more like very new environment after like we played for like 3-4 years together, and team that we also had some changes, but then also Liquid played for a really long time, so it's like both very established in their ways and like with their people and communication, interactions and stuff, but like both sides now need to like relearn and adjust some things, get used to new players. So I would think that's more of a change.
So how is it being on the same team but not being in a lane with him and now having a lane with Mickey, who was used to laning with Insania for almost 11 years?
Like said in a way that we don't have like the bond as in synergy to use, but I think also like cool and interesting, because everyone has to adjust to something and someone new. So everyone's like trying more and has to like relearn things and like just improve essentially. But also laning with Mika has been really fun and good so far, and I think we get along well. And I don't know, so far play's been good, even though our games are like a bit shaky. We like still need to figure things out a bit.
Currently drafting for Liquid, like, are you the one picking the buttons in game?
I am. They wanted and needed one, and I've always had an interest. So
Okay.
I'm like, I started and I do it together with Will, with Blitz always. But yeah, we've also been trying a lot of things and still trying to find our heroes and styles. So stuff's a bit shaky, I think.
Yeah.
We have some ideas and like what the meta's doing. Obviously, look what some of the other teams are doing, what is working for us. Yeah, but there's still adjusting period.
Yeah, I guess I kind of want to ask more on it because I know that you were doing it for a brief time in Gaming Gladiators, and I wanted to see how you felt now drafting for Liquid, and if you feel like it's changing the way that you are as a player, or if you're kind of embracing the fact that you have these dual responsibilities both in game and in prep work for drafting.
It's definitely more of a workload, but I think someone just has to take the responsibility. And I'm okay doing it, but then also what are players like really comfortable with? What are they willing to try? What are their best heroes? Take some time to like get to know from everyone, but then also like, do they play more jumpers, more safe, more backline? What do they really want? And sometimes people are like, yeah, I can play this, or I'm okay playing this, but then after like you find out it's like, yeah, he didn't really want it. I don't know, just like get to know everyone, figure out what works well.
It was really interesting when he kind of ended the interview on that note in my eyes, because I was like, I never really thought about it. It feels like you have to form not just a friendship, but like this understanding of honesty between each other of like, yeah, I see why that's a really good hero, but I actually don't want to play it, or I'm not actually as comfortable as perhaps another hero that doesn't fit just as well, but plays better.
And it's also like personality differences, right? Like, I mean, I could say, I think it's fine, and that would actually means what it means. It's like, I think it's fine. Yeah. And somebody could say it and they mean they don't want to like, you know, contradict, or like they actually don't want to upset. So they're like, they actually don't think it's that fine, but they're like, yeah, I guess I can get along with it. And that's not what you're looking when you're a drafter, especially when you're like building that team. You want that strong identity. You want people that you want to set them up for success. You want to build these like core foundations. So then you just have to get to know each other and also start like aligning on how to communicate and what means what, basically.
Was that something that you felt similar when you had him drafting for you as a teammate, Quinn?
I mean, I think but when he was drafting for us, we'd been together long enough that there was much more like, we understood what each other meant when we were saying these things. Like, I think what Seb is saying there is very true, and that like when you first start playing with people, especially, I think you want to please them. You want to be a good teammate. You want to like, okay, let's make this work. You know, so someone asks, can you do this? You want to say yes. You want to be like, yeah, we can do this. I can do this. I can do that. Like, you want to be amicable and
maybe you feel like you can't say no. It's like rude to say no.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you need to be okay being rude in a way, not like in a mean way, but like you need to be able to be honest and be curt and be okay just saying, no, I don't want to do this. I want to do that instead. And I think that honesty and like that, like Tova was saying, it takes time to build that. It's hard to be like full across the board, like we're on the same page here right off the bat.
I mean, it's interesting that this started with, you know, without any training walls, because I'm expecting when you bring in 2 new players, especially from this one organization coming to Liquid, you'd expect the drafting to be like Liquid plus existing Liquid coach. They draft, work for a month or so, then integrate them more. But like to go straight into the deep end, where it's like your main button clicker is going to be your new teammate, plus then obviously using your existing coaching stuff. It's like they've kind of gone hard mode on bringing everyone together. But maybe that's the quickest way to find the answers of the questions that you were posing.
I also think it's interesting because it feels like that was the one overlap between Gaming Gladiators and Liquid in the past year, is how often you guys were rotating between players being the button clickers. Because for the side of Liquid, it's like they had Nisha for a little bit, and then they had Insania for a bit, and then it was going to be Mickey that was doing it. Before that, they obviously had 33 before he left the team. And for you guys, you had that brief period with Tofu, and then it was Celery, and then that was also changing so much for you. Yeah,
we've also had Ace do it for a little bit. We had CY doing it for quite a chunk of time. you know, sometimes I think swapping it around can give you like a breath of fresh air, give you a different perspective. It can make people who are maybe a little bit less keen to taking on responsibility take on more of that, and it can have like good dynamics for like inter-team stuff. I know a lot of teams do it in scrims, like I'm gonna like, you know, Amar drafts this game, or you know, AOI does, or Snake. I mean, not Aoi. I always click the buttons, but you know, you get the point.
And sometimes on the darker side of it, it's just you think my draft is bad? Go ahead and draft it. I mean,
You've never faced that, have you?
Come on, the boot camps
Everybody,
before.
a lot of people that are watching also play Dota, have played Dota in the past. They know it's true. I'm not gonna say it never happens. It happens.
Sure.
It happens also it happens with the best. But I think Tofu's taking on a lot of responsibility by the sound of it, because he has to like switch role. He has to like lane with somebody else. He has to draft, which also comes with like a certain amount of like leadership. Right, either like breaking down what you're picking and why you're picking it, and how you're expecting the game to develop, and all these kind of things, and the responsibility also, right? Because if the draft is not good, or you know what he mentioned, like the hero player combination isn't up to par, then people are gonna turn and look at him. So it's a lot to handle, I think, like in an adaptation phase. So you know, props to him for taking up so much, and hopefully he can, you know, pull through. And it could also explain, obviously that's not now related to him, but it can also explain how much of a building phase Liquid is in right now.
But it's
and
also
that
like,
they need time, yeah.
But when you think about organizations, like they always will give them time, right? When you look at other things, like even from like Eastern Europe, for example, they had a roster. It lasted a week and a half. They lost to Na'Vi Junior and got, you know, disbanded, right? Liquid's not going to do that. Like it doesn't matter if they have like one bad tournament or two. At some point, it's going to click for them. So it's like we're seeing like the really dark days of a brand new roster where they're going. What is it? 1-5 right now?
1-4.
1-4,
yeah.
I think.
But it's like the dark days, it doesn't really matter, because as long as they learn from it, which they inevitably will based on the caliber of all their players, then we will see the good days.
Didn't it happen with 33 to a certain extent? I
Yes,
think
it did.
The start of it was pretty rocky, right? And they end up winning TI. So
Well, it was like a silver lining, because when we say rocky, it's like, yeah, they weren't winning, but I remember the first tournament they went to together, it was that Fissure
Yeah, they got
Dubai
second at
event.
Fissure.
They got
okay, so
third.
it was not as rough.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was third.
Wait, who played in the finals against Falcons?
BB team, I believe.
Trivia. But it was
Correct
not
me
as
if I'm
bad
wrong.
as here. I guess,
I'm not gonna check.
so far, I guess, right? It was not a 1-4, 1-5.
Yeah, the key thing is it's just like the idea is it's really good that they're able to do this in a very kind of comfortable place. It's not as if they have this volatility around them. So at what point, like normally with new rosters, at what point do you expect it to click, right? Like 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Like what would be your opinion on?
My way is like you lose
results?
one map, you just change everything.
Of course, no, we saw that from yesterday. But if you maybe take a step further from that, you don't want to kick people. You're not ruthless.
2 maps.
2 maps, okay.
I'd even say as far as 3. One whole best.
Is that a whole new roster we're expecting?
Okay, three maps, but that's really the stretch. After 3 maps, you got to change it up completely.
Okay.
No, but I mean, I think this honesty and this being able to fix problems and like actually work through stuff, I think it's one of the things that I was the most impressed with, and I liked the most whenever I joined GG back at the beginning of those 3 years. As I joined, and I felt like there was a great deal of like, hey, this is a problem. We should talk about this and fix this. Like they were really open and honest about that compared to some NA teams, I think, where people bottle it up a lot more. And I think that was one of the qualities I really liked. And so I hope that they're able to emulate that, and Liquid is able to have that they can actually talk about and say, hey, I think this thing you're doing is not good, or this is bad, and you need to like change this. We need to alter this, figure this out. And people are, because you need to have those hard conversations, right? You don't improve by like, hey, everything's fine. I love you all so much. You're my best friends. Like, no, you need to like actually figure some stuff out and have some hard conversations.
For sure. And you look at this group, and this is definitely a group I would trust with being able to like, really figure these things out and have the proper conversations, and also have them the right way, like find the right words, protect everyone's confidence, everyone's identity and relationship to the game, and build something very strong and solid for the future. So I wouldn't say, obviously we're cracking jokes, but there's nothing's burning over there.
They're cracking jokes.
They're shitting too. I mean, they've been there also. These are players that are like extremely experienced. They've been in very dysfunctional teams. They have built, championship teams. They know the work and the efforts that it takes, and they know, most importantly, maybe the patience that it takes.
The flip side to this on Aureus, we're seeing some of their players on cam here. They're a little bit better of a scoreline, 3-2, right? But this is where we talk about, okay, what previous opponents did they come up against, and what fashion did they win? Because one of the key series of theirs that stands out to me is the one against Yakult brothers yesterday. That's where we saw Yakult have that position for Timber, but it felt like there was still this disconnect in what Aureus was drafting for themselves too. So it felt like the lesser of two evils in that series. And so now I wonder, where are they sitting in that benchmark? What is day number 3 going to be bringing for this team? And now looking towards what they're going to potentially be drafting.
The short answer is I just want them to have some conviction, right? Like once you leave the draft, there needs to be this like common understanding of at what time are we trying to play the game? Or what item is are we crossing the river? Like, I feel like this is a conversation that's not happening, and they're just kind of reacting in the moment, and then at some point it clicks. Like, if they don't enter the game with a really clear thought, we are going to have these moments where it's like it's kind of shaky, and they lean on the mid to late game to thrive.
I mean, in the same breath, I'm also somewhat optimistic for this team because so many of their players have played internationally and had different opinions and sort of things they've taken away from different regions. They played in NA, they played in EU, and they've gleaned some different stuff. I think that is in some ways what SEA needs because I think they have these draft problems oftentimes, SEA teams. And I think maybe some of that can be rectified by the fact they played in different regions. And then they take that information they've gathered abroad and they come back to home turf and they're like, okay, we're still going to be an SEA team, but we've gathered some stuff elsewhere. Because I think they are skilled players, and I think a lot of them are decently smart about the game. If they can just get like a structure together and get like some consistent drafts and some reasonable like base foundation, then I think I'm optimistic for them.
And reasonably, we've been criticizing their drafts a little bit, and yet they're having a very decent scoreline. So that means it comes through, like the efficiency of the plays, the skill, the decision making in the game on the spot. So probably they're one of the teams that is benefiting the most from like just learning throughout this best of one group stage, just understanding what other teams are doing and why, what works, what doesn't. Also for them, as Tofu was mentioning in the interview, because it's not only about what's good, there's also what's good for you. Can you make it work? Are you comfortable? So this is probably like a big learning curve for them. And the longer, like the deeper we get into the group stage, like the later phases of the group stage, the stronger that team is going to look.
I mean, we also talk about like pairings of players. We talked about GPK and Save earlier. Yopaj and Skem have played together for quite some time throughout multiple teams, and I think you like to see that in teams that like I think there's these bonds and these groups of players that they slowly they push through teams, and they have some slop teams, they have some teams that suck, and eventually you find something, I think, with a lot of these pairs that clicks and you strike gold eventually. And so I think I like that they're sticking together, and Yopaj and Skem are sort of building something there and bringing that from team to team and trying different other players, different pieces, and trying to make something that works longer term.
I just want to very quickly interrupt just to update everyone at home. It's not us that's delaying this, by the way. We're just having a little bit of technical issue with some of the players. So it's going to be a little bit longer before we do get into this draft, into the lobby. So you're going to bear with us while we get to just talk about these matchups and everything that we've seen so far at BlastLand 4. But I want to go back a couple of talking points here, Quinn, where you talked about, like, yes, we're seeing a lot of these SEA players go abroad. They play internationally on other teams, also event-wise, and then they kind of come back together. But I've always had this kind of idea about SEA players in teams is that they're not always the most vocal of players. And so I do wonder, like, what is then being brought back when you have 5 SEA players together?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I think, like, SEA players are either, like, mega spam talker. Like, I think it's weird because I think out of game, they can maybe be, like, they want to play their heroes. And I think they want to do things their way. I think SEA can be very mic spammy in game and very like overloaded on communication. And so I think there can be some issues there that I think like that's really the stuff I think is some of the more valuable stuff they could take from Europe is the communication. They're like calm, listen to how Tundra communicates or how Falcons communicates. Like there's a reason these teams are successful long term. Whereas you look at C teams with some of the more the mic spamming, you see it in pubs and stuff too. And I think that is like a dangerous, slippery slope to go down because it really does impact your play in a massive way.
It's a critical thing that I think any team needs to improve on. It doesn't even need to be SEA or whatever. It's like any team needs to be able to communicate in a way that what you say gives enough information that everyone can act on it instantly. You can't just like dilute with go on him. That doesn't mean anything. Like, are you poking him? Are you trying to kill him? Are you trying to get information? Like, there's so many ways in which you can make a fight that I do feel like other teams, it's as simple as go or back. But the nuance to going back, there's so many layers that, again, Falcons, they're going to talk about every little intricate thing. Like, even at TI, I keep bringing up because it's just funny as hell, but Snaking's talking about the strong glyph of an ET. He's talking about every minute detail. Like, that's what you need. You need to know, like, what type of aggression are you applying? Are you going Roshan? Is it a quick Roshan? Are you using spells? Are you just positioning to bait the scan? Like, there's so many little things in Dota that I think a lot of tier 2, tier 3 teams completely lack. And once they unlock that with the maturity of a draft, that's when you see them progressing to playoffs, being the contenders for top 6, top 3, winning the event.
I didn't know if Seba had something, maybe some insight from all of his many years of experience about communication on teams.
I mean, I think communication is like, it's very, well, first of all, it's very important. I think it like plays a huge role. And I think the stronger the team, the more important communication is in a sense. What I mean is like, it's going to be the X factor at some point. I think on the highest tiers of Dota, it's probably, the majority. of it, to be honest. And it's very customized to the group. At the end of the day, I think every group will have their own way. I definitely relate with the idea of like there's a balance to be found in communication for sure. I think that is really important because obviously the headspace that you use to speak and also to listen to what's being said, you're not putting it into micro. You're not putting it into playing your game and focusing, which also explains a lot for why certain roles have, you know, certain communication responsibilities in the game, and it also has to be agile depending on the game you're playing, the hero you're playing, and how good your game is. You know, hopefully if you're having an awful game and you don't have much to work with, you're not using 80% of the vocal space, because please, you know, like I don't want to say be quiet, but I hope you understand you have to be quiet in that case. So yeah.
You just opened up a whole new conversation. We're talking about communication on like an average level. You know, you're talking about the winning communication, the losing communication. There's so many angles to it.
Yeah, there is. And there's also, you know, just outside the communication plays as well, right? There are a lot of winning plays. And luckily with this technical pause that we have going on here before we get into the lobby, we get to have a refresh of the play of the day from day number 2 at Blastland 4.
Items to cover with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback, Marion will get the hook, comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2. With the borrowed time, he's in on top of Yuma, has the abyssal, but King Jungle's able to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the ultra, give him the rampage. There he is, Yuma, closing up this rapier comeback game with a rampage. Heroic will take the victory.
It's so hype getting to relive that moment of watching the game just in like a whole new perspective. I love it. Jaro pulling out the BKB. You're just like, yeah, that was pretty impactful. It was so good getting to end that comeback game on a rampage for Heroic there. So we'll see if we have any more great plays like that. I'm surprised it wasn't the Aegis snatch yesterday. That one
was pretty hyped.
That was cute.
Yeah.
That was cute.
There were some very hype moments, honestly.
That was hype. What?
Yeah, but you know, I mean,
You can have a cute play.
you need more to impress them.
The thing is they lost, and it didn't really matter or
Shut
do
up,
anything.
Quinn.
So it's like, wow, yippee! They solved for like 3 more minutes.
I think cute means actually that word is like it's a nice attempt, but you kind of know it's not gonna lead anywhere.
Yeah,
you know, it's like
exactly.
you're farming.
You
the highest
appreciate
points.
it, yeah.
You're just you're gonna be there on some highlights.
Haters.
But at the end of the day, you know,
Navi haters, that's what you all are.
no, we're just here for the W. That's all that matters. You know, we're not here for the style.
That's
we're not
right.
here for the aura. We just want the W. That's like competitors.
Okay, well, when it comes to the Liquid Aureus series, do you have a team that you think is going to be potentially taking that W, or you like it really is going to be down to the draw? Because this could be a new Liquid that shows up in this series.
I want to give a little bit of a reward to Tofu. You know, I think he sounded like, I don't want to say sounded like he needed it, but just listening to how much he has to like take on his shoulders. You know, getting a win is good. You know, if you're going to put in all this work, come on, like you kind of need a little bit of fuel to just keep going, because else it's just rough sometimes. You know,
A thankless job sometimes being a pro player. It's just so difficult, isn't it, Quinn?
That's right. I've been saying that.
She doesn't believe what she's saying, but it is actually difficult, yes.
I do believe it. I do believe it, but I like making fun of him more.
All right, because it is very difficult, yes. What do you have to say about that? Like,
I think it is. I think you guys put in a lot more hours than what people see of you just turning up to a tournament, right? Like you're putting in all these hours for replays, playing pubs. You guys fly a lot for boot camp. There's just so much more behind the scenes that like no one gives credit to.
we get to see the tip of the iceberg, right? And obviously it is shiny, it's great, it's the win, it's the feels, the emotions, but these guys put in an immense lot of work. It's mainly sacrifices, it's mainly losses, setbacks, disappointment, going back to the drawing board, you know, figuring it out again, finding the motivation, the energy.
The perseverance.
The grind is real. So, you know, for sure, now this got very...
emotional.
Very emotional right away, but it's and also like, the whole atmosphere.
Yeah.
I think it's like the whole like black and red atmosphere. I feel like it's very dramatic, but it's great. It's also very rough. So you know, stay strong, all the pro players out there.
Yeah, definitely. And when you get into this position, like you said, Tofu's putting everything out there. He's really wearing his heart on his sleeve when it came to that interview of being so raw in how much he's putting in for the team. Sure, it's not paying off. On the side of Aureus, it would be nice to get to talk to them as well, because I wonder what their vibes are. If it's a little bit different, if they understand that, like, yes, they are 3-2. It is looking like good results for them so far, but it's a long journey. There's 11 best of ones that you have to play over 5 days. So it's just like, where do you let yourself have a breather, and where do you realize it is still just an uphill grind?
Yeah, I mean, I think also for some of these teams that have that have played for so long with sort of middling or low success, I think that wears on you and it grinds on you after a while. And I think having the perseverance to keep pushing through and keep believing in yourself is very impressive and very difficult, because like I was in the NA trenches for a long time, in the abyss, in the slop, and like after a while,
remember.
at some point, huh?
I said we remember.
Yeah, I was there for a while. I'm still cleaning the gunk off my arms. But no, like I think it's very admirable and very impressive when people are able to continue to play and continue to try, and you can still see the passion and the love for the game despite being kicked in the head by Dota like 100,000 times.
I think they're also just relishing the fact that they're getting to the international tournaments, right? Like they've done pretty well in the online qualifiers, but to actually get here to get that experience and be able to take it, like they have this like constant battle with like execration. They had like a close fought battle of talent. Like I feel like any SEA team, when they get to go to a LAN, it's just live in the moment. You might lose some games, you might win some games, but you're always entering the tournament with the expectation. Like no one's looking you at the favorite to win it, right? So it's like I think people might put a lot of like intensity on them due to them kind of like showcasing the entire region, but I think they're just enjoying the games and they take everyone as it comes, and it's not the same as like a team that's won the previous ones or
sure.
They're just.
I'm just saying, like as an SEA fan, it feels like a carrot's being dangled in front of my face right now that we're gonna have an SEA team on LAN in Singapore. It's like it feels so close, and I'm just like, can I let myself believe it right now? Can I actually get excited for that?
It's going to be very exciting. I really hope it happens. I think it's also going to like just amplify, the energy there and the atmosphere. So just for that sake, like full bias, I hope it happens.
yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm going full bias as well.
No, commit to the bit.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah. Is anything else you guys want to touch on for the series? Because we're still having just technical issues. Apparently, players can play a game of Dota, but they don't know how to work a computer.
Whose fault is it?
Call out the player.
I don't know if we're allowed to. Can we
Which
ask
player?
production? Are we allowed to out the player?
Because if it's Ace or Tofu, I'm gonna have some words. I'm gonna have some words.
If it's Ace or Tofu, can we out them?
Who do you think it's between the two
Okay,
of them?
I feel like it might be Ace. They did just go straight
Actually,
to Ace. Ooh.
No, I mean, we actually have not seen Ace in a
What's he
while.
looking at?
There he is.
He's looking at his PC. He's like, why doesn't mine look like that?
Dude, he has some crazy footwear. He's got like these shoes. I don't even know what they are exactly. But
Doesn't he
they're
have the Lightning McQueen?
No, he's the Crocs. He's wearing the Crocs
Wait, he
now.
has the. Oh,
yeah, he's
they're
dude,
good.
they're so good.
Yeah, but he's got some other crazy one. There's like these weird, like amorphous sort of like boats. I don't know what they are. I've never seen anyone else wear them. I'll tell him to like rock the boats.
Message him right now. Tell him to get his feet on.
Show
Okay, no,
foot.
wait,
Yeah.
his shoes on
Show
camera.
feet.
Show
No,
feet.
show
feet.
shoes,
No.
shoes, not feet.
No. We know what you're gonna say.
No,
We were
no.
so close. Yeah, so far.
We're in Denmark for Blast. We need some Danish feet. It's only fitting.
Okay, so we got confirmation. It is liquid. We're allowed to say it's liquid
It's
having
liquid?
PC issues.
Oh,
yes.
God.
Yes. So I'm just gonna pretend it's Ace.
We just
Fucking
praised.
Ace, man.
Yeah.
It is Ace. It is Ace. It
12
looks like it's him.
coaches, fancy heckin' facility, and they
Can't
go
turn
in
on a
lobby.
PC.
Hey, they did everything they could. They did a PC swap. They
Really?
reinstalled a lot of stuff. They're genuinely, yeah. That's how long you've been talking for.
But this is gonna play into the best of one as well.
Hopefully they're not rebuilding the facility, right?
Yeah, they're actually going to transfer to a new facility. They're
Okay,
put
We're
it
gonna
in
hear the crane.
Okay, it might take a while.
Please stop that.
Because I've heard
Reed.
it's a good one. But he has the posture of somebody that's just waiting for his PC to reboot. So
Okay, but how does this play into the game, right? Because it's like a
You
technical
reckon this is
problem.
mental warfare?
Yeah, like you've made all your prep. You then now have a
but
technical problem.
on
You're
a
not
serious
talking
note-
about the draft, so then you're gonna like disconnect from the game, then reconnect to the game when actually you can join the lobby. So it could play into something potentially.
It does. On a serious note, like when you approach big events and like big moments, you have to also get ready for the the kind of out of your control circumstances, like the distractions. It comes into play. There's been finals. I remember us playing a final in some Croatia tournament where it ended up at 3 a.m. like dark days
Oh
of
my
esports, of
gosh.
Dota. But these things happen, and sometimes like we've had Misha at some point had a problem where we had to reconnect and you had to reload the game. Like everybody has experienced these things. It's part of Dota. Sometimes it's part of the game, and you have to be ready to stay strong like through these like distractions and kind of keep your head like focused and locked in onto the game, your strategy. I think it's part of being a professional. It's just like whatever happens, you just don't let it get to you.
I wish we had a stat for that. Like, which player had the most PC replacements, or like the most like? Because I think about it, you're talking about your experience on these rosters for OG, right? And I remember at one of our Blast Slams where it was also OG impacted by one of the server.
Why are you?
Oh, is it
Yeah,
just
that's
OG?
what I'm saying. So I'm just like, maybe OG is a little unlucky right now, you know?
okay.
Check
Start the
PC.
game. Start the game. I mean, where's that going? No, but
I'm just saying.
it is part of it. Sometimes it hits you, and you've done. It's not your fault. It's out of your control.
That's what
and
they all say, allegedly.
and it just happens.
me.
and it just happens, and you just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I remember at Lima Major, it was our first series on stage, and we had entered the booth, they closed the door, and it was hot in those booths, and our AC wasn't working, and we were sitting there for like an hour while there were like 3 admins in the room.
What?
And they were all 6 of us in the room, and we were there for an hour, and it was like, holy crap, we were like, we wanted to take all our clothes off. It was so hot in this ever-living room.
Good content, good
Oh,
content.
wow.
Yes, the stream went, woohoo, tofu, girl. Anyway, but we also had to pee, and we're there for a long time. And at some point, the conversation was, okay, they need to pee too. They're really hot too.
Yeah.
So let's work on, we're not frustrated. It's fine. We have to pee. It's okay. But they need to too. So we're just going to play our game, and we're going to assume that they're more frustrated than we are. We're going to deal with this frustration and this bladder pain better, and we're going to chill. And the game is going to start eventually, and we're going to play, and it's okay.
And we're sitting there talking about drafts and how this hero beats this hero, and at the end of the day, it's all about bladders and
Just
like
pee management.
And
Yeah, maybe we could not have the potty mouths going on here. Instead, I'm going to direct it to something way more beautiful, and that is, of course, what all of our players are playing for right now in the group stage, and that's making it to Singapore.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Shaker here.
What beautiful scenery right there. You guys could be enjoying a little bit of Dota in an arena 7th to 9th of November there. Still grab your tickets if you want. And like I was saying before, there is a very, well, I don't want to say high chance, but it's looking like the trajectory is we're going to have SEA teams in the arena. That's what I'm excited for. Get to have all the SEA fans there, getting to cheer on some of their players live in front of us.
you almost jinxed them.
Yeah.
And then you
That's,
did it.
yeah, that's what I was like, gonna take that.
You said teams?
It was too close for comfort.
There is a lot of teams and players spread across. So
okay.
statistically, maybe.
Yeah, okay. now I
Plausible
get it.
deniability.
Yeah.
Plausible, don't come at me, please, SEA.
Okay, yeah, that was...
I'm in the same booth as you guys.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I'd like one minimum. One...
Well, that is jinxing now.
Oh, well.
No, he said he'd like it. He didn't say there will be. He said he'd like
Yeah,
it.
I mean, yeah.
I can say I like whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, what do you like?
true.
Yeah, well, what do you like?
Ice cream.
That's nice.
Huskar.
Huskar?
I think those
That's
are like
it?
my
Only
two
two
favorite
things? Really? You're going to put ice cream and Huskar on the
These are
same
two
level?
things that just come to your mind, you know, like the first two things. It's good. It's good. I mean, Huskar's up there.
You're actually going to put Huskar and ice cream on the same level? I thought Void Spirit. I thought you loved Void Spirit. What happened to your...
He's so
Not
bad.
enough damage.
It's not fun to play bad heroes.
Okay, but I'm
You wanna
talking
kill
about-
heroes, right?
Let's
Yeah.
do the peak of Huskar against the peak of Void Spirit.
I mean, Void
And the
Spirit
peak of
all
ice
day,
cream.
every day.
Okay,
And
so
the peak
then-
of, I mean, ice cream.
Okay, cool. Just
Actually,
making sure.
no, I think it's Void Spirit over ice cream.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
If
So it
I'm
goes
t-
Void, Ice Cream, Huskar.
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
What is ice cream doing there? Like,
I don't know. He just said it.
doesn't make any
He
sense
just
to me.
said
You
it.
don't like ice cream?
No, I do. That was not the point. I'm just like Void Spirit, Huskar. I get it. Ice cream, or like, what does it have to do with all this?
She asked what I like. It's not
No,
my fault.
she did ask. It's her fault.
Okay, all right. Sorry, that's my fault there. Well, we can focus it back on a little bit more towards heroes, not necessarily heroes the Quinn likes.
I was hoping you were going to say ice cream, but we're actually just going to talk about heroes.
Yeah, it was a 50-50.
Fine.
You lost it,
Unlucky, yeah.
unfortunately. But yeah, some heroes that maybe Liquid could find a little bit more success on because you're very familiar with some of the players. Quinn, obviously, Ace and Tofu, ex-teammates for you, but just a team that is an org that has been around for so long. So now the fact that they're having a rocky start, is this usual? Is this going to be an easy fix for hero choices?
I think it's something that takes time, and also analyzing the meta. They hadn't played any tournaments prior to this. They didn't play the online tournaments, so you can see them like picking mint chocolate chip. Like Pugna and stuff like this. I think there's some work to be done there. But I think it honestly they just need the reps. I think the fact they didn't play any tournaments before this has some impact.
And we don't know how long they were scrimming beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of factors there.
Wait, you lied. They did play a tournament before this. They were doing the online one.
The online one.
I lied.
Liar.
They did play. All right, yeah, sorry.
They came third.
I'm just a bozo.
All right, hot take. I want Liquid to stop drafting like it's Liquid before the roster change. Like, I'm a bit bored watching like these first pick profits and the identity of like when Sableye and Insania are on the team, but they're trying to force it with Ace and Tofu, as if they haven't hit this kind of like beautiful new harmony where they've come together and found like this new form. So yeah, no, for me, it's Liquid's got to stop drafting for Liquid, and they're going to start drafting in the new age with this new team combining both gaming and Liquid together.
Well, look, Blast heard Quinn's call. ice cream being his second favorite thing. So we got some brought in for us during this long pause. Seb just went straight in.
Just don't ask
Heckin' bit half the thing.
Of course, dude. I mean, we've been
Oh,
talking
that's a
about...
good question. Are you guys the sensitive teethers where you can't bite into ice cream?
No, I can buy it.
You bite?
We've been talking about ice cream for 10 minutes. Like, of course I'm going to go ahead and have a bite.
Just enjoy it.
But I've never seen like green ice cream with like a chocolate top.
Yeah, this is a Danish thing. Whether it's like an icy pole and then just that's what you Americans call it, right?
They said it in our ear, it's like Chapeau-de-Bouche. I don't know how
I'm worried to make
That was
Slurpee
really
sounds.
close and definitely not offensive.
I'm just worried for the Slurpee sounds.
Just put the mic away.
Okay, well, one
Sure.
person's going to have to...
See ya.
This can't be a
Actually,
single...
A big talking point for Dota teams, microphone management.
That's, oh my gosh.
Oh,
That is
really?
my
Is it
God.
actually?
That is part of the like toughest thing about being a
Public
pro player
spirits.
is like just don't.
There you go. That's your.
Liquid, please fix your
Dude,
PC.
Ace
Please, please, please.
It's so bad about the mic thing. This guy always has some issue with his. It's always like we can't hear him, or he's like, sorry, viewers.
You always have the guy.
Nah,
that's
who cares? We're on break.
Did you get pro players in the paddle for the first time and all of a sudden the sound guy's going crazy? He's like, what am I supposed to do with these?
I'm sorry, but it's just like you're not in a pub right now. You just this is my mic. You have this one. You have the guy. Like, you don't know why he's just not there. You're like, can you please get out of your swimming pool cave wherever you are?
I don't know how Ace can't do it. I'm always like, if your mic faces this way, no, turn it around. No, not that way. This way. Like, bruh. It was always.
You have opened 10 years of frustration. Now we're just going to unleash. Like, you should not have brought it up.
Hopefully the ice cream can placate you a little bit
Right.
with those 10 years of frustration.
It does make it nicer. No,
Okay, that's good. How's yours, T? What would you rate it?
Uh,
You got 3 different ones, so I feel like we can do a tier list of ice creams in the Blast Slam
Honestly,
studio.
it was kind of already kind of defrosted, so it was easy to eat.
Yeah.
About 7 out of 10.
Is it actually mango flavored?
Don't know.
Caramel?
Don't know.
What do you mean, don't know?
It's in your mouth.
Yeah.
You've eaten 3/4 of it.
Well, unfortunately, lads, you'll come to learn that I don't have a sense of smell for the last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
my
Yeah, which is like
flavors are
80% of your day.
So my flavors are kind of muted, and I believe it is mango, but let's not open this therapy session right now.
Okay.
Well, we got 10 years of frustration out of Seb, maybe 2
Oh,
years.
exotic fruit! I just got told.
Okay.
Yeah, that's close enough.
That's
I
like
think,
mangoes and pineapples and passion
yeah.
fruits.
I mean, it did not look like mint, if I may. Like mango.
though. No
was a-
shit, it's orange. Oh, you're not my one or your one? Sorry.
I don't know what this is. This is like green.
I'll just have a bite.
I think yours is just food coloring and water.
literally
It's an, I call them ice blocks. What do you call? It's just like sugar water.
Popsicles?
Yeah, it is popsicles. Icy poles.
I would not know.
What are they called in French?
I did not understand in English, so I
So it's just like, so you know how you have,
I don't even know what we're talking
you know how you
about.
have ice cream,
Yeah.
which is dictated by having milk in it, essentially?
Okay, yeah.
I call these ice blocks where it's non-milk ones.
It's like water, right?
Yes, water and sugar, essentially.
Sorbet, it's called.
Oh,
Sorbet.
okay.
sorbet.
That
So
does
sorbet.
kind of actually really make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I really want to start eating mine, so if you guys could just talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, sure.
Not fair.
You're on your own. It's your job. You know, you're the host. Never mind. You just went for it.
I wonder what they're talking about. What are they talking
chewing.
about?
Do you-
I wonder-
Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing.
I
I don't think
haven't
they're
seen
talking
them
about
in a
literally
while.
anything. They're just sitting there. They're just existing.
No, actually, like, I mean, you talk about the draft. You maybe this is like a platform to start overthinking things. Also, I don't know. Hopefully, you start digressing. I mean, I think
Surely
at
you
some
get
point.
past that at some point. Surely now you're just like you're shit talking the guy whose PC's not working. Maybe like
Even on your own team.
yeah, sure. Maybe like he downloaded too much stuff and now he just there's not enough room on his PC. Oh, sake.
All right, well, we got a little bit of a mess to clean up here.
Not at all. Not at
No,
all.
yeah, I think there's a little bit of one. Liquid have a little bit of a mess with their PCs they've got to clean up as well. We don't have an ETA just yet, but don't go far, guys. We will be getting into this series. Liquid up against Aureus just right after this break.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Shaker here. Slap!
Big items did come up for Yakult here, worth mentioning. Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker.
One of my favorites.
The lockdown. There's the lockdown.
With the Ravages,
here.
2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma half HP,
my.
no HP. Fly rips him a new one, and that
Well, there goes that little bit of a comeback from Heroic. They may have gotten those 2 supports, but back up as 5.
A beautiful initiation. What a meteor placement from Emo.
Coming with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback, Marino. Get the hook comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2. With the borrowed time, he's in on top of Yuma, has the Abyssal, but King Jungle's there to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage, there he is, Yuma! Closing up this Rapier comeback game with a Rampage. Heroic will take the victory.
told you not to go very far because finally, after a PC issue and a TeamSpeak issue, we do have our Liquid up against Aureus best of one underway. Well, we got a couple of bands already coming out here. We got Lycan, Marcy, Nagasiren, Timbersaw, Chen, Sand King, and one more to be taken out of this pool.
The fact that we're entering this, stage of the tournament and Aurora just doesn't really care about the profit. I know Liquid have lost 2 times with it, but it's like it's like a statement. It's like, you know what? You're not doing well on it. Your draft identity around it isn't as good as before. Just take it if you want it. So yeah, fair play.
Well, will they go back for it then?
They will.
Of course, I mean, it's Liquid.
Nice one. Nice one. And it's I guess it makes sense with what we've been saying about Liquid and what they shared also in their interview. Like it's an ongoing process, and they're not getting phased by any other losses that has happened so far. This hero has brought them so much success, so they're just sticking with it. I think it's a really good sign.
I just want to make sure that the rest of the Liquid lineup can now amplify the Prophet, enable ways where he can TP into the fight and feel good. Like Mickey in one of the previous Prophet games, he was going for an early Vessel on the carry Prophet. Like he wanted to seek the fight, but then between the Batrider going like what, Tranquil's Dagon, and then you have a Storm Dawn who weren't really activating, like it felt disconnected.
No, it did, and I'm a little bit surprised about the Hoodwink first pick. I think it's like usually 9 pick is like it's a strong pick. Like it's usually like something you want to get something that sets your whole draft for something solid and something convincing. I don't know if that is Hoodwink. It feels like I want to see more kind of thing.
I thought they would pick Primal Beast. It's a Force classic. He loves this hero, and it's very good against Furion. I think Yopaj plays it too. I was honestly super surprised they didn't pick Primal.
Yeah, it would have been very interesting. It would have been very interesting. Flex too. It can just chase the Prophet wherever he goes. I think the matchup mid is also pretty cool.
Is there anything that stops them just opening the next phase of it?
No, I don't think so.
It's solid. They wanted to. Bristleback.
Diego Bristle. It's a little bit similar. It's also a hero that can fare really well against Prophet on the lane. It kind of reaches the point. Like this hero, if you relieve pressure on Bristle, it's just hard to come back to the lane often. Like typically a Prophet that's TPing around and runs back into a Bristle that started getting the levels and the items and the regen. It might just become Bristle's lane.
But that's exactly what Hoodwink will be able to do, right? Like you're aggressive in the laning phase, you twin gate, you create tri-lane opportunities, bot, or you contest the runes. Like what you're describing is these 2 heroes in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's a good opening, and they're just reacting properly to the position 1 Prophet, which I assume it's going to be a position 1 Prophet. They have not flexed it whatsoever, Liquid. So most likely we're going to see the Mickey Prophet once again.
Is this where we go back to like Boxy getting his tasks, having the snowball save for the sharpshooter, a bit more aggression with tag team? You can set up a lot of fights.
What the heck?
Instead, they're going for the Mars. All right.
Wow, so early on.
It's interesting because when I think of Ace, I don't really think of Mars. I think I've seen him play Mars, and I assume he can play Mars. I just don't know. Is it like a hero? Like, is this like normal for Ace, or is this like a little bit of a change of pace?
No, it's definitely not a favorite hero for him. I think he likes Mars whenever it was like this armlet era, or armlet, and you can buy Deso and stuff, and you can like scale like this. But he doesn't necessarily want to play Blink first. Generally, it's not like his style. I think it's a little strange. I also, like, it makes me believe that they're flexing Furion potentially, because if they're not, then I'm not sure why they wouldn't just pick 2 supports there.
That's something that I was expecting it to happen at some point for Liquid, especially with Tofu going onto the roster. Like, he's happy to play it if required.
He's very good at Furion.
But again, they haven't done it as of yet, and the Mars is just tournament progression. They're looking at other teams, the success that they're having between BB or Falcons.
It's also particularly good in this game. Like, it's just a really, I mean, Mars is amazing versus Hoodwink because you just clear the trees, and Hoodwink is, he relies on like being evasive, playing in the trees, playing in the fog of war. There's no such thing against Mars. Like, you click arena, this Hoodwink is just gonna die. And it's also good against Bristle because the spear mechanic makes Bristle turn.
Yep.
Like, so whenever you get speared as Bristle, you're just gonna die also. Like, Mars is just very good against these 2 heroes. It's a very good pick, that's for sure. It's been up and coming in this tournament. It's just maybe, a little bit counterintuitive when you think of Ace.
Yeah, I mean, I also think we've talked a lot about Liquid lacking maybe draft integrity in their first 3 heroes. They end up with some weird things to try to counterbalance later, and they've dealt with that a lot here. Picking this Mars, now they automatically have this team fight. They have the stun. They have the guy who go in first, which is what they've been lacking a lot of their other games, and it also suits the Furion very well. Like Seb said, like they have nice synergy between their heroes. Bink, I got one right finally.
Nice. They go for the TA versus Mars. That's like a classic. Very good lane matchup for TA. Also quite good in the game, I would say. you know, you get the vision advantage. Like Mars doesn't like kind of getting spotted on traps, getting his blink cancelled, and yeah, having just a rough lane in general. Mars is a hero that can't really fall back into jungling, just like other offlaners. So you really need like a solid and stable lane on this hero. Until you get level, maybe, I guess, level 5.
I mean, the key thing from Aurora is that their success as a team has come from having the lanes and then being able to play more towards the mid game, right? And like you just said, the TA, the Bane, they're going to be able to lock down that safe lane. The Bristle, the Hoodwink, they're going to lock down the off lane. And then when you get one item on the Bristle, the Deso on the TA, you're going to slowly start progressing, thinking about Tormentors and Roshans. But it's very stable. Everything needs to be played on, you know, a constant pace. And I'm looking at Liquid. They can create some more chaos with their next couple of picks. They can try and, you know, take the fight to Aurora's, force the overlap. Both Bristle and TA want to play into the triangle, you know, use any stacks that are there. So make them play that area, take the safe lane, the mid lane tower. If you force them to play, you know, condensed, then this draft can fall apart because it's very item dependent, the Aurora's lineup, sorry.
So what do you do here? Is there a world where this is a Prophet 5 and you pick a new carry, or you just pick Nisha? I mean, I'd rather have the mid picked here because you then have 2 bands to protect it instead of just picking a support. I think that's not really a nice way to utilize this 18 pick, which is honestly like the strongest pick for first pick. So it's either a Nisha hero or they just flex the Prophet onto support, I would say.
Yeah,
for carry, so like Ursa or Terrorblade for carry?
Yeah, I can see both of these being fine options. I think Terrorblade is probably better, but it's not as much of Liquid style, maybe. If we're thinking about mids on 18, I'm not even 100% sure what you're looking at. Nothing is like super cut and dry, like very good here. At least not something that I'm seeing right now.
Have we seen Liquid look at Sanking at all? Like, is Nisha playing Sanking or not at all?
I think they banned it this game, if I'm not mistaken.
It is banned? Oh, it is banned, actually. It is versus banned. Never mind.
Storm.
They go back for the Storm. It's something we've seen them do quite a lot. I think, what do you guys mentioned? The stat of Nisha being 1-8 or 1-7 on the last Storm games. So it's obviously notoriously known for his Storm.
He's currently 1-6 in his last 7 games.
Okay, and I'd go as far as saying this is not a Nisha thing, as in, he's a great Storm, everybody knows that. They just haven't made it work for some reason lately. So yeah, I think they're persisting with, you know, what has been a recipe for success. And this is, again, much more Ace and Tofu kind of fitting in the Liquid system than the other way around. I think when you see Prophet 1 and Storm mid, it's like typical Liquid fashion. It has not really worked for them so far. But at the same time, if you're going to make it work, it's only going to happen if you just repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and refine it. If you try it and it doesn't work and you move on to the next thing that's also not going to work, it's an endless loop. At some point, you do have to kind of bang your head against the wall. Usually, you do that behind closed doors. But, you know, the season has started. They maybe are lacking time, so they're just getting that adaptation happen live.
I mean, it feels a lot better for Liquid this time around, though. Like, the fact that they can naturally overlap heroes a lot quicker than Aureus is, I'm expecting the fight to happen. Like, in previous drafts, they needed heroes to come online to feel like they can take a fight. Here, it's like, with a couple levels, you're poking your head across the river, you're looking for that smoke gank. And Liquid, they need to punish the farming desire for the Dire lineup. And of course, the last bans from Aureus are going towards the support position with the Batrider and the Pugner.
Does that then also, in your mind, kind of wipe out the idea that it is still a flexible nature's Prophet?
It looks like a core Prophet, most likely. I think it's kind of fair to say, but you never know.
I still like Tusk.
For Liquid, that is?
Yeah. If there ever was a time to bring back drinking buddies, the only lockdown that you have on Aureus is a Bushwhack and a Fiend's Grip. Why not just drinking buddies save whoever's getting jumped, put them into a snowball? Of course, tag teams even, you know, also fine, but yeah, I think just a casual Tusk to play some saves. Pretty good.
And you get Tofu to play it.
Oh, hold up, reset.
Okay.
That's the opposite direction.
So support Mars, it's 5 Mars.
The Tofu, yeah.
It's 5 Mars?
Tofu is like Giga Mars enjoyer.
Really?
Yes, he's massive Mars enjoyer.
Wow. Okay, that is... Okay, so plus 4 Timber, first pick AM, plus 5 Mars. I mean, let's go. Let's go.
This group stage, it's delivering everything. You guys definitely talked about the fact that maybe the double supports had already come out, but yeah, so Mars is what you're putting towards there as being the...
It's a great brew game. Like, the brew pick is amazing. Like, it's a super good brew pick, and I think it's one of Ace's best heroes. I think he's amazing on the hero. So not only, like, regardless of the Mars and what it's going to do, it made space for an amazing closing pick. But yeah, now you have to work with a Mars 5, so hopefully he can, you know, get into the game kind of smoothly.
Fun fact, the last time he has played support Mars was actually in 2021 when he was on Hellbear Smashers, the team I was coaching, with Misery being the captain, and that was his first team that he played on. He played support Mars. So I didn't realize, but yeah, I've got a link to it.
You should have known. Why didn't you predict it then?
Yeah, sorry, that's 4 years ago in a relic of a team, but we'll see if he actually does pick it up. Of course, they are still thinking of what heroes they are going for at the moment.
They flexed it and they put the Abaddon against the Brew, which is a very good matchup for Abaddon. And that sends the TA mid, so that's
you
also
talked about this yesterday.
wild.
You're like, do people even still do this? Is this something that people like? And Quinn was like, no, it's garbage.
Yeah, so that doesn't look good.
I stand by that. I think it is. I mean, the Abaddon pick is very good. It's a very good Abaddon pick that makes a lot of sense against pretty much everything they have. But I still think TA mid is garbage. And I think they now have like triple farmy hitty cores, no real spellcasters. And so I think when I look at like sure, Brewmaster isn't going to pressure Abaddon, but Brewmaster gets 6, he can just run mid and ult this TA.
And same for Prophet. Like these are heroes that are amazing at collapsing on TA mid.
Like if I'm Liquid, like this mid lane is gonna go fine. He's just gonna chill in lane, and they can very easily attack this TA. They can attack the Ancients and say, yeah, sure, you picked Abaddon, yeah, sit there, fine, be my guest, I don't care. Farm your stupid Radiance, and we'll kill everyone else that rolls.
I mean, simple. Liquid just have to go. Play lanes, break the map, overlap their heroes, keep forcing Auroras to have to react, and when they do, like the Quinn and Seb were mentioning, the greed will be their biggest downfall.
All right, no one else wants to put anything else out there. You're just ready to get on into this series?
It's just hard to make a case for Aureus' draft. I think it's very greedy. There's very little synergy between the heroes. They can like win the lanes and snowball the lanes. That's what I see the angle. I mean, that's kind of what they're drafted for. And hopefully that will be enough, you know, that will cut it. At the same time, at some point, you know, they're going to be right and we're going to be wrong because we have criticized some of their drafts. And they're not looking too bad right now on the group stage.
Well, it's all right. Criticism is key when it comes to growth. We'll see how much, though, this Aurora's draft has in for them because they're coming up against Liquid in this best of 1.
Well, it took a little bit to get here, but we are finally ready. Liquid versus Aureus. Avery, Liquid has been looking rough. Aureus on the other side, they've been doing pretty well for themselves. We got to cast a game of theirs yesterday on the B stream. We heard the panel self-admitted that they have been critical of Aureus' drafting, but they've still managed to pull out the wins. That is surely just a good sign, right? If your drafting could use some improvement, but you're still pulling out the wins anyway, that a lot of room for improvement when you're already doing well.
Oh, yeah. And I think the drafting criticism is fair, but I also think they've been on the more experimental side in their drafts, too. Like, we saw some stuff that worked, we saw some stuff that didn't, but they're picking a large variety of heroes. So they might just be in the mode of, let's not put too much pressure on figuring out exactly what we want to play and just how we want to play. And get the team synergy up, get the mechanics up, focus on the gameplay more than the draft. That's an acceptable way to go if you don't think you're just some tournament favorite coming in. It's going to demolish everything, right? Sure. So I actually don't mind that. You know, drafting is always something you can fix really easily later, whereas team play and having an identity and stuff like that takes a lot more work and effort. And so if they can figure that out, they can always improve the drafting later. I'm not worried about that. This is a draft that I think does look exploitable for sure. I give the edge to Liquid. The collapse on mid, as the panel talked about, super deadly here and not a lot you can do about it. That's the big concern. Like, Yopaj is on his signature TA. He's a menace on this hero. If you give him a free game, he'll likely carry it. But there's a reason we don't see a lot of mid TA, and I am definitely looking towards Liquid to step up their game here. Gank the crap out of this hero, shut him down, get in his jungle, tank away the stacks, don't let him recover, and put Nisha in a position where Yopaj just cannot fight this storm and what he brings to the table.
Now, what'd you make of the Tofu Mars? Because already to start, they've got some interesting synergy. It's Nature's Prophet Mars, which is a combo that you see, but usually not lane together. And if you do see it lane together, it's probably a 3 Mars and a 4 Furion. In this case, it's a 5 Mars and a 1 Furion. So we're going to see a little Sprout Spear action in lane already.
Strong hero. I mean, Mars is just strong. I don't really care what role it's on. I've always been a support Mars enjoyer as well. I think it's really good. I think the biggest reason we don't see it is because the 3 Mars is just so damn reliable. Like,
yeah, it's not a very
when you
exploited hero, right?
Right. When you pick Mars, why would you ever want to flex it off of that free 3-roll? Part of the strength of the hero is he's kind of tough to shut down through the draft. You kind of have to shut him down through gameplay and just laning well. That, you know, we've seen ATF play this off-lane Mars probably 100 times by now. I cannot remember him basically ever losing lane, except in catastrophic situations, right? So when you pick this hero, part of the strength is you can just always put him 3 and he's always going to do Mars things on the 3. So there's never really a reason to switch him to support to get some cheese offlaner. Here they did it for the Brew, which it is a very good Brewmaster game. I can see this Brewmaster doing work. Does that justify not having the 3 Mars? Honestly, if this was Falcons, I think they would never do this because it's Liquid and they have Ace, and Ace is not a big Mars player. They're more inclined to go this route. So it's just a value trade-off between what your players play and what you're trying to get. But yeah, it could work out. I'm a big Brewmaster fan. This hero's pretty cool. It's fun to play. Good micro hero.
Good micro hero. What makes this a good Brewmaster game?
There's not a lot that threatens him in the ult if he can get to like the level 2 ult fast, and the evasion as well. The evasion's super good against the TA here. The toss-up targets are pretty nice. Tossing a Baden is pretty annoying for him. Tossing TA or Bristle in the middle of the fight and just ignore them, focus someone else down. Pretty good because Aureus lack a bit of control. They don't have a lot to stun this Brew and prevent the ult going off. That's another big factor here. So they really have to snowball and put their cores in a position where they're really strong. The Bristle can take down the ulti with a bunch of quill stacks and ags and stuff like that, but I'd say that's kind of the only threat. You're assuming the TA doesn't get out of control. If TA gets out of control, this game will look very different.
And that's why it's so important for the side lanes to go okay, so the supports can be freed up to gank that middle lane and keep the Templar Assassin down. But right now, Mickey and Tofu under pressure here, and Nico gets the extra quill spray from the Bristleback facet, and he's going to get both of these kills. First blood double kill. What a disaster for Liquid.
This lane is not going well at all. They needed more harass on this Bristle, abuse the fact you're getting stick charges. They just didn't get him low enough. He's able to play aggressive, and Mars, low armor. Kind of the downside of this hero on the support role, you don't get extra stats super early. And so you have to play with kind of low base damage, low armor. Which is another reason I feel like people just prefer him on the core role. Because you really need to get, you know, phase boots, bracers up fast to make up for some of these things. And then the hero becomes really strong.
So Aureus, very good start for them, already up 1K, and it seems like their other lanes are doing really well in CS. So they've gotten the kills in the bottom lane, 23-2 for Natsumi. Of course, this counter of the Brewmaster is going to come into play later on into the game, but laning phase should be fine.
Aureus' laning phase is very strong here, and they are showing it off.
Boxy's already teleported out of one death. He won't be able to teleport away from this one, but he also won't die. Does not take the aphotic shield damage, stays alive.
That's part of the bad pick, right? Like, you're giving up some team fight and some lockdown that pick could have been, but you are getting some laning value, and it's showing off its worth in the lane so far. I mean, 3 lanes are pretty much going Aureus' way. Mid is a wash, as to be expected, but a wash for Yopaj is probably okay because it means he's not getting ganked super early here.
Yeah.
Another reason this offlane matters a lot for Aureus, if the Bristle is putting the pressure on the Furion, this Furion cannot as easily rotate to the other lanes, and that is normally what Liquid likes to do with the hero. So if you kill Mickey, he's not killing your TA, he's not killing your Abaddon top. That opens up the map a lot during this laning stage. Aureus want a static laning stage. They would love to just play all 3 of these lanes straight up for 10 minutes and have nobody move around. So if you're Liquid, you have to pick these ganks at the right time with the right heroes and make them work to kind of disrupt what Aureus want to have going on right here.
Well, Nisha does have the deny advantage, so he hits level 6 before the Templar Assassin. So if the time to make a move, it's got to be soon into the mid lane. Other than maybe outside of that, maybe we'll see a Storm Spirit rotate to side lanes with the right power rune, but it ends up being an illusion rune, so not particularly valuable for a Storm Spirit.
Kind of awkward supports in this game to rotate to mid.
Yes.
Like, the support Mars is not the best at it until you get boots, and his game is really slow. Doesn't have the boots. Even then, he doesn't have great spells to throw into a mid skirmish a lot of times. Maybe that's what's hurting Liquid here is they're not collapsing mid super early. Just having to play the lane static. And again, this is great for Force, who is once more just putting some pressure on Mickey. He's very high HP down here, and he's very farmed out of this laning phase.
Highest net worth hero in the game right now.
He is going to be a force to be reckoned with if you can get some stacks up. Didn't enjoy that one, huh?
It's all right. It's all right. Just a reminder to the audience that is who Nico is, also known as Force. Ran into that problem yesterday when I said, who the hell is Nico? Where's Force? Turns out they're one and the same.
It's already almost level 6. How's he so high level? I mean, I guess just the double kill, but...
Yeah, I mean, you get a double kill like that, and then you can play off lane if you're Tim's. Give solo experience to Bristleback.
Just compared to the Brew, right? He's a full level ahead of this Brewmaster.
Yeah.
And that's significant. Get this early Warpath online. A bunch of extra damage. Your threat of running down this Furion goes up considerably. And they're bringing supports around here. They were thinking about the dive, but kind of a scary dive as well. You don't know what the Storm's resources are exactly. You don't want to end up in a situation where you overextend on a tower and give Nisha some easy 1 or 2 man cleanup.
Yeah, particularly given the repositioning skills that they have, the pullback of the Storm Spirits, the spear back. Anytime you're playing near objectives, it's a bit dangerous.
They're still eyeing up something down here. I mean, this is, again, risky place to attack when the Storm has resources.
Gotta go for it initially on Tofu. Poke here from Tim. Skem not showing himself yet.
Yeah, they're hesitant, and for the right reason. You do not want to overextend down here, but then
I mean, at the same time,
question, are you wasting time?
Yeah, I think you are wasting time. You should be making this move, I think, before Brewmaster hits level 6. Like, your batting can make a play to this lane. I feel like you want to take this over now before Nature's Prophet gives up the lane and just starts farming up the neutrals and playing
his now or never
nature game. Get a grab on Tofu.
Available now.
Spear back. Gives Tofu a little bit of space. They're going to try and nightmare him back into play. Mickey relieves Tofu of that, but Tofu's still in trouble as Natsumi going through the gate, cuts in from behind, almost finishing off Tofu. Not quite good enough. And now this dive is looking a little iffy with the Brewmaster coming in with his level 6. They're going to go after Nico. It's going to be forced down first, potentially, as Nisha and the Brewmaster, they'll finish him off. Cookie on in on Tim's. Oh, this is just so bad. They're all clumped up here. They have to fight their way out of this situation behind the tier 1 tower, and Nisha is going to work. He's got 6 galvanized stacks already and some mana regen to work with. 5 more seconds till another soul ring. He can jump after either Yopaj or Natsumi. A cookie, it stops Yopaj's teleport. Aureus had such a great laning phase, and in one swift move, it's gone.
And I think that was not difficult to read. It felt like they knew overextending there was a huge risk into the Storm and Brew, but because they delayed that play by a minute, if they had just sent Abaddon through the gate, it just dove them when the Furion was level 5, when the Brew was level 5. That fight can easily go their way, but because they delayed it, they lose so much there, and they'll get the return kill in mid-game. I mean, that's a nice pickup here. Bristle's still in a fine position, but man, like that could have been a massive move in this game. You could wipe Liquid there, take their tower. The fact they have Wrath of Nature to throw into that fight, the fact they have the Brewmaster ulti to throw in that fight, does so much for them on that dive.
Very, very different situation potentially, but Aureus just a bit slow. Pull the trigger on it, and they will pay the price. They're still fine. They're still a bit up in net worth, especially after the kill in the Furion and the resulting tower that they're going to get off of this one. Force is still the highest net worth hero in the game, but it did give Nisha a bit of a jump start as he starts out with a bunch of galvanized stacks. Not good.
Even found a regen rune on top of it. He's balling right now.
And he's using all that mana regen to harass Yopaj, and now the supports show themselves a Wrath of Nature. Big burst of damage to take him out, but he was gone either way between the kisses and the constant harassment of Nisha, and all the mana regen still going to work as he's going to chase after Skem as well. 9 galvanized stacks for the Nisha Storm Spirit.
And you have kisses there before Aureus have their ults on the supports because of that bottom fight.
Yep. That's just a nice shot, though. Tim's picks up the kill on Foxy, but, you know, he's still going to die. And it's still going to be Nisha's level 10, Matt. Dude, his Storm Spirit's already out of control.
He is in prime position to carry this game. So many galvanized stacks. Kaya already done. He's getting all the power runes. Yeah, you can try and sleep him there, but good luck with the level 2. Man, the last few minutes were so pivotal for both teams, and it does feel like Liquid just got the better of Aureus in a lot of these exchanges. They get another power rune here, it could be huge.
Shield rune. Nisha will grab it after going for the kill on Scan. Good bushwhack from Tims, but the tower isn't much of a saving grace at this point in time, especially with the numbers that Liquid are bringing to these fights. They're making sure to bring all 4, part of the strength of them having Fury on, right? They don't have to worry about lanes nearly as much. The 4 can just kind of clump up, and then Nature's Prophet can teleport into the fight to make it a full 5-man, or he can just deal with lanes between Wrath of Nature and teleport and enable Liquid to just go and play that run-at-you style that they're so prone to.
Numbers. That's what this team has always been about. Find the little engagements where you have a numbers advantage, jam your strength in, hit your timings, just run your opponents over and never give them breathing room. That was a nice little collapse on mid. Didn't get the tower, but you did not have to use the Brewmaster ult. You still have Wrath of Nature sitting there, so can easily make some more moves around the map right now.
Yeah, I think you would describe it as dishonest, right? They don't want to play any fair team fights. They always want to have the numbers advantage.
Who, Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah, Team Liquid's very dishonest. That's a accurate statement, Austin.
And they will always have that numbers advantage, whether it's 5 versus, even a 5 versus 5, because they've got the Brewmaster Primal Split, and he's got a Helm of Dom, so he's got the extra creep to help him out. You could see him using the Cinder Brew alongside the Chain Lightning to activate the Brew. Easy way to low mana cost to be able to burn through a whole wave. Doesn't have to use Thunderclap.
Super efficient.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Another smoke move. Kill combo. The trio, Nisha, Foxy, Tofu. Get the initiation. The follow-up kiss is going to burn through the refraction real quick. Yopaj, well, he gets help from the pipe, but he doesn't have another round of refraction coming up. They're dead. And the punish from Aureus attempted here. If they could just get 1 kill out of this one,
oh, he
they
messed
won't
up
get that much. They managed to get the Tofu. Yeah, messed up the cookie. Foxy still gets the teleport away. And Nisha, well, we know he's got lots and lots of mana reach, and he's not really under any threat almost ever, especially if Fiend's Grip is going to be used.
It is a free Storm game. I mean, you're against 3 cores with no disables. You get like TA Shard. It's your best bet. But you don't have significant burst to throw into this guy because this TA is going to continue to get shut down. And that's just the downside of throwing this hero into the mid lane. It's the lane Liquid was always going to collapse on the most. He was always going to have the worst game. You're not going to have a fast Esso here. So, yeah, how do you kill this guy? I don't think you can. You have to just keep farming up and weather the storm right now. Generally not a playstyle that works against Liquid. At least over the last year or 2.
True. Radiance timings are going to be very similar between Natsumi and Ace.
I was about to say, you get a Radiance on Brew, that's even more issues for the TA to fight into.
What's Force doing up here? Just having a bit of a walkabout, but it feels like a bit aimless, whereas Nisha a bit more pointed in his directions.
13 Galvan
on Skem with this rest of this amp damage. They're going to go for more.
Radiant are scanning.
Behind this tower, Foxy trying to give him the vision. Tims hits the bushwhack. Nisha will give chase with the cookie landing. Tims very dead.
14 galvanized stacks. He's going to get another 3. Man, what a Storm game. 17 stacks at the 16-minute mark. He's about to finish his Kai Assange. I think he's got every power rune too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think he has. Start off with an illusion rune. Remember that at 6 minutes. Got that crucial regen rune. Got an amp damage rune. Now there is going to be a blink dagger on Tofu, so now we're not even seeing much of a downside of the support Mars because of the success of all of their running around the map hunting for kills. Even the Mars has a blink, so they've got some extra initiation to set up the kisses. Doesn't have to be the Storm Spirit anymore.
Try and make a poke here at Natsumi. Tough target to bring down.
Trying to force him to level up his ultimate.
And they are really lingering around here. Okay. No harm, no foul.
Yeah,
as long as you don't
nowhere
lose
else
these
to go at
galvanized
this point because Ace is so thoroughly taken over the top lane. Pushing in constantly with his creep and then farming up the neutrals as well.
Everybody's farming right now. They're just taking so much of the map. And you don't have any way to stop this. This is the downside of this lineup. You just have 3 cores that all need a lot, all need to hit creeps.
They have managed to slow things down, I think, on Aureus, not giving up the same number of kills they were a few minutes prior. So as I say that, here comes the move through the gate. Liquid done hunting on the bottom side of the map. Are going to scour this top part. These 4 different camps that are at the top of the part that usually are the safest farm for these carries in the very early game.
The only way you win a fight is if you land some incredible grip on the Storm when he goes in super deep that Liquid are not able to cancel. But they have great cancel mechanisms to bail niche out. I mean, that's where the split's so good here. You can just split and run in. Bane can't do anything against Brew. Complete counter matchup. So you can't sit there and grip anybody. And then if you don't have that, you have no disable. They're going to make a smoke play. But, like, what is this smoke play? You're just banking. You find someone farming here, and you can just run up and grip. Which is,
they will find him. Okay, they got him on the Nightmare. The Raven's going to burn that out. They hit him with the Fiend's Grip. Now the Spear's going to stop the Fiend's Grip, but the damage is already done. Mickey dies. The punish, though, from Liquid is now here. Up on the high ground with kisses raining in inside the arena. Skems down. Nisha gets a little bit low, actually, with some of the spray damage coming out from the Bristleback, as well as the Radiance of Natsumi. And now he's met with the Brewmaster. And this is going to be a bit annoying. They can attack the Brewlings. Ace is hoping to isolate one of these guys, but Aureus doing a good job of staying clumped up, backing out together to see if they can all get out. No catch. Oh, Spear hits on Natsumi, stopping that teleport, but it's fine. Aureus didn't go too far. They wanted to make sure Natsumi did indeed get out. In fact, Force, now he's left alone, but by his own choice, he wants to stick around in this triangle, apparently, knowing that he is near untouchable from all this early game damage due to his Pipe Sange Treads build.
Also got some mystical poor man shield going on. Pretty nice neutral item pickup for him. Magic resist plus some physical resist.
No, yeah.
Very efficient on here. I mean, he's got 54% magic resist, 19 minutes in the game. Balanced in all things, says Ice Frog. My finest creation.
I know it was a risky smoke, but I mean, it sure did work out. They went smoke directly to the global hero, which is the best option you can do, especially when you're behind, right? Go to the global hero, more likely to be isolated. Make sure that you're the ones with the numbers advantage, that the enemy is pushing into you 4 versus 5.
That was a very difficult smoke to land. I mean, you have very little catch and very little ability to find the right target on the map. They did both.
Ace, 40 seconds until Primal Split is back up. It's kind of a juicy target for Aureus. They bring enough heroes to it, but there's a bunch behind him. Liquid making the move for the Tormentor. Both teams are aware of this. Even
Aureus don't want to give it up.
They're up on the high ground.
I mean, the Bristle's really strong on the front line. You have Deso TA.
Natsumi breaks the smoke. Good for him if he's the one getting attacked here. If only they could just force Liquid to take this fight while the Primal Split is on cooldown. But it seems like Liquid is just gonna walk away, let the Furion start doing the splitting, and then dare Aureus to try and do Tormentor.
There's no way you can man up and do it here as much as you want to. Maybe bait Liquid in, but the split is available now.
Bushwhack lands. Maybe they can try and burst him down with a Fiend's Grip. No, wait, they get the Fiend's Grip stoppage, and now with the arena, it protects and Primal Split goes off. They all in for a Brewmaster, trying to kill him before his ultimate does not work for them. Their cores will start making their way out. Scam with a buyback. He knows his cores are in a lot of trouble right now. The Brewlings are dead. Wait a minute, he just clumped them all up.
Yeah, what was that?
AoE damage of Radiance Burn and Quill Spray. Ace. I mean, that was entirely unnecessary. Natsumi, a lot of damage there. He doesn't have his ultimate. He's got to be careful of Nisha here, though. Nisha spots an easier target. Perhaps Tim's Glimmer Cape. He lives for now. And Nisha forced to use the rest of his mana to jump away. The death on Ace will enable Aureus to take over the Tormentor.
You have to watch those quill stacks. You can't just run. That's pretty much the one way you can die in these fights. Like TA hitting you, Radiance Burn plus quill stacks. You have to think about those three things and how much it's stacking up. Just didn't toss the bristle, didn't respect the damage coming out. Throws a big life away. Liquid have to retreat, lose the shard. They get a good one here on the Hoodwink Boomerang as well. Some misplays there. And I feel like this is what we've been seeing from Liquid, right? Even in these games where it feels like they have advantages, it's not clean yet. They're not all on the same page. It's not syncing up as well as we feel it could be. So that trend continues, and I mean, it's why they're sitting at the bottom of this group stage right now. Desperate for some wins. I mean, all eyes on Nisha. When Liquid need a dub, you go to this guy, 5-0 and 8. Still having a perfect game. And he's got more power runes.
20 galvanized stacks.
That's just unfair.
It is.
Shield rune haste, or shield rune regen rune storm with 20 galvanized stacks, and he rolled mana draw.
That's true. The neutral item is also quite the boon for a Storm Spirit. Yeah, and look at him. He's just dipping all over the map, desperate for any more fights to occur while he still has this regen rune, but it will run out.
Already level 15. I mean, he's just completely out of control. And like we talked about, there's pretty much no way he can die this game unless he commits his entire mana pool to the fight and then gets run down. And that will be something Aureus have to address eventually, which, if you look at their lineup, how do they do that? Orchid on the Abaddon. There's something. Very early Orchid for Natsumi, but at least it gives you some lockdown tool against the Storm. Because otherwise,
they can lead with the Bushwhack into that Orchid. Boxy frees him from the Bushwhack, and the Orchid, while it hits, he's already too far enough away.
But that's kind of it, because you don't have heroes that are going to build an early Hex in this game. You don't have even like late game Abyssal Buyers, whatever. Who cares about that? You have the TA Shard. It helps a little, but this Storm will have a BKB. And if he gets BKB, he's truly invincible in this game. There will never be anything really. I mean, again, the grip is just not reliable. You can't say I'm going to grip this Storm because there's too much interrupt. Cookie, Spear, the Furion might just kill your Bane, and the Brew Split especially.
I mean, isn't the silence valuable enough in this game that Yopaj should have gone the Shard? You've got the Primal Split. Obviously, the Storm Spirit is a big factor. Even silencing, the supports and the Furion has some value here.
I think he feels his game was just too rough. He's too far behind. He has to get the big core items up to have impact at all.
Okay.
It's like, what good is silencing a target if you can't kill him anyway?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I would even say even the Shard has value against Furion just for the extra traps and vision, right? Being able to have more vision globally to find this guy in the first place. Caught Tofu, but it's going to be Tim's caught in turn. Gets grabbed into the kisses, and with the Furion teleporting in, immediately finding the other backline hero in the Bane, Skem, he'll also die, and Natsumi, will he be able to make it out? Because he has his Blink Dagger, but where is he going to blink to? He has to somehow dodge Nisha, who can chase after him and stop that teleport. That's exactly what happens.
That was way too far of a reach on that gank. You have to respect the fact Liquid are going to back the Storm up and protect him around the map where he wants to go. And if you don't get him immediately, you're not going to get him at all. So big misstep here from Aureus in a position where they were just kind of farming and chilling. Again, you throw more gold Liquid's way, they're going to gobble it up. Those more galvanized stacks. He's up to 23. Just the Nisha galvanized tracker.
Ridiculous. Spear. EKB, Yopaj just picked that one up. Did not want to have to use it in that way. Got a Nightmare, but the immediate arena from Tofu. Catching Skem, and not really catching Force. Force is exactly where he wants to be. It's Skem who's in trouble right now. Good Force Staff, but never mind, not even a Force Staff. I think that was the hash.
He's low
from Ace.
He's gonna die.
Wait, he got him.
What? How did
Yopaj even manage to get that kill?
I don't know what the hell just happened, but that is a massive find.
What a pickup for Yopaj. Still burning out from the Radiance, though. He will die for that, but well worth it for Aureus, who now has a chance with no Storm Spirit around in this fight. Now, Mickey's going to teleport back in, try and clear Ace of some of these heroes chasing after him. Force kind of expected him to keep going, to be honest, but it looks like there's just too much power on the rest of Liquid. With a good cookie landed, thanks to the extra shard damage there from Boxy. Take out the Hoodwink, trying to catch Natsumi. He blinks away. Nico's back behind the tier 2 tower. The losses will be halted here. Aureus, I mean, they find a very critical kill on the Storm Spirit. Unfortunately, some of the damage is already done with a 5,000 net worth lead for Liquid. Their other heroes have certainly come online, in particular, Mickey and his Nature's Prophet up to a full Mjolnir and soon to be a Silver Edge for the Bristleback.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem you're gonna have to address later, because you got too many other things to worry about right now. Did get the Storm streak. That was a 9x streak that went to Yopaj of all players, so you're probably happy about that if you're Aureus. I mean, that was like 1,000 gold in his pocket. Wish you could have had your Abaddon there to bail him out at the end, and maybe you can turn that fight, because every time Storm is dead, which has been once this game, you would have loved to have taken that fight. That's a green light. Just not enough gas in the tank. And his Furion is heating up. So this is going to be another problem you have to address on top of Nisha. But you did take away, you know, some of those galvanized stacks. Morale boon. He is mortal.
He can bleed. He can be killed. 28-minute power rune. Going to be grabbed by Force. Good grab. And amp damage going the way of Liquid. Would have been deadly, but unfortunately the spear is still a counter to him, and he's going to be broken by Mickey. So not only is he facing Liquid, but then his Bristleback passive isn't even working for him anymore now that Mickey has the Silver Edge done.
Cannot frontline with this Bristleback unless you have BKB, and he's not going to have it for a long time here. He's going the AC. Great AC game for their lineup. Makes him a little vulnerable if the Abaddon is not close by. They will get both Wisdom Shrines. That's at least something for Aureus, but Liquid get the bigger prize here, and Aegis for their Storm. Or the Furion. Depends who you want to give it to. You might give it to the Furion here, because Storm's immortal in theory anyway.
In theory, it died once already, though.
Yeah, but that was, you know, that's just Nisha getting caught.
And I guess he is going to have his Shivas. Now that he's got the plate mail, I don't think he had it in that last fight. Full out Shivas, that'll severely limit Yopaj's capability of bursting him down.
Some really good wards out for Liquid right now, too. They're getting pinged out. Deep one on the Triangle Cliff, a deep one by mid-tier 2. Just scouting everything right now. So much information to play off of.
Yeah, they're going to make a move towards those wards with Nisha and Boxy going through the gate to join Ace, who's already there.
You give information like this to these mobile lineups with Fury on Storm, it's a death sentence. It'll just pick you apart. The second they see you somewhere being greedy or out of position or clumped, they'll just massively take advantage of it. Whether it's objectives, split push, making the smoke move.
Yeah, like right now they're setting up for the kill on Yopaj, and they will manage to get the jump off of that ward. They see the Bane, and they get that, but it's not just the pick-off. They also got that bottom tower, seeing certain heroes like the Templar Assassin. Now off the pick-off, they'll get the mid-tier 2. It's snowballing so quickly that now it's a tier 3 that's in danger, and Aureus not ready to defend. They do not want to go back to their base right now.
They need more time, need more items. They did pick up the TA shard, and they finished Bloodthorn on this Abaddon. So they're kind of committing for all in on the Storm if they can get the Orchid connection without him being bailed out. Or the Bloodthorn connection, sorry. And the TA gets in there with BKB and just hits him. You do have a chance to kill Nisha here. My question is, even if you killed Nisha like this, is Mickey just going to clean you up anyway?
Spear back into the arena. And broken. Saved a little bit by the Aphotic Shield, though. Nico with the kisses, they'll finish him off. Now with the Primal Split, Liquid unlikely to be pushed down. They could have reset, maybe around the Bristleback, getting back to the fountain. BKB goes off, good bushwhack. Yopaj can't immediately punish, though. He threw out one of his meld hits onto the Brewlings. The follow-up there on Tofu is not enough. Now Shiva's initiation, picking apart the supports. They can hardly be in their own base anytime they're spotted by anything, whether it's a daytime vision or a Shiva's or anything really. Kisses. It's going to be a jump from Nisha, another kill, another galvanized stack. His mana regen now at 28.6 per second.
Just absurd. Especially when he's playing with every power rune, had an arcane for that fight. Yeah, this is Liquid's game. I mean, they did not play the cleanest laning phase, but it didn't even matter. Like, the advantage of just punishing this TA every fight and having a lack of control for Storm, there's just very little ways to overcome it if you're Aureus.
Nisha using a zip to cut down the trees.
So smoked a bat.
Yeah, what's that?
For the flank. He's looking for that Blink Bloodthorn flank. Tofu sniffs him out. Ruin not even dead.
They wanted that initiation to kill Ace or to kill Nisha. Maybe they still have a chance on Ace here. Nisha jumps to Tim's. A cookie puts Ace up on the high ground here. He's safe for now. No primal split for 25 seconds. He could TP out if he wants to.
Oh, they know he's
still
there.
Up there. They know about him. Oh, he got the blink away before Natsumi got the blink on him.
Not like this. Not like this.
Yeah,
the reverse
They try and nightmare him down. It doesn't work. He's just gonna die. Okay, no, he's got his blink up. Yours?
Can he?
Can he blink after it? No, he got pinned. No blink. Borrowed time expires. He takes damage. Blink dagger option off the table now. Silence on Nisha. Half HP, but it's a momentarily silence there with TA traps not lasting that long. Arena ensuring that the bristleback's not going to go anywhere.
Running them down. Classic
Force can do his classic spamming of voice lines, but it won't help him here. 28-9 will be the end score as Liquid get their second win. And Aureus, despite having a winning record coming into today, now dropped down to 3-3.
Oh, some momentum for Liquid. I mean, some classic Liquid gameplay. They got the Furion. They played fast. They got a really good later pick for Nisha, playing against very little control. Bit of an awkward draft from Aureus that enabled a lot of openings for Liquid, but they did take advantage of them. Laning phase was not that clean. Still some stuff to work on there, but hey, they get a win. They're not, you know, at the bottom of the pack anymore. That's something to move off of.
I will say, I don't know how inspiring this win is. They had a really sick Brewmaster pickoff. I would say, like, oh, it's really cool that Tofu was able to flex to support Mars, but with Ace, we don't really think that they're going to be playing too much off-lane Mars in the first place, so I don't know. There's still a lot to work on for Liquid, but hey, a win's a win. You get the second one of Blast.
Thank you so much, Cap, Avery. Yeah, interesting sort of game all the way from that draw to how it ended there for themselves. And I mean, the burning question I have on my mind is, Quinn, are you still set in your ways about this TA middle? Did you see a slight potential of redemption in how Yopaj played it?
No, it sucks absolute cheeks. I think a big reason why Liquid won this game is because I think their draft integrity is 100 times better. I think Dire's heroes, as time ticks on, will just not win. Radiant has, like, they have stuns, they have heroes that work well together. They have a carry, they have playmaking, they have a lot of different stuff that are nice tools, whereas Dire has, like, oh, me hit creep, me farm, me attack. And I think that just doesn't win eventually.
But I didn't mind the fact that they were able to do that well in the lanes on Aurora's, and then it looked like they could maybe turn it into something. They had a Radiance from the Abba, they had the Pipe from the Bristle, the Deso coming from the TA. There was like a window to contest for Roshan and create momentum, but then they're getting picked off as 2-3 heroes bot lane, they're dying elsewhere. It's like, even if they do have this weird draft, I don't mind it if they can showcase the execution to why they're picking these heroes. But the execution did not match the lack of like control and scaling that Quinn was talking about.
Yeah, I think the Bristle kind of tried like buying Pipe first item. I mean, it was a really good purchase. I think it's like very selfless and he tried to kind of make it work. But the fact that the TA had such a rough game, I think rough lane also. I mean, you know, given what we've talked about, it's maybe to be expected. But it kind of looked like they didn't, because this Bristle bought Pipe, and then you're like, I kind of feel bad for him, because it was a great Pipe. He had a great game. He won his lane. He bought the right item. He really tried to make the greed like from Abba and TA work, but he really had no one to play with. Like this Abba tried to connect, but TA just never entered the game. By the time she did, it was just already like the timing from the Bristle went away, and it just didn't come together at all, like despite their best effort.
Is that an element then, T, that's going into what Cap and Avery were saying, where it was like a little bit of potentially an uninspiring win for Liquid, where it's like, yay, you won, and the scoreline looks better, but it's just like, this win was just so weird.
Yeah, I think in the back of Liquid's mind, they realized that the lanes didn't go very well, and that a better team would have actually been able to kind of maybe choke out Liquid. There was a couple deaths from Mickey where it's like, if he dies a couple times, and then they're losing Roshan, the Tormentors, and everything on top, it's like, you know what, this game's difficult. So I think they're very lucky that just Aurora isn't good enough to convert on an early lead. And yeah, Liquid, you can see in the cameras, like, they're happy they won. They showed some, of course, individual brilliance, but in the back of their minds, it's like, this easily would have been a loss against a top 3, top 4 seed team in this tournament.
Well, let's actually have a look at then what teams are sitting on top, because you're talking about it. Maybe Liquid are going to be coming up against them later today, and we can see our group standings where it's that roughly halfway mark through the groups right now. And well, the teams that are sitting in a pretty good position are, of course, Spirit, Tundra, Na'Vi, Falcons, all getting 4 wins for themselves. A little bit more question marks down at the bottom end of that table. Are they going to be able to turn it around in this later half of the group stage? But yeah, the top half there, a lot of teams on 4, but only 2 teams are going to be making it directly to Singapore at the end of this group stage.
Yeah, there's going to be a pretty intense battle for those top 2 slots. I think this, like, I don't know, it's so nice to not have to play these middle stages where you play these stressful best of 3 games. If you can just like clutch up and keep winning these best of 1. So I think it will start to matter more and more as the days progress, and you have some of these hard matchups like this Falcons Spirit or things like this that, like, winning this match is like hugely important for just skipping an extra stage.
I mean, given the top seeds, like the next one is very decisive, right? Like Spirit versus Falcons is probably going to dictate like what is going to happen. You know, props to Na'Vi for like keeping up with all these like powerhouses. Like they're sitting at 4 wins. You know, we've talked about how the addition of CY, we thought it's going to give like even more depth to that team and more resources. It looks like it's paying off so far.
Yeah, well, look, you've already said it. 2 of our top 4 teams there are going to be coming up against each other. We want to get the ball rolling here. We want to see Falcons up against Spirit.
Yeah, the physical damage is pretty lackluster. Here comes
Mar turns up. He might be able to interrupt this Tormentor attempt. As Liquid, they'll look to desperately finish it off. They will get it. They get the pick for the shot on Tofu. Solar Guardian's coming in. Mosquito's ready to fight with the God Strength. They've got to be careful. Liquid Marin gets the grab on towards Ace, but Mick's going to be able to cut down a 3rd Liquid Claw. Hiding with the Shadow Amulet, but as soon as he comes out of the Invis, they'll kill him off as well. He could be up from Zayats, though. Gonna try and turn, collapses in with the jump against the Arena Spirit out of the 2 of them. He'll catch both, got the juice from Reed, he's got the juice getting caught by the follow-up Bushwhack, he's getting locked down, he'll finally get the Omnislash off, good bashes as well. Now looks to try and chase down Rue, but Rue too speedy, he's able to stay alive, he has to opt for the Blade Fury TP out, so got the juice at least, able to bail out at the end of that.
Both of these teams sitting on a 4-1 scoreline. For Spirit, their loss was against Execration. For Falcons, it was up against Heroic. So the fact that these 2 teams so early on are going to be coming up against each other, it's a big question mark because Spirit played early today. They had a very nice game against BetBoom team. It looked phenomenal for them. We thought this team, one new player, it doesn't matter. They're still the same archetype of an indomitable Goliath that they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think we may have overhyped the impact that the Miposhka and Panto swap was going to have, because I think I mean everybody talks about Collapse and Yatori. You can talk about it ad infinitum. They're insanely goated players, but the other players have been playing amazing too. I think both Laurel and Rue have both been like honestly super on point. And I think it's really fun to watch this team play and draft always. And I think their early game play has been really good this tournament. We highlighted it earlier today, but I think if they can keep this up, if they can keep up this fiery early game Spirit play, which then transitioned into you can't beat them late game, they're just too good at it. Like I think that's a scary force.
But maybe you can, because I think like one of the big things that we mentioned about Miposhka was his ability to kind of lead the team in the later phase of the game, which we haven't really seen Spirit have to do yet, because like they seem to be just crushing their lanes and just like stomping the game. So I don't think they got there. And against Falcons, like if I had to pick one team to kind of take them there, it's going to be Falcons. Yeah. So this is when maybe the absence of Miposhka is going to feel or not be a topic at all.
When you say late game, are you talking like more the 40-ish minute mark, or you're talking like close to 60 plus?
No, I'm talking Falcons Kingdom. You know.
Yeah,
like
okay. I had to double check.
The AN disc, the items, the game breaking. We don't even know which Roche it is. Like 7th, 8th. No, everybody lost track. And this is really where Spirit used to excel, and I think Miposhka played a big role in that. So it's going to be interesting. We might get that type of game. I think whoever's like in the driver's seat, these are 2 teams that like to slow down the game and give like no chances to their opponents. So it's mechanically meant to go there.
I mean, that's why I'm excited to see if it does happen in this game, like if we do get to that point, if it does go well, then it's clearly showing that Spirit is able to kind of bring in Panto, and it's less about Panto and more about the systems that Spirit have in place, so that they can just bring in a new player and within a matter of a couple of days, just or probably weeks, they've been scrimming probably, right? But just turn it into what it looks like before. So yeah, it is just testament to Spirit as an organization as a whole.
If we don't see it, then it's only a couple days. Yeah, they've been able to turn it around in a couple days.
Exactly.
There.
Yeah.
Well, we can go ahead and look at what lineup we're going to be seeing from Falcons, because in day number 1, they had the substitute or the stand-in for Satanic over Skeeter there. He came in, was playing yesterday. He's decided, yeah, he's still in good form. He's going to be playing again today. So that fractured elbow, not hindering him by any means. Those one-armed heroes, well, he's got plenty of them up his sleeve. His right sleeve, not his left one, because that's broken.
Yeah, don't touch the left sleeve. We don't go there.
Maybe he has more space, actually, because the sleeve adds more volume to the body.
The sling?
Yeah, so now he has a
Stack
bigger
him
hero
up.
pool. Yeah, can you stack him up, yeah.
Yeah, well, how do you guys feel about Falcons? Because you've talked about if we see him in the 60-minute late game, yeah, you do favor them potentially a little bit over Spirit, but there's not even the chance that we get that far, right? Spirit have been closing this out quite early, but Falcons have also looked really dominant in their laning phase too.
I think they give themselves like a little bit freedom in hero choices, Falcons. But against Spirit, they might just like against like a Spirit that looks to be in very strong shape, they might just like do some classic TI draft, like no joking around. We just 100%.
Crit hoodwink. Done. Back to you now.
Okay, all right. Well, you're just straight in there. You know exactly what you want. I know what I want, and that's to hear from one of our players, Snaking. Thought of asking about Skeeter. What happened with his arm and why he ended up choosing to play yesterday and if he's playing today?
So what happened with Skitter was that he went for a run late at night. So he had limited visibility. So he accidentally ran into a sign of wire. Like you can't. It's like a very thin wire with a sign on it that he couldn't see. So he literally just ran into it and he just tripped over and fell. And then he kind of injured his elbow and other parts of his body. I mean, the reason why Skitter was playing the day after is he just kind of decided he wants to play, and he thought his injuries wasn't that severe to impact his performance, which none of us can really say. We're not doctors. We're not Skitter. Only he can really say how severe the injuries were. So he decided he wants to play, so he ended up playing. But originally, we thought he was out for 2 weeks because the doctor said it would take 2 weeks for it to fully heal.
You and Skeeter, you've lain together for so many years, and then now you have a stand-in with Satanic. Was there anything that you personally took away from that? Was there a learning lesson in having him as a laning partner?
I wouldn't say as much as a learning lesson. I think playing with Satanic is just a different style, and I kind of because he has a different hero pool and different style with Skitter, so I had to think about the heroes I wanted to play and adjust accordingly. So I think with Satanic, he's more of a traditional hard carry player. So I just decided that, after the first game, I should probably play a support that just enables these traditional carries more. So that would make it easier for him as our stand-in. Because I think it's a lot easier to adjust to your stand-in rather than forcing him to having to worry about so many things.
You've won 2 TIs now. You travel a lot. You're away from home a lot. So for you personally, what keeps the motivation up? What is driving you to keep playing at a professional and a high level of Dota?
I think it just mostly comes within. I really enjoy the competition and thrill of it. Obviously, it's a big sacrifice having to not be home a lot, and you miss out a lot of important events and spending time with friends and family. But I think it's all worth it if you make the best of it. So that's why I always try to play my best every tournament and not take it for granted, because I know it's these things are very fleeting and there's a lot of opportunity cost to it. So just make the best of it.
How are you guys staying ahead of the meta? How are you ensuring that other people aren't figuring you guys out and putting you into this box that makes you so easy to defeat?
What I always think is that keeps people on top is just you practice and you just stay sharp, because you're playing more games than people and you're thinking about the game more than other people. It just comes down to these fundamental things. And I think the reason why I think we have been quote unquote had so much success and still stayed on top is I think we all individually work pretty hard, and I think we just kept working hard despite the wins, because that's how you ultimately stay on top, is if you keep reinventing yourselves, keep figuring out new ways to play the game and the meta.
lot of great insight coming out from Snaking there in his interview before we get into this draft, talking about what happened with Skeeter, the things that he changed to make Satanic feel good as a substitute, but also the fact that, you know, they're putting in a lot of effort. They're not taking for granted the fact that right now they are winning the TI champions, the fact that they're doing so well in this group stage. And is it going to be enough? Are they going to be able to keep getting away with it here for their draft against Spirit, or is it going to have to be a little bit of something new brought to the table?
I mean, already respect is getting shown by Falcons, right? We've praised the Collapse Mars. We've shown the flexibility of both Lawa and Collapse playing the Slada, getting instantly removed. And a first pick Timbersaw, protected by the Ursa ban, but yeah. Very interesting opening from Falcons. A lot of respect within it.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I think Spirit don't really mind that. I think first picking Timber against Spirit is, I would even dare to say that I think it's a bit scary, because this is a team that is going to know how to punish it, like both from mid and from safe lane. You know, Quinn has been talking a lot about how this is one of the Spirit like cornerstone approach to drafting, on like making sure that if you're gonna reveal an important piece of your draft, they just gonna make sure that it's like the worst game ever for that hero. And Timber is a hero that does not enjoy playing from behind, and I think you're also giving away a little bit of your fight condition. When you pick Timber, you rely on Timber just getting big. And I mean, it is Amar and Marine. These two are probably the two best Timbers in the world. It was kind of funny when Amar was owning on Timber, he actually just all-chatted Marine Timber. So he's looking up at Marine as being the best, and he's playing, he's like 20-0. So, you know, they kind of know how good they are on their hero.
Critically, you're saying then Spirit needs to start locking in the mid lane counter to a Timber, the off lane counter, the safe lane counter to a Timber, sorry. They need to make sure that their draft is there.
You have to punish it, and that's a very good answer already. That's a hero that's gonna have no problems killing the Timber throughout the game. I don't know about the lane, if that's a lane that Timber doesn't want to face, or if he's okay anyway.
I mean, it's not a good lane by any means, but it's Malrine. And he can probably, I wouldn't say he will not win, but he will soft draw, I think. And they'll have ancient stacks. I think there's some, like, the skirmishes are not that good for Timber. And so you need to play it very spacey and either kill side lanes, or you need to kite this guy and play up Chakras, because you cannot go near him. You'll get insta-killed by Edict. So you're not this committal Timber. If it's a mid Timber anyway, against this Leshrac, you're spacing him and you're playing more of, there's an elegant, very skillful style that I think you need to be quite the specialist to play this matchup, which they are, obviously.
We've been seeing the kind of somewhat rise of Shadow Demon in certain teams, but into the Leshrac to have the save, to Demonic Purge him, to kind of kite and get, you know, place, even putting the Disseminate on top of the Timber Sword to throw it in, that kind of the uncontrollable damage where Leshrac doesn't really want to return it to himself. That could be an option for Falcons to consider in the second phase.
Just to be sure, I don't think we're gonna see Chen. Are both teams ignoring Chen, or hasn't been banned?
At the moment, it's fully ignored.
Okay, just to know. I like the Disruptor ban a lot from Falcons. I think this would have been a great hero for Spirit to pick, and they've shown that they can even play it on 4 if they need to. There's like different routes Spirit could go for. I think, I mean, Naga's out too. They have to just keep punishing this Timber. They have to also think a little bit about what's going to come. Like Hoodwink is Zin, I think. Hoodwink and SD. So you're probably going to see Crit pick one of these two heroes. So if you're gonna select your 5 right now, you have to keep that in mind.
I mean, if you want lane encounter, just throw in the Pugna just to try and set up the rest of your draft. But again,
I personally think, like, I mean, Pugna is good against Timber, but I think like maybe you want to like have an approach where you just play on killing him.
Sure. Yeah.
And I don't think Pugna does that. Like you might just end up like watching Amar getting XP and farming stacks. Like I'm not so convinced with the Pugna 5 into Timber myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, Spirit showed their ability to contest the Ancient Stacks and own the Sand King, and I think, in my opinion, they should play in gear in a similar way. They should pick the strongest safe lane possible and have this, you know, this Leshrac is a very strong laner, not that much, like super owns it, and they should play towards this triangle, I think. I think when you're playing against Falcons, in my opinion, that is the key. Skitter plays heroes that are hard to gank, they're very strong laners, Snake is blocking the ganks, they're warding, etc. I think they should focus on this triangle like they did in that earlier game against BetBoom, because I think that is the key to shutting this down. If you can contest this triangle, if you can take that away, this gold and XP resource for Crit, then I think you have a lot of room potential there to actually snowball the game, which we've seen Spirit do a bunch of times.
They get their Chen, they go for Lion, which I think usually when you pick Lion that early, I mean, unless Crit just has a new set and wants to play Lion, it could be a possible explanation. But
he has the purple one.
I mean, it's often because you want to shut down the carries that are going to come. Like, for instance, you know, like an Ursa would not care and bully Timber, but against, if you lane versus Lion, you have to be careful that you don't get bursted 100 to 0, like, you know, stunned into Hex. So they could have been discussing, like, carry options for your Toro and decided that Lion is going to cover that angle. I'm thinking of TA a little bit for Spirit. I think it's, I mean, not a TA mid, you know, a safe lane TA. It's also gonna make like the lane really hard, and Timber usually doesn't want to go there. And it's kind of, you know, easy to protect from the safe lane because you're gonna have to reveal something. I could see the monkey. Is monkey banned or monkey in?
It's in.
Monkey's in at the moment, yeah.
It's in.
Okay.
I'm not sure if... Like, it's weird. Monkey against Timbersaw, you can beat him in lane, but I think like Lion will stun you and they will kite you. Like, you will not get stacks.
For sure.
Yeah.
Maybe that's also why they pick Lion to just like deter Spirit from going Monkey, because Yatura is one of the few carry players that don't really mind it. Okay, they go for the
Interesting.
Would that be a position 1 Abaddon?
I think it's a flex. I think it's a core flex at a minimum. I think it's probably carry, I would think.
Okay.
They're just offering up the idea to Falcons where it's like, if you don't perfectly execute on your heroes, then how do you really kill us, right? Like, Abba's just going to be able to cushion the Timbersaw, going to walk around. Lion, Chen, they kind of want to counterplay, but if they're counterplaying, yeah, I can see Spirit being very comfortable right now with their heroes. Like Falcons, it's really just amp up the Timber early on and push forward.
I wonder where that will be, if that's 4 Bat Rider or 5. I mean, they have the tools and potential to attack this triangle. It's definitely an option. I'm not sure how this Abaddon lane goes against Timberlion. Like, to me, it sounds like Timberlion will be okay.
I would like for the Batrider to play position 4. Like, it can be interesting against Chen, where you just mind your own business. You play for stacks. You know, you clear camps. You get really fat really quick, and that they would lane like Snapfire Abaddon on the safe lane. It's a very deadly combo. Like, they can just keep killing the Lion over and over again, for instance. Whereas the Snap, I think, relies a little bit more on like having things happen in the laning phase, and like a position 4 Bat, it's kind of like a melee hero in a sense. Like, Bat has such high stats and movement speed and whatnot. Like, this hero just runs around. It can cut waves if it needs to. It can just run around, gank early in the game with the block grenades. So pretty decent approach to the Chen. But we have to keep in mind that Snaking has shown that he's not necessarily a safe lane Chen. Like, he's gonna go to whichever lane, you know, he can bully the most.
Weaver, that's a Skitter. That Skitter's one of the few players that will play this hero. It's a very, I mean, Weaver can't die in this game. He will not die. So until they pick something else, he'll literally never die. And this is a ridiculously oppressive lane. You talk about, you know, wanting to contest the ancient stacks, like I yapped on about for a while. Weaver's a hero that's quite good at preventing that, because he will have a good lane. Weaver Chen against not a single hero that can kill him. If you ever attack too far, this Weaver, he's TPing in, he's running you down. So there's a lot of like turnaround potential and aggression from this Weaver, knowing that, all right, Timbersaw is probably the real carry. Amara's going to get 60 trillion net worth, and he will carry eventually. So the Weaver, you know, supplements that.
It also helps the fact that both Timber and Weaver, they can start a fight and they don't need instant help from their team, right? Like with just a Chen Hill or something, they can open up the engagement a little bit longer. You've got time lapse or maybe like a BKB Aghanims or some aura available for Timber, and then you choose to fight, which puts less pressure on like Snaking or Crit having to follow instantly. Like other fights where you see this, where like your front line goes into the fight, you kind of get lost, supports reveal themselves, they die, and then you don't really have a fight construct. So I kind of like the fact that Falcons know there's some burst potential in Spirit, but they also have the way to outplay and kind of ensure that you have good positioning.
So what is Spirit looking for now? Are they looking for like an offlaner? I have to say that I'm a little bit thrown like off guard. Like, I don't quite understand the Abaddon, so I have a hard time on like seeing where it's going to go, because I don't think it's amazing against Weaver. I don't think it's great against Timber either. So assuming it's a position 1 Abaddon, because I think Weaver is actually pretty strong against Abaddon 3. You're looking for a position 3 on Collapse, I assume. Is Slaughter?
Slaughter's banned. Mars is banned.
Mars is banned. Brew is not very good against Weaver. It's decent against the other heroes, but it's a very tough lane against Weaver. They're banning carries on Falcons, so they look to think it might be a plus 3 Abaddon.
They could look at Axe.
I would say Axe is still available, so just to kill the Weaver. Yeah.
There's like, I don't know, there's some weird stuff you want to get freaky, like Legion Commander.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they'll probably look at something like that.
Do they have enough damage? Like, is the Chen addressed, or do they need more?
I think as long as the like early game isn't like a disaster, I think they're okay. I think the damage ramps up at a rate that is good enough. I think if now Falcons is ahead and they have pipe and there's an unkillable Weaver and there's a Timber that's a bit too tanky, then I think it can become a problem. But assuming their lanes are fine, I think the damage should be good enough. I think they also have potential to make plays and do things. Like I think they have gameplay. You know, they have chances.
I do have to say, I don't feel like this Timber first pick has truly been addressed. I think Leshrac is like pretty good, but I think the other heroes are like whatever. Like if this was a core bat, it would be a different story, which I don't think it is. Or maybe it could be. But core bat versus Weaver, you're not happy with it. Timber is position 3, that's a mid-storm. Did we see this matchup yesterday? No, I think it was Lesh and Tupac. I don't think we've seen the Lesh versus Storm yet. How does that go, to your knowledge?
The early lane is somewhat drawish with potential for Lesh to win. I think the scary bit comes if Lesh is playing very well. I think it can get difficult for Storm to reach 6 before the gank comes. I think if you're a Spirit, you're looking to bring heroes there and kill the Storm pre-6 because there's definitely a window where this level 3 Edict can punish you unreal hard. Like if you're out of the wave on Storm, you will just die. There's definitely some volatility there, potential for Spirit to like rip through in the mid area.
They need more control, Spirit. Like I'm looking at this Storm and this Weaver, like they need more stuns. Like this cookie is not enough.
Either off lane, go for Sven carry, and then you actually have some burst potential.
Centaur, you said?
No, I mean Sven for off carry, sorry.
Sven carry, yeah. Oh. They go for the Night Stalker.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a very good pick versus both Weaver and Storm. It's a little bit lackluster in terms of damage. So I think at some point it might stop, and the weight's gonna be on Lesh and Abba to transition. In the early game, it's totally fine because you have the Snap and Batrider. These are like heavy damage output supports. Very cool pick, honestly. Like, interesting.
It's just exciting for the fact that it enables so much, right? The jump from Bat and Lesh can be a little bit volatile. When a Weaver and Timber is in front of your face, you kind of want to see past them, right? And sometimes you can't when they're that farm. But again, Night Stalker, if you can get through the lane for that oppression of potentially Weaver Chen running at him, then he's going to give all that information. And then Abba into Weaver, like, you naturally want to buy Orchid. You have Radiance. Like, it's not like, oh wow, this Weaver's going to hard break you as a hero. It's just, can Spirit contain the fight? And with the Lesh, the Night Stalker, you'd expect them to be able to contain it.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the Night Stalker being good against Weaver and Storm. Is that mostly because of the silence there? Yeah. Okay.
The silence and just like the threat of like, you know, the nighttime and them kind of getting stunned from, you know, the fog of war or just getting blinked on because you see them.
Yep.
They're very squishy heroes. They can't afford to be out of position, and it's just hard to not be out of position against Night Stalker.
Right. And what's your read on this, Quinn, now seeing that Timber Saw is not going to be going up against Lesh in the mid lane?
I think whenever Mallory's not on a comfort hero, which I think Storm is definitely not a comfort hero for him, it's something they pick every once in a while, but it's not his bread and butter. I think they've gone slightly off of what you'd think of as the typical Falcon script in this game, and I like what Spirit has done. I like the Night Stalker. I think they have plays and potential to play this game very fast. I think it's quite a cool adaptation, and I like Spirit's chances, and I like their gameplay in this game.
Falcons need to identify when are they buying the damage items to be able to fight into Spirit, but also when do they get the BKB, right? Like, you need BKB to respect the Night Stalker, but if you buy it too early, you survive, but you run away. You buy it too late, you're probably already down 15,000 gold, and you know the game's already in a difficult position. So I'm just really looking at when will Falcons itemize to actually deal with the Night Stalker.
All right, both these teams, a lot on the line because top 2 are securing themselves to Singapore, and this is going to put them in a good position considering right now they're both top of the ladder. So it's best of 1 between Falcons and Spirit. A lot riding on a Night Stalker last pick.
That's right, a lot riding on a Night Stalker pickup, but we've seen it succeed before. In fact, Avery, you and I casted the game. Aureus succeeded with the Night Stalker. Now, was it the Night Stalker winning that game, or was it the last pick Naga Siren carry? That was probably one of the better outdrafts of the tournament so far that we've seen. That is the question, I guess. How potent is this Night Stalker, really?
I think the hero is okay. You know, I don't think he's the strongest he's ever been, but he's definitely not the weakest he's ever been. He can do some work, and they did get a last pick here. They're as little control as Spirit had for the Storm and Weaver mobility that they were trying to address. I feel Falcons don't have a lot of control for the Night Stalker, particularly if he can get to fast BKB. You're not going to go BKB first on this hero, but Night Stalker with BKB in this game is a problem for Falcons. Like, they have nobody who can sit there and man fight him, and they have nobody that can control him through that. So there is some decent scale here for Spirit, and I can see this hero causing them a lot of problems in the fights. Even in the early games, the long duration silence is an issue for all 3 of the cores. So it's a cool pick. A lot of execution to make this hero work, but if you're gonna put it on a player to execute it, I mean, it's got to be one of the greatest offlaners of all time, right? So I have faith that Collapse will get the job done. He's comfortable on the hero. I also am not as much of an Abaddon hater in this situation because I think the Timber lane can go okay for him. Like, you're not going to beat the Timber here, but you can shield off the Whirling Death and just kind of sit here. That said, Falcons did swap the Chen to bottom. They're going to mana burn him out. They've done this a few times with the Chen. Super annoying. This could definitely skew the lane back the other way, but then you don't have the Lion Timber synergy. You lose that a little bit. So I'm actually not sure I like this lane swap that much. I think it's a double-edged sword.
Lion Timber synergy? You mean just feeding him mana?
No, lane's just super strong. Like the Impale into Timber Chain Whirling Death is, that spam is really obnoxious.
Well, I was gonna ask, can Bat Rider hard counters Timbersaw, but Jesus, I was gonna ask, can 5 position Bat Rider threaten Timbersaw? Apparently the answer is yeah, hell yeah, he can.
Holy crap, 820 damage. 100 through the innate. Some extra blood grenade ticks. Yatoro's like, yo, good job, bro. Easiest CS of my life. Apparently not, though. He missed like half of it, so.
Lane is free, I guess.
Downside is the Bat TP'd there, so he has to walk back to lane, which kind of sucks. This wasn't as good as it looked on paper because of that, but it gives a lot of solo XP to Yatoro. It takes him more off the lane and denies XP from the Timber, which is always what you're looking for, right? Sure. The levels for the Timber matter way more than the early net worth. So huge win overall. Panta will slowly make his way back down here, and he returns in a decent spot. Yeah, a lot of this game comes down to these small executional things and how much, in my mind, Spirit can make some of their counter picks work for them in this game.
Well, when it comes to execution, look what's happening mid. 14-4 for Malrine, and he had Laurel very low off of the bottle, but now, he's gotten the river against the idiot. Yeah, that's the problem with the Lesh rank. It doesn't matter how low you get this hero, he finds you alone ever. Diabolic Edict is a death sentence.
That's such a bad death. He was crushing this lane. He was doubling his CS, still had Fairy Fire, still had Wand on the way. And now he gives a free water rune to Laurel. He gives him a free solo kill. Laurel's back.
It really is. And it seems like the Bat Rider's faring pretty well against the Chen creeps, too. The fact that he's got this passive to work with, he's just able to right-click the Chen creeps and is better at killing them than most supports are.
He's doing way better down here than I thought early on. I always feel like this hero as a support needs kind of that level 3 territory to start to do stuff. But the fact you got that initial kill, you get extra experience on the Abaddon, you always have the shields to bail you out.
Skeeter playing for Lotus, and Rue, he won't be able to stand. Well, he can get rid of the bugs, and he actually turns around with a shot. They're going to get the kill on crit, perhaps, as Collapse looks to run him down 3 more seconds to the Void. He doesn't want to dive tower for it. Skeeter still gets the Lotus as expected. Not really possible for the support to take a man fight against the Weaver so early on.
These lanes are going well for Spirit right now. They're very happy with the outcome. Anytime you can limit Amar on his signature heroes, you're really happy. Anytime you can pick up some extra kills in the laning phase against Falcons, you should be happy because their laning phase is always formidable. Yeah. This is also where the thing with the Chen down here is you're burning the mana out from the Abaddon, but the Timbersaw gives him the mana back with the wand charges.
Yeah.
So it's not as if the Yatoro is getting pressured too much by the Chen being down here. It's annoying, but it's not pressure. Maybe Falcons prefer Chen in this offlane for some of the stacking potential.
Yeah, we're seeing that now. He's able to stack with his hero and stack with the neutral at the same time. Rue, he burned through his little shredder, so the bug is going to stay on him a little bit longer here. Takes a lot of physical damage. Skeeter commits to the kill. No, he doesn't.
Oh, Shikuchi.
Yeah, Blood Grenade and Shikuchi, neither lands from Falcons. Might have been a kill on Rue if they had landed both.
So this is where the kill threat to me isn't as high with this Lion top as opposed to the Lion bottom. But you do get those stacks up, and this is going to be a big point of contention in this game because Spirit do have stacked stealers. They have the Lesh. They have even the Bat Rider can go in there and, you know, do a little bit, Snapfire with some nukes. They have the possibility to steal stacks, particularly non-ancient stacks. And this is something they should be thinking about because you have to think about it every time you play against Falcons, especially with this Chen in the offlane. Like, snaking is just double stacking off cooldown. He's not even playing the lane. So this is sacrificial for his own experience, but he gets it back later unless the stacks get stolen.
Looking at it, I also think as we watch Collapse challenge the Weaver and over again, I think the Chen can't help the Weaver in this lane. Like, they have to have a stun to get Skeeter out of the silence. Otherwise, he's kind of food for Night Stalker during this first 5 minutes. Now that it's daytime, bit of a different story. Collapse, he'll pop the silence to try and stall as much as possible, but the bug sticks on him. Little Shredder clears through it. Skeeter's a little bit low. Lotus help him stay alive, trading damage on both sides. Both cores getting dangerously low.
They're going to win the Sentry battle here, too, with a lot of range creeps coming into Collapse. I don't think Skeeter has enough to man up here. I mean, you are right, the line can bail him out of the all-in. I just wonder how it would have gone if you were just mana burning this Night Stalker from the start.
Yeah.
So it kind of, I could see it go either way, but they did not get the all-in kill on him with the line, which I think they would have wanted at some point with this Swarm plus Impale Hex synergy. It's the one upside in this lane. The Night Stalker's just tanky, man. He has a lot of natural armor, early helm, raindrop. Collapse played this lane to survive, and he survived. He's thriving now.
Yeah, I actually feel like this is one of the biggest downsides of Weaver. The fact that there are so many Helm of Doms early picked up from these offlaners. Early Helm of Iron Will goes a really long ways in dealing with the bug pressure that comes in.
But Weaver is the Helm of Dom counter because he can leech experience off the Swarm hitting them.
I guess that's true.
But he did not take that facet, so Skeeter does not know about the technology.
Yeah, the creep counts as a hero for the Swarm.
Yeah, you get bonus experience apparently.
Nasty.
Which is completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Laurel contesting Wisdom Shrine here would be a really nice deal.
You're willing to challenge the Leshrac with the Diabolic Edict and an Aphotic Shield on him. You can't even focus him down quick enough because the Aphotic Shield, they're backing away for the Wisdom Shrine. They're all just standing on it. Yatoro,
we got another shield.
Aphotic Shield. Amar, he can get him with the last Whirling Death. He does manage to do so. He turns around and kills Laurel too. What? Amar, a double kill and stays alive. Crazy. They make the commitment to stop Laurel's Leshrac from taking over, and it worked.
Perfect spell casting from ATF. I mean, this is why this man is level 30 on this hero. This is why he just won a TI. He is a hero specialist, even when he gets shut down a little bit. Just Brown Boots, Wand, Bracer, wiped the whole team. They even got the Shrine. Just a perfect fight for Falcons. That was such a difficult fight to take into triple Aphotic Shield plus Haste Rune Leshrac with Edict and nothing around really to absorb it. Okay, I mean...
Insanely close fight, and Maureen got perhaps one of the biggest rewards out of it. Skeeter's in some trouble, not level 6, and Shukuchi up at a second here. He'll get some distance. Can they track where he's going with the sentry down? They know where he's at. He got his level 6 off the creep wave, pops it to get behind the tower, and it's Pando who dies instead as Crit comes in. Hits him with a stun. Maureen got the Wisdom Shrine. He came in towards the end of the fight, got some Galvanized stacks, and he got the Wisdom Shrine. So he is mega boosted in experience.
He got all the juice out of that play. Amar's back, Maureen's back, and Skeeter survives off getting the level 6 off the creep. You avoid the first Dark Ascension. Big swing here to Falcons. I mean, that easily could have just swung the other way entirely, right? If Laurel wipes them there, they lose that Wisdom Shrine. This game could just become incredibly oppressive quickly. That was a very important fight to win. And it's Mjolnir buildup for you. I told you this guy has a love affair with two things. One is Ame, we all know that. But I'm telling you, the other is Mjolnir. This guy loves his Mjolnir.
Why Mjolnir over Radiance? Everyone else gets Radiance.
Because he loves Mjolnir. I just explained it.
Okay, but why does he love Mjolnir? How about that?
Why does he love Ame? Love is inexplicable, Austin. It just strikes you in your prime, and that's it. It's an uncurable affliction. What is this dot?
that actually says a lot that you view it as an affliction. Go back on Yatoro. Underneath tier 2, Amar is popping off with his buddy Maureen.
Dude, this guy's Timbersaw is just too good, man. That was not the position you wanted to get sucked into. That was not the old pop you wanted. Brutal stuff. It's Storm.
And amp damage. Oh no, Snake King had the creep on the other side. It killed the amp damage. That should have been Laurel's. Malrine isn't in the mid lane at all. It should have been a free rune for Laurel, but Snake King, ever ready with a plan B.
All the little things make a championship team. They're in control of this one. The Weaver's still suffering, but that's okay. Your two other big damage playmakers can make up for it easily. We'll hit nighttime, so more playmaking available for Spirit. Aggressive D-ward for Snake King might pay the price.
Yeah, we'll catch him.
If you can get this Atos up on the Lesh, your kill threat goes up on the Storm for this mid game. That will be a nice pickup. You just have to keep playing through them.
Hopefully we'll see the combo better executed this time around, the Leshrac Snapfire duo, because Kisses is online as well, so they're fully ready for 100-0 kill potentially.
So to go back to the Mjolnir, why does Yatoro like Mjolnir? I think he just likes it because he fights, he farms, and it looks cool. And those are all things that Yatoro cares about.
You think the bluish white of the Mjolnir goes really well with his blue hair, sort of thing?
Exactly. This guy's all about style, right? He doesn't want to just kill you. He wants to style on you, and there's nothing more stylish than Mjolnir.
Okay.
I could see
I was
the shield
hoping
being
for
nice
like, you know, like the active of Mjolnir, the damage instances that come out from like Chakram. There's a lot of small damage instances.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
they're a little bit more potent. It's also better at ghost shoving waves. You can put it on the creep wave without having your hero in danger with the radiance. Like, oh, that really good analysis. But like looking cool is also good bit.
Yeah, the guy's got blue hair, so it fits. Sometimes that's all Dota players care about. He's playing a blue hero. He's playing a blue hero with white hair.
Thank God I'm here. You're here to explain Dota to me, Avery. Thank
called
God.
the style strat.
I wouldn't be able to answer those questions without you, really.
Hats are important, Austin, both in-game and in real life.
I see, I see.
Okay, some serious analysis. I do think he thinks about the shield active if he has a good target to throw it on. Because I have seen him buy this Mjolnir very quick on certain heroes, go in the fight, and throw it on Collapse. Like his axe or something, right?
Yeah.
Or throw it on a hero like Leshrac who goes in. So this team does actively think about that, and this might be a game where he thinks the Radiance Burn is not really good against their heroes because it's a lot of magic damage and hybrid damage, and the Mjolnir active could be really good if I can throw it on the Lesh or the Night Stalker here. So that might just be the simple reason they like this item so much. It's a nice team item if you use the active well, and it's stylish.
And it's stylish. I wanted to look this up because, you know, it can't just proc on anything, but it procs on damage instances of 5 or greater. It can be a very small amount of damage to proc the Mjolnir active. 20% chance on damages instances 5 or greater.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
There's a tip for the TP. Force collapse bottom, threat on the Abaddon. Smoke gain coming through for Spirit. Can they find anything here? They do have the Atos. Find the Chen. Honestly, not bad. I feel like taking Chen off the map, but you kill him and his creeps, is always a win.
Sure. I mean, the earlier Chen kill they got was especially a win because it got Rue to level 6 and helped push Panto along. Who Panto, you know, he had that great first blood and everything, but since then, his experience was suffering a little bit off of the Wisdom Shrine fight and will not have the fastest Blink Dagger in the world.
Also, you cannot tell me players don't care about this when I feel that 80% of the reason people pick Lion is because of all these Lion cosmetics. Like, look at this guy. He's got swagger, dude. Crimson
does
Gauntlet.
Look pretty cool with the double crimsons, yeah.
He does not have the purple headset,
well, because the crimson one is more valuable. It's more rare. The purple, there are a lot of people who got the purple.
That's the whole RGB, you know, giving someone epilepsy deal going on. Like, you got to go for that.
Well, okay, yeah, but it looks ugly, the various colors.
That's your...
This Crit is a stylish man. A stylish Dane in his prime, you know? He knows what looks good, and what looks good is red on red.
True. That is true. He's going to try and make it look good here.
Panto.
Not where you wanted to be. Goodbye.
Jump scare, man. Flies over the cliff all of a sudden. Melee range with 4 heroes.
This is Spirit's nighttime. They're kind of getting routed off the map.
They are.
I mean, one of the ways you combat Night Stalkers, you just group up when he's strong. And don't give him openings, and he's not a fast farmer, so he often tries to force the fight. Although if they pick up a free Weaver, Falcons, they thought they vacated the premises. Nope.
Skeeter's game continues to be a bit rough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Bringing the ATF back up here. I mean, now it's Falcon's turn to linger up here, trying to get the fight during the daytime. But there is a Dark Ascension, so you got to be a little careful. You get stuck in these open areas where Edict can bring you down, and you're stuck in some Night Stalker silence. It's going to be a big problem for you. You want early defensive items here if you're Falcons. Early Force Stabs, early BKBs negate some of that silence, and then there's not a lot of control for Spirit to fall back on. Those are going to feel really good. In fact, I think Crit is rushing it. Yeah. Crit always rushes like the best item for the game. So early Force Staff, not even Tranquil Boots. He's just going to get the item up so he can bail his cores out of that Night Stalker silence. That's a big deal.
Also, we were informed from an insider here that apparently Crit, he did have one purple. He chose the Spirit Breaker one over
what? That's just incorrect. But
well, apparently they did up the aesthetics on it, so the purple does show a little bit more than it originally did on the Spirit Breakers.
Well, either way, there's a purple rune for Laurel. He gets a Storm Kill, reduce Galvanized Stacks into Arcane Rune. Super nice pickup. He did not deny the tower, but Spirit are continuing to find these core kill openings, keeping him in the game. And Falcons can't really do the same because they don't have very good kill threat on the Abaddon, who's just been solo pushing bottom. Upside of this pick is he's pretty invincible on the map. Very even game.
Falcons up 3K, but it does feel like Spirit could pop off at any moment. Maybe not right now. It's daytime while Dark Ascension is on cooldown. So Falcons want to make a move, especially a move as 4 or 5 feels kind of free. Here comes a 2-man smoke play from Malrine and Amar. It's so funny that these, like, who pairs up with who from team to team. We talk so much about the Sage GPK duo and how they go hunting for heroes. It's funny how often that Malrine and Amar, 2 cores, pair up together to go hunting for kills.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, they're showing the line mid, and I mean, this is all choreographed, right? They're hoping to bait Spirit into a false sense of security by showing the catch hero in theory in this line on the mid lane, and Chen is never going to join smoke ganks, so it ends up naturally being these 2 cores in this game. One with jump, one with the damage. It makes sense. Not an easy move to read in some ways, and kind of a cool idea behind it, especially since it's not a blink rush line. Like, Crit doesn't really want to be running around forcing himself to try and find opportunities without the correct item to do it.
Sure, he wants to be forcing other people with Force Staff, specifically to get them out of Night Stalker's silence. So
that's right. Maybe he'll play against Forcing.
That would be. Yeah, I think you're forcing it a little bit, honestly.
I respect that. It's the first good pun you made all day.
I think it's the only pun I've made all day.
Well, that's why it was the good one. Mjolnir done for Yotoro. So the style is online, whereas Skeeter's Mjolnir.
Let's see how good he looks against this duo, Crit and Amar. There goes in Chakram. There goes the ult. Teleports away. Crit, he used both his disables, so...
Malrine survived the gank.
And Panto does not survive his gank.
But he killed the courier.
Did get the courier.
Which had nothing on it, so this will not slow Skeeter down, but delays the Mjolnir a little bit, I guess. I don't know, it still feels like Spirit are getting the better of this time period. I mean, the Timber's farming a lot, but the Night Stalker's getting to BKB. I say that as he gets fingered and that BKB is delayed. Wow, I just really cursed the shit out of that guy.
Maybe you should look at heroes before you bring them up into conversation.
Well, he was very close to BKB.
He was very close, yes.
He almost had it off that camp even before he died. And I did talk about the Night Stalker BKB being the best item for him this game. I did not think he was going to rush it first. Normally,
I thought he was going to get Blink, then BKB.
Yeah, something, right? Or like sometimes there's an Echo Saber and then you disassemble or something, but he's just rushing it. Helm into the BKB. Feels like if he gets BKB first and he can get in there, he's a god, and that's probably true.
Yeah.
Throw the Mjolnir charge on him, right? There's some extra synergy.
Yeah, I also think the fact that they have initiation from Panto, the Blink Dagger, also gives a lot more credence to the BKB. You get the grab, you pull him into the Night Stalker. It's kind of untouchable at that point.
But will you be able to take that fight? Because the BKBs are coming out for Falcons and they're ahead here. Storm could finish his before they choose to fight. The Timbersaws is already done. The Weaver's going to be the one susceptible hero, but you already have Mech Hand to God online. You have the Force Staff on the line, so you have ways to bail the one core out who doesn't have early BKB. And he will have a Hurricane Pike eventually of his own. All these cores are going to have strong defensive items against the Night Stalker. You're going to have a really tight window if you're Spirit to use your item timings to full efficacy here. And it's not on that Tormentor fight because that's gone. So can you force Roche? Is that in the cards for this lineup? It's not the best Roche lineup. It's doable, but it's not going to be pretty. You're mainly looking for the smoke gank. So you're going to have to get as good of wards as you can, get as much info, and make a very clutch smoke gank with this Batrider and start the fight that way. And that's going to be tough. Not easy to do against this Falcons lineup in general, and not easy to do when they have this Chen, because Chen is he's a really good information hero. He gets lanes in, he can scout with creeps, and he can bail someone out if they get jumped with heals. So tough situation to try and go for that type of fight, I think.
Amar brazenly pushing in the mid lane because he has his own BKB here.
He's also got 3,000 HP in 20 minutes, which
yeah, that is one hero that cannot be lassoed, pulled back 100 to 0'd.
You don't think so? I think he can. If you chain stun all your stuns, like if you pull him into Split Earth, into Cookie, with the Edict, with the Pulse going, pretty sure anybody dies. But it's very close and it's very tough. And if you don't kill him and he gets BKB off and like chains out, you're very sad in that fight.
Yeah, done a 5-man rotation, a lot of spells being casted.
Yep.
Snake King takes the bottom tower with his army only, pushing in the bottom lane. The rest of Falcons playing defense during this nighttime. I don't know, I think they've just played nighttimes really well.
They have not given any openings. No bad pickoffs.
Oh, Laurel, is he gonna die here during nighttime? That's the worst. In fact, so bad, Falcons, they're gonna go straight to the Roshan pit. They're right next to it.
Yeah, that was not the place or the time to die. He needed an amp damage room. Rue on a good position. Could shoot some kisses in here.
Yeah, I almost feel like Falcons shouldn't force this.
Yeah, this could go really wrong for them, especially if BKB Night Stalker just flies in. Collapse always clicks Aegis, so you have to take that into account. I think it was wise they did not force that Roche. That could have ended really poorly. Like, you got the clutch pickoff, but against Kisses, against Night Stalker Ascension, there's a lot of cliff walking in this lineup too, right? You have Batrider, you have Night Stalker, and then there's a Abaddon who can frontline. So they can take really good angles for that kind of fight, whereas your heroes are a little more limited.
And if you're willing to take that fight as Team Spirit, as 4, then surely you force the fight anyway. After all, you've hit your nighttime, you've got an amp damage on Laurel. Laurel, who will be making the initiation with Rod of Atos. They're going to catch both supports first. Collapse on top of both of them here. The Kiss is raining in. Crit. What a stun, though. Collapse off to go after Snake King, trying to stop the heal. Now Panto got caught. And neither support is dead yet, man. Too many heals coming out. Finally, he gets the kill onto Crit. 4 for 5 so far.
He's
Ballin
low.
Almost dead. He's got low mana, and Collapse spots that low mana and chases after him. Where the rest of the BKB tries to TP out.
Oh, huge
luck.
pickup.
BKB not lasting long enough. Collapse stops him with a Void. Now they turn back to Amar, the tankiest of the Falcons heroes. They have to save him for last if they go for him at all. You choose to back out. Skeeter is still lurking in the area, and it's best to take this Roshan while it's hot.
That fight was so strange. I felt like they're still going to contest. Amar still has BKB here. He could try and go in. Yeah, he's going to delay this. No Abaddon ult.
Oh, that
no
is
confidence
real bad. If it goes over to the other side, daytime as well. Team Spirit have really lost a key timing.
Trying to get some vision control and look for another pickoff. They didn't find this Dire Ward in the upper jungle. Do have the Night Stalker blink now. I mean, this
kind of
fight,
feels like Collapse should have chased after Crit.
He did eventually, right? He turns back. They did throw the Mjolnir charge on him, so that helps. I honestly thought at this point the fight didn't look amazing for Spirit, but Mallory used a lot of mana and got nothing done with it. Like, Spirit just grouped in the back. The Yatoro tanks a lot. Amar was kind of trying to kill this Abaddon, which is just not the easiest target to bring down and not the fastest.
Yeah.
So they just grouped up. They had sustain, and the ball was too strong. You run out of mana on Storm, you have to retreat. Now you did
Team
get that
Spirit,
Aegis.
They did end up forcing it in the last few seconds here of nighttime, and Falcons not really in a position to contest. So in the end, the Aegis does go to Laurel.
Really nice hero to have it on in this game. He's still a huge damage threat to Amar. I mean, you can go in and BKB, but the other thing about Lesh in this matchup is he's kind of fast. He has the Abaddon shields to play around. He can, if you don't latch onto him at the start of the fight with Timber spells, he's gonna kind of kite you around and just deal damage, and you sometimes end up isolated very easily. It's a dangerous matchup. But looking for Skeeter would be a huge pickoff.
Got him midway through the Shikuchi, and they've got the chain stuns for it too.
Okay.
Now chasing after Snaking, should be able to kill him and his army. So this will be a major setback for Falcons during daytime.
This Night Stalker pick is working out. The night times weren't that good, but the team fights have been pretty nice for him, and he is getting to items, which is the most important part. You get to Nullifier here. Like, there's no real answer to him just running in the fight and killing your back.
Collapse was almost fast enough on that play to take away the haste rune, but it goes into Malrine, which is super helpful. May not have to use his BKB as defensively. And a full-out Aghanim Scepter done for Amar.
Yeah, he's still really farmed. I mean, he's a carry. Did lose Pipe on the courier. Panther with another snipe. He has been really annoying on this bat. It does not feel like he has 8 deaths, but he's gotten something out of every one of those, I think.
Well, this Aghanim Scepter is going to be effective for a while for Amar. He's level 18 and no Nullifier in sight, in part because Yatoro went for the Mjolnir build rather than Radiance, which you could disassemble for a faster Nullifier. Collapse will try and get it, but he is still ways away from that, so.
That said, I don't think Spirit are sad about farming up, especially during these daytime periods.
Sure.
Where the game is still this even, the Storm isn't completely out of control. You know the Timber's really strong. If you can dodge fights, it's not the worst use of this Aegis period, given the game state.
Can he get out the BKB? Can he get out the Blink as the smoke approaches him real quick? Blink and BKB both used there. The fact that he's able to pull that off during daytime where he's got that crippled vision.
I would have loved to have seen the camera shot on him for that. But did he do one of those like panic jumps?
Oh, yeah.
What is going on here?
Mass TPs to Yatoro, who dared to chase a support all the way back to his tier 2, and he does have Blink Dagger, so he does have the borrow time blink away. That's not that big of a deal. He can usually get out, but it's probably going to cost somebody else their lives. In fact, it's costing almost 2. It's just Rue. Successful TP away from Panto.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Well, he forced the response, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Rue probably not too happy about that. Pays for his carry sins, but I think the idea is not bad because it's him forcing some reaction on Falcons on their side of the map during the daytime downtime for the Night Stalker, right? So you're delaying them making any good move right now, which is what they want to be doing. I think conceptually that was very smart. I mean, they didn't execute it perfectly, but...
All in on Amar. Hit the chain stun pretty nicely, but he still gets off BKB and Ags. Now he's making a run for it. They still have Dark Ascension if they want to try and chase and see if there's any other heroes to be able to catch as well. Amar He's okay for now. Gets the wrap from Malrine. A blink forward from Yatoro, not good enough. No disables for Amar as he continues to timber chain his way backwards here. Dark Ascension used, no kill for it. Team Spirit, they also had that Aegis, so they really wanted to get a clash going here. And Falcons refused to give it to him.
We'll turn to nighttime at least. You know, pretty close after this Ascension.
Yep.
But that's that all-in attempt. I mean, they played it pretty much perfectly. The only thing you're missing there is the cookie chains done after the Split Earth. That's where that's really close. I mean, this Timbersaw is almost all in. And if you have everybody there, you can all in him. He's just gone.
Spot through. Malrine could always use more mana regen. Won't get it here, at least not yet, with the Glimmer Cape. And now Laurel is here, so Malrine's got to be careful. That Split Earth? No, he got off the BKB first.
They're making him work for it.
Rune. Now an Aphotic Shield from Yatoro. Skeeter's going to join in. Malrine doesn't have much mana to work with. He's kind of used to the rest of this to get away. Same as Skeeter with the Shikuchi. So get back up to the high ground, and it's about to be nighttime, though. And the Night Stalker's not too far away. Starts the chase. TP away for Malrine. Shikuchi away for Skeeter. Dealing.
Someone's getting caught here.
Yeah, Snake King's probably the one to die. The collapse spots him, he gets on the blink. Can't even believe that Skeeter's
nice
even trying, considering he doesn't have BKB.
They're going back in.
They're not going to go back in. Quick kill onto the Batrider from the backside as Skeeter rejoins Amar around the corner. Boom, hits him with a Burling Death and immediately with the Aghanim Scepter. So he's not threatened by Team Spirit's damage. At least not for this window of time. While Malrine, he got the jump on a Laurel. That's going to help a lot. Amar, oh, he burst it.
Where was the ult? No way! Yatoro, he did so much damage, he cut over the 400 threshold for borrowed time.
Where is your second life now? The Timbersaw, just too powerful. Yatoro underestimating the DPS. Thought he's safe. You're never safe against the Amar Timber. That fight position, he just stands on that tree line, and the second he breaks that move in, this fight is immediately pretty chaotic for Spirit. Like, look at where their 3 cores are. They're all on different targets. Nobody's focusing anything, and they have to play around the Lesh and the Night Stalker control. So when this fight gets disjointed like this, it just becomes super awkward, super fast. And that's how the Weaver and the other mobility heroes like to play. That's it, Skeeter found again. Greedy in the river pays a big price without the BKB and collapse on the chase. This game's wild, dude. It just doesn't stop. It's so
wonder how much that Whirling Death did exactly. It had to do over 400.
Did
400 pure damage. You combine it with
316
stat loss, which it's universal hero, so we hit him with 7.5%. Yeah.
So around 500, basically chunked him. So he must have been really close.
Yeah.
He must have basically been at around 550 or so. There's a nullifier though on the Night Stalker. BKB on the Lesh. Again, like Spirit are behind, but it feels like they're getting to the more impactful items here, which is kind of weird. I don't really know exactly why I have that feeling, but maybe it's just the threat of the Night Stalker against their cores directly.
For me, it's about the Weaver versus the Abaddon. I just feel like outside of that engagement, I feel like the Abaddon is going to be pulling more weight as the game goes on.
It's possible. Weaver is a weird hero. He needs more damage items later on to become the really big threat.
Yeah, he needs full out Daedalus, level 25.
Yeah.
With a big burst.
This is nighttime. Running in.
Yatoro, you want this fight against Amar? Oh, what a silence. That's a beauty. And alongside the lasso on Malrine, most of his BKB is wasted and Crit is dead. Still, though, a bit of legs here for Malrine. Still has plenty of mana to work with. And Amar is kind of untouchable. Put the nullifier on him, but he is not shirking from his responsibilities to dice up these squishier heroes. Snapfire goes down. Support for support as the battle for control of the Roshan pit. Not control over killing Roshan. He hasn't spawned yet. Much to the chagrin of Falcons.
That was a bit of a concerning fight for Spirit in the sense of you got a really good jump and we're not able to capitalize on it, and nobody is threatening this Timber, and this Timber is threatening you. So you need more damage. you need to be able to kill heroes in these jumps, take people down in a lasso, threaten the Timber Saw. You need to up the damage right now because Amar is taking this game over. And it does not look like he's going to slow down. He's got 5,000 HP.
I mean, Yatoro just needs to get off of Amar, right? Like, if he's making that blink in with the Night Stalker, I feel like that's a very different situation. But
that's what I'm saying. The Spirit cores need to go on the same target. Or at least be in the same vicinity. You do not want to split targets. You don't want Yatoro hitting this Timber uselessly while Night Stalkers jump at somebody else. You need all your damage. And if you can protect your Snapfire to get some kisses in there, that would also help.
Lasso, Nullifier takes away the shield rune that Maureen thought would make him untouchable. And now it's a rundown of supports. Crit, knowing he's dead, does what he can to survive that extra few seconds. Got off the finger towards the end, doesn't really do too much here. Now it's going to be Snaking. Skeeter, I mean, he doesn't have BKB. There's no reason, I think, to play around here. Maybe you can help Amar. Maybe Amar, actually. I thought he was home free, and he should be, actually, as the BKB goes off.
Is he Yatoro? Yo, chill, brother.
He really thought about, like, I could blink bash him. I could get him, guys.
I mean, he did bash him in the Timber Chain. That was kind of sick.
Yeah. And now he's got Abyssal Blade to do the same thing without the RNG. Panto, though, tries to go for the Wisdom Shrine. Good pick from Skeeter. Okay. That'll push him along to his BKB, and the extra experience is valuable, as we were talking about with the level 25.
Yes, need the Weaver talents, so that's a huge pickup for Skeeter. Pushes him towards that BKB, so now he has the confidence to go in on his own, which was a big problem for a long time. And as we saw, like, the Force Staff cannot bail you out. Crit tried to bail Maureen out on that mid play, but the Nullifier comes through, the Chain Stun's there. There's nothing you can do at that point. You're just gone. And that was a big misstep by Maureen on that mid lane. You cannot give Panto that kind of opening. That's where this lineup's going to thrive. If you can start anything off of a lasso initiation into the damage, that is ideal.
Well, these things will certainly help. It's daytime, and Skeeter with that BKB timing is going to force the Roshan. Amar also completes his Shivas, so these are some big boons for Falcons. You throw an extra life on Skeeter on top of that. This is a night and day engagement. Before, Skeeter has had to sit in the back line, occasionally go for a pickoff on a support, has done everything he can to play on the outskirts of the fight. Now he can go in. In fact, he could be the first point of contact, potentially.
His damage is not overly impressive, but he can be a nuisance here. And if you get a good swarm landing, it can add up over time. They have decent auras behind him as well. Big items coming in for Spirit, though. That Hex on Laurel, something to look out for. Now your Lasso Chain Stun is super reliable. And this could be an item that Amar doesn't expect. Amar, he's been invincible this game. But if you get a good Hex connection on him, could make the difference. They're going to try.
Go too far. They go for the Lasso. There's one stun. The follow-up? No follow-up.
He got stunned.
Got off the BKB and now collapsed. Well, okay, he kills Crit and they make a run for it. They couldn't kill Amar. They are still on the losing side of this potentially. They need to try and back up. Maureen gets the catch onto Collapse and he's cut down by Amar. Now pushing forward, Skeeter. Hoping to get a couple more. Panto's low. Rue jumps in, tries to deal with the bugs successfully. Kills a couple of bugs, and Falcons will give up on the chase, though. They own this area. Take the high ground ward, and 70 seconds with no Night Stalker.
The smallest things make such a big difference. Laurel did not BKB when he jumped in on that first ATF go, and he got impaled by the line, which meant no Hex to come out there and chain stun that Amar Timber Saw. It was like 0.1 second difference. Incredibly clutch stun by Crit. I don't even know like if he was just predicting they were all going to jump on that spot or what, but he caught the Lesh on the basically the blinket. Saves
he also
life,
must have gotten it off just before the Night Stalker jumped on him.
Oh, aggressive force
staff from Crit. Yatoro still has his borrowed time blink. But Amar, the aggression does go both ways. Amar will not keep chasing after him, though. Level 24 on the Timber Saw. The banner,
big boy.
It will be protected here. They'll keep this push going. Night Stalker is about to be back up. Dark Ascension, though, still another 30 seconds away, so Falcons can commit here.
Oh, they got some momentum right now. They're feeling it. A lot of little small things going their way. You got creeps, you got banner, you got daytime. No Ascension for 20. Spirit likely have to wait it out. They're going to try without it.
Skeeter maybe losing his Aegis here. Good chain stuns from Team Spirit, but it's just an Aegis.
They have Hex.
You do. They can instantly side, and they got the Abyssal Blade as well. And they overlap their stuns, though. Nullifier. BKB goes out. No, he popped his ultimate. He went back. He actually lost HP.
Why?
From his time lapse, not the time lapse you wanted to use there. Now you don't have he's dead. Makes the commitment. He's got the carry down. His BKB is going to wear thin, though, and he immediately gets hexed up, turned around, blown up by Falcons. The rest of Team Spirit did not follow him in for that kill. They say, you got it, bud.
Dude, Overload did some work there. Look at this Chen damage on the Night Stalker, over 1,000. Because Chen's just sitting there hitting him, getting Overload procs.
That's so funny.
Not something you see every day, but those two supports just wailing on you. So many Overload procs with that shard. That was kind of cool. Collapse not expecting that burst damage. I mean, it's probably worth it, but these fights are right on the edge. And the biggest question is, can Spirit address this Timbersaw at some point in this game? Because if they do, the fight will break wide open. But so far, it is ATF reigning supreme, and he just wants to tank up even more. He's considering hard. He says 4.5k HP is not enough. I need 5k plus. I need more regen. I will become invincible. There's the level 25 extra timber chain range. Super nice in this game. How much HP is too much, Austin? Is there a point at which it backfires? He'll get the mystical as well. Extra magic resistance. That is so valuable in this game.
I'm gonna say no. When can it backfire?
Well, it's a trade-off, right? Oh, nice BKB.
The Abyssal. Not enough bashes, though.
Timbersaw is coming. He crossed this map super fast here with the talent.
Yeah, get out. Bad man's coming. Amar's here.
He's here.
And
he's not afraid.
Exactly who he wants to find, which is Yatoro every single time.
He's just going in, dude. He does not care. 1v5, 1v10.
He gets the blink. So he's away. It may cost Rue everything. Silly Amar. I can't believe he's going back to the scythe. Missed the cookie stun, hit the split earth though, and they wow. Okay.
Oh,
so
not like this.
The big bad Timbersaw.
That's where you go, team? Hello? I thought we were chasing. Where was my team?
Travel from the bottom right corner of the map to the top left corner of the map, all the way down halfway the side of the left side, but his team just couldn't follow him all that distance.
That was one of the most Amar deaths I've ever seen. It's like, I'm zoning the ball, I'm invincible. And then at some point, Yatoro's like, wait a minute. No, you should be afraid of me. Just bashes him into Hex. It's like, why are we all running from one guy?
Apparently he didn't have enough HP.
Well, my point in bringing that up is, like, raw HP is nice, but at a certain point it falls off because they have so much control, they have so much disable, and then it begs the question, are you better off just going Hex or something and getting aggressive control and disable for yourself?
Sure.
You know, go in Hex a Slash or a Baden with plus a Silence or something and bring them down. I feel like often that is the better case. I think it's rare we see ATF go for Heart, because I think he does value the aggressive potential more. He values cooldowns, he values Refresher even sometimes, right, for double BKB or whatever.
Yeah. He also is not one that goes Aghanim Scepter as early. This was one of an earlier Aghanim Scepter game from him.
I mean, he's feeling the pressure is what it tells me in terms of having to survive. It's not as if he's died a lot, but...
Good jump, a deep ward. The tier 2 mid and bottom were still up, so nobody was expecting a base ward this early into it. Of course, that should be easily dealt with. Skeeter's already going to handle it, but just gives them another 40 seconds to work with to take some objectives during this nighttime.
Man, Panto's found some really nice openings this game. You know, he's trying to slot into this team. It's not easy. They lost their captain and big shot caller on Poshka, but it's making up for it here with some nice mechanical plays with this 5-position bat. It's really been a menace for Falcons. They don't have a great Bat Rider Lasso answer in this lineup. They're basically all free. So you just kind of have to deal with it. You don't really have great vision mechanics either. You think about the Night Stalker giving Spirit so much vision to play off of. That's something the Panto's been able to utilize. And Falcons don't have a lot of vision of their own.
Maureen, he knows there's some heroes around here. The scan goes out and they spot. No way! He got off the BKB before the cookie, but Jesus, Yatoro just instantly blink Abyssal on him.
That's a jump scare if you ever see one, dude. Just, man, goddamn Abaddon just jumps your ass in the trees.
Yeah, and Abaddon, which huge power spike because he hit his, he completed Bloodthorn and he hit level 25, so he's got the extra attack speed. Skeeter is still working on his, the Daedalus plus his level 25. So there is a bit of a carry diff, but it's not going to last that long. He only needs half a level for the 25. He has the gold for Daedalus, but it's saving for buyback as well.
That's his biggest power spike. Probably Falcons in this game, because Amar is capping out. You need this Daedalus extra Geminate hit with the shard on the Weaver, and then he can do some serious surprise burst damage that you can't really account for. He goes in there, he gets 2 crits out of the 3 hits or whatever. Somebody can just disappear. Big X factor in this game. Did hit 25 on the Night Stalker, 100 in the Night attack speed. Significant damage upgrade for Collapse as well. I mean, these heroes are starting to scale tremendously on the side of Spirit. And this is where that Mjolnir versus Radiance kind of pays off. If you're Yatoro and you're thinking about going very late here, you'd rather have the Mjolnir at this point in terms of that DPS and consistent damage in the fight. And the attack speed is just insane on this build.
I mean, if you pop Dark Ascension for Night Stalker and him and Yatoro are hitting the same target,
you're done. Like
you will never straight out like a scene out of JoJo, you know, like you're just getting pummeled by 1,000 attacks a second and getting bashed the entire way.
Yeah, you'll never move again. It's guaranteed bash off cooldown with double Abyssal. Good luck, brother.
So Maureen actually needs to be careful. This is what I'm getting.
Oh yeah,
man.
Oh yeah. He does have Ags pull though, with the 25 double overload attack bounce. So if he gets an AoE vortex, Spirit could just disappear. You cannot
away from their high ground ward. Laurel, he's the one to get the smoke break, and he turns around and got the scythe out. Can they save this Timber Saw? Half HP, trying to work him down the shoulders, and the Timber Saw, he's still alive somehow. Collapse comes back when they beat him up. Laurel is almost dead. He is gonna die as Maureen finishes him off. Buyback immediately from Panto. He wants to rejoin his team on the chase. Yatoro starts going to work on his Skeeter. They got 1 bash. Can they get another one? Collapse not bothering to hit him right now. Yatoro's going to keep it going with his ultimate. Collapse shrugs off the finger, no problem. Now Nullifier placed onto Skeeter. We'll start backing away with the buyback used from Panto. No buyback available. Oh, geez, there goes Crit. Can't show Yatoro, but he doesn't have his ultimate. They get him. They have to force him back out of here. Crit with a buyback. One more crit. Rejoin this fight. Yatoro's going to die for this.
Such a risky jump. No buy. Did he just throw the fight?
He might have, yeah. All for a kill onto Crit. Not worth it in the slightest. I mean, it's a guaranteed Roshan, but who knows how much more Falcons is going to get off of this.
Yeah, you see Maureen tipping ATF. He's like, good job, brother. Dude, this Timber Saw death summary is one of the funniest summaries I've ever seen. He just got perma-disabled with every stun in the entire game for 10 seconds. It is just Abyssal, Hex, a Hex. He got quad Abyssal stun, double Hex. No, he got penta Abyssal stun. I don't think I've ever seen that before. This jump from Yatoro, I understand he can kill someone really quickly, but you got to respect the Weaver damage, and especially when you don't have ult, you're not that tanky. These crits hurt. That was a massive throw by them after winning that engagement. Yeah, look at that summary. Like, what? What is that? They just wailed on his ass for 10. It felt like the entire fight. Just 5 Abyssal stuns, double Hex, Night Stalker stuns, lasso, rooted, cookie stun. It's like, brother, the man he couldn't press a button for 10 seconds.
They knocked him down and just beat his ass red, man. And Falcons, they had to watch it happen, but in the end, Falcons and Amar get the last laugh. They win the engagement. They now have an Aegis on Skeeter, a Cheese on Maureen, and Amar is back.
Oh, he's back, and he's got a Lincoln's on the Chen behind him now. That'll block something.
Yeah, he's got a refresher, which is optimistic considering the way the last team fight went for him.
But that fixation, Team Spirit, I don't think they're going to do the same. Got the grab
caught
from
the fat blink.
Magnums on the Storm Spirit. That's going to be a dieback. Meanwhile, Collapse commits for the kill. That's a dieback.
What is this damage?
Lowering die, so much damage, man. He can't activate the cheese. Still in the backpack. Buybacks to work with here. Skeeter, he's going to lose his Aegis, going to lose his extra life. Yotaro does the same, though. Borrow time now on cooldown. And I'm sure he's not going to be as aggressive as he was last time. Mar scares back someone. He's got his refresher shard to work with. Long Timber Chain to rejoin his team on the retreat.
This lineup is terrifying. Like, the fact these fights are close is credit to Falcons, because the rate at which these heroes die when these two Gatling gun melee heroes are on top of you is disgusting. Like, again, look at this death summary. It's just hex, 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 and abyssal. It's just pure pain in the course of 3 or 5 seconds. You cannot escape. There is no save that will bail you out. Just brutalization. I mean, they have a hex on the snap, too, so double abyssal, double hex.
That's too funny.
These guys just get on you with infinite attack speed, guaranteed bash. It's...
Yeah.
I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're Falcons. Like, you don't have a hard save. There's Nullifier. You can't go Aeon. Just spam more Lincoln Spheres or more survivability, or you jump them first.
This actually might be the most, like, value Bloodthorn. Because the Bat and Nightstalk are hitting so fast. Rue's got his little shredder he's adding to the table as well. You also, when you talk about burst damage, level 25 for the Leshrac, so he's got the extra Diabolic Edict explosions.
This huge talents for this hero. You get the additional target at 20 and then the extra explosions at 25, and it stacks productively. So you just, it's like 4x the explosions. Absolutely bonkers damage, especially when people cannot move for 10 seconds because your two bash bros go in and the fight's just done or something. They also both took neutral enchantments that helped this. Yotaro took alert for the bonus attack speed and the attack range, which is really nice for him. And then the Night Stalker got crude, which is minus base attack time when he had the 100 and the night attack speed. So that's another reason he's just going absolutely insane. He's just like, it's some alchemist level shit. I don't know how Falcons are even surviving in these fights. Like, this is absurd, because to me this looks just complete overkill.
Well, they need that kind of level of overkill to deal with this Amar Timbersaw. The gem looking for a high ground ward here. Collapse. I don't think he spotted Amar there. Amar chooses time to go in. Activates BKB. Spotted Panto. Panto has to use his BKB defensively.
Collapse holding on to his.
A whole lot harder to hit now.
Yeah, they're trying to bait Falcons into their vision. They don't want to go up that hill blind. Even with Ascension, it's risky. You get kited out. There is also Ags on the Chen, which could be interesting here in terms of bailing someone out. But it doesn't protect you against all the Abyssals and the bash action.
Yeah, there is a lot of pure damage, a lot of physical damage, a lot of debuff, piercing, disables.
Right. And you have to be kind of close, which is like, are you getting in that close to sit there and channel this? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, if it makes snaking more of a threat than crit, I actually feel like maybe that alone is worth it. Because crit's not getting into play Dota. I mean, every single time it's collapse, blinking forward, pop, BKB, nullifier, 100-0 crit.
That's the life of support against this hero. Maybe one of the more influential 25 support talents, though, if Chen does get there. He still has Hand of God, apply Strong Dispel.
Oh,
People forget this talent exists because it used to be on the old Ags, and then they moved it, and they moved it to this.
Got the lasso initiation, and it is crit.
Goodbye.
Okay. Dark Ascension and lasso is the requirement. You want to hit the buildings, though. Can you stick around to hit these buildings? I mean, if they get the bash, they get enough bash.
One bash.
Skeeter here, one
Two
Abyssal
bash.
Blade, and a second Abyssal Blade gets the grab out of Yotaro's, halting the bashes. Amar in deep here. Nullifier, his Aghanims was running out anyway. Here comes the stun device. Do we have any saves? Oh, there goes Snake King trying to help him out with that Aghanim.
Can't move, man.
It puts a stop to it and Collapse. He commits, but he's got a BKB. He's got to make a run for it. Yotaro gets bursted out again.
It's just so much sometimes when the Weaver makes the commitment. The triple Geminate attacks with the crits raining in, 1,000 damage after 1,000 damage.
Can they get out? Do get out with everybody else. I mean, that is a one fight because you get the Timbersaw buyback. Like, the only way you're winning this game is to force buybacks out of Falcons and kill them without it, right? That's what's important right now. So that is a victory. You have the Abaddon buy. I mean, if we look at buyback status in general, they're all going to be up here in the next minute except for that Timber, so it's just committed. So that is something they can play around. But man, the chain stun action out of this lineup is absurd. The crits coming out of the Weaver are absurd. That Hand of God almost bailed ATF out there.
It did. It came close.
But again, the issue is even if you're debuff immune, he just cannot get a Timber chain off. The chain abyssals into Bash there is no answer for that.
Yeah, you're not permabash, but you're not getting off a full Timber chain.
No, there's no way. No way. And it is working out in terms of dealing with him, but it's not winning Spirit the fight overall. And they're continuing to fall in network.
Yeah, they lost a range barracks there from creeps pushing in, and they're just one lane away from Megas. And they may be forced to buy back here. Falcons. They're going to have to go a little hard here in order to get Yotoro to use it in the first place. Malrine tries with his initiation, but Spirit dance away. 14 seconds. There's no way Yotoro is willing to use the buyback here.
Nope.
So Falcons can get some damage done. They force the glyph out. Panthers about
I don't know if you want to linger.
Though. Lincoln's on Skeeter. Can he get the blink? Force through Skeeter's Lincoln's and get the initiation. He goes to the Chen instead. An easier target to go for sure. It's going to cost Panto and Snaking their lives. Collapse. He makes the commitment once again. Crits hit. He's alive. Somehow is still alive. Gets the force staff backwards here. Yotoro, his ultimate's going to be popped. Skeeter, he got that out of him. Now to make a run for it. Snaking, okay, came back into the fight and will end up dying. Yotoro has to run though.
Yeah, no.
The damage from Skeeter is intense. Collapse, meanwhile, through the trees, tries to hide away. Malrine has the mana to catch him.
There's so much damage coming out between this Weaver Storm. If they're ever proccing all the overloads, it's just disgusting. Because you get all these Geminate hits in, all these overload procs. Heroes just evaporate. Like, Spirit have the control, but Falcons, they have the damage right now.
And now it's going to be Collapse who may be forced to buy back. But even if he does, it's daytime, no Dark Ascension. They're going to have to try and do it without a Laurel. Gets grabbed.
Out the Weaver.
Half HP. Trying to focus them down with the Weaver now gone. Do they have the damage to finish off? Lasso turns around with a finish off on Malrine. They trade out the mids. Buybacks galore as Team Falcons have fully committed to TP onto the outpost and finish this fight. Team Spirit. It's Yotoro. Oh, my God. Just in time. He was just about to go down, but the ultimate comes off cooldown, and he stays alive for now.
You should not be alive. That burst damage. That's like half a second difference. Absolutely on the edge, but they get Megas.
They got
buyback exchange.
They got the buyback out of Collapse. They can just reset here, but they kind of want to finish it now.
Oh, you know they want to. ATF, he says, I'm not going backwards. I only go forwards.
Even just one pick off, a refresher on Malrine for double grab, double Vortex AoE grab here. Team Spirit, even behind their throne, have to be careful in their positioning. 35 seconds till borrowed time. Still 15 seconds till Dark Ascension.
They need the Ascension. They need everything they can to survive, and that borrowed time cooldown is brutal here. It's why Falcons are stepping up.
Skeeter chips away. One tier 4 down. Dark Ascension's up. Borrowed time still another 15
go
seconds.
for it.
Team Spirit are going to smoke out.
I thought they man up there because there's no Bat Rider. But if they just all in your Weaver, I don't want to say the fight's over. It should be because he's so much of their damage, but the other two cores might be able to carry it with Refresher Storm and Refresher Timbersaw.
Yeah, we saw the damage stall out when they went for Laurel here, but Skeeter was controlled and then killed. He got Laurel half HP, and it took a while to finish him up so long that Malrine died in exchange for it.
If he didn't get accidentally force-staffed in, that could be a very different outcome for him as well.
Either way, I do think Falcons, there was a way to end that game, but they can also just play it super conservative here. They get the Roshan, they get the extra life onto Skeeter. They play defensively while they have Megas just wait out buybacks coming up.
He also wants his level 30. Very close to it here. Another nice talent on the Weaver.
the biggest risk here, because I don't think Team Spirit are going to be able to push out against Megas and take a fight against you during this buyback window, is we're going to go to tier 5 neutrals. And will those tier 5 neutrals help Spirit more than they help Falcons is really the only risk.
I mean, I almost think Yatoro needs a refresher.
Yeah, he can't rely on one borrowed time, it seems like.
Yeah, he needs more borrowed time. It's weird to think about. They don't have a damage issue. They don't have a control issue. It's just finding the right targets and bringing them down before the rest of the team kills you, because this is a classic Falcons tri-core lineup. You go on one of these carries, there's 2 others that are dealing insane amount of DPS. Someone just has to absorb that. So the jump is more important. The ability to last in the fight is more important. Ags on the bat could also maybe make a difference if you can get 2 people in this lasso. But otherwise, you're kind of capped out. I don't...
Nope, Panto spotted. Amar, long timber chain across the river, spots him. Panto has to use his BKB now. Gets a chase, actually got the lasso on him. He still has his BKB Ags, though. Hard to get through that, even with all the damage that Team Spirit has. Collapse also used Dark Ascension for that. It's about to go to nighttime anyway, but even just the free form is a bit of a loss here for Collapse. Scouting
you get the
heroes.
Refresher on the Timber. That's something. I mean, Arcane Rune Storm is just straight nasty right now. You do not want to mess with this.
Oh yeah, that is not to be trifled with.
And Snaking is giving them a lot of ores. Like, you got to keep all these ores in mind. He has Time Warp for cooldowns. He has the mini cloak for the magic resist. These heroes are just so tanky. That cooldown is a nasty aura this late in the game. And he's almost level 25. So he will have a strong dispel here, which is huge for them in this game.
Collapse gonna be spotted. Team Spirit are pushed out to try and get their tier 5s. And Falcons will try and find them while they're scrounging around the map. They had the right idea. Ballerine went back to farm to neutrals, ends up running into the Night Stalker, but the rest pushed down to bottom, where previously both Laurel and Yatoro were farming. One tier 5 is available for Team Spirit. They got it on the Leshrac, Divine Regalia, plus the 15% cooldown reduction.
Oh my, that is a sick item right there. Absolutely sick item. They need to get more though, and the issue is they have less map to work with right now. Collapse trying to go out on the map, but this is risky. You don't have buys. You're trying to kill neutral camps. Falcons, they know this. They can look for you on these spots. And I do like that Panto's thinking about the Ags on this back, because I do think that's maybe the most influential item Spirit could get to maybe change the situation of the fights. Like double lasso could be huge. You also have the Snapfire talents. We didn't talk about those, but these are really good talents. The Mortimer talent in the late game. This ult does a lot of damage when BKBs start to wear off.
Oh yeah. But it's a good thing that Falcons have some extra BKBs. Both supports will get Minotaur horns. They have spider legs and double Stygian Desolator. There goes that lasso. Gets a grab on a Snake King. Got a Lotus bounce back, nullifier. And Yatoro commits his borrowed time. Now he needs to get the blink away, but he's hexed up. He's stunned up. He's not going to be able to get the blink.
Get out.
Trouble. Has to refresh, and they can't get him out. Laurel, he's going to have to battle this out with all these Diabolic Edicts. Can he fight through this Falcons lineup without his other 2 cores? It looks like it's just not possible. Double Diabolic Edicts went out. Did not get the kill on the Storm Spirit or the Timber Saw, and now the end is pushing into them. Skeeter, he'll take the tier 4s. Amar will run straight through the fountain area.
Laurel's got to make something crazy happen.
Goes out. Laurel get one more kill before he inevitably dies. And Falcons will claim victory. 62.5 minutes in, but they get it over the finish line.
He felt so pressured to try and find and burst this Chen because he's just sitting there with double hand to God. Ags just waiting for them to go in. Too much damage. Too much damage in this lineup in that late game. I mean, we were talking about the Weaver scale versus the Abaddon scale, and it felt like the Weaver was too far behind to make that sort of comeback, but once he got to the Daedalus plus the Talons and the Overload procs, just out of control in the late game.
Skeeter ends up pulling out 74,000 damage at the end. The guy who had the roughest game for Falcons in some of the early game, but he clutches it in the end, going into late game for them. Falcons Nice victory over Team Spirit to continue their dominance in this group stage.
Cap talking about Skeeter's rough early game there. Well, it felt like every core on the side of Falcons was having a rough early game, and this should have been something that was going heavy-handed in the favor of Spirit there, Seb, but it just didn't eventuate into that. It felt like it did finally hit that area you were talking about coming into this series where if you get to that later game, if you get to the 50, 60-minute mark, that's where Falcons thrive. Are Spirit going to be able to thrive there now with the new roster?
I mean, they honestly did a really good job at it too. I think this game was like very hard to predict. Both teams played an excellent game. This is, I would say, one of the best games we've watched so far, and it went the distance. So lucky us. Both teams played honestly amazingly. I think obviously Amar is the standout player. He did like an incredible amount of work on his timber. It started here. Like there were openings for Spirit. Like some openings they seized very like convincingly, and some I think they kind of let slide. Whereas I think Falcon played like a much more like stable and consistent game overall.
Yeah, for me, I think Spirit, like we saw the first highlight, that 7-minute wisdom rune. There was like that moment, there was like 5-10 minutes later, another fight. Like there's early skirmishes that didn't really connect for Spirit. They didn't bring the right amount of numbers. They were kind of like making rotations towards mid-tab but not taking it, they're just resetting. They felt a little bit lost in the early game. And I think that if they had a bit more conviction, if they understood exactly what they really wanted to do, this game could have been different. But again, it was a beautiful game. Like once you did enter the mid to late game, the way that you're playing around the Night Stalker vision, you're trying to find the back line, and yeah, it was just one of those games that it is a treat to watch.
Yeah, even going past the team fights as well, the objectives, everything was so amazing and how they wanted to give and take between the two of them. The ABBA itemization on Utoro, I think that's quite an interesting aspect here, Quinn, because most people would have just expected to go the Radiance route.
Yeah, I think it's an incredibly, like, it shows how aware he is and how in the game he is. He's thinking actively really about what he needs. I think it's a genius decision, to be honest, to opt for the more high single target DPS as opposed to this Radiant spread damage against his Timber. So I think he realizes, okay, I need at some point to get Bloodthorn, I need to get Manta and Abyssal, and all in this guy and burst him down. And he did that a couple times this game. And I think the Mjolnir was one of the key reasons why they were able to pull this game back. I think between that and you can see how their draft is working together. Like the game is not in a good state at some point, but they're winning these fights and they're getting clutch pickoffs. Like there's a lot of, you can see their picture and the idea for the game. And I think the Mjolnir and the Abaddon's item build in general was like a pretty key part of that.
No, for sure. It paid off like awesome, and he had the right idea, and it's always like so amazing to see like from the get-go, because he queued it up kind of in the fountain, like like very early he decided, okay, I'm gonna go Mjolnir and stuff. And for us it was hard to kind of get the full picture together, and it just came, it made every sense at like much later in the game, which is honestly crazy to think about, like being able to have like be so many steps ahead before the game even starts on a hero that I don't think I've seen anyone not buy Radiance on Abaddon in like, I don't know, however many games. It's mind-blowing.
But I mean, as much as we're praising Spirit, Falcons, they're the one that won the game, right? And also like the way that they still like offered up Amar, right? I think you have to have a lot of trust in this playstyle, because Amar's like, in one of the clips, right, he's tanking, 2, 3, 4 hexes, getting a bustled up, he's getting full comboed, but it's like Falcons still understand, like, we don't want to commit to the fight instantly, we kind of want to wait, let the fight develop. And of course against Spirit, I believe they still come out ahead slightly in this fight, but it's the constant thinking, okay, this one, he dies. After this fight, suddenly Snaking's going, okay, I'm going to go buy an Agnums now, I'm going to go buy a BKB for myself, so when you take another fight at our top tier 3, I'll be able to stand on the high ground with that debuff immunity for my Timbersaw, keep him barely alive, buy time, sure he dies and buys back, but it's like, you're adding 2-3 seconds, and it felt like every single fight, Falcons were going, okay, one hero's dying, how do we itemize to then have 2 seconds more of life, then 5 seconds more of life, then a minute more of life, and then suddenly you're winning the game, right? But it was so much development for Falcons, like every fight, it was really impressive, the adaptations throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same question every time. It's like, how often a team's going to keep giving Falcons Chen? Snaking on Chen essentially becomes this fourth core for them. He does so much. But the thing that we were talking about, Timbersaw eventually being in that unkillable phase, just how much chaos he was causing, it was still really rough early on for him. That 7-minute highlight was impactful for both himself and the Storm Spirit getting back into this game, because Lars solo killed Malrine mid. There could have been so much coming out of that Lesh mid, knowing how easily you shut down that Storm, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Spirits had a really dominant early game the past few games. And I think this game is a game where they faltered a little bit, and where Falcons had more going. I think after that solo kill, there was a clip we were going to show, but I think the Lash is able to push it. You can see here he's already killed him at this point, and the wave is splitting. And I think you can continue to abuse this edict here. I think you watch, like, Laurel moves down, back towards his tower and allows Mallory to hold the wave on his hill and pull it back to his side. And I think this is around a window where Lesh will get level 5 off this, and if he holds the wave on his hill, forces Storm under tower, he'll get 3 in Edict. You bring 1 support, comes from the side, comes behind the tower, or even Lesh can start to stand on Storm's hill and dip back and forth. And there's very easily, you can create a world where you kill the Storm again, or you force him into jungle, and you get more pressure on this mid tower, which then gives Lesh the freedom to rotate, and you pressure this Timber Saw, you open up this map earlier, alleviate your bad. Like, there's a lot of small things. I think that's just what's so beautiful about Dota is you can look at all these grand team fights and you can look at all these item decisions. There's so many different things that all could have changed the game in different ways. I think that's why the game is so cool, and why whenever you see top teams play like this, it's so interesting because you can break down so many different parts of the game, and there's nuggets to be gleaned in like every aspect.
Yep.
I feel like there was just a lot of information, you know, everything that came down to if there was one more kill in mid, if there was just a slight rotation coming out. But there is always that fear that, you know, side lanes on either side for Falcons are going to rotate mid too. So it's like, how much do you overstep? And that's massive props to Falcons there. Any final words, T, for that series? Because it truly was one of the best games of Dota that we've gotten to see so far.
Nope, we still have 3 more. It feels like that could have been the last series of the day, but it wasn't. We have 3 more absolute bangers, so yeah.
Yeah, do you know which 2 teams are going next? Do you want to intro it for us?
Yeah, okay. We have Liquid versus Heroic.
With the sacrifice, a spear, a refresh, second other site. No, covered by the static storm, Tofu. He protects Mickey. Mickey gets off the BKB, and now here comes the Omni Slash bouncing around. Oh, Yule Scepter on 1. Palos getting low. Palos, he needs a force staff, and he gets away. Sonic Wave trying to push. Megas are inbound, hitting the throne right now. It's going to be the Mars. He gets diced up real quickly. Palos now in trouble. Palos burst it down. They couldn't save him. They did everything they had. Even the Yule's trying to be used to help him out.
They're trying to throw everything onto Yuma. King Joe's able to come in with the repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boris Strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2, takes him out with the triple. Keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the rampage. There it is, Yuma.
There you had it. T introduced them. Liquid up against Heroic. A couple of games that we've been able to see from them so far. So lucky. Liquid having a win earlier on this mainstream. We saw it. Hopefully their PC issues have been fixed. No more delays for them, because we kind of coined this win into a little bit uninspiring, it felt, Seb, where it was like there were just so many elements that, yes, they were good, but were they enough when you come up against opponents like Heroic?
I was just thinking to myself, if like Liquid PC issues means we're getting more ice cream, so it's like I could be okay with it. There's a world in which like I'm not that sad about it, but no, it was like, I mean, I think uninspiring is maybe a little bit unfair to them. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
I definitely understand where this is coming from, because I don't think like they were not fighting the hardest competition. I think like they just played a solid game and it was enough to close it, if that makes sense. And they're gonna have to show more. I guess this is where we're heading, where like we expect more from Liquid, and it's not really about us more than it is about the top teams here are not gonna lose to that. They're gonna need to bring more to the table. So the question is, are they able to do so? And I think Heroic looked like they would be one of these top contenders at the beginning of the group stage. I think they're falling off a little bit. I knew they took a game off Falcons, but that was a game that was not in their control whatsoever. Their last game, they got absolutely like destroyed by Mouse in 25 minutes. And the game before, they had it against Tundra, and it was also pretty much in Tundra's control. So Heroic is in a loss streak right now. Like they had 3 pretty rough games in a row. Liquid, can we already call them on the, give them momentum, or maybe it's a little bit early? It's kind of hard to predict the next one. I think both teams need to kind of prove themselves.
Yeah, and they're sitting in similar standings in the group, this big group as well, right? Liquid with 2 wins, 4 losses, Heroic 2 wins, 3 losses. And it's just one of those things that it's like, yes, it was a win against Falcons, like you were saying, but it's just like, they had to be backs against the wall for that one, Quinn, to be able to have a massive comeback. Is the door going to be open like that from Liquid? Are they going to be able to have the same sort of lineup to take advantage of?
Yeah, I mean, you can only get a miracle every so often, right? You don't want to end up in situations like that in the first place. You want your gameplay earlier in the game to be better, so you're not like preying on some crazy rapier comeback. I think for Liquid, I think that last game was pretty good signs of life, and that I think their draft was much more cohesive and intact, which is why they were able, even with some messy gameplay here and there, to pull that back and get a win that felt like it was relatively in their control. And I think that's a good sign for them because they are incredibly talented players. No one in their life has doubted Nisha or Mickey or Boxy or Tofu or Ace individually. They're all incredible. You have to name all of them because they really are all greatly skilled players. And so I think having a draft that allows them to chill and not be stressed and play at the pace they want and give them a little bit of room for growth, I think is a great sign for them.
I love that the draft you're using those words for included a position 5 Mars. Let that be known that when you see that Mars, it was a position 5, and somehow Quinn is coining it as just a nice, calming, solid draft for them, something they're used to here, T.
But it is critical though, because like in that draft, you have a Storm to jump, you got the Brew to control, you got Arena. Other drafts, it's like they have 1.5 stuns and, you know, friendship to try and win the game. It's not going to work out, right? So I feel like they are moving in the right direction, but against Heroic, they need to have that team fight. They need to have that way to stamp their authority at some point in the game. Because if you're playing into Beastmasters and Primal Beasts and mid-Bat Riders and all this chaos, if you don't have a way to kind of mirror that or match that, you need to have a 15,000 gold lead or 10,000 gold lead to be confident. So I'm really hoping that Liquid continue the philosophy that we saw in that last game.
Yeah, that's a big question around the side of Heroic, right? You talked about this mid matchup. Whisper coming into the mid lane, it is a lot of fun to get to watch for us as viewers because it is bringing in these different sorts of heroes. And you've already talked about it as well, Quinn, like how you think some of his talents and his skills were wasted in that side lane. But now I'm wondering, Nisha, TI winner up against Whisper, who's a role swap into mid. It's just like, where is this going to fall when it comes to skill? Where is it going to fall when it comes to draft? Can you cheese Nisha?
I mean, I think they're both great laners. I think the hero that Liquid should be most careful of mid is this Bat Rider. The Bat Rider and also the Enigma, since it's a flex somehow. They play it in mid Enigma. I think you want to be careful of these weird heroes. And I think if you're Heroic, you do not want to pick Queen of Pain. At all costs, don't pick Queen of Pain. Because Nisha has plenty of responses to this hero. He's a versatile player. And if you pick something normal and straightforward and upfront like that, he will abuse it. Nisha is a great laner with maybe the most versatility in mid of any player in the world. He can play literally every hero. And so if you show him something up front, he can pick a very specific counter and get you in a way. So I think you want to get a little spicy if you're on the Heroic side, and Liquid, stay away from the spice.
And like to add on that, maybe like there is a world where Heroic could like use Whisper a little bit differently also and kind of give him these heroes and these matchups that he actually knows and that players like Nisha have never kind of run into, or not in a while anyway. Because you have to play versus Enigma mid, whether you're Nisha or somebody else, it's just a struggle. Like you don't know what you're getting into, you don't really know what he's going to buy, how he plays the lane. And I think Whisper has this kind of raw Dota instinct where he's just going to be able to figure it out on the spot. So he could just have that advantage that I think they're not really giving him right now. So giving him the quabs and the shakers, obviously he's good on these heroes and he delivers. But I feel like now he's like adapting to, he's like catching up rather than the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, it's critical that I think for Heroic, their first phase picks aren't actually contestable by Liquid or not being contested so far. Like the Queen of Pain, the Sand King, Liquid don't care about it. So I hope Heroic enter the draft and breathe. You know, they don't have to rush towards these heroes, play for some contest other heroes and then, you know, develop it later. But critically, don't force Whisper early in the draft. Just buy time.
All right, buying time. Maybe the players want to be doing that in the draft, but I'm not going to buy any time here. We're going to get straight on into it. Well, whether it's that stable draft in a position 5 Mars coming from Liquid or a stable draft with a mid Bat Rider coming from Heroic, we'll see exactly what is going to be left in. But right now, it's not going to be a Marcy, a Naga Siren, a Timber, or a Nature's Prophet. Heroic straight up, they're going to yoink that from the hands of Liquid.
Yeah, I really want there to not be a Queen of Pain, and I also want there to not be a Sand King for Heroic. I think while the hero can be strong, I think it needs to be in very capable hands. And to be honest, I think especially with this Ghost Scepter nerf, the only hands capable enough that I've seen are Malrine, and I think everyone else has just looked sort of schmeep schmop. You get some farm, you farm some ancients, you stun some guys, but it's not they're not comfortable, and you need to be really excellent on this hero to make it shine.
Well, Liquid actually respecting the Queen of Pain with the ban.
Huh. I'm surprised.
I'm surprised as well just for the fact that, like we already mentioned, there's so many counters, but clearly they feel like it's a good building block, and in drafting, right? Taking away good foundational heroes that open up for strategies is a good way. So it's just a respect towards Heroic.
I'm a little bit surprised that Heroic is not taking a page out of Falcon and just like prioritizing the Timber higher. Like they banned it for themselves. I thought it could have been a decent approach also to their drafting style. Like Whisper and Devi are really known for this hero, and Falcons is kind of making a case of like, hey, you can just pick Timber. And I'm gonna have to stop because I did see this Beast coming. I have to admit, I had Beast first pick for Heroic. I like this adaptation. I think they haven't done it yet, but I just. It's just a really cool approach. It could have been the Timber too. It's kind of the same thing. Like Whisper is very comfortable on Beast, so is Devi. They keep it completely open. These are heroes that are kind of hard to... You know, we mentioned the Sanking. Like you can do the same with Beast, except Beast is like one of Whisper's best heroes, whereas Sanking isn't.
He was eating ice cream as well.
They know where the real buff comes from.
Yeah, they saw us eating ice cream.
So this is like a...
He's on ice cream.
This is cool. This is hype. Like Whisper Beast is very strong. Very, very strong, and so is Devi.
Gyrocopter, huh? I mean, I think this is like it prevents offline Beast, right? You're not going to play offline Beast, so it's most likely mid Beast at this point.
Honestly, I feel like you can. I know it's not the best, but it's like there is a way. If Beast finds a way to either play the lane really well and get kind of what he needs, which I agree should maybe not happen, or just like fall back to the jungle and kind of pressure elsewhere and force the support away. Like when this Beast Dom hits his timings, he can kind of cause some issues to the gyro, and then the roar into gyro BKB. Like I wouldn't count it completely out. I think like if it gives you like a better mid matchup, like I wouldn't mind it personally.
One thing as well is it does force the Gyrocopter to have to live in front of his tier 1 tower, keeping it alive. When Dominator comes into play, he has to just keep protecting it. So if they play around that, knowing he's kind of locked into this side of the map, yeah, I can see a world where they still put the Beast in the offlane, but again, like I've mentioned, they have to bring something else to life within the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of iffy on the Gyro because I think Gyro is pretty bad against mid Beast at a minimum. So like, I think they're already super fine putting it mid. Like, it's not good for Gyro in the game. This Roar is very good against you. It's a ton of single target damage, and mid Beast is also just not that easy to counter in lane. These boars are really stupid, and he takes no damage from creeps. So you can lane against a lot of things. So even if they would want to put it mid, it's very chill and not bad in the game at all if they didn't feel like they could put it offline.
Critically though, the statement from Heroic is they know that Liquid hasn't been the most kind of punchy in the early game. Like they might get a couple kills, but they're not like converting that into constant map pressure and gold. I think Beastmaster alone is a statement of Heroic going, we want to try and punish you in what has been your weakness so far at Blast Slam.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of random stable supports. Snapfire, Jakiro, we've been seeing. Yeah, there it is. Everybody takes Snapfire in 13. I think
stolen.
In a lot of metas, there comes a point where there's a couple supports or one support in particular that becomes the popular 13 pick, because cores generally are picked on 8 and 9, and so then it comes to second phase, and that support is either banned or it's snatched. And right now it seems to be Snapfire, that it's too good to be given to 14, 15, and so second pick is sort of taking some ground back. It's generally considered a little weaker than first pick, and so you take some ground back and you steal that one powerful support that both teams sort of want on 13.
What is the power behind Snap? What is it that is putting her above those other supports that could potentially be in the conversation?
I think the general consensus right now is just she's a strong laner. She has a good teamfight ult. She has, sort of a pseudo save and cookie. She's like just a hero that you can pick that can lane in both lanes, which is also something that's quite nice. It's not easy to lane counter pick you with another support, and you have decent tools throughout the game. There's nothing that really can expose a Snapfire per se.
Yeah, it's hard to punish. I mean, I feel like also it's been a little bit disrespected. Like sometimes, you see a Chen, it's being addressed, and honestly, Snap, I think it deserves to be addressed too, because this hero, like the Mortimer, is a big. That's exactly what I'm after. Like, I think the two support heroes that can punish Snap is either like Silencer, like it's a pretty common answer. You just global the Mortimer, and now Snap is just like a cookie bot, and then the Nyx Carapace. It's harder to make it work, but honestly, you're kind of giving up on the Beast versus Gyro already, so you might as well, you're going to be pulling waves, you're going to be kind of weathering the storm, and now all of a sudden Snapfire is just a much worse hero. So it's a little bit scary. Like, I mean, you have to play a very subtle game, because the lane could just be completely, they can just snowball on you basically. But if you play it properly and you get the Nyx into the game, it's an amazing answer.
I'm curious why they picked Jug though. Like, it's good against both those heroes, right? But why not just pick two supports? You're not flexing Beast as support. Why would you show Jug and potentially get yourself Enigma or Slardard, like we've been seeing a million trillion times, or something else. It just doesn't really. I don't really understand why they would. Yeah, there's a Slardard. Like why pick it there and let yourself get countered instead of just picking it on 18?
Yeah, it's scary. It's a very scary prospect, honestly.
But Heroic has always been trying to. They haven't been the strongest team using pick 18, and then here at least we already spoke about the flexibility of Beastmaster. They're clearly investing more stocks in that, and Yuma's just taking, like, you asked him what hero do you want to play? I want Jug, you pick it, and then you flex to Beastmaster. I'm not saying it's the strongest, but yeah, they have clearly put eggs in different baskets this time around.
Like a pretty straightforward answer for, I mean, now they're gonna select another support. I think most likely the Snap is going with the Slaughter. I would like to see like a Jakiro answer for Heroic to try to. You need a support that's gonna help this Jug lane versus Slaughter, and for that you need. I think Phoenix is not. I mean, for some reason people don't look at this hero. Even I personally think it's good, but against Snap and Gyro is probably not good. Jakiro has had a lot of success. It's a classic like Slaughter counter, slow his attack speed, and if not that, but you need to invest on this Juggernaut because as we've said, it's been picked really early. It's very exposed. It is good against Gyro and it is a win condition, but it needs to have a game for that. So the 5 needs to fulfill that role, and hopefully it's not a Nyx going there. So you need to pick a 5 right now, even though you don't like to do it on 18, I think, but I'm just scared for this Jugger. He needs help right now.
I mean, we've been asking for Liquid to continue down the team fight, the skirmish. This is a draft that is exactly what you want to see. Like, you've got the strong lanes, the ability to do absolutely everything. The combinations we saw earlier with Spirit are coming to light as well with Slardar Gyrocopter. The vision from both Slardar and Clockwork can demolish longer fights where you just keep chasing them down. Clockwork also can just follow the Nyx around the map.
Very tough matchup for Nyx. This Clockwork is super annoying for Nyx. And usually, like, you would think of certain heroes to... The heroes that counter Clockwork are countered by Gyro. Because usually what counters Clockwork is, like, summon heroes because of the cogs and the interaction of, like, these units killing the cogs. But you definitely don't want to... You're not going to pick an Enigma, for instance. Like, it doesn't happen. You're probably going to have the Beast there. And honestly, if you don't... I feel like it's an unsalvageable lane anyway.
Good job.
The Jakiro comes...
I mean, it's very, very good pick. As I already mentioned, just any attack slow, just to give life, give the aggression to that safe lane, because they need Jug to have a game here. If Jug's at any point playing comeback, then the whole draft falls apart. Nyx will be hunting for heroes, Beast will be wanting to progress the towers, but they need their carry to get into the game.
It's pretty decent versus Clock also in the game. Like, I don't think that's why they pick it. It's mostly like trying to adjust the Slaughter, but it is good against cogs. Like, it's, you know, extra bonus you get for yourself. And now the question is, where do you decide, like, what do you decide about this Beast, basically? Because you don't have last pick, it's Liquids, so is Beast going mid, or is Beast going position 3? And the bans are going to tell that story, because if Beast is going mid, you're going to have to protect him. And if Beast is going post 3, you're going to decide what you pick, and you obviously, like, protect that with the 2 bans that are coming now.
Yeah, I mean, I think another small thing about it being cute that they picked this Jakiro on 18 there is that even though this Beast is still flexing, it's not flexing till the end, so like we'll be able to see what they're doing and counterpick it. It essentially hides your bans, because their bans are now split now between 2 lanes, and so it's less likely they ban something that what Heroic actually wants. You still have this option that makes these bans more wasted. So it's kind of interesting that they take the Jakiro there. It's higher priority, and it surely would have been banned. And so I think it doubles down on what Seb said, that picking the Jakiro there is correct, because this ban it's a bit foggy, and Heroic will probably get something they want.
Is there a world in which you pick like a bat, for instance, for Heroic, and you just flex it?
It's been banned out.
It's been banned. Okay.
Yeah, they just banned it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely would have been
That's how good of an idea
scary.
it was.
Oh, they just banned it.
Yeah, they literally just banned it.
My poor eyes are not letting me get that information.
I think there's potential for Nisha to play something out of the ordinary here. Like, I think the sniper ban was something that they could have looked at in a world. I think something about this configuration of heroes allows for, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I feel like he can play something odd.
How much of a deterrent is like going for the Storms and the Pucks because there's a Nyx? I know Storm's already banned, but like, how much of his hero pool being like the playmaker does he have to like veer away from just because of the Nyx being in the game?
I mean, you've got a Clock and a Slardar. You've got plenty of initiations already, so I think it's totally fine if Nisha is like their draft is pretty solid. They have a lot of stuff. They have good lanes. They have catch. They have some team fight. Like it's fine, you know. So I think Nisha can look at Heroic's lineup and see what heroes are there and just pick. Okay, this is what I want to play based off of matchups.
Okay, they go for the Centaur. I mean, it's like one of the few heroes that was left on the position 3. I don't think you feel great because it's decent against the heroes, but against Clock I think it's pretty rough. Like Centaur versus Clock Gyro can actually feed, so they're gonna have to play the lane top like very, yeah, it's a subtle lane to play. Like I'd be very, you know, unhappy running Centaur next because this is a lane that doesn't offer anything. You're not gonna kill, so you're just basically trying not to die.
They're both also very low damage. Jug is a bit of a slow hero, so I think there's potential there that Heroic's lineup becomes helpless. I wonder if they go for Pango here, or like there's not that many heroes that are super good against Beastmaster. Nisha typically doesn't favor Pangolier, but it is definitely an option here. I'm trying to think of what other stuff they can do that is anti-Beast.
There's a lot of weight also on this Beast, so if they can shut him down, it's very good for Liquid. Like Heroic relies a lot on Beast having a good game.
Okay, mid bristle.
Mid bristle, wow.
Or yeah, probably.
Looks like it.
Probably not off.
Or could it be a mid slaughter?
Mid bristle.
Yeah, it's mid bristle.
Okay.
I think it was quite a good response for a little bit there. Whenever people were first picking Beast a lot, people were picking Bristlebacks on 9 because you could just follow him wherever he went.
You can contest the stacks also.
Yeah, you can contest the stacks, and I think you need to play the lane mid very well as the Beastmaster. You can survive, it can be okay and be roughly drawish, but Bristleback can also stomp the crap out of you if you're not really careful with these boars, because every boar feed is insanely bad. It's so
much XP. Yeah.
Much XP.
It's a lot of XP.
Like this guy suddenly gets to level 5 quills really quick, and you will like die in lane, and you will never get space.
I just like the fact that Liquid have identified a first pick hero and made sure that no matter what lane it goes to, it's punished. How many times today has a first pick hero been able to kind of scurry off to a certain lane and dodge the aggression? Right here is the Gyro beats the offlane beast. The Bristle should beat the mid beast. It's on paper, I think Liquid have a really, really strong lineup. And
yeah, it's a very well-rounded draft.
Yeah.
Like they have a lot of things going for them, and on Heroic side, it's gonna come down. They're gonna have to be very clutch. Like their heroes can function well together, but the early game and what comes after, it's scary right now. Like they need to clutch it to kind of get where they want to get, because in theory they should not be allowed to.
Yeah, I am slightly worried for Heroic that they're just very static. Jug needs to farm a Battle Fury, Centaur wants to farm like Aura plus Blink or something, and then meanwhile Whisper, let's assume he's shut down, he's your tempo from the early to mid game. So if he doesn't have a game, the supports are waiting for something to happen, side lane cores are farming. So it's like there's this kind of like awkwardness around Heroic's lineup. But sure, when you get online, 30 minutes, everyone's got items. You know, Dota can be played, but I'm really expecting Liquid just to dictate so much of this early game.
Well, hopefully Liquid are feeling themselves after a win earlier. Their draft definitely entails that aggressiveness for them. Don't take your foot off of the gas there. Let's see if they can get themselves another win, or if Heroic are going to be able to execute their draft in a best of 1.
Time for the 5th game. We're over the halfway point of the day 3. It's Liquid again, this time matched up against Heroic. Liquid, they got themselves a win earlier today. We casted that one. It was not the most impressive victory, but if they win this one as well, then all of a sudden they're back to a much more manageable score of 3 and 4. Ultimately, if you're somebody like Liquid, I feel like the goal is just to make sure you don't get eliminated and you get to play the play-in stage.
That might be the biggest goal at this point. Yeah. Could be a classic Liquid online result as well, right? They struggled in some Dream Leagues. Maybe they're going to struggle in some Blast too. Just something about certain tournaments they can't figure out. But hey, if they get some wins here, anything's possible. And they're going to try and do it with a Nisha Bristleback with some cursed ass cosmetics, dude. I don't know what that is, but it's not good looking.
I think the cosmetic might be broken a little bit because I think it looks fine now. Before he looked like he didn't have the armor, so he just kind of looked emaciated. You know, it was just like it looked like a bristleback support.
I wonder how many times he's played this hero in his life, like including pubs and everything. I guess it's under 10.
Under 10? There's no way.
No, they made a bold claim. Make your bold claim then. Where's the evidence?
I'm getting it. 1 second.
All
You can go ahead and talk about whatever you want to talk. Oh my God, it's under 10. What?
Yes.
Okay. But
Vindicated,
we all know,
everybody.
No. We all
Vindicated.
know that Nisha has Smurfs. All right.
Oh,
playing
yeah.
on
Whatever.
Smurfs, all right. But this
Whatever.
account, he has played 8 Bristleback pub games.
There you go. That's
He has
why
never
I'm
played
an
a
analyst.
professional
right there,
game
boys.
with Bristleback, but
I can tell. You can tell by the cosmetics, the way they move, the hesitation in the draft, the little imperceptible shifts in the wind. You know, this is what you pick up on after a decade of Dota experience.
what are we remaking for?
There's a server stutter.
Oh.
So you try and remake it and basically reload on a new server slot, which, yeah, it's pretty bad right now. So,
yeah. Well, hey, Avery, you want to watch production panic? All right, let's go ahead and head back to the panel. No, I'm joking. We got this. Don't worry. Don't worry. Avery's an expert at filling in these situations.
I don't think production was going to panic. I think somewhere Nat just panicked, started running, and if you caused her physical harm, you're responsible, Austin.
No, that's her clumsiness that would be responsible.
My Dota crashed.
Oh, that's good. That's a good sign. That's not an omen of any sorts.
No, definitely
Things
not
to
at
come.
all.
All right, we're gonna have a remake here. We should be able to get back into second game pretty quickly. But
I mean, gotta respect Liquid's prep coming into this game, right? Because if there was anything Blitz told them, it was probably, hey guys, we gotta slow Heroic down. We gotta take them off their game. Really fast-paced tempo team, really chaotic. We need to make sure the pace is slower. And Boxy was like, don't worry, bro, I got you. Just sabotage the server, introduce stutter. Heroic can't play. Game's slow. Liquid wins.
It's not really a coincidence here that we had the tech issues with the Liquid game before this.
Very suspicious. I'm not saying anything, but if there's one thing we know about Liquid, it's they will do anything it takes to win. Ruthless is the adjective that comes to my mind when I think of this team.
Ruthless.
Like when I look at their players, it's just look at them, ruthless, bro.
I'm sorry. You played with Eternal Envy, and you think Liquid, ruthless.
Austin, I was there. I was there thousands of years ago when the mid bristleback was born. And I was there when the hubris of man, Eternal Envy, refused to let it die. I was there on the poor end of those games. And yet here we are. It returns in the hands of another ruthless team with no regard for human life.
I'm confused. Do you think mid bristle is good or not?
I think it's toxic.
Oh, okay. I mean, I do remember Jackie doing wave cutting shenanigans. Was that? Did he do
his
that
version
with Bristleback?
His version was the most toxic for sure. But the map's different now, so it's more honest, but it's a dishonest honest. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying.
It's just not. It's not right. It's not right, man. It's not the right way to play the game. Okay,
you just
way.
Feel it in your gut. Sometimes you know something is just morally wrong.
Yeah. You know, people say don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Bristleback mid is bringing a gun to a knife fight. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, have some honor.
I'm confused. Is there a lobby that I'm not seeing?
Yes, we are all in it. Okay. We are literally all in it. That's the face of the players going, where's the stupid caster so we can start the game?
I mean, whatever. You guys can start without me. I don't need to be in it. I have to restart Dota. My Dota crashed.
Look at Boxy. He's getting frustrated. He's like, where's this goddamn caster?
Whatever, man.
Schofield's literally crying. I just want to play the game, please. Get the caster.
What has him cracking up so badly?
Ace's neck. He's having neck pain now. Oh my god.
He's
waiting for this caster forever.
There. Oh my god, dude. My Dota is not happy with what's happened.
Someone's just gone. I think it's KJ. He's just gone.
If you want an update, I restarted Dota and made me rejoin the previous game. Now I'm locked into black screen. I really do not need to be in this lobby.
You need to get in here fast. Like, I don't like what I'm seeing. Aces. He's getting real angry. This is not good. This is,
my coordinator's down.
That is scary, dude.
This is cursed, man.
This is not like this. He's getting very upset. This is Ace's very upset face. I've seen it before. Schofield's having the time of his life, though, so you got that going for you. You know, Heroic, they're just a bubbly, happy team, man. Just happy to play.
What do you think of their roster changes, by the way? The fact that they had so much success at TI with their previous lineup and they still made the changes. Why?
Yep.
What do you think prompted that?
Maybe they just felt like they hit their ceiling, right? If you have that invisible feeling, you just think this was our max potential, or maybe we overshot where we expected to land and we need to shake things up just to unlock that higher ceiling. You know, I mean, you can't really fault a team if that's the general consensus and they want to go that direction. And maybe they're wrong, but if that's the feeling, you have to do something, because you can't play a whole year with this thought in the back of your team's mind of this is the best we can do. You have to be able to think we can do better. We have a very high ceiling. We can beat anybody. And at the point where the team no longer believes that, then you're better off just making a change and moving forward. So I think that's potentially what they hit. But maybe they just felt like there were other factors going on, right? There were disagreements in the squad or hero pool issues or something that were also holding them back. Could have been a more mechanical reason that only they would know, being in that team.
Do you think every TI, like realistically, is like the goal here is to win TI?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's always the goal. That is the goal of every Dota player.
But it's not a realistic goal for some teams.
Every team that goes TI thinks they have a chance to win. Now, 3 or 4 days into that group stage, those thoughts disappear real quick.
Okay.
But when you go in there, you always are like, you know what? Stuff could come together. Like, we have a chance. And if you don't think that, you at least think, hey, we could get like a top 6 or top 4 or something, you know?
Yeah, okay. That's I feel like that is way more reasonable.
But I'm telling you, even on the worst team, there's still this thought of like, anything can happen, you know? Anything can happen at TI.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens in this game. We're back. Heroic versus Liquid. And
we're back. Pauses on
any stutters.
The Dota server. I don't think this is a stutter pause, though. I think this is something else. I think this is
strategic pause.
Yeah, this is Team.CEST.
Got a classic. That's a classic.
Well, they were probably yelling because they were frustrated that you weren't in the lobby, and they probably messed with the voice gate. So they probably had to readjust it here. So everybody, Austin Walsh, responsible for the delays in Dota 2 today. Make sure to tweet at Capcast, twitter.com, and make sure that you voice your very strong opinion as to caster delays in Dota 2.
I don't give a shit. I'll just say it. I don't give a shit. All right, you're trying to anger two different parties. The players, they make enough money to wait 5 goddamn seconds, and the viewers, they don't pay any money for the stream. So yeah, like you can come in with your complaints if you want. I did nothing.
What if they sub? What if they're a subscriber?
That's true. Shout out to the one guy who subbed to the Dota tournament.
See, this is why Blast hires, because I'm a very natural shill. You know, I bet there's some people out there, they don't even know that you can subscribe for free with the Amazon Prime.
Oh my god.
Is that taking it too far? I don't know.
This is more shilling that I've heard Avery do for his own stream, so it's kind of impressive.
Yeah. I mean, I go the full distance, you know. I earn my paycheck.
You think he would put a lot of effort into it, since seeing as he only streams once a year, but...
Quality over quantity, my friend. That's what we're looking for here in these BO1s. You need quality games to make it out of this group stage and get to Singapore. How'd you like that transition over there, Austin Walsh? Now, let's see what Heroic can do with a signature line.
The quantity is 1.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay.
My opinion is I'm excited to see these support matchups, because we have the Schofield Nyx, the KJ Jakiro, and the Tofu Clock, and the Boxy Snap. I feel like all these players are really comfortable in these heroes, and there's a lot of playmaking potential between these 4 supports. Like, we're already seeing it. Just boots first on the Clock, looking to mess with the Nyx pulls. This is an old school counter matchup to the Nyx, because you're going up here, you're going to try and pull the waves. Guess what? Clock, he follows you, and he messes with you. He messes with you big time. So,
yeah,
Tofu looking to disrupt Schofield's entire game here. He's going to get the full battery.
They talked about this on the panel, that they picked the Centaur into the Clockwork. It was already a great Clockwork game, man. He messes with both of these supports on the heroic side, and then the fact that you're now matched up against a Centaur, which the Cogs is an excellent grab against Stampede. So, I don't know. I mean, Tofu might just be living his best life in this game.
That's what I'm saying. Great Clockwork game. Like, really, really good. And I think even the Rocket Flare Vision can be nice against the Jug Beast, because these are heroes that want to man up for things like Tormentor and Roche. And so having vision mechanics versus objective-based lineups like that can be really nice to just get in there and be disruptive. I think it's a fabulous clock game.
Or the extra vision for flat cannon shots as well.
Yeah, there's some rocket synergy. Thematic as well. Very powerful. How's this mid lane going? 9-2 versus 9-1, completely even. Nisha getting burned out on the region as the battle for the pull top continues. I will say Schofield, he has been here before. He probably has more experience in this situation than Tofu has.
Elaborate?
Well, Tofu just switched to 5, so...
Oh. I thought you were going to be talking about Schofield's history of playing melee 4s and how he likes to do all his shenanigans playing on the enemy side of the map. How he is the ultimate attention seeker in a way. He always seems to draw the enemy to try and go on him, and it's a trap.
That's what I'm saying. And Tofu, he hasn't been playing 5, so he hasn't been playing against that. Right? A lot of 5s in the scene have played against Schofield for some time, so they know the shenanigans. They've experienced it. They know when not to get baited by him. But Tofu, he's going to experience it here. He's not going to like it. He did get the D-ward, but he did lose his carries courier, and
he may lose him the Lotus. Is he too far away? I think he is. Schofield, he's going to hit the stun.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man.
Need to get the stun. Got the Lotus.
Tofu, you're in for a wide eye opening. Welcome to playing 5 against the most annoying 4 player in the world. I hope you have fun.
Well, how's our actual 4 position for Team Liquid doing? It's the Slardar Snapfire lane. Another physical damage minus armor duo. We are going to continue to see this as Blast Slam progresses, as it seems like the Slardar really hasn't slipped up once in the games that I've watched anyway.
Like the Ace Slardar?
Do I like the Ace Mars? I mean, I don't know. You just kind of have to like roll with it.
But I guess that's the question. Like, is Ace the kind of player that you just give him anything and roll with it?
No, definitely not. But
right. So
I mean, like, somebody has to adapt on this Liquid squad. Tofu is having to adapt to the 5 position.
Lost the bounty. Dude, I'm telling you, man. This is his first experience with this. He's getting bamboozled. Like, you don't chase the man.
Tofu out in the deep water.
He's gonna get the other courier too, dude. He should just be zoning Centaur or stacking. Like, you know, this is he's gonna have a stern
he's blood grenaded him.
Yeah,
it's
you're
not gonna
get
work.
him. You're not gonna get him. Why are you even trying?
I mean,
okay, he's gonna get him.
He's gonna get him.
But will he get
him? You know?
Exactly. Right, he's gonna get him.
You might get the kill, but Schofield. Is he in your head?
Let's make it space right now. Let's make it psychological space.
Yeah, he's making space inside Tofu's head where he's going to be living rent-free.
This is good practice for Tofu, at least. You know, if you can get through this and be productive on the laning phase, then you can get through anything in life.
Davai is not doing the best in CS in this 1v1, so it's not like he is just having an amazing time as a result of this. He is the lowest CS of all the cores, 17-4.
But he didn't buy any regen, and he got the Helm. So his net worth is a little better in that regard, and he will be a lot more self-sustaining at this point, right? For a solo offlaner to be in the same position as the Slardar, who's had a support on his lane the whole time, that's not bad. Schofield got some extra courier gold in there. It's a bit of a trade-off. I'm more interested in this mid lane because, you know, this was the counter pick on the Beast, but the Bristles hasn't really been able to force Whisper off, as the axes are just as good as the Quills nowadays.
Yeah.
And then it comes down to is they're stacking it. No stacks really made yet for either team. That's gonna be it has to be something you prioritize for both these mids. Schofield looking at it. Tofu looking at him.
And we're looking at Tofu, so.
That's a good rune right there. Haste rune for the mid bristle. Really nice.
Wow. What's he going to do with it? Think he's actually going to gank
Whisper.
side lane? Because it feels like most of the battle of this Bristle versus Beastmaster, it's not just in the lane, it's in the jungle, it's in the stacks that have been made on both sides. Whisper gets caught by Tofu and Boxy with the hasted Bristleback. So they run him down. And now, I mean, 30 seconds, Wisdom Shrine spawns. There's some interesting idea there.
KJ eyeing it right now. Would love to sneak it away. Get some sort of exchange for your mid going down for free. Nice rune control from Tofu paying off, as this Clockwork is definitely the strongest support around the map. You just do not want to run into this guy in the open. KJ has to retreat, so Wisdom Shrine to Divide. I mean, I don't know if I like that when you have Jakiro Nyx supports.
Yeah, Nyx especially, who has not been playing in lane. Level 3 Nyx Assassin is not going to be the biggest help.
I mean, that's with the Shrine. The Shrine XP went to Schofield here.
Yeah.
I just think these two supports, you need the XP on both of them. It's more important maybe than the Centaur levels. Centaur levels are not that relevant.
I mean, I guess it depends on how they use Stampede here, if they use it in the next minute.
Now, they're giving a lot of solo mid XP to Schofield as Whisper goes in the jungle, so that's how they're going to make up for it a bit. And still kind of a lack of stacking, which is interesting. I thought we were just going to see stacks off cooldown in both of these triangles, but
well, Liquid
are not doing it. They're doing it.
Isn't Liquid do it, but a Heroic isn't?
No, Schofield's, he's been in there.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw Whisper go into the triangle. He roars, but gets caught in the cogs. And wait, the stun from Schofield. Now the Stampede, it gets him away. Whisper will survive. And in fact, Nisha looking a little worse for wear here as KJ is going to continue to hunt him here. They have another round of axes to throw. Let's see. That is unfortunate timing.
It is a server DC again. I can confirm.
That's fun. So how's your day going?
Oh, pretty good, man. I get to watch some Dota. I get to hang out with some of my best friends.
Yeah? Like who?
You know, just certain people that...
Yeah, you're talking about Owen and Fog to our channel down in this Discord right now?
Maybe. Yeah, I'm not going to name names. You know, I'm not not someone who names names.
I know you're not talking about me.
No, definitely not.
Because if I was your friend, you would have wished me a happy birthday yesterday.
I don't believe in birthdays, as you know. And you would know that if you were my friend. So really, who's at fault here, if you think about it?
I can't believe you didn't say anything.
I mean, I knew.
I know you do.
Yeah, you knew I knew, so I don't have to say anything.
I both know. I don't mind either way because I think it's funny. But I thought it was really funny that I knew you knew and you just refused to say anything.
Because I knew that you knew I knew. So then it's already done. I don't need to say anything, you know. I don't like birthdays. I don't like people telling me happy birthday and shit. So I respect other people in the same way.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. I'll take that excuse.
Post-pause kill.
Oh, we're back. I thought for a second that was going to be a replay. KJ.
No, that was real. That was real life, Austin.
Gracious. All right. 3-1. Liquid up 1K. After the failure to kill Whisper, in turn, the failure to kill Nisha, in turn, a failure to stay connected to the game.
Is Helm of Dominator the clockwork counter? Because you can never isolate battery assault somebody. They just play with their creep. The creeps can block the hook around the Roche pit. It's really annoying, right?
Yeah. Does battery assault still have the whole double damage against creeps thing?
That got removed a long time ago. Trust me, if Zhao 8 isn't playing the hero mid, it's not doing double damage to creeps.
That's true. Oh, that's a shame. Because then, while it would, Helmadom would still be good against it, he would be good in turn of hunting down the Helmadom creeps when they're split pushing.
I mean, They had a couple of those mechanics and they removed all of them, I think, because they're just way too broken. It just fundamentally changes an entire hero. And I think Valve did not like doing that. You know?
Yeah.
It'd be like that's giving a super high damage hero a mobility spell or something, or giving a mobility hero a disable. It's just completely unreasonable.
Yeah, fundamentally changes the power scale of the hero. Yeah,
right. It'd be like if you made a right-clicking carry that had mobility and a stun and a silence and an invisibility escape spell and 2 ults and did pure damage and did scaling damage and could switch between all those spells for more bonus damage and reach. I mean, that would just be conceptually stupid.
You know, what's funny is halfway through you listing those things, I couldn't actually tell if you were talking about Marcy on release or Kez on release.
That's the funny thing. I was talking about both. So, welcome to the modern age of Dota, where anything's possible. And it's nothing you wished for.
Yeah. And of course, they needed to take that away from Clockwork, because Lord knows you wouldn't want him to scale in any way.
Can't have a hero like Clockwork and get it out of control. Now, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. You also wouldn't want to give him any sort of wacky scaling mechanics for one of his facets.
Hell no, that can't have that going on.
I don't know why they take something like useful away from Clockwork, but then give him something absurd like chainmail eating.
It is a cool facet. Literally.
No, it's not. It's a grief facet. It's just a trap.
Nails.
The developer literally put a trap in the game for noobs.
Yeah, that's awesome. I respect that.
That's not awesome.
Did he take that facet? No, he didn't. Okay, well,
no, of course
maybe
not.
next time. You never know.
Tofu isn't a noob. Of course he's not going to take that fast.
Could have big dreams. Well, the whole time we were talking, basically nothing happened, but Heroic gave all the mid XP to Schofield, so he is level 6 now.
Hooray.
So you can start looking for some Nyx Assassin action.
Before Tofu.
Surprise!
His level 6 delayed in the most dramatic fashion.
That was perhaps the easiest Vendetta kill of his life.
Yeah, he got Vendetta and immediately got a kill with it, 5 feet away.
Yeah, that was just okay. And then back to farming mid. Dude, this guy's just a mid laner now. He should just buy Meteor Hammer.
Who has done more stacking in this game?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Do you have a stack stat?
I think Heroic has done more, honestly. They would have just not been prioritizing it. They got Schofield's courier. That's some justice. Double courier kill, in fact. They have an Arcane Rune Bristle right now. I mean, Liquid would like to fight around Nisha. Strongest hero on the map, especially with this rune.
Yeah, I feel like Nisha is not getting... Nothing is happening that he wants to have happen, you know?
No. I mean, he still has good matchups in the game. Like, it's still pretty good Bristle game, but I think he did want a little more snowball action. It's okay, though. You got a decent amount of action for Mickey top. Like, this gyro is very vulnerable.
Well, they might get the fight that Nisha was looking for off of this offlane tower. Heroic trying to defend it. Vendetta from Schofield. It's cutting in. He's going straight for Mickey. See if they can burst him down with the help of the spin. They have an ice bath out. Yuma with an Omni Slash after the spin. Might be able to finish him off. It's going to bounce around. Does it go to Mickey? It sticks on a Tofu. Tofu drags him away, and Mickey will corner Schofield in the pool and finish him off. And Yuma left in this 1v1 against Tofu with the kisses raining in. He loses that as well. They lose all 3 of their heroes that went for the kill on Gyrocopter.
He's so tanky. I feel like we've seen this a lot of times today. The tanky gyro with the Treads Falcon build up the level 10 HP talent. He's a tough hero to fight early.
And now catching Whisper while those heroes are still dead, though Whisper is rather tanky as well. Nisha. Bristleback's a good hero for cutting down tanks, though. The escalating damage of these quills. And Schofield trying to TP in to save his mid laner. May have just gotten himself killed, slowed down by the goo. Impale up in a second here. It's 2. Turn a bit more damage. Nisha, is he willing to dive the tier 2 to go after? This is not worth it. This is not worth it at all, especially with now Yuma and Divine joining in on this. Stampede gets them on top of both these heroes. Nisha is still somehow alive against that spin, just not doing enough damage. Hurricane back in by Divine. He pops the magic wand, though. And Yuma with another spin soon. Schofield with his Vendetta. He could break him here. Or it doesn't break, actually. Forgot, needs the shard, but still does a healthy amount of damage. Not enough, man. Where was the spin from Yuma? He couldn't commit.
I mean, he spun it, but the spin does no damage to this hero.
Yeah, what level spin does he have? He has it maxed out. It looked like he was doing nothing to him, man.
It was doing nothing. He's spinning him from the back, right? So it's just...
Yeah.
Still get the target reduction. They have very little damage to his Bristleback. I mean, this is why this pick is super nasty this game. It's not just about the beast matchup. It's super good against Centaur, who's struggles against the goo. Pretty good hero against the Nyx until he gets break. And you don't want to get this break because you just have to pay the full shard price for it. It's really expensive on this hero. And then the Jug matchup is bad later on, but in the early mid game, it's whatever. He doesn't have the best damage to kill you, so this Bristle's kind of running a rampage right now. Combine that with 2 other cores that are farming and scaling, can help him later on. This game is really scary for Heroic right now. They don't have a lot of easy ways to fight. They don't have a lot of easy ways to repel Liquid's heroes. They need Ags on the Beast. They need Battle Fury on the Jug. They need some impact from this Centaur, which has kind of just been dead weight so far.
It's funny you said that because I was thinking the same but a little different about the Slardar. We haven't really seen the impact of the Slardar, but Ace hasn't had to really be here for anything. So as a result, he's been farming up. He's now ready to go to hit his timing. Initiation from Tofu with the kisses locked inside the cogs. There's no way out for Whisper. And the pressure is on the Heroic. 5 heroes swarming this triangle. They're no longer gonna let Whisper live in this area and give Schofield the mid lane.
There's an amp. Might be able to chase him down here in the river.
Yeah, he gets this kill. This will almost put Ace to his Blink Dagger. Flex the bash.
Not worth it.
Leave another Corrosive Haze on him.
That mid tower going down, though, it just opens so much space for the Bristleback, especially with double deep wards. One in this bottom jungle, one at the entrance to that dire or radiant triangle. That is a lot of information for Nisha to operate on, and a lot of farm he can take away from Heroic. And not a lot of ways for Heroic to kick him out of these areas. So the Bristle's getting some good value right now. Just creating a huge amount of space, which is what you want off this mid hero. You just want him to run at everybody, force heroes off the map. Everybody else gets to farm, you get the stack, you get to take the runes. If you cannot single target focus kill this guy and take him out of your areas, you'll slowly bleed a large net worth lead. So the question is, are there items for Heroic they can get in the short term to free that kind of damage up? Ags on the Beast helps. You have a Crimson on the Centaur. Good against the Gyro Black damage. Not great against the minus armor. But to me, it's this Nyx. Like, the Nyx has to be finding core kills in this game. That's very difficult when you have such little space and little vision to work with.
Yeah, they're effectively being corralled into all playing in the same area. And Liquid's doing so while efficiently farming up. Nisha takes the stacks once again out of the triangle. 8,000 net worth lead for Team Liquid. A very fast Lotus Orb for Nisha, which could come in super clutch. 2 different single target ultimates from cores on Heroic.
And he gets a shield rune. Well, he's invincible right now, which means run at the enemy. And they still have this ward on Radiant Triangle, so they know Whisper's in here somewhere.
Yeah, who isn't invincible of the cores on Liquid? You pointed out how tanky the Gyrocopter was. We saw him put that to play. Nisha, untouchable with Shield Rune, that's for certain. Lotus Orb only going to help him further. The supports can still be killed, but traded out. Core for supports. Liquid will take that every single time. Schofield trying to draw enough attention that the Omni Slash can go to work here. Sticks onto Ace, does a good amount of damage.
One more hit.
A Force Staff gets him away. Schofield's chasing after him. He knows Ace, he's got the Corrosive Haze on him, so Schofield can't keep it going. Flat-handed shots heading his way. Spike Carapace will stall up Mickey. Doesn't stall up Nisha, though, who keeps on trucking. Chasing after Yuma. Another Spike Carapace stalls. Yuma underneath the tier 2 will survive, but once again, it is Heroic huddled around their tier 2 areas and being picked apart.
The vision control from Liquid is just so severe. very hard for Heroic to find openings, and every fight has started with Liquid going on them because of the clockwork, getting easy initiations off these wards. They now have double ward placed on this hill, refusing to leave the area. Can you punish this if you are Heroic? It looks tough, man.
This minus armor stack it up. The Crimson Guard may not protect him against much minus armor and physical damage from the Seeing Red facet. Mickey, he just casually comes in, takes both kills.
Heroic are just very frustrated. They're a team that always wants to be able to fight, but they cannot right now, and they're just continuing to try and do so in poor positions under Liquid wards without the necessary items. And no one's getting the side lanes out. No one's drawing any attention anywhere else on the map. Exactly what Liquid wants. This mid bristle pick is working out to perfection. Just absorbing so much attention and creating so much pressure. Feels as if Heroic don't know what to do.
And we've seen this before with the very first match of the day, right? Gyrocopter versus Juggernaut. And when the Gyrocopter gets this far ahead, like you always say, one item ahead of him, by the time the Juggernaut gets to an Omni Slash that is higher level with higher damage, you're going to have a full tank Gyrocopter that has Satanic.
He is so fat. Like, he has almost 3,000 HP before the 20-minute mark. He's just going Satanic here off the little crit. He's going to be invincible with that Satanic. There's nothing you're going to be able to do.
Heroic. They just desperately need a small pick-off or two to get some sort of ground running. It's up to Schofield to find those openings. But again, they know about most of this. Sentry's going to be dropped. They get him with the hook shot. Very easy. And a large part of this, the vision, the aggressive vision that Team Liquid had. They had a triangle ward, not on the high ground, but towards the side. They got enough information. They saw all these heroic heroes. They knew they were making a play towards top, and Liquid punished them accordingly.
I just never killed that ward. They killed the other one on the hill, but also the sentry placements. All these jungle areas, mass sentry placements for the Knicks. Still have 2 wards and 2 sentries on Tofu, so you still have a lot more you can put out. Easy Tormentor, easy Shard for the Clockwork.
Jetpack will make it even harder for Heroic to get away from them. Blink Dagger, Ags done for Whisper. He's going to join in on this smoke from Yuma and KJ. So many heroes from Liquid showed up at the top, so they'll try their luck on the other side of the map. The Wisdom Shrine is spawning in 15 seconds, so they might find somebody a bit isolated on this right side of the map.
To find Gyro here. Bring Yuma in this play. You want a big kill. You want a big target.
They got him with a roar. Schofield can follow this up, chain stunning him. Yuma with the Omni Slash, 100-0.
Beautiful. Exactly what you wanted.
Force staff up to the high ground. Schofield follows him. Cookie down from the high ground. Boxy leapfrogs over Schofield. And now they've committed so much, they're in deep against
the chain stun.
They actually managed to take the Bristleback down once. They can't even go for it crumbling. Time? Liquid falling fast. Nisha trying to turn his back here. Tofu collects with the hook shot, but gets met with a stun before he can get off the cogs. And as a result, it means Nisha will die a second time. They got wiped. 6 for nothing.
What a sequence. What a team fight from Heroic. You cannot ask for a better initiation. You find the Gyro isolated, chain stun him up, Omni Slash. And this is the difference in these comeback plays from an active carry and a passive one. If you don't bring Yuma in that play, you probably all die there. But the fact Yuma's willing to join, just Battle Fury Jug, I'll give you the level 2 Omni, opens up that fight completely. And man, some beautiful spell casting. Liquid just scrambling into that fight one by one, no BKBs. The chain stuns in this lineup absolutely annihilated them. I think they got 2 or 3 man stunned 4 or 5 times in there. Just Impale, Ice Path, Hoof Stomp, another Ice Path, Carapace procs twice.
What happened to Ace in that fight? Because, you know, like, support's not getting much damage out. I get it. But the damage that was done from Liquid was 98% Nisha.
He got chain stunned, just died. The Beast did a lot of work in that fight. Should not underestimate Whisper's damage. And I mean, they're just back. This game is completely flipped.
Nyx Assassin stalking the Gyrocopter. Coming through the gate is the rest of Heroic.
Oh, they're bringing Yuma again. They want another Omni connection on this Gyro.
How long until the Omni Slash is back up? Oh, it's up now. Okay, unfortunately, the Gyrocopter is backed away. So Heroic
Won't be able to get that pick off a second time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Also, Mickey did not have Satanic in that last go, or did he? Okay.
He did not. He just finished it. That does make a big difference, but he wouldn't have gotten it off there. He got chain stunned 100 to 0.
Sure.
You just never count this team out, man. Crazy good comeback team right now.
And now they're getting a little bit of dispels. Manta for Whisper. Very interesting choice. Biggest thing, getting rid of some of his minus armor, the goo and the corrosive haze.
Dire's bottom
A lot of items rolled in off that fight. Full Manta for Whisper. Like you said, you get more illusions, you get more vision. Going towards the butterfly on the jug, and you got
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
at least halfway to that Lotus for the Centaur. After the blink, that's not bad. Can you get out here?
Oh, a long-range snack from Tofu. And Ace can follow it up. Stick grab from the new position 5 of Team Liquid. Nisha.
It's a bigger kill, though.
Activates his Lotus Orb, so that stalls out the roar. Whisper tried to get it off the last second there, but he got up to the high ground. Nisha gets some distance. I don't think Heroic can keep going.
Lotus Orb does its job. Very good Lotus Orb game for both teams.
Oh, I love the fact that Heroic, they don't keep running at this Bristleback, but they do keep the pressure on. They have an amp damage after all on Yuma.
Whisper.
Or sorry, Whisper, yeah.
Yeah. You get this beast in here with amp damage, and he's going to wreck some faces. Liquid are grouped right now, though. They do not want to give up a pick-off. Probably feel like this game slipped away from them.
Yeah, I feel like they're in a position they literally just could have 5-manned and kept a larger lead than they have now.
Oh, yeah. This Centaur could be a bait, too.
Good, the wrap around the side. Quick blow up on the Snapfire. Using the roar for that, though. Leaves Gyrocopter a little free. Heroic, can they keep this going? It's Devi. He's gonna get gone on here and will be killed. Heroic trying to decide whether or not it's worth continuing the fight. KJ up to the high ground by the cogs. Still falls. So 1 for 2. I don't love using the roar on Snapfire. I get you want to get the quick kill and get out, but
I do not think it was necessary, but hard to know exactly where everybody is. You just want to get in here and get a kill. Maybe you get out. You don't have to take the full fight. Whisper's continuing to scale off this, and this is the big damage dealer for Heroic right now. Almost level 20 as well.
Dire's middle tower.
It's an okay engagement for both sides in a way. Like, Heroic get more time to farm their Juggernaut Butterfly, so they're happy about that. Liquid do get the better of the exchange. They don't get any big objective off it, though. And there was a lot of time committed for that play.
And Roshan still needs another 50 seconds for that potential spawn time to start, so if Whisper can finish up BKB for that fight, that'll be really big.
Oh, that'd be huge.
He'll have so many dispels at that point in time between BKB, Manta, then the Lotus for Devi. How close is he to Lotus?
He could have it for the next fight. About 1,000 off.
You get all those dispels put together, a lot of the liquid synergy and this minus armor starts going out the window. All of a sudden, these flat cannons aren't really hitting that so hard between Crimson and no minus armor.
For sure.
Blink Dagger for Boxy's Snapfire.
Could be. I mean, this is where I was saying the Blink Force on him versus the Healing Ward is a spell you have to think about. Because this Healing Ward can do a lot for Heroic if it stays up in the fight. You have Beast and Centaur with 3,000 HP each. That is a lot of percent heal going into these heroes. If that Healing Ward's alive in the back of the fight, it can just win the fight on its own. Because a lot of your damage is not damage over time, but it's not chunk damage. You're trying to build up quills. You're trying to get a lot of slaughter hits in. Amp with the Daedalus on Mickey is your best single target burst. That'll punch through it, but otherwise this Healing Ward is pretty tough for your lineup to get through. Unless someone can go in there and snipe it.
Tofu laid a little trap. Actually gets him.
KJ not able to force that fast enough. It was a good reaction from him, but Tofu still had it locked on. And so lays the trap on the Wisdom Shrine. Don't get it there, but still get it on the corner of the map. Butterfly is now done for Yuma, just in time for this Roshan fight.
Yeah, they're just in dodge mode, trying to get to their items. They're willing to give up a little bit here to get to the big core item timings. Will it be enough in the fight? I don't think Big K is going to have BKB for this Roche. That's a big opening if they can chain stun him again. Like, you have Daedalus Satanic, but if you just get chain stunned into Oblivion and Omni Slash, it's not going to matter.
Yeah. You have a little time to stall just because Roshan, even if it was up now, it's going to swap sides soon. So it's kind of awkward for either team to commit to it right now.
I also think it's easier for Liquid to go in the pit and just commit for the objective if it comes to it, because you have the Slardar with the Ags. You do it a lot faster. You have tanky heroes. You can just sit in that pit, and there's some AoE punish in this heroic lineup, but first the clock vision and the interrupt, it's not that easy to get in there and take advantage of it.
For sure.
It's just BKB Beast who's going to jump in your face, and you have a couple small BKB disables, but Whisper should have a free fight. He's got a shield rune to back it up, so he's pretty scary right now. The gyro does not bring him down. And smoke on smoke action, heading to the same river spot.
Flick forward from Ace. Hits the initiation on KJ. He's going to be Omni Slash, though. 100 to 0. Mickey tries to tank some of it. He only loses some of his HP as a result. Does not save Ace whatsoever. Mickey controlled up a decent amount. Lotus Orb bounce back onto the Beastmaster. They might catch Whisper as a result, but he has a shield rune. That's going to help him. Starts going to work on a Boxy with those drums banging. Tries to do enough AoE damage. Not quite good enough. Tofu holding back a couple of cores while they try and finish the Beastmaster. They do manage to get him. Too much damage from Mickey and Nisha. The single target overwhelms. And now chasing for more. Kisses to slow down these heroes. Yuma at half. Divine blinks away. Also low. Missile's going to chase after him, but neither team walking away strong enough there to be the clear victors. Can Liquid? I don't even think they could do Roche off of that.
Oh, they can. With Goo, Satanic, Daedalus, Gyro.
Okay, they can, but is it a good idea to do so?
Yes, Nyx is going to respawn. No ult for 15. I think this is the correct call from Liquid. You just don't want to let them get in the pit and steal it. Otherwise, it's pretty secure.
Okay. I thought with the supports being up, it would be more annoying to take this, but I guess there's no way that Heroic want to take a fight with Omni Slash down, so fair enough.
You don't have Omni, you didn't have Vendetta, no Stampede. Pretty tough to get in there. You kind of just walk and blink stun it with Centaur, which is kind of good luck. So they get the better of that. BKB done on Mickey, plus an Aegis to boot. Can work towards his own Butterfly. Maybe both these carries going to think about MKB in this game.
Yeah, no doubt. Yuma, he'll go for Ags first, though. Take Tormentor. That'll limit some of the lead that Liquid is getting off of that fight into Roshan. Shard for Divine.
Not a bad shard. Give you a little extra damage here.
I think that was the first time I really saw the Lotus Orb come in clutch for Isha. Bouncing back that roar did a lot of work for him.
That was huge. Take the roar out of the equation, you limit this beast impact a lot.
Yuma, kind of awkward. He can't just spin TP here because there might be a hook shot. Schofield's going to cover him, though. Nice play from Schofield.
What a bro.
That was very cool. Still get the Nyx Assassin, obviously, but so much better that Yuma gets away. Whisper, pop of the Manta, getting rid of the Corrosive Haze. Reapplied to him, now has to pop his BKB. Threatening the roar, he gets it off. He
threatening to kill.
The Lotus went onto the Slardar, and then he turned around and roared up Nisha, and they get both the kills. Now, what a sick move from Whisper.
A lot of players would have just ran there. Whisper says, no, I know how strong I am. He does so much damage. Like, what the heck was that? I think Liquid underestimated it too. They're like, there's no way this beast is just going to kill my Bristle 100 to 0. No BKB pop. You take a lot of this drum damage. He has a serrated Shiv as well. I mean, this hero hits like a truck. Sick turnaround from him. 2 cores for the price of nothing. And Now Liquid, they're smoking with this Aegis. They still want to fight, but you're missing so much of your front line.
Yeah, crazy that they're going for this because the Omni Slash is up too. The Kiss is raining in, will get the kill on Jakiro. Trying to slow him down, stop, turn around, there goes the Omni Slash, and Mickey's in trouble. He's gonna lose his Aegis here. Yuma, can you get out? Spin, dodge the cookie. Sticking around for more fights. They want to go for it with the roar, and they've got Schofield for a little extra burst. They've got him. Liquid, why did you try and take that fight 3 versus 4?
Yeah, there's control in this heroic lineup. Like, we saw how much stuns they were playing with earlier. They'll still exist. You have a limited BKB duration. Even with it, you get roared. Why force that fight? Your 2 other cores are dead. You take a fight 3v5 effectively. This is the synergy that, you know, it makes or breaks you in these games. Liquid are just not all on the same page right now, and it shows. Heroic taking advantage of it. Might have won them this game. They're pulling ahead now.
And this is now a Juggernaut on even footing with the Gyrocopter. When we talk about this matchup, it's so key that Gyrocopter is an item or 2 ahead of the Juggernaut, but now, not only even footing, but Yuma, after this push, taking lane of Barracks, might actually be ahead. Ace, 2-man stun. Media turned around on, though. Lotus will help protect him for now, alongside the Glimmer Cape. Swift Slash, bit of damage. Heroic, just enough to take the Barracks and back away.
Nice little win for them as the net worth lead starts to grow for Heroic this time around as they work towards another set of big items. I mean, Refresher on Beast feels really tough for Liquid to deal with. They don't have good ways of dealing with the Primal Roar unless you can get that Lotus Reflection. If you just go in a fight and double Roar Mickey, I mean, I don't think the Bristle's dealing enough damage where you're confident to win that fight. You only have the 1 Lotus Orb on him. This Refresher is going to destroy them. And you have Stampede to position in the fight too. You know, if you go in, there's a Lotus pop, and you have to wait a little bit, you can always pop the Stampede to make sure you stick on a target, roar him after the Lotus. To guarantee that Yuma gets in there for a good Omni Slash. These fights are looking really difficult for Liquid now.
Yeah. And it's funny you said that if the gyro is controlled, you can't do enough on the Bristleback. Well, they're supposed to have an offlaner that's scaling up, right? They're supposed to have a Slardar who's also able to contribute. This is supposed to be kind of a tri-core lineup from Liquid, but the Slardar hasn't found hardly any purchase in this game either, despite the Ags build up and everything. He's now got a Lotus, but he's 3,000 net worth behind the Centaur, and it shows.
He went a utility build, so he's not going to scale himself. He's banking on the other 2 heroes scaling. He can frontline a little. He can provide a second Lotus Orb here, but he's not a threat. He's just existing. And this was supposed to be a pretty good Slardar game. It just doesn't feel like we've had the impact from Ace. It's not one of his signature heroes. Again, it begs that question, like, can you put him on these types of heroes and have him thrive? He can play them. He can give you the basic spell kit, but there's a difference. And that Refresher is done for Whisper, sitting on an Arcane Rune as well. Have mercy, son. This is insane damage. And they got the Shivas on the Centaur. Just buff up the magic even more. They need Butterfly on Gyro. I mean, that's your best bet. Get the evasion on Mickey, have him survive. Some clutch Lotus Orb casting to reflect the Aurora or an Omni is another really small but large difference you can make in these fights.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think for me, it's just execution. They just got to get the sick Lotus Orbs, which they get one there, bouncing back the Swift Slash, not the Omni Slash. It doesn't save Ace either way. Kiss is now on cooldown as well. Schofield jumps into it to cancel the kisses.
Another rough death for Ace as the rest of the team just nowhere close. Hiding in the base. They finished the Butterfly for Mickey. But now you have to try and do something with it as this Roche respawn starting to come back up. We're a minute off potential. And we're getting 25 talents for these heroic heroes. That's another concern. Pretty good talents between the Jug, the Beastmaster.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Just gonna push.
Tier 2 drops fast. Heroic going for it. 30 seconds on the Slardar, so why not? Nice man to dodge the cookie and the missile at the same time. He'll be stuck in cogs. Now the spin comes through to get him out of it.
He'll send Whisper top, so they're okay just keeping Liquid in the base, working towards the 25s, working towards this Roshan. If you're Liquid, you have to make a move when this Slardar's up. Have to regain some map control, look for something on the map, get some wards out. Put yourself in a position where you can contest this next objective. Or find a very clutch pickoff. They get a D-ward, that's something.
Drive by. By fishing a bit. Nisha trying to put himself on the front lines. Seeing if Heroic want to go onto him. There's no need to do that though.
It's all about Mickey, right? You just want to find connections on this gyro at some point in the fight. Doesn't have to be right at the start, but as long as I think one of the roars connects on him and you can stampede in and get the jug on top of him, you're happy. Because Scotty is done for Yuma, so he's going to reduce some of that healing. Not as worried about the Satanic here.
Dealt with the healing ward. That's an opening a bit for Liquid.
Might chase here.
Really go
nice
for it. Hook shot lands on it too with a follow-up crush. That controls up Scofield. Got
better hoof stomp.
Flash, and now the hoof stomp plus roar takes Mickey out of the fight immediately. Nisha, he's not going to be able to contend with not just the Juggernaut, but all of these various cores. A second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for Mickey because of Device. Such a sick hoof stomp he landed.
That was such a nasty hoof stomp to counter initiate that play. Mickey got hit by Carapace into the hoof stomp, never got BKB off, never got Satanic off, and just got evaporated anyway. Beautiful team fighting from Heroic and a comeback game for them. This game was spiraling out of control off a lot of the momentum from the mid bristle. That's kind of how Liquid likes to play. Yeah. And then that one smoke gank on the gyro mid, and they just never regrouped. Just all went downhill from there.
Troubles continue for Liquid. This one's gonna hurt because they should have been able to bring it back, get a score at the end of the day, 3 and 4. Okay, that's recoverable. Now back in the hole again at 2 and 5. And also just the way that they lost this game. Sure, like, you know, they had a lead, but also your play lost you that lead. The frustration has got, I know they're playing it chill and everything, but at some point in time, the frustration of misplays and mis-synergy between this team has to be amping up.
For sure. It's very frustrating to lose in Dota. It's even more frustrating to lose when you were winning and you feel like that's our style, that's how we're going to win games. Why did we throw this one? So not going to be happy about that outcome, but Heroic continue to impress. This team is having a very strong start to the season. They can win from ahead and they can win from behind, and that is a very good place to be in.
Resilient squad, Heroic takes the victory.
I definitely think resilience is the perfect way to describe this squad. We've already talked about it now. 2 of what feels like the best wins that they've had is that massive comeback against Falcons. And then we see a very similar thing here against Liquid because, Seb, this early game, it was disastrous for Heroic. I think that's a really nice way to put it, considering they were getting tier 2 dove at 15, 16 minutes. And you're able to bring it back. You're able to really turn it around, have good team fights, and win a game.
Yeah, it was completely out of control, the early game, and I think it was a little bit meant to be, I want to say, because their lanes were like very weak. It was a Jugger versus Slaughter matchup and 2 melees versus Clock plus Gyro, and Whisper did really well against Nisha mid. I mean, it's not like he was winning mid by any chance, but like by any mean, but we said that it's an unfavorable matchup. I think he was pretty even. Honestly, I think he carried his team on his back this game because as soon as the blink got, like the Beast got the blink after the Aghanims, they hit this very deadly smoke that allows them to get back into the game even though Liquid had Aegis. And from there on, there was like the very clutch, we've just seen it before, like Whisper cancelling the roar, baiting the Lotus Orb from Nisha into double kills, and all these, I mean, at this point in the game, Jogger's online, but he kind of got saved by his Beastmaster, which I feel like, I mean, props to everyone. Like, they all bought really clutch items, played really well, but to me, the big highlight was Whisper. I think he had a an amazing performance.
I think critical thing for me is Heroic. You can feel that they're still calm. Like I think previous iterations of Heroic, maybe even earlier in the tournament, you could feel there's maybe like that sense of urgency that they need to do something. But when you watch them here, there's that kind of peace. Like, you know, there is this inevitability that Wisp will get his items. Yuma's gonna find his farm, and the way that they move around the map, like they have the control, they have the information available from Schofield, and then they eventually punish Liquid. And yeah, I think to talk about Liquid very quickly in that regard, I just feel like they're winning the early game, but they're not like catapulting themselves into mid game, right? Like we spoke about like the whole Roshan thing. Bristol's taking the Aegis. They're so close to Satanic on the Gyrocopter. Like there's like some moves in the mid game where it's like maybe if they're playing at 100%, they won't make these mistakes. They'll put the Aegis on the Gyro. They'll take the Satanic. Like there's things that just feel wrong, as if Liquid's still trying to second guess themselves a bit. Where beforehand they don't even have to think about it. They're just going to make the right move.
Yeah, I think that you can really feel that. Like whenever you watch teams that are really in the zone, you watch like a Falcons or a Spirit or something. When they're ahead, it just feels like there's no way they can die or they can't get picked off. They can't lose a fight. Like they're just going to do the right things and they're going to win. But you don't feel that with Liquid right now. When they're ahead, it's like they can definitely still lose fights, and they are. There's clearly some disconnect about either the way they play the map. I think it has something to do with the way they play the map, because the way their heroes are moving around, like they're dying, and it doesn't feel like they have a solid grasp on things. I think they need to just like sit down and watch the replays and figure out like what is happening here, because there is a disconnect that is causing them to get picked off and things to go wrong, and there just be this sort of sense of this chaos, this lack of control that you can't have.
So it's more them being split and picked off rather than they just are in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
I'd say it's a combination of the two.
Okay.
Like they are potentially split, and that splitness may be incorrect positioning or little small things that are adding up.
Maybe you should go back and watch the replay for us.
Nah, I'm passing.
I mean, based on that game also, I kind of wonder what led to the decision of like putting the Aegis on Bristle. Like to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think like first, like this was the stage of the game where you maybe want a siege, like you want it on Gyro. Gyro's your damage dealer. It came down to also some strategical mistakes, I want to say, because I think at that point I know Nisha is Nisha and Mike is Mike, but sometimes Mike is the carry, and in that game he was the carry, he was the X factor, and I think he kind of like got forgotten.
Well, we talked about those small slip-ups from Liquid, but it takes two to tango there. Yes, there's a slip-up from Liquid, but it's also on Heroic to be able to capitalize on that, see that window's open.
Yeah, I feel like Heroic, they lean on like one big play to get themselves back into it. Yesterday was the Rapier on the Gyrocopter. This time around, it's the smoke, right? The Whisper, as Seb already mentioned with the Blink Dagger, instantly finds that Gyrocopter, using the smoke to find that initial information. And for Liquid, this is not a fight. And this is the point I was making earlier. Like, when you see the Gyrocopter's items, he was 200 gold away from the Satanic. He's in the river, just kind of randomly positioned. And then your Bristleback with the Aegis isn't really able to utilize it because Heroic keep kiting around the fight, doing multiple two-man impels, multiple 2-3-man ice paths, and just prolonging the inevitable, which is Liquid's demise. And this is just Heroic identifying what is their timing. They have purpose and understanding what their draft needs to do, and I'm fully missing that on Liquid. Like, they had all the resources, but just like, yeah, okay, let's die. I don't know, it's just empty. I'm just lost watching Liquid at the moment.
Do you feel like a husk of your old former self enjoying Liquid and A? Like, please give me something.
Yeah, it's like, you know, like the thing. It's like
poking.
Do something. Do something. Yeah. Right now they're doing nothing. They're just like a fish out of water on the floor.
Okay, well, hopefully I can hype you guys up a little bit more because we do have another series on the horizon. It's going to be Spirit up against Tundra.
BKB's up from Zayats though. Gonna try and turn, collapses in with the jump against the arena. Spirit out of the two of them. He'll catch both. Got the juice from Rid. He's got the juice getting caught by the follow-up. Bushwhack. He's getting a lockdown. He'll finally get the Omni Slash off. Good bashes as well. Now looks to try and chase down Rue, but Rue too speedy. He's able to ski blades there. Rue able to stay alive. He has top for the Blade Fury TP out, so got the juice at least. Able to bail out at the end of that. He's back in once more into BZM, but BZM's super beefy here with his heart and armlet, and he goes flying straight back out of the path. Catching on to the three of them. There's the call. 33 has the follow-up. Dunk on to save. Takes out Kataomi. Retreat. They'll turn look at BZM, but BZM's able to get the heal off. He'll survive. Disruption will buy a little bit of safety here for Kiritich as he's had to come in with a buyback save. Titich trying to talk his way out of this. Has to attempt to turn and fight with the rage and the life.
Spirit are not having an easy day when it comes to opponents by any means. They were just up against Falcons not even one series ago, and now they're coming up against Tundra, another team that is sitting up there at the top of our group standings. So Spirit, they got a lot to do, especially because that series against Falcons was a loss. It was a really good game. It felt like it could have gone either side at any moment, and so now you go, we reset, and we want this win. We're hungry to prove ourselves a little bit more here, Seb.
And it's a big deal, right? Because the top two teams are advancing straight to the LAN, and I think if you want to be top 2, you have to beat one of these teams. So if it wasn't Falcons, you have to beat Tundra.
Right.
So this, like, whatever happens, you never know what happens to the group stage, but it is very likely that they go back to this game in particular. And if they were to lose it, this game is going to be the reason why they could not make top 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could potentially draw an interesting like direction or path for Spirit that you look prior, and I think you look at the back of that Falcons game, and Spirit is generally this late game super dominance team, but throughout this tournament, they felt more of an early mid-game team. They've been very fast. They've been very decisive and very clutch at closing out these games. And in this Falcons game where the early game faltered a little bit, they had that mid-game strength, they had the clutch moves, the great item decisions, but when the late game came around, it didn't feel quite like the Spirit we know, where they just heck it, bam, 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 thank you, ma'am, and they win the game. And I think there's potentially like a shift there that maybe they're not quite as late game as they used to be.
I mean, it's kind of a product of having Panther, right? I think when you have a new player, it's easy to take hold of the early game, snowball through, because you're just kind of following the script of we're winning. But when it gets complicated, you need to have that inbuilt trust, that natural kind of positioning or like awareness of where your team wants to be. And at least in the previous game, Panther on the Batrider, he wasn't connecting on these lassos. There wasn't the perfect synergy of all stuns in certain moments. So I think Spirit is showing that the new kind of roster has some still room to grow, but yeah, early game snowball, that is like Spirit's MO so far.
You know, that's the thing, it's a new roster. While they might have some shortcomings, there is still a lot of growth that is there for them. And on the side of Tundra, they've had those change-ups too. Whilst Pure being on Tundra might not necessarily be new in the grand scheme of Dota, he's been a whole year away from this team. And on top of that, we've got a new position 4 joining them, Ari there as well. So yeah, it is a change-up for that Tundra, but you are high expectations is putting it lightly there, Seb. You hyped up this team so much on day one, and I mean, they're 5-1. They're living up to the hype that you gave us.
Yeah, and I think it's not even close to what this team can actually accomplish. I think these players are like very, very talented. So like just the raw Dota ceiling is very high, and I think they also have the brains to kind of follow it up with. So that I think that team is going to be, you know, one of the top contenders for this season, and they're actually ready earlier than what I would have expected to be. And I think they're just going to keep improving game after game. So scary team to go against for sure.
I mean, often the product of a scary team is because they have the motivation, right? And when you look at it, you got 33, who's then going to be able to motivate the likes of Pure, who just got, you know, left BB on kind of awkward terms. Ari, who's not even been on a team for some time, a successful one to say the least. And then you've got White One, who didn't get to go to TI because of visas. There's like 3 out your 5 team who are on the roster are so hungry to get back into the mix, just to dominate once again. So yeah, just conceptually, this team, their ceiling is, yeah, it's pretty much like #1 basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think also to touch on the Neta Pure dynamic, I think Neta has figured out his formula in terms of the type of carries he wants to play with. He plays with aggressive players. He plays with players that don't take all that space because he knows that he farms more. And you can see that in the carries he chooses to play. He had a ton of success with Anton before he retired. And I think Pure fits that. Pure can play that aggressive, crazy man style. And I think has the highest ceiling maybe even of any of the carries that Net has played with in recent history. Like I think there can be very good synergy between those players in terms of play style and timings, and I think there's like they can be very scary if they hit their stride.
Yeah, he is also, you know, taking on having a new position 4 for himself. Ari, someone who's been a little bit, you know, quiet over the last year, but we got to catch up with him just before the series. First of all, how did the opportunity to play on Tundra come around? It feels like you've had a little bit of a quiet year, so to see you on this roster is a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I mean, OD didn't really work out, and I kind of decided I didn't want to play on the team anymore. And then it's kind of tricky to find like a good team to join halfway through the year, so I kind of just played a lot of pubs, and then played for Navi for a while, just to play with some friends and try to qualify the staff and keep like familiar with the pro scene a bit. So did that for a few months as well. But yeah, mainly just played a lot of pubs and tried to like get high on the leaderboard and get into good shape for when the post-TI shuffle happens. And yeah, I was talking to multiple different teams, but this was the one that was most exciting to me. They reached out to me, I think. I've played with some people in the team before already, and they kind of asked some people from Navi for like a reference of what I'm like these days, and if they like playing with me, this kind of thing, if they'd recommend me. And the Navi people were very positive from what I hear, so they decided that I could be a good option. And then they decided to go with me in the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's turning out great. What would you say is one of the differences you've noticed so far on being with Tundra compared to some of the other teams that you've played with?
I would say that the general approach to the game is very different to anything I've had before in different teams. I think like just the philosophies and values are different in like mainly gameplay wise. So it takes a bit of like getting used to and adapting to, but it's definitely something that like I think is like the way they see the game is very strong, and I just want to do my best to like enable it and empower it and like settle in well to what they want to do.
Yeah, would you say there was a little bit of, maybe pressure isn't the right word, but expectations to live up to joining a roster like Tundra and laning with someone like 33?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone on the team is very accomplished, more so than me. So naturally there will be some eyes on me, like, am I good enough? Am I ready to play with such players? This kind of thing. I expected this for sure. And I'm expecting like, if we lose any games, I'll probably just be blamed for like being the new one that's not proven anything yet. But this is all expected, and I think it's very normal. So for me, all I'm really worried about is just trying to do my best and settle in well. And so far, I think it's going well.
What other sort of responsibilities have you taken on joining this team?
To be honest, I feel like I don't have to take many responsibilities at all compared to previous teams. Like at some points in previous teams, I was like the drafter, or maybe I would be the one mainly leading the calls and the ideas in the team. But in this team, I feel like there's so many ideas already and so many like strong voices, and Neta's already drafting, and Moon's great drafter as well. I don't really have to take any of these roles. So I think my role is mainly just to play my role to the best of my ability and like do my fair share in the team.
This is a pretty important series for Spirit if they want to be putting themselves in a nice position to be able to qualify directly to Singapore here at Blast Slam 4. Tundra are 5-1. That's why Spirit are just below them on the group standings, and a lot is going to come down to this draft. We heard it from Ari talking about there's not many more responsibilities he has than to just play his position T and kind of leave it up to Moon and 33, who have done so much already when it comes to drafting on this team.
I mean, it is the perfect position for a new player when you join a team that you have like no role, basically. You can just do your job. Because a lot of times when you join a team, there's some like kind of jobs that you have to pick up that maybe as a fan you don't really know exist, right? But for Aureus, like, he doesn't have to do replay, he doesn't have to do draft, there's nothing. Just be the best you can be. And when you're like ranked 30 as a 4 player, like, you are going to have moments where you shine, and of course you can push the team forward. And I think I like most about Ari is he is a problem-solving player. So when he doesn't have the pressure on him, he can find solutions to problems in games that can, revitalize some situations, and that's always going to help a lot. So yeah, I think Ari is just going to be potentially a cornerstone of this team's success.
I'm surprised. I mean, one thing that stands out already to me is Lycan has been very highly respected this tournament, and we haven't seen it as much because it's been banned a lot. And Tundra has shown that they're willing to first pick it, and now Spirit is, I guess they're debating whether they leave it or not. I have a feeling they might leave it in, or I don't know if they have kept track of that, because there's been different metas too, and that's like the problem with the best of one, I guess. I mean, having to face so many teams is like you might have missed certain aspects of where the meta is right now. Hopefully for them, they did not lose track of it.
Okay, I was wondering.
So what was the third ban?
It was Ursa. Okay. So the same draft line as Falcons, where it's ban the Ursa, first pick the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
Of course, the Slardar and the Mars were banned by Tundra. So when you think about like the big value offlaners, it's Slardar, Mars, Timber, and of course Tidehunter a little bit, at least in day one.
I actually like the Lycan into Timber personally. I don't think it's not like it used to be, because Timbers now don't max reactive armor, they play on spells, they're actually very, very squishy. Like this Kaya Arcanes or Kaya Treads Timber just dies right away. It's funny because Spirit doesn't really strike me as a Timber team as much as the others we've seen. Like, I don't think, you don't really think of collapse when you say Timber, and the same with Lar, so new approach for Spirit, definitely.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, and I'm curious. Like, we got to see how Spirit responded to Falcons first pick Timber, and so it'll be interesting to see how Tundra then responds to it. Do they have a better answer? I doubt they'll do the Slash Rack on 9. I could see them lean into something like the TA that Spirit opted to pass on, but I think is one of the best responses that Timber saw.
Could it be Monkey also?
Classic.
I guess Monkey is like kind of decent. They go for the Lycan anyway.
Yeah, okay.
I think it makes sense. Like, I don't think like back in the days, Timber used to be a counter to Lycan. I think like maybe Dota brains are just like kind of stuck there, where like, oh, you know, see Timber, don't like Lycan. It's actually quite different now. I would even dare to say that Lycan counters Timber for like a big portion of the game, and there is a world in which you can also get an early nullifier so that Timber really doesn't have anything to play with.
Yeah, that's what I say, especially because you can naturally second item nullify, it really can break the matchup quite a lot.
I can also see a world where he buys Ags at some point with a melee carry, and then you have this guy who's just zipping around the fight and just full ignores Timber because he can't like slow you to stick any damage on you, and you just run around and kill everyone else.
But that's the thing, ignore the Timber. Of course, Spirit in the previous game, they just kept trying to 100-0 him. The whole theme or like the storyline was them barely killing Amara. So I'm hoping for Tundra's sake, they don't try and do the same thing. Try and play around it.
It's maybe a bit worrisome because maybe their conclusion was Timber's broken, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
And therefore we first pick it, which it wasn't really broken. I think like their approach to it, maybe they didn't have the best way to approach it, and now maybe they're like a little bit hasty on, you know, kind of picking the Timber and try to make it work themselves. I don't think Tundra is gonna fall into the same trap.
You're afraid the wrong takeaway.
I think so.
The wrong lesson has been learned.
You never know what's being said behind closed doors. We're just here guessing, you know, by seeing heroes, but it could be the case. I think Falcons respected the Disruptor and Bandit when they picked the Timber. I think it's an amazing hero with Lycan, because Lycan is like, you click ulti, you're overwhelming them with your summons, they run away, you glimpse them back. So like Disruptor Lycan is a classic combo. Very good against Timber, so I hope they ban it. Never mind this out.
Is Tundra, so for Ari, right? Because of Hoodwink, Hoodwink's an option, but again, Timbersaw is kind of annoying, but again, Break's quite nice just to be there. Batrider as well, just to try and chase him down. Like, I feel like there's some pretty good position 4 for heroes available for Tundra to open this next phase with, to then progress the draft. But there's Hoodwink, there's Batrider.
Bat is good. I think Snap is also in the pool. Snap is very good, but I think I might like the Bat even more than I like the Snap, because I did select the Snap, but honestly, I think Bat works even better because you can also threaten the Bat mid. Like BZM is very known for that. I think Neta also plays Bat on position 3. Pure has played Lycan. It's not so much of a position 1 Lycan patch. I personally think Bat can be played on position 1, but I don't think it's been picked up by anyone. I think it's an amazing +1, by the way, Batrider. I don't understand why this facet is not being used with like real right click and real scaling, because you actually just end the game quicker than a TB would.
Words I never thought would be said.
It's just something that hasn't been used.
It happens.
It is actually very, very strong.
It has been played though in the online scene by tier 2, tier 3 teams, specifically from 423 on his short stint on like Zero Tenacity.
Which makes me a tier 2, tier 3 Dota brain, I guess. I agree with them.
I didn't want to say it, Seth, but in the tier 2 scene...
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but no, it hasn't happened recently, but I know within the last, let's say, 6 months, Batrider carry has been played, but specifically 423 and the influence of Mongolian Dota.
I'm curious to see if this... if
they go for the bet.
Yeah. I'm curious to see if this TB is coming down the pipeline. I think when you think about Lycan, you think about 2 carries in response. You think about Terrorblade and you think about Troll. Troll is banned, and so I can definitely see a world where Spirit will either set up for or look for this Terrorblade on 18. Because you want stuff that is hard, like you said. Timber isn't really Lycan prevention. And Mars is banned, Naga is banned, Disruptor banned. Some of the heroes you would typically think of as heroes to put the dogs in a cage are not options. So I think you need to look for something that locks him down and something that prevents him from being able to just run in and ransack everything.
Yeah, they protected this Lycan pick really well. Like a lot of the heroes that you wouldn't think of are actually not available, which is a little bit worrisome if you're Spirit. And Eng used to be a counter to Lycan because, you know, obviously Lycan can't really threaten you. You can fight areas back or maybe scout. You can be a little bit annoying with being able to take the Wolf, but honestly it's just not gonna stop what Lycan does. If it's a good Lycan game and he can like kind of crush your team, you're not stopping it as Ench.
But more importantly though, even though like you could argue it's not that important, I like the fact that Enchantress doesn't die instantly, right? Against Lycan, your supports need to have some way to survive. Like you often see Hoodwink that can scurry back into the trees, Enchantress with the Untouchable. Like these are things that enable you to at least provide something else through auras and utility, that extra 4-star or solar crest that you can provide where other heroes would just get deleted. And they do go for the hoodwink, as mentioned.
I think...
Does that count, by the way, Nat? Or... I did say hoodwink. They normally do hoodwink into Lycan.
Let me think on it.
Thank you very much, Nat.
I also put hoodwink, by the way. I just put it in the wrong... We're actually high-fiving?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Because it's a really far table, that's why too.
So what do you look at here for Tundra?
I mean,
obvious one is Jakiro. It's still being in the pool. I don't know if okay, they don't go for it. They go for the Bane instead. I mean, you know, like with Lycan, I think supports that have like that rely a lot on positioning, on forecasting their spells are extra good.
Yeah.
Because Lycan creates so much chaos and space for Bane to click. You know, the sleep he wants to click. Same with the grip.
No, it is good. I mean, if I'm Spirit, like I think you can look at this and you can see maybe the unfamiliarity with drafting with Timbersaw. Like these heroes are a bit strange together. Ensh, Hoodwink are sort of clicky, and you have this Timbersaw. Like normally you look at a Spirit draft, you see some disable within the first 3 heroes. You see this, it's a little weird, and I don't think it's necessarily like super bad, especially if they get something that can fix waves and abuse the fact that, hey, Tundra is like summons Ghost Push with one hero and positioning jumpers with the other. So if they can get some Ghost Push, some illusions, then it can maybe be rectified, but it's a little odd.
An important thing though about Spirit's lineup is Timbersaw should be freed up to do his own thing in lane. So Ench and Hoodwink together, if you go towards mid, you're taking that mid tower, you're forcing rotations. No matter where they go, moves will occur from the support duo Spirit.
What happened to Monkey? Like, why is it not? Is it that bad right now? Like, because you need to pick an open hero, and it's a little bit scary. Okay, they go for the jar. Is Monkey just out of the meta, or what happened to this hero? Because like, it could follow the Timber. Teams they just went away completely from.
I just banned at TI to forgotten about.
Yeah.
It is
It's weird.
currently being played in a game on B stream. I don't know
Okay.
if that game is still going, but
I'm
it
just
was
surprised.
picked up over that.
Yeah. Okay. I
But
mean,
you're right, few and far between.
the gyro is a very good option. Like it synergizes with Lycan with the hull. I don't think it's as good as other options and melee options in particular, because Lycan relies on the Ags a little bit to kind of break the game, and Neta has already done it with Pure. In a game, I think they run Lycan Ursa, and it looked absolutely terrifying. But Gyro is very solid because it lanes really well against Timber. It kind of lanes well against almost everything, and it punishes Hoodwink very heavily. Like Hoodwink relies on like playing the 2 versus 2, and he just hates being hit by Flak Cannon.
And they only have 10 seconds of reserve time for Spirit.
Brood.
Okay.
That's most likely a Yotoro Brood
Yeah.
+1. It's very punishing to the Lycan, to be honest, because these spiders, they eat the Dom Creep alive. Like it dies in half a second. You can never really pressure a Brood as Lycan. Like this is, and Lycan relies on applying pressure.
And also
now
Gyro.
it's like the other way around.
And Gyrocopter isn't like the best counter to a Brood because you're playing on Flak and you can't.
It's pretty rough.
It's pretty rough, right? Yeah. So like people might go, oh yeah, you got Gyro, but no, it's not enough. You need to have like low cooldown, like bodies to kind of play in front of the Brood, especially when she starts taking over areas of the map. And yeah, the single target nature of Tundra, it kind of frees up Brood's ability to play the game because Timber should soak the lasso or the grip, and then Brood can just run around for free.
No, I mean, these heroes do nothing to Broodmother. Broodmother is good against Gyrocopter. It's very good against both supports. And if he has a good lane against Lycan and you get 6 before Lycan gets sort of his zoo online, you can potentially like totally ransack Lycan side of the map. Because Lycan is, to be honest, quite a slow hero in some ways if his lane isn't good. Like he farms a lot. He needs to get to this super dom and I don't know, he's very like farm, push waves, take towers. He doesn't actually, his hero doesn't interact with the game very much. And so if you get the ball rolling, like you can look at Spirit's heroes, they may not have a lot of catch or a lot of, say, draft integrity, but they have a lot of tempo and they have a lot of heroes that if they get ahead can be incredibly oppressive, and unkillable Timbersaw, and unkillable Broodmother, and supports that stand and like break smokes and things. It can be very claustrophobic for Tundra to play.
How about for Tundra? Again, they have last pick in the draft, but I'm already thinking maybe like Shaker. You get the Fissure, the Shard, just ways to just shove waves. You might not be able to, of course, you maybe even kill the Brood with the Spiderlings, but I'm just thinking ways to prolong the game to give other people time to get back into it.
I think Shaker's pretty decent. They have the luxury to kind of see what Spirit's going to pick and counter pick, so they're going to decide based on that. I would maybe like to see something a little bit higher tempo, because there is a world in which this Brood Ench applies pressure really early in the game and might even also take your triangle. So you're like exposing yourself to a rough game potentially. Maybe something just a little bit quicker than Shaker, in my opinion.
I mean, Spirit can still easily go for like a puck here, for example. Then you can just control the Lycan during his form. You jump the backline. The lockdown on Tundra is pretty much just ultimates, right? Outside of the ultimates, there's nothing to play into. Then you have the Timbersaw frontlining, the Puck using the vision on top to facilitate the fight, contain the engagement for the Broodmother.
They go for...
What the heck? Oh my god, hold up.
They go for a Centaur. I mean, it's a Timber mid.
Yeah. No mid laner.
Yeah, safe lane. I don't know. Like, isn't this like it's such a good monkey game? Like,
I mean, now they consider it for sure. I mean, I think mid monkey is quite strong. I think
like
carry monkey
mid
is
monkey game, right? Like
carry monkey is sus, but
yeah.
I think mid monkey is.
But
is it decent here?
It's good for what, the laning purposes, or being able to match the tempo because you buy like one item and join the fight.
It just destroys all these heroes, honestly. Like you meet any of these heroes, you just bully them. Yep. Like it's kind of free contest on the wisdom. You can get bitten by the Lycan later on in the game.
It's good.
It's really good, and it's unlaneable for Timber, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, we got an interview with Amar real quick, and
is it Bounty? Oh, it's Bat mid. Ooh, that's a rough lane. Timber against Bat Rider.
We even lost track of that. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the draft, and then lost track of it. Spirit probably did the same, because this is a very rough lane for Timber.
It's also a very good Bounty Hunter game. Bounty is very good against Enchantress. It's quite good against Brood too. If you don't, I mean, he may rush the Manta this game, but until you have that Manta, there's some Vessel dynamics at play. Track to see this guy running around is very nice, and also Bounty is not like some useless support against the spiders. You can bounce the shuriken back and forth and kill all the spiders depending on where they're standing.
It's just nice the fact that we know Bat Rider is going to do really well in the mid lane, and he has a 4 position that wants to play with him. It's not like a 4 that's locked into a side lane. You have a melee hero that wants to play into the map, set up vision, set up those deep wards, and the BZM or Whitemon can smoke in later to utilize the vision from the bounty. I think the bounty kind of opens up a lot of the game where, you know, strategically you'd lean Spirit has that advantage based on Brood with the webs or the entry with the creep, but no, I think the bounty pick gives so much life to the game.
And at the same time, like there are like lots of leaks everywhere for Spirit, like a lot of rough, you know, positions to be in, but they have the one kind of bread and butter, which is, I think Yatoro is on a win condition on this Brood. Like if he hits critical mass, he gets to the point, you know, to 3-4 items. I don't think any of the Tundra heroes are going to be able to stop him.
I think it's also a very good Centaur game, and this Lotus and these armor items and things like buffing up this Broodmother, it will become a problem potentially.
Despite some plot holes that might be there showing their face in Spirit's draft, they got that win condition in Broodmother, like Seb said. So let's see, Tundra, how they're going to handle this. Is this Bat mid going to be working out in other hands than Whispers?
That's right, Tundra have taken the BZM Bat Rider to match up against Larl's Timbersaw, so he is going to be under the gun when it comes to this laning phase. But what other laning phase wins are Tundra going to be able to get out of that? Avery, would you break down from the draft?
This Lycan lane is the big concern. The Brood against the Lycan, I fully agree with their analysis. If the Brood gets 6 first, if she pulls ahead, if you can force Lycan off the wave, you can really delay his timings. You can even take his tower. Lycan goes jungles in that 4 to 5. His tower can disappear. You can really get a lot of extra XP on this Brood and just snowball. And the Brood's scary. Not a hero gyro fights. You pretty much have to lasso or grip him and bring him down in that, and your single target physical burst is limited, especially with Centaur to potentially bail you out. I think that element of Spirit's draft looks quite good. The Timbersaw mid is going to be a big question mark for Spirit. Can Laurel get something out of this lane against the Bat and not feed away too many kills? And then that top lane Centaur against Gyro, I always think Centaur should do well in these kind of lanes. So he has a strong support in the Hoodwink. I think Spirit will free farm up there, and I expect both teams to just kind of get out of that lane fine. Maybe you snag some surprise kill on this Gyro if Pure plays aggressive, which he normally does. But otherwise, I think, yeah, you're looking at mid win for Tundra, safe lane win for Spirit, top lane pretty even. I'd give a slight edge to Spirit just because Hoodwink is, well, Hoodwink's Hoodwink, you know.
What do you think about Laurel's skill set as a mid laner when it comes to bad matchups? Players who can get out of them. First name that comes to mind is always Maureen, right? Like the number of bad matchups that this guy has gotten out of is just incredible. How do you feel like Laurel really deals with it when he's in a bad matchup like this?
I think lane mechanic wise, he's not as good, but comeback wise, he's very good.
Okay.
In other words, he's not going to get as much out of a bad lane as Maureen will, but I think him making plays from behind, finding impact in the team fights, making weird ganks around the map with the Monkey King and that style. He definitely plays well under pressure and from a behind position. He doesn't tilt. He's going to stay calm. He's still going to play the fights really well to the max of his hero. So I actually like him in that spot. I think he's a bit underrated in that aspect, but he's not going to pull out some crazy lane win from a disadvantageous matchup, right? Which makes it look a little worse than it maybe is, because he is good at playing from behind. So I think it's okay for Spirit to put him in this position. Totally fine, especially when you have the two side laners they do. They're not uncomfortable putting him in a bad spot.
BZM already taken a lead, 7-5, with creeps pushing into him here. We also talked about the Bounty Hunter. We're going to see a lot of this hero, it seems like, with Ahri on Tundra. And they are trying to get an early kill on Panto, and they got it with the pickup of Enchant early on against the Lycan. No Nature's Attendance. He gets run down by a double right-click crew.
He was running to try and grab the wolf at 33, just microed it behind a tree and fogged him, and he just got stuck in the middle and underestimated their right-click damage. Just baited by the micro king. 33 does it again. Does it again, Austin.
He does, and that gives an experience advantage for Tundra in a matchup that you were talking explicitly about, how the experience going one way or the other is crucial to the laning phase win for either team.
This is really nice. More solo XP for the Brood, which could be bad, but you'll always take the experience on the Bounty Hunter here. And early boots for Ahri. He's already cooking. Had himself some pretty good bounty performances. Not all those translated into wins, but he was finding a lot of impact with the hero individually.
What do you think Ahri does differently that makes a hero like Bounty Hunter succeed when it can be so impotent in other people's hands?
Well, he's British.
Oh, okay. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either. I just had to say it at some point. I think he's I also think he's kind of a hero specialist for. Again, like, his pool is not going to be as wide as other people's, but he has a lot of reps on the heroes he's comfortable on. And so he knows a lot of little intricacies, a lot of the laning mechanics that put you in a better position, when to man up, when not to. These things matter a lot for a hero like Bounty Hunter, because if you mess up your first 10 minutes, it ruins your whole game. It's a lot about extracting the right experience from the right lanes at the right time, getting the ganks to work, converting on those little things, the courier kills, the vision. You have to have reps on it. You can't just go in and be as efficient with it in a meta where the hero's not completely busted. So I think the fact that he is a hero specialist helps him for sure on a hero like this. And I think he's a player that's very comfortable setting things up on his own and calling for that play. You know, like, he has the vision for, I am going to be able to kill this guy here. I'm going to be able to set up this gank and make it work. And I think when you watch his Hoodwink, for example, it's another hero that kind of fits that category. You have to be confident to set your own plays up and make those succeed and know the threshold. Some players are killers and some are farmers and some are utility players, and you just got to play to those strengths.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things that 33 is particularly good for Ahri in that regard. As Collapse, they do finally find that opening in the safe lane. You said it was kind of an even matchup, but there was probably going to be a kill one way or another. And we do get to see that out of Spirit, the kill duo of Hoodwink, Centaur. A lot of burst damage between this duo.
I just don't like these lanes with Bane. Like, I've played a lot of these lanes as Bane, and you always think, okay, Bane's a strong laner, I'm going to go in, I'm going to brain sap people. But this is one of those lanes where to go in close and start trading, which is what you want to do with Bane, because you want to trade right clicks and then brain sap. You're not just going to brain sap for full. When that happens, it's very easy to just get bushwhacked in. Centaur starts hitting you. You get hoof stomped. You just get all in killed. And even if you throw that sap out, you die once, your whole laning phase feels undone. I hated playing these like all in kill lanes as Bane. You want to play these lanes that are kind of low damage early that you can out trade and just wear people down with saps. Maybe all in them with Nightmare plus some carry potential. Abuse the stack on the small camp. Bait them out of position. This lane's just not one of those you can really take advantage of. Nice tree cut, though. It's beautifully played by Pure. He'll walk away from a potential death. But the Vanguard's done for Collapse, so the damage is done up here. This Centaur is going to be a fat, tanky boy.
BZM 33 and 17 now. As the level 6, a full level and a bit over Laurel.
And also had the help of the bounty hunter, who he made the call that, hey, Timbersaw's jungling if you want to come over. Ari did just that, soaked even some experience away from him as he was farming up those neutrals.
That was a massive rune deny from Panto. The fact he takes the 6-minute rune away from the bat, but it was also an amp damage is a lot of pressure relief from Laurel. And one of the things you can do with these Bat Rider mid matchups is, yeah, your mid's going to lose them, but if you're ready to come in with teleport support, you can turn those Bat Rider dives, right? It's a lot about maintaining the resources on the map and having the ability to help the mid hero out if the Bat Rider goes for the all-in kill. So the fact Laurel stays high HP, the fact his supports are ready to help him can dissuade BCM's early aggression here.
33 at the current rate is going to get to level 6 before, so Yatoro wants to punish. Panto and him are doing some damage to 33, but now the TP rotations coming out. Yatoro needs to make a run for it. BZM is here, bouncing back with a flame break, and they'll get the kill on the Broodmother and turn it into even more. They still have Lasso and go for Panto as well.
Nice teleport reaction. This will accelerate BZM's bots. Give space to the Timber, but well worth it to shut down this Brood, who is starting to get aggressive on that Lycan. And now, straight back to the Fountain, still level 4. Not the type of acceleration Spirit wanted with this Brood Mother lane.
Certainly not.
He had to cancel. Oh, boy.
Wait. Oh, no. Okay.
I mean, it's a good thing he canceled, but...
Yeah. That kind of guarantees 33. He's going to hit level 6, and even as the Broodmother comes back in a lane, it's possible that 33 actually kills him with the shapeshift.
There's a big opening in this safe lane now. The Brood has to walk out the jungle. I mean, he would have died if he TP'd in, because Pure was coming through the gate. So he made the correct call. This is just painful.
Laurel, no mana for Timber Chain. Can't get away from the lasso anyway. BZM on a killing spree, and he's beginning to assert his dominance across multiple lanes.
This game is going to be a spooky game for Spirit to pull through. I mean, they are a good team at playing from behind, but they have some tough core interactions. The Brood got forced off the lane very early. I think if the Brood was able to stay on this safe lane for a long time and dominate the Lycan, I'd kind of be okay with whatever's happening between this Bat Timber. But if that's not happening and this Bat is starting to solo kill people, you're going to be in big trouble this game. Big trouble.
And BZM only has one final lane to really interrupt. He goes after Collapse, forced to use the Stampede. BZM not going to be able to get that kind of kill without a lasso, so.
Nice little kill. Shut down the 6 on the Bounty Hunter. Maybe the most useful thing of that. Like, delay Ari's track getting up, slow the game down for Tundra. The more you can slow this game down, the better you're going to feel about it, because you just need to keep your heroes on the lanes right now, which Yatoro is struggling bottom. He is being forced out.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Bounty Hunter's game may have been slowed down, but 33's game is really picking up with taking the safe lane tower so early. Yatoro's still not level 6. He's slowed down to a crawl. BZM taking a lot of damage from those chakrams.
Almost slain. He's going to have to go to base. I mean, the supports are bailing Laurel out now. Like, they're playing behind him. This is kind of the right point to defend, because the Centaur is independent. The Brood has to play on her own to get the solo XP. So where else are you going to go on the map right now if your Team Spirit supports? It's to the Timbersaw. Track available.
Aurora has no game, man. It's boots of travel onto the Lycan Wolves. He tries to hide into the trees, but a Bat Rider can follow him off the map.
Well, that was almost a cool teleport. Instead, it's
cooler
a cool
teleport is boots of travel with Lycan Wolves. There's nowhere on the map that you can be to get away from this Bat Rider.
Super oppressive. You can also send one of these wolves invis with the invis bounty, and then just have the surprise, the true surprise attack, right? The bounty tracks you, the wolves hit you, the Bat Rider TP's in. Lycan doesn't even have to be in any of this.
Yeah, that's a point.
Nasty little
nasty.
combo.
Yeah, nasty combo.
And look at
Team
this Ari
Spirit.
just tracking Yatoro.
Dude, he's gonna die again. Dude, this gotta be one of the worst games.
that I've ever seen Yatoro experience in the first 10 minutes. Got his level 6 finally. Underneath his tier 2 with a glyph activated is the only way he can get his 6.
Rough stuff. I mean, he's just getting abused. He's lower level than his bounty hunter right now. That is insane. He's just continuing to get his experience leech too.
And his fighters farmed through the through and through shuriken, level 3.
His camp block too. This is just so annoying. There's nothing you can do. You don't have catch for this bounty. Do whatever
it's not
he
like
wants.
the Timbersaw is going to be able to run around the map and match what the Bat Rider is doing. It's just not the same nature of hero. Hurricane trying to push Whitemon into Laurel here. Laurel, not the Timber Chain he was looking for. Point blank. Flame break pushes him away. Another Timber Chain catches up, but the Bushwhack misses. As a result, the tree was caught still. Stampede has to be used to get the kill on Whitemon. Third kill for Team Spirit in this 12th minute.
They're finding a decent amount on Laurel. While all this attention was put in the bottom, they took mid tower. This Timbersaw caught up. He went a phase boots here just for some extra move speed burst, playing around some of the, you know, Bat Rider, Napalm, stuff like that. I kind of like it. And this Centaur is the most farmed hero in the game. I mean, that is something. Like, Collapse just given complete freedom up here. Very fast Vanguard Blade Mail. He will have a very fast Blink here as well. So there are playmaking options for Spirit. As bad as this Brood's game has gone, the other heroes might be able to drag some action back into their favor.
I'm sorry, but really? Phase boots? I don't like it at all. Like, wouldn't that gold just be better invested into a Blade Mail if you wanted that anti-Bat Rider tech?
Well, I guess I should say I think it's an interesting idea. I think it's
okay.
Cool. I like it in that sense. I guess I'm still evaluating whether it's going to pay off here, but I do think phase boots against Bat is almost always pretty valuable. The thing is, he has Stampede in this game, which is why I initially thought, like, do you actually need extra move speed when you have Stampede to bail you out? Oh, it's interesting.
I don't like it.
That's fine. I mean, I don't think it's an automatically good or bad thing here. It's just a player preference. It's probably on the wasted gold side, but maybe he gets some clutch uses out of it.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye. We'll see what he gets done with it. 30 seconds till Wisdom Shrines respawn. See if there's any plays to be made around the map here. But Tundra are taking it a bit slow. They got all they wanted out of the laning phase. They really punished Team Spirit quite a lot there with the early tower being taken. And now they're just working their way through it. Getting the Helm of the Overlord onto 33. They've got very farmed Gyrocopter, who's got Chrysalis working towards Aghanim Scepter. It's just BZM and Ari, who are occasionally looking for some kills around the map. And right now, they're doing just that with the double smoke straight to the Broodmother, because who else are they going to ruin but Yatoro? Nice. Oh, what a play from the Marsh Mages. The Croakers come in and hit the double stun that allows Laurel to hit a two-man Whirling Death Chakram combo. He gets a little bit low, though. 33.
Yo, this creep.
Get that kill, he doesn't. The Whirling Death finishes up the creep.
That's a lot of gold going Spirit's way. And a sick bushwhack from Rue. And he got another one.
And he got another one. Stopping the TP away from 33, who shapeshift.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's about to fall. I think he dies here. I think Laurel's going to run him down.
Yeah, he's dead for sure. So that's going to be a third kill off this exchange. You got the Brood, but you paid a massive price. That Bushwhack barely caught the bat on the edge. Just the downside of these really deep ganks. You give the ability for Spirit to respond, and Stampede will always give you that capability to get in there quickly. And even Yatoro with the BM pause on the Bushwhack. I mean, that's just, you know, next level.
Yeah, it's funny you talked yesterday about how early on, the Prowler is insane. I mean, we saw it go to work there on the Timbersaw. He was like full HP, and just the Prowler and some wolves almost killed him. It was crazy.
He dies if he doesn't have phase boots.
Yeah?
Bonus armor.
About that. You're not wrong about that.
You got desecrated. Bonus armor plus that little extra burst. I'm just saying.
Well, I think I said Blade Mail as a replacement to phase boots, so you would still have the armor.
Just saying. Phase boost paying off.
We're gonna watch 33 because his TP has been canceled, and obviously there's no way without shapeshift he's gonna be able to get away from the Timbersaw, so he'll eventually die here. And Whitemod, okay, I mean, Nightmare in a Fiend's Grip with BZM rejoining them, doesn't have Lasso. Laurel, not dead yet, flank break up to the high ground. Nice play from BZM and finishes off the Timbersaw. There goes much of the threat. Yutoro chasing after Whitemod, he'll get him. Does manage to finish him off. The shot there from the Hoodwink doesn't latch onto anything. Yutoro making a run for it. BZM chasing after him, trying to slow him down. Ari, another shuriken coming up. That's gonna bounce. It's gonna hit Yutoro. He's gonna die.
Yutoro's game is so garbage right now. It's insane. As they'll get another track kill. The gold flowing into BZM's pocket. Killing spree 7-1 for the bat. Nobody had him in check. What turned out to be a very not simple Lycan kill. As Tundra make the correct read and re-engage there. Nice turnaround.
Broodmother.
Oh, by the way, there's a gyro in this game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, that
You're
guy
a
still
big
exists. 0-0-0. He's just existing, dude. He's like, whatever. There's a game going on. I'm not part of it, but I'm gonna get fat in the jungle.
Yeah, he's keeping up with BZM when it comes to net worth. 154 CS on this gyrocopter. Very soon we'll have the Aghanim Scepter. Pick off here on the Bane. That one a lot simpler than the fight previously. Yutoro is very poor, as you said. He's 1,400 behind the Lycan, behind 33's Lycan. He is the least farm core of this game. He's only 1,300 ahead of the Bounty Hunter.
Rough times, man. I mean, it happens to all of us, you know. You're 18, you're 19, you're in your prime, and then you start to hit those older years. And
are you saying esports old age is hitting Yutoro right now?
What is he, 20, 21?
Yeah, true. On his way
Twilight era for the man. Twilight era, you know, just not as fast as he used to be. Happens to the best of us.
Do you remember a time where Yutoro was more shut down?
Oh yeah, he's had some worse games for sure.
Okay. Can you name one?
You want me to name the random games where he got shut down even harder? I don't remember all those, but I remember there's a lot. I remember the first TI they won, he had that Drow game. He couldn't even lane at level 3. He had to go mid.
Ah, see, that is a good one to name. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that game now.
Yeah, well, see, that's why I asked you to name one.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good memory to remember.
It's a core memory for me.
Lasso grab, quick kill on Panto, because even the support kills are worth the lasso when it's extra track gold to be considered.
Oh yeah. It's a lot of team gold. Gives you time to do an objective if you want, get more vision out, especially during this nighttime. You have Lycan plus Bane during the night and Bounty Hunter for vision. Just so many good vision mechanics. Whereas Spirit don't have a lot to counteract it. They're looking for the
gyrocopter, but they've missed. They've whiffed on that one. Pure, he just dropped the call down and ran.
See, he's getting too old. That's what he's saying. Toro, you're getting too old, man.
You're getting too old for this sort of shit. Okay. Just want to go ahead and check. Pure is 21.
Yeah, he's young. He's in the prime of his career.
Yutoro is 22.
It's done. He's washed. That's all it takes. 1 year difference in Dota may as well be a century in real life.
Yeah, it's he's a year and a month older than Pure.
Manning up for the Roche.
This much of a network lead. Tundra are going to force Roshan. See what Team Spirit do in response.
I don't think you want to force it when everybody's up. You're going to try and go for the play.
Go after Collapse. Collapse with a blade mail. Got it off before the lasso. It's going to turn a bunch of damage back around on BZM, but he's still going to die. So he's out chasing for more. Easily collects Rue and probably Panto. Woo! Look at the chunk of damage, man. 400 damage from that crit on 33. They've also got this offlane tower to take.
This is turning into a rout. This is how this lineup's designed to function. If you gave them an equal or better laning phase, they're just going to run away with it in the mid game because they have infinite vision. A Bounty Hunter gives you the chase, and then you just have this Lycan buffing everybody up. Vlad's already done. Howl going in for the enemies. he gives you the damage.
Is under attack.
Yeah, this game is in big trouble for Spirit. Their lineup is not designed to play from this position. They have very little recovery mechanisms because the Brood is just going to have to AFK. Centaur can be a little low damage on the offensive side, so you got to bring a lot of people in these ganks and look for big core targets.
Radiant are scared.
33 with no shapeshift. Surely this one is easy, even with Pure around. Team Spirit will take that kill. Almost caught the bounty hunter. He gets through the gate. And they'll have to dodge Yatoro instead.
Bounty through one side, Yatoro through the other. Well, nice gank into Tormentor. Tundra a little sloppy giving that up when the objective was spawning. There's the take.
Boomerang for some extra burst. Look at BZM though. He's got a BKB. And he doesn't need to use it to kill Rue.
Roasted squirrel. Takes back to my childhood.
I mean, he's just playing with them because he could just BKB TP at any point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely want to take some tier 2s here with this Aegis timing. Get this gyro involved in the game. I mean, he's jacked. He's almost level 16. Let him do his thing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You basically should assume that there's no way Yatoro is going to engage any sort of fight right now because he just doesn't have the survivability or damage to contribute a lot, and he's already up against a completed vessel on the bounty to eliminate some of his lifesteal. He has to play against Lasso and Grip if he goes early BKB. You have Flak Cannon to deal with some of the spiders at least a little bit. It's just gonna be hard for him to stick onto heroes, so any of these fights you force, you should be confident winning them just 5-on-4 alone.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I just don't know when that changes for Yatoro. Because he's getting Orchid now, he's getting BKB at some point, and then I guess Lincoln's after that to deal with the Fiend's Grip and the Lasso, but that's so far away. It feels like the game's gonna be over by the time he gets those items, and that's not even, you know, counting whatever Tundra's gonna pick up in the meanwhile.
So you gotta fight your way back.
Dire's bottom tower is fallen.
Can they find the jump? Very hard against so much vision.
It's gonna need to be some sick initiation or just an easy pick. They spot 33. Ooh, missed him on the bushwhack. 33. Holds his courage, does not pop the shapeshift. And now he's got his team backing up. Now they're the ones smoked. They're the ones hunting, with the Lycan Wolves leading the way, trying to find any heroes lingering. But Team Spirit, disciplined on a miss ability, they've backed out pretty quick. They might leave Panto behind to try and push in the wave a little bit, but
they have this deep ward on the lane. So they know collapses farming here. They'll take the Enchantress again, you know, the easy track.
Just rolling in the dough.
They're getting a lot right now. I will say Laurel's farm is impressive.
He has recovered very nicely. Some of it was because the Bat Rider was just owning the side lanes, but he has got there.
I think he's gonna go Lotus Orb. He'll be pretty strong with that. I mean, that is a huge damage source for Spirit.
Is here. And in fact, they definitely know he's here. He blinks away, now underneath the ward Sentry. So they're still going to try and chase after him. Hit with the Bushwhack. They pull him back in. Boomerang and all the magic damage, well, pure damage that Laurel's going to throw out, quickly kills the Bounty Hunter. Get that, get away. Yatoro on the run, missile chasing after him, as is BZM, but he doesn't have Lasso.
Got him.
Gonna run it back. You don't really want to run into Gyrocopter, especially with his Aegis expiring in 30 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think Tundra need to keep finding ways to get core pickoffs or scale, because you are ahead and you did shut this Brood down early, but this Brood can outscale you in this game. And this game can get to a point where if Spirit have a lot of good utility, multiple Lotus Orbs, Pipe, potentially Crimson, whatever it is, plus Stampede, then it can be tough to bring heroes down. Sometimes Batrider's damage can fall off as more utility comes out. It's like here, he's not solo killing Collapse, right? And this is a big difference as the game goes later and later. I think BZM's going to have more and more trouble solo killing people, which means he's still going to have a lot of impact in the fight, but you have to be scaling damage on the other heroes. And I think Lycan can also fall in that category. We also see a lot of games where Lycan falls off as a primary damage dealer as the game goes later and later. You can get an Ags, you can continue to provide the buffs, but can you run in and actually hit people yourself? That puts a lot of weight on the Gyro to be your primary carry.
Rue tries to get the shot, sharpshooter, but it's hard to get away from a bounty hunter with a blink. So he will get picked off here. Also part of the matchup of the Broodmother versus Gyrocopter, right? Like some of this matchup, if you were even or even head as the Broodmother, you could just go take the man fight to the Gyrocopter with a BKB in your lifesteal, and you can actually challenge Gyrocopter in that regard with better single target damage versus his, you know, more spread flat cannon damage.
100%, that's your goal. You do have to do it through the grip lasso, but you have some help. Looking at Collapse here, he is very far in.
Very kited. Stampede not up for another 13 seconds. Lotus Orb has already been used, so no way out. Chasing after Panto, gets a glimpse of him. Ari hoping to get the track so they don't lose Panto somewhere in these trees, who's going to hope to juke his way out of here. They spot him. Can they get the stun? They can.
Oh, untouchable. Saving lives.
Yeah.
No bounty stun for you. Spirit trying to give him the old runaround here, especially during that Aegis period. Does expire. You finish Daedalus on Pure. His damage is starting to ramp up, which is very good news for Tundra, as they have the AC on the Lycan as well. So a lot of armor differential coming out right now. You have the Lotus Orbs on Spirit to counteract it a little bit, but it makes the Toro's life a lot harder. You're going in there trying to man fight. You got to do it into Vlad's, you got to do it into an AC, into a Howl, into the Gyro, who's eventually going to have a Satanic. Not the easiest man fight in the position you're in this game, which is why you wanted to be ahead. Crimson on the Centaur could be really big this game, though.
Oh, nice Lotus. What a response.
Super nice.
Collapse, the lasso into the hoof stomp. It was so good. It's just sad he's missing damage. They had a little bit more damage. They kill the Batrider. Instead, they lose 2, as the rest of Team Spirit were just a bit too far away to take advantage of a quick reaction from Collapse.
That would have been an amazing kill if you could have capitalized on it. Power of the Lotus Orbs, downside of you're behind, you have to just keep farming with everybody. They're still eyeing up something here.
Showing Panto first on the high ground, throw some spells at him. Do not have the best heroes to kill him because so much of it is dependent on attacking, and Enchantress with still actually only level 1 untouchable. Bushwhack pulls back in the Gyrocopter. He's got BKB. Nice nightmare timing. Dodging the sharpshooter damage there. And while Team Spirit can get a bit cheeky with it, try and poke at Tundra, that's only because the lasso is on cooldown. It's going to be back up in 5 seconds, though.
Yeah, he's already looking. Is it Octarine level 3 lasso, 45-second cooldown? Let's give him an Arcane. Why not?
Sounds good.
They really need the Crimson on Collapse. He needs to be tankier. You need to be able to survive longer in the fight as a team. Because Tundra are just scaling out of control right now. They are getting everything they want. And you get the Satanic on the Gyro. He is a tough nut to crack. There's your BKB on the Brood. Kind of as good as it gets for Spirit for a long time. So if they want to make an aggressive play towards this next Roshan spawn, which 40 seconds, they don't know that, but they know it's potentially up. Could just be very quickly taken by Tundra, so you have to make the play now.
I mean, I thought you said they couldn't really, he couldn't just rush BKB because Fiend's Grip Lasso.
Yeah, it's not the greatest BKB game, but you got to do what you got to do to get in there and deal some damage because your team needs it right now.
Yeah, so Yutoro's up against the odds, which means the Smoke need to be able to wrap around and find the back line. If he could Orchid the Bane, take him out of the fight first, somebody else tanks the Lasso. Do a lot of work for them. Even better if they could get the initiation on BZM. Doesn't find it. BZM just Flame Break, pushes in the wave, doesn't show his hero too much. Now up to the high ground. Near impossible for Team Spirit to find this initiation on a low ground smoke break, so they'll back up.
Yes, 33 knew where they were.
Position.
Pinged him out exactly. I don't know if he saw an aura. One of his wolves got blocked briefly. He might have saw that as well.
There's that initiation. Lasso on the Timber Saw. Lotus Orb came too late this time around. They're all tanky enough to survive, though. Timber Chain back and out of the way. Tries to stampede. Hit by the Croaker. Pulled back by the Bushwhack, though. Rude, good save. Laurel still needs more distance. BZM's going to be able to catch him. Fiend's Grip does get canceled. Collapse, though, was low enough. Pure is dicing him up. Flat Cannon shots and the Daedalus hits. Doing too much to Team Spirit, as well as they might have there are small little counterplays here and there, but Tundra's ultimate strength, it's just, he can't handle the Gyrocopter, man. He just walks into the fight. You can't touch him through BKB, still a Satanic, and delivers too much damage to Team Spirit.
Brood's just not strong enough to challenge him, even in the BKB. Well, it does get the Bat Rider. BZM gives him a free 8x streak, 1,600 gold straight to Yutoro. But gobble that one up. He needed that a little earlier in this game.
Kind of did. 2 lanes of barracks might fall here. Yutoro will try and push 33 out of the way to keep his range barracks alive. Top, ranged, and melee will fall before Team Spirit's back up. Team Spirit, they made the call they want to play this fast. With the Bat Rider down, they're going to try and chase after these heroes. All have teleported away successfully, though.
The thing is, that was with a shield rune on that Timber, too. That's why he lived so long. He would have just died instantly without it. And now you have a BKB on the Lycan. He can just run in. Blink Dagger on the Gyro. He can instantly be there on a Lasso target. Spirit did some little things right in that fight, and it still wasn't close. And if the Brood cannot sit there and challenge the Gyro, you're never going to win these team fights overall. Maybe Butterfly level lets you do that, plus level 20 talent. It's a lot of extra attack speed, plus some evasion. The Gyro will not have the evasion pierce. But with an Aegis and limited time to farm that, Yutoro, you are not going to finish this Butterfly before a push for your Megas comes. Once Tormentor. Oh, a little shard for Collapse. Look at that.
Here comes the death push from Tundra. Don't know if that shard is going to be enough to dissuade Tundra. Banner being dropped, second lane of barracks taken. Now they just have to deal with mid.
Desperately trying to finish these last few items to try and take a fight. Do you have the time?
Pure isn't going to give him the time. I mean, Pure is so well known for when he has an advantage, when he senses a way to be able to end the game, he'll go for it. BZM, he found an opening onto Laurel. Laurel, Timber Chain back. Looks like he's good for now, especially with the Bushwhack landing on a Pure, stopping some of this damage follow-up. This will give Yutoro a bit more time. I think he got to his butterfly.
Yeah, he got to
him now. Does it make the difference? First challenge. Oh, he got hit by the Kroger. He's okay, gets off the BKB. Now starts life stealing up to full. Pure, he'll just back away for now. Remember, he's got that Aegis to work through still. BZM back lines, takes out Rude. Makes a flight for it with the BKB, and they're just going for Megas. They take it out of the range bears. 33 has made the call, just hit the objectives. It doesn't matter if Team Spirit can win this fight if they're up against Megas so early on to the game, but never mind. They turn to Yutoro, finish him off. Now it's Laurel up next. Change of direction from Tundra midway through to getting Megas. They wipe out Team Spirit's cores. They start buying back now, but they're missing Yutoro's buyback. Final bit of damage on 33. One last hit from the tier 3 tower. It's not good enough. He lives through that. GG is called. Team Spirit are just out of gas.
Felt like so much of that game was decided in the first 5 minutes. Like the laning phase, the bounty hunter winning that bottom lane, getting the extra kill, the Brood getting forced off the waves, the TP cancel, so much slowed Yatoro down. You could never get to a point where he can challenge this gyro, and Pure just had an absolutely untouched game. 0-0-0, like minute 20. Nobody did anything to him. That's a very tough situation for that draft to win for Team Spirit. I mean, it's a draft that can pull ahead if you get the right heroes in the right position. Tundra just never let them get there.
Masterclass performance of an early game by Tundra will take the victory over Team Spirit.
It wasn't just the early game that was a masterclass, but the fact that they were just not giving up anything at all when it came into that later part, because we've seen multiple teams have great laning phases, good early parts of the game, falter a little bit, but it didn't feel like that was there for Tundra at all. It really felt that they were just going for the throat. There was no room for Spirit at all here, Quinn.
No, I mean, they play very clean and very well. I think they made really nice draft adaptations. I think they're one of the teams that's the best at abusing when you pick specific types of supports. They sort of pioneered this Warlock or Chen to counter whenever the enemy commits a range 4. And I think they're doing a similar thing now in the enemy team. If they ever commit these low spell 5s, they are always getting Bounty Huntered or some sneaky 4 that's like really abusing. They've done it several games and it's looked incredibly powerful. I think this Bounty Hunter switch with the bat was very smart. And they're very good about these little draft things. I'm not sure whose idea it is, if it's a Neta thing, it's a Moon thing, or what it is, but they're on the ball.
And sometimes you just forget about bat going to mid lane, right? Like, it happens, and here, you follow the Timbersaw in the draft, you put the bat mid, you shut him down, and because you have such a dominant mid performance, it means Ari has freedom. Like, he doesn't have to go mid, he can make any move bottom. If he does go mid, he's going to even overwhelm it even more. So it's like, between the Bat Rider and the Bounty Hunter, it was so much map play. And on top of that, you then have the Lycan Wolf scouting or Bane behind it. It was just, yeah, everything from Tundra, you just cannot fault this game.
It's a great lineup, great execution. And at the beginning of the group stage, I think we like talked to each other and we were like thinking, okay, Tundra, you know, the pieces are kind of there already. The one question mark is going to be Ari and 33. Like, how quickly are they able to kind of get to know each other and adapt and find also their groove in the game? I think it's pretty much there already. Like, you have no business winning some of the lanes they're winning. Like Lycan Bounty Hunter, you know, killing an Ench and snowballing. Like Lycan Bounty Hunter is like one of the worst, as in one of the most passive and kind of harmless lane you can craft, and yet they're dominating. So it's looking good. I think if even that piece of the puzzle is already like ready to be assembled, yeah, looking good for Tundra.
It feels like all your hopes, Sev, as a Tundra enjoyer, that come into fruition. On the other side, though, we do need to quickly touch on kind of what happened for Spirit here. Whilst there is massive props for Tundra, how many times can we really say that at a 10-minute mark, we're seeing Yatoro level 6, or just finally hitting level 6?
Yeah, I mean, I think they put themselves vastly out of their comfort zone this game. I don't think Laurel looked particularly at ease on the Timbersaw. Timbersaw is not a hero that they ever really first pick or the style that they play. This draft is very unorthodox for them, very low draft integrity, very much snowball-y, all in on lanes, and that is like the opposite of how Spirit wants to play. I think they want heroes that can last, that can go the distance, just in case things go poorly in lane, that they're still okay. And I think they maybe got a bit baited by this Falcon series, thinking, oh, Timbersaw's broke, we need to first pick it. But that's a Mar thing and a Malrine thing. Like, it's a bit special. And I don't think Timber is a hero that every team should first pick, and especially not Spirit.
So technically, Falcons beat Spirit twice today. They beat them in the head-to-head matchup, and now they just beat them again.
In the mental game.
Yeah, 2-0.
They won the mental warfare. Well, look, there are no best of 3s. There's no 2-0s that are happening here. It's still best of 1s. And we're going to get onto our final, our 7th best of 1 for today. It's going to be Heroic up against Aureus.
It's a very hard 5v5 for the side of Yakult.
They're going to try and make the jump onto Nico. They'll get the borrowed time off, and Yopaj, he'll make the jump back onto them. They get the bushwhack as well. Emo will buy some time here up in the air with the Yules. He'll be able to jump out also with the orb. So at least Emo gets away, but Fly, he commits to the fight. Yopaj ready to dive on for more as they move in. They're trying to throw everything onto Yuma. King was able to come in with a repel, keeps him safe, divides him with the grab on a snaking. Boros Strike comes in from Whisper, that's snaking out. The flyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2, takes him out with the triple. Keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the ultra, give him the rampage. There he is, Yuma.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was just an absolute blinder of a day for Heroic. They had that fantastic rampage to close out that game against Falcons. Early today, they did a similar sort of thing. Not as great as a Gyro Rapier rampage, but that similar vibe of being able to come back into a game that they kind of had no real business of coming back into.
And the crazy part, I mean, the what should boost their confidence is that it came from two different players. Like, it was Yuma yesterday, today was Whisper, so like, it's really nice for a team's global kind of morale and confidence to kind of have the feeling that anyone can like step up and take over the game. It definitely can come from the other players too, so it's just very good signs for Heroic.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know with the team, the fact that we've now have 2 of these instances, is it because they're comfortable conceding in the draft, knowing that they have this like team understanding of when they want to come online? Or is it something they feel like they need to fix, that it's kind of like the vibes of, oh, we are making these comebacks, we are feeling good. I'm interested to know if it's like a strategical thing they're playing for, kind of, or if it's just a problem that they're kind of just dealing with throughout the group stage.
I think there's no such thing as playing for being 15k gold.
No, but you know what I mean. I mean what it poorly, but
it's no, but
like the jug into slaughter, this type of stuff. That's what I mean.
yeah, like you mean, like, yeah, I guess that they could be neglecting.
Yes.
The idea that they can recover from bad
Yeah,
things. Like,
no, because it's been an ongoing conversation. Like I've heard that before. Like maybe they're doing this on purpose, or they're like hiding strats. I don't know. Everybody's
no.
Everybody's a tryhard in Dota. Everybody's sweaty. Like nobody's hiding strats. Like if they're losing, it's because they're just failing.
I mean, Heroic is they're a wacky, crazy team by nature, and I think with great power comes great nonsense, and I feel like that is kind of what they have. Like they're a volatile team. When things go well for them, they go very well. They suddenly have a rapier on Gyrocopter, and they're coming back, and they can have these sort of mayhem, crazy games. You see Schofield running through the river for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I felt like I aged watching him run through that river. And they also have games where things turn into a mess because they have that sort of volatile, crazy nature to their play. It's very like integral to them, I think, and for better or for worse.
Just to be clear, I want them to play better in the early game. Just
Sure.
going to preface that. Back to you, Nat.
oh, okay. I thought there was going to be a little bit more
No,
of that
there was
myself.
literally none, because it sounded like I was happy with them kind of underperforming. And then
He hates them.
But it is like the mark of great teams. I think when you're able to like identify like a way to come back into the game, I think not every team is capable of that. Like I can think of teams that are kind of on the other end of the spectrum. For instance, I think it's BetBoom's maybe weakness in a sense, like where they're like exceptionally talented and skilled players, but they do have a hard time playing from behind. And I think this is like something that's like not always easy to acquire. So for Heroic to already have like that facet of their team, knowing that they can get creative, they kind of stay strong through like tough sequences of the game, and they have a lot of resources on figuring out how to get out of the chokehold. Now they just have to refine maybe, maybe it's the draft, maybe it's the early game, the lane. It's for them to figure out, but then they're gonna have a very nice looking bigger picture once that happens.
We've broken down a lot of Heroic, but we've got to focus on their opponents as well. Aureus here, it feels like they're a lot harder to describe because it does feel like you're going to get such a mixed bag when it comes to what heroes are they picking out. Is it going to be a stronger early game? Is it going to be a stronger later game for them?
I just want them to, at least in the earlier team fights, I think for Auroras, is have a clear understanding of like, who do they need to jump? Because at least in the game against Liquid, Seb and I were watching it and we were like, yeah, probably shouldn't go on the brew. Probably shouldn't go on the brew. They're kiting it. It's wonderful. And then eventually Skem gets a bit bored and he just goes on the brew and then the fight gets pretty difficult. So I feel like there's moments where this team looks really good, but there's moments where they just make quick choices because they get impatient in the game. Like that impatient is going to hurt them against Spirit, against Liquid so far in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like they have a decent amount of relatively skilled players. But I think they put themselves in holes and unnecessarily difficult games. Yeah. Like the early games aren't even going super bad. Their early games are going quite well. They're outlaning Liquid, a team that on paper a lot of people consider to be more skilled, but they have triple right click cores and they keep doing triple right click cores. And I think if they cannot do that and have a slightly more well-rounded lineup, then I think they'll make the game a lot easier for themselves.
Overall, I think their drafts are like a little bit below the average of what the other teams are doing right now. Like there's like, or to put it like differently, there's like a lot of like exploitable aspects of how they draft, and I think they're getting very punished by certain teams. So they need to maybe try to cover certain angles, have something a little bit, less exposable, so that they set themselves up for like a solid and stable game. Because they do have the players to follow it up with like great performances and just like score some Ws.
Is it a consistent like thing that they're lacking that can be exposed for them that you feel? Is it like, oh, it's definitely in this lanes it's a bit weaker, or it's a certain element of a team fight that they're lacking? Is it a certain role that you feel might have a bit of a lackluster pick?
It's like the balance in the draft where like if you're too committed to physical damage, then certain heroes become really good. It's like their heroes are getting countered by the same things. And this is something you really want to avoid in Dota, because you become like a one-trick pony, and then there are like just timings that you just can't deal with, like item timings or hero picks. So you have to make sure that you have different ways to play the game, and you're able to kind of adapt to what's happening in the game. And I think for them, it's very much not the case.
Yeah.
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 Well, it seems like we all agree.
I thought he was actually going to say something. He looked at me like,
I was thinking like I was going to say something, but I looked
you know what, T? I don't want to hear it.
All right,
All
fine.
I want to see is a draft.
All right.
He's cold now.
Yeah, I'm sad now.
Yeah.
So like I was trying to say that before you cut me off. No, I think Aurora's wonderful team, layers to the team, but the drafting, it's hurting them. It's really holding them back. Once they step up, once they wake up to the tournament, realizing that they're on the international stage, not the literal international, but the international team where all the regions come together, then they fix that, they're a good team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, yeah. I think there's, like, the thing is, I think Heroic drafting against them can give Aureus a chance, I think, because I think there's some silly goosery that Heroic pulls sometimes, picking heroes in positions that we find maybe a little bit sus, picking their carry in a weird position. Man, Schofield is laughing so much. I thought I'd say that. He's laughing all the time. I don't know what's so funny, but they're having a great time.
Aureus last draft.
Just him, actually.
No, sorry. I'm just kidding.
I didn't know what you said.
Oh, no. I thought you were going to say maybe the bands.
No.
because
I was just cracking a joke. I was just cracking.
I know my place. I'm watching their behind every joke.
There's every...
Come on.
No, I will say the bands, though, did give me a bit of, I don't know if it's a chuckle is the right word, but I am scratching my head a bit, right? Because it's this Batrider, Enigma, and Timber. And whilst I know that those are things that are specific to Heroic, there is always this, have you fallen down the trap of overlooking something that's just naturally good for something that is very niche for a team?
Aurora's always draft or ban in a way where they really respect the biggest comforts of a team, right? Like when they were against Yakult, they were doing the Slark, they did a Veno ban, where at some points they've done it, right? Like I feel like it's just their style of draft is find the comfort, ban it out, don't overthink it. Later down the line, they'll look at it.
Very solid Beastmaster.
Back to the Beast. I mean, you don't change a winning team, I guess, is like a common saying. It worked really well last game. The last game they played, I think it was also quite addressed, but worked nonetheless. So, you know, there's even a chance for it to be better this time around.
Yeah, I think Aureus will look at a Pangolier on 14-15. If it's not banned, I think Heroic should probably look to ban it. Because I think about Yopaj, and he's not the type of player who's going to play a Beastmaster mid, or sorry, a Bristleback mid, or something more obscure like that. He wants to play stereotypical mid heroes. He wants to play Pucks. He wants to play Spirit, Pangolier, stuff like this. Most of those Spirits and those other things are not that good against Beastmaster, and so I think he's likely looking at Pangolier or something like that, because you want this melee hero, this guy to go in for Snapfire.
Did you do a second round on Nyx, or did you just go away from it? Like, they did win the game, but was it convincing? You know, this is the kind of game where like you might have won the game and maybe you have to go away from it.
I mean, Nyx is, of course, a very good option, but Schofield's Tusk has been banned out pretty much every game against him in the first phase, and that's a hero that I believe, if I double check, just has been completely ignored. So maybe Schofield just finally gets access to it and wants to play the Tusk.
Yep.
But no, I agree. The Nyx is also a very good option based on what we saw earlier today, just cancelling the Mortimer Kisses, but yeah.
I mean, it's good, but I think that it played a big role in why the early game against Liquid was so hard for Heroic. So I'm just thinking maybe it's just too greedy, you know, and they go for something different. They go for the Hoodwink this time around.
Okay.
Which is something they haven't really picked as much. I think Schofield has been focused on melee heroes mostly.
Yeah.
Sinking into the Beast, okay, interesting. It might be the mid matchup we end up with.
Probably. It's relatively stale. I mean, there's some room for volatility depending on the Century Wars, but once the Sandstorm is online, you can't really use the boards too much anymore, so Beast can potentially dominate the early waves, though. He has much more right-click damage, so if you get a good block and you have a sentry in a nice spot, you get a couple denies, there can be some axe spam and some like net worth discrepancy created, and then maybe you can actually steal the stacks, because there's both boys are stack farmers, right? So maybe there's some stealing going back and forth.
I know we spoke about it in the previous draft, but why do we not ever see Silencer anymore? Like, there's Tusk jumps, there's Sanking jumps, there's like... The hero just fully... Again, laning can be a little bit weird, right? You also play an Arcane Curse, last word. You're not really glaive to try and punch him, but...
He got a little bit worse with the Tusk in a sense, but it would have been a very good option. It would have been a good option for sure. And they go for the Gyro, which, you know, they had a decent amount of success on. It was a game that really much was not in their control. But, you know, I mean, it's always been a good Yuma hero. He's very comfortable on the hero. And it's a hero that we see more because this is typically what is considered, I think, the hardest pick phase, like in Dota, like what is kind of called 16, 17, because they come in that order. But because you usually have to reveal a core blindly, and you know that core is going to get counterpicked, and it's often a problem. So that's why you see Gyro often here, because it's a core that's just harder to punish on the lane. Like, you kind of know you're getting a Gyro game no matter what.
It's just generic hero that can play most matchups, right?
Would that allow them to play? I would like to see an Elder Titan. I think this hero has been a little bit, you know, underlooked. I like it against Snap to cancel the Mortimer. They go for the Omni. Okay.
I mean, I think Omni here makes a lot more sense than it did in the Falcons game. Omni is actually good against these heroes, a Sand King and a Snapfire. You all in some guy, he just gets repelled, 0 damage, like he's chilling. I think it makes much more sense in the Falcons game where they had damage problems. This game, I don't think they have those same damage problems.
But you also have tempo, because you're going to be playing through your Beastmaster, whilst the Gyrocopter is still farming like Agnums plus a couple items. Your Beastmaster, Blink Dagger or Ags, come to me, repel me, I'll take the brunt of the aggression. And then when the game gets to like the 25-30 minute mark, Gyrocopter will fill that void once more.
They go for the Tide, which, you know, he has a pretty good lane, I think, against... I mean, against Gyro, it can be rough, but with the Omni, like...
He's chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. Like, this is not a lane that's going to pressure Tide whatsoever. I think Omni's pretty passive on the lane. Like, it's kind of hard, especially against a hero such as Tide. So, and I just realized that, you know, the Gyro pick was not only good because it's a hero they like, but it also blocks what they could have considered to punish a Beast position 3. So we could be... I'm trying to think of like which hero would Aureus go for to stop Davai Beast, and there's not that many options.
I think Auroras are really happy with the fact that they can do all the team fighting. They have good tankiness through the Snapfire cookie saves or the Tusk Snowball saves, and you got Sand King to bring the team fight, Tide Hunter for the front line. They are ready to accept a Beastmaster to cross the river, hit a tower, because their entire lineup when they react is exceptional together on the 5-on-5. And even damage problems for Heroic, like outside of Raw and Beastmaster Aghanims, Gyrocopter needs a lot of items to feel like he wants to come into this fight. Like, he's not killing these heroes until, again, what, 2-3 items?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about what Aureus is going to pick for carry. I don't think it's like abundantly clear. They have some options that are all relatively fine.
But the issue is that it also could get counterpicked, so you have to cover a lot of angles.
Yeah, I mean, you've already sort of pre-banned some of the most annoying garbage, like the Enigma of Timber and Bat are all gone. You banned those in the first phase, so there's a little bit less funky crap. It's an okay Night Stalker game, not like incredible. I'm trying to think about like the weird hipster crap they're playing.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of what you know, Heroic could do. Like, I have a feeling that they want this beast to be position 3. Along with the Hoodwink. It could still be mid, but I'm also thinking of a Pudge for Whisper a little bit, because I think it's a really good Pudge game, actually. Like, against their heroes, it's very good with Omni. Like, Pudge Omni is like a classic. And this is a hero that Whisper excels at. He's very, very good, and it's one of his go-to mid laners also.
I could also definitely see them look at Leshrac.
Yeah,
it's good against pretty much all the heroes. Amazing with Omni Knight.
I'm trying to think if I've seen Whisper Lesh. I think he is a Lesh player, actually.
He's played in some online games, and he used to play it offline all the time. He's actually a Lesh specialist.
Right.
Outside of Heroic's pick, Auroras is picking first. Do you think like a Medusa is a good option? They banned the anti-mage to pick Medusa.
They banned it? Oh no, okay. They would have to ban it here, yeah.
Yeah, they ban it here because I'm trying to think, like, with all the chaos of this front line, the supports who are active, a hero that can buy 2 items and just throw himself into the middle of the fight. Like Omni Knights, if you repel Gyrocopter, who cares if Medusa's got Manta Butterfly or Manta Skadi?
I think it could work. I'm
Are you worried it's too slow?
It might be. Like, I can't really pinpoint why, but for some reason it doesn't look as good. I think it might be like the damage.
I think it's like spread sort of semi-low damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there is validity to it, and I think in some contexts it can work quite well. But it is like Sanking is split low damage, Tidehunter is low damage, Snapfire is like, I don't know, you're playing against Repel. Like there can be a world where this Dusa gets counterpicked by something, and there's problems, you know. Because there's still Underlord or Darkseer, things like that.
Omni's also quite good against Dusa. I think like you just trade GA for Stonegaze, or you just like make sure that you reset and go again. They go for the TA. This is something we've seen them do already. It's pretty protected, but they do have some punishing picks actually.
Like you can have a bad lane against Beastmaster offlane. Like
you can.
Like they definitely have the ability to put this beast offlane. We saw some people ban Venomancer in the past against TA carry. I think they're definitely looking for something caustic. I could also see them still go for the Leshrac and put the beast offlane. I think there's nothing wrong with that.
I would like to see something that addresses Tide a little bit more. I don't think this TA is going to be a problem whatsoever this game, and Gyro's gonna need a bit of time before he can become, the force that they need him to be to deal with the Tide frontlining. So whatever helps with that. Like I like the Lesh idea a lot. I'm still kind of on the Pudge train, and they could just put the Beast mid, but I'm kind of failing to see some gotcha Devi heroes that would justify that.
Go crazy then with the Zoo. Go Enigma offlane, and you have the pressure of constant things getting thrown at you. But they do go for the Leshrac.
Okay, they've
already mentioned.
It is a very, very good pick, honestly. Like this Edict is extremely strong this game, and with Omni to back him up, like he's gonna buy enough time, I feel, for Gyro. It's like Lesh is kind of filling the void that they had in the early game, I feel.
So last time they picked up the Omni, you guys were a little bit, oh, this Omni just exists until it has a purpose later in the game. Now it has more purpose. It's just a much nicer pickup in general.
So many heroes going in for him. There's the early game, you got the Beastmaster if you need to. There's the Leshrac that thrives with, Kaya Blink or whatever build he wants to go for. He's in the middle of the fight. Like Omni has purpose to bring life to the game. So yeah, I think it's a much better Omni pick, but for Aurora's, they're going to be very happy. They have all the reactionary heroes, all the ways in which they have kind of won games so far at Blast Slam, but it's about the execution, about the making sure they take the right fights. You ever waste your Ravage, your Epicenter, TA's out of position, Heroic are going to run over you.
I mean, on the flip side, I am happy for Aureus that they have a much more well-balanced draft. They don't have this super clear, glaring weakness. They have heroes that have synergy together. They have they have some fight and some carry, and I like the balance much more than the prior games. I like that a lot for them.
100%. I think, you guys made very good points on both drafts. I'm just thinking, it's kind of funny to see how Whisper already has like such a large hero pool mid, like larger than some, mid laners, like professional mid laners. So it's good. It's good that they're able to pick this Slash when it's a good game for it.
Yeah. I feel like you're a little bit fence-sitting there though, Seb. I want you to decide on a draft, a team that you think is going to come out on top.
I think it has to be Heroic, but I can get behind what Quinn said. Like, this is one of the nicest drafts we've seen from Aureus. So if this is the real test on like how good they are when they are given the proper tools.
All right, high praise from all three of the analysts over both drafts on the side of Heroic and Aureus. Right now, coming into this best of one, they're 3 wins each. They're going to have to do a little bit better in this one if they want to advance that one step closer to Singapore. So let's get on into it.
And we have seen Aureus get a draft win before. In fact, they did probably one of the best outdrafts of this tournament on yesterday's game, where they picked a Naga Siren carry last pick. Here in this draft, it's not a clear outdraft for sure in the favor of Aureus, but it seems like the panel has faith that they've done a better job than what they've seen from Aureus in some of their previous matches, particularly the day 1 matches.
What struck me was it seemed like the panel felt that the draft was very well rounded. Right, it could do a little of everything. It balanced each other out. Some might say that Tide TA gives you a little bit of everything. It does everything, and they just went back to the classic playbook. I cannot believe nobody called out that meme.
That's a good point.
Actually,
that's what has Zeb liked it so much.
Yeah, he didn't even realize it. He draft like Seb, draft like Kuro. I don't even know what what it's supposed to be here. But in some ways, I felt that discussion, the real question to me was, nobody brought that up. So how does this game affect KuroKy's legacy? That's what we're going to find out. Because his legacy's on the line. You draft TA, you better deliver. It gives you everything. So you cannot say we lacked this or that. Can Aureus make a everything draft work?
Sure, it means that whoever's drafting for Aureus, whoever put this masterpiece together, is as good as a drafter as Kuro. But if Aureus wins where old Nigma Galaxy could not, does that just mean that
they're better?
They're better?
They're just better than Miracle.
Liquid,
Nobody wants to say
Galaxy.
it. I'll say it. I'll say it. Miracle's legacy on the line, perhaps. Could not win with it. Maybe they can. I'm not as big a fan of the lineup as I was memeing on it, though. I think this Omni Lesh is really potent in this game and has a decent shot to run them over. Though Omni Knight can be a clunky hero, so a lot of that is on KJ being in the right place at the right time and executing the hero. It can be a difficult support to execute in a lot of ways. I just think this heroic draft has it all. I mean, TA has it all, but this has it all times 2.
Whisper running down Yopaj, and that'll be your first blood.
Oh, this is exactly what you want to see here, heroic. Leshrac off to a fast start this game. He just run them all over. Like, you need farm on TA, you need levels on Tusk for your stopping power in this game. You don't have the stopping power. This guy's gonna have Repel, he's gonna have GA, he's gonna have some auras, he's gonna have lockdown from the other heroes. He's just gonna run a rampage.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a mid matchup that is a race to the Blink Daggers, and who's going to be setting the tempo first in those Blink initiations? Well, Whisper has certainly struck first blood at 9-2 and a rather large net worth lead, and he's going to utilize that to bully Yopaj even further. The bottle comes out, even a clarity to put with it. He is spamming out the lightning storms and looking for further kills with future Diabolic Edicts.
He's not even a mid player. That's what I'd be spamming in all chat. So just solo killed your ass, not even a mid player.
Well, maybe it's a good thing you were stuck to playing 5 position then.
I mean, what is the point of solo killing someone 1v1 mid if you can't all chat them? Answer me that, Austin.
Fear. Fear for future matchups, because it's not a entirely skill-based matchup, seeing as you're playing different heroes.
Every mid matchup is a skill-based matchup, if you're good enough.
Okay. What about our side lanes? We got Devi playing the Beastmaster alongside Schofield Hoodwink. They're matched up against Natsumi Skem, a TA Snapfire lane. So another physical damage minus armor duo.
Strong lane, but the boars kind of trump it. They don't have great ways to kill double boar at levels 3 to 5, and the slow on the TA is pretty debilitating. As long as you don't feed away boars and you play together, this Hoodwink Beast are strong.
Couldn't get to Lotus in time, and Heroic will use that extra resource if necessary to get the kill on Skem. It's not necessary. They get that kill rather easily, and with the Hawk out and the boar on Natsumi, not going to kill the TA, but will threaten him all the way back to his tower and force him to use a refraction.
This lane is just stronger, I think. If you don't punish them on like levels 1 or 2, which is not that easy, boars are gonna ruin your day up here. It's pretty difficult to just commit Scatter Blast into them and try and finish them off. Skem in trouble again. Just getting beat, man.
Yeah, that is rough. Meanwhile, it's still Heroic able to get aggressive in their safe lane as well. Tims, who's been doing all these pulling shenanigans, but Yuma with the early boots pickup actually ran alongside KJ and hunted down Tims as he was doing this stuff.
Super valuable kill. I don't know. This is not looking good for KuroKy's legacy right now.
Yeah, well, this is looking like a triple lane win for Heroic, yeah.
The sweat is dripping. Man, if you could swing a gank into mid right now as Schofield, it would really break this game open. The lane is in a pretty good position top, but you also don't want to leave this beast who is putting a lot of pressure on this TA right now. TA is just not getting as much as you want. So on one level, you want to stay up here and continue to put that pressure. On the other, the mid gank is super high value because Whisper is a full level ahead. Is Yuma gonna rotate? Okay, this is pretty spicy double gate rotation.
KJ and Yuma making this play to catch Scam. Scam trying to slow him down, but Yuma is not to be slowed down with the afterburner plus boots. In fact, it's not just boots, it's treads. So big movement speed advantage. The Boars chasing after Natsumi alongside Schofield, shoves him out of lane entirely.
That was a very interesting play. They shoved out bottom to the tower and then just gated and ganked. And now they're going to gate back bottom. They missed 2 creeps to make that play. Of course, it cost them the mana through the gate, but otherwise, it costs them very little. It almost makes you wonder why more teams don't do this consistently.
Greedy carries. Too much of a downside if it doesn't go right.
Of course, there's a risk to it, and it does cost you a lot of mana going through the gate, but let's say they grab the TA there. Dude, this is...
stuck. Boars on one side, Squirrel on the other. He's surrounded by animals.
We're just seeing TAs get abused.
No pause. Oh, he's barely outside of the range there of the Pulse Nova, but he is spotted on the Watcher. A lightning catches him. A haste rune saved for Whisper. So he's going to come back. It's a maxed out Diabolic Edict with a haste rune. Lashrak is killing somebody with this rune. Near guaranteed.
Yeah, someone is dead. It might be whoever's on that Wisdom Shrine, which could be a bigger prize.
They will spot him making this move thanks to the Watcher. So we'll see if they can defend their Wisdom Shrine well enough.
I mean, congrats. You saw the tank on your doorstep. I don't know if that's beneficial. They're going to scan him. Yeah, he's still there, waiting to kill you.
He's coming for you.
I mean, you'd have to bring Sand King and the Snap, I think, plus these 2.
I mean, they have a scan that's free that Yuma's going to put himself up there. They don't even need the Leshrac to necessarily be there on the doorstep.
They just conceded
they just give this up. They don't even try for the other side of the map. Nothing.
Tide's dead anyway. This game's out of control. Like, this is some lane domination from Heroic, and this is the danger of this draft. It's just a little slower on all fronts. You got outplayed on the lanes. You don't have the same easy playmaking capability out of your mid laner. Sand King is a slower hero to come online. He needs stacks. He needs time. Everything cooking right now for Heroic. This TA is level 4. Just about to hit 5.
And still catching Yopaj. He burrow struck away from Whisper, and Whisper was stuck in the ice shards, but Devi was on the other side of things to catch him on the Primal Roar.
Take a quick break from doing stacks to go kill enemy mid laner. I mean, this is ice cream cake and something else altogether.
The only way you can make ice cream better, I guess.
Yeah, whatever did happen to ice cream cakes, that fell off, but that was like the one good thing of the 90s.
Well, I think there are a lot of good things about the 90s, but...
maybe for you. It's gonna be a fast blink dagger for Leshrac.
We're like, what? You're not that much younger than me. Or you had so big problems when you were 6 years old?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's the last game of the day. Just say something back and we'll move on. Doesn't have to be a point to everything.
8-0. Is Aureus gonna get shut out of this game because the laning phase has gone.
It's possible.
It's a 3,000 net worth lead, so it's not just like insanity here, but the level that their heroes are at right now, they can't really do anything.
Yeah, Kuro's legacy is not looking great right now. Miracle's legacy is looking really good.
That's true. I don't think they ever got 8-0'd.
Yeah, they never got 8-0 to tie TA. You know, they...
Burrow strike up to the high ground. So much burst.
Damage. Run for your life, son. That's not where you want to be.
Still chasing after him, man. They've got this little ancient stuff. Yopaj is like, come on, man. I'm at my tier 2. What are you doing? Just hit my tier 1, please.
I mean, it should tell them there's a ward around here. At least a little bit. It's just taking every inch of space.
got tied on the other side. He's behind his tier 2 now, and he's getting hit by bushwhacks. Yeah, I mean, there is absolutely a ward up here. Heroic are going to smoke from this position so they can clear out the Ancient stack easier with a Leshrac.
It almost feels like one of those pub games where you're just getting one of your lanes went so bad it collapses the map.
Yep.
And you're just like, guys, can't we do anything? And you know, your TA's level 6. What do you want him to do? He's a TA. They are going to smoke top. Look for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, he's currently all chatting. Go next.
Got him on the cookie. What?
And they're running for the hills.
What? Are you kidding me?
I mean, they saw the teleports
burrow
coming.
Strike that?
It's level 1 burrow. It's not enough stun duration before he gets roared, right? Like, you can't burrow
but like Burrow Strike, Sandstorm, Epicenter. You had every spell in the book there available.
I don't know. I mean, if you're not going to commit, then why make that play anyway, right? More Stackerinos. Regen rune on the Lesh. This is so efficient. This is
it's only going to get worse if KJ is just going to be able to sit around these heroes ready to repel them. That top play, that's probably part of the fear, was that there was going to be a repel. He wasn't going to be able to do any damage anyway. Repel was on cooldown. And now KJ, Whisper, and Schofield are pushing into your side of the map once again. If you're Aureus, you're left with very few camps to be able to farm up. In fact, Natsumi, much like his other cores, will find little refuge even underneath the tier 2 tower.
I don't even need the Hoodwink. Didn't even need the Repel. And that's the scary part. You can repel this Lesh before he blinks in. And that is the real strength of the combos. Normally, you're squishy with this build. You have a risk of dying or overextending. Omni Knight backs you up. Absolutely no fear on a lot of these plays. Map is collapsing very quickly for the Tide TA lineup.
Level 2, now level 3 Burrow Strike. He doesn't have the dagger yet, but if Whisper were to just walk too close to these trees, Yopaj could be gifted an opening here, but it wouldn't be very small opening considering KJ. He's ready with Purification and Repel.
Every minute you don't make something happen, as Aureus, this gyro pulls ahead, and you don't have the Ancient control to recover your TA, so you got to make something happen. It's just got to be blink on the Sand King and go. Tide Illusion is the scariest thing Heroic could face this game.
Nika will join them now. Well, what good is a Ravage? Well, a Gush isn't going to land. He blinks away.
Here's the Sand King blink, though. Biggest comeback tool. You have Kiss's follow-up, so you do have good damage off the Blink Burrow Strike. 3 points in it now. Instant smoke.
Yeah, the only thing that can really stop you with this combination is the Omni Knight. So if you could play away from him, you know he's sitting behind the Leshrac, or at least he has been in the mid lane. They're going to smoke up the top, head to where the Beastmaster is. But he might not be just these two for long. I think Yuma and KJ might go through the gate here. And if they were to do that, if KJ is in position to stop this smoke play, it would just end the game, I think, for Aureus.
Schofield's in position to break it. It feels like they know this is coming. The way they're positioned, just cannot get the beast here.
Yeah, look at Whisper hiding in the trees in the mid lane. Like everybody is playing off map right now. If you're Heroic, Sankey shows himself finally, and here comes the gate play.
Oh boy, nothing working for Aureus right now. Hey, to get a D-ward.
That's nice. I'll have to invest another smoke to find this opening.
I mean, at least Skem gets to stockpile his blood grenades, you know, because they have 0 kills, so there's nothing to blood grenade.
That's true.
He's stockpiling.
He's got a lot of blood to give, and I feel like a lot of blood is going to be spilled.
But stocks are rising. He's investing.
Invest in blood now.
He's gobbling up the market.
It's the latest meme corn. Check the YouTube Dota 2 channel.
No, you can't say that, dude. What's wrong with you? You actually can't say that. That was...
It's already done. It's already on the air.
That was
You can't
unhinged.
stop it.
Legitimately unhinged joke.
Wait, it's the 7th game of the day, man. Just see something
No, you
back.
can't
Let's
say
keep
that.
going.
That was unhinged. That is what I'm saying back. I'm saying it was unhinged. You know what else is unhinged, Austin? This game has become unhinged from Aureus' plan. As I transition you back into something you're supposed to be talking about.
Okay.
Yopaj,
Wait,
I think
you
he's
think
been pump
this
faking
wasn't
this
according
epi.
to plan for them?
No.
Okay, they finally do it.
Can they get a kill?
1 kill is all we're asking. 2 ults, 1 kill. They got it. 10-1, the first kill of the game for Team Aureus.
Salvaging Kuroki's
Tim's,
legacy
he
in
can't
real
snowball out
time.
of this. There's nowhere he can go. He could just snowball onto the creep wave. Whisper is not actually going to sit on him. He's afraid of some response. So Tim's is away.
Okay. They get a kill top. They survive the gank mid. The TA is dead.
Well,
things
Tim
were looking up.
Survived the gank mid, and then Natsumi took his place. Okay.
And that's your last tier 1. So now you have open objectives, open map, deep wards on some of the lanes. You already have Helm of the Overlord up. You already have Golem creep. That's more HP into this already very tanky gyro. Game continues to spiral out of control for Aureus. They're just not going to be able to pick up the damage. A lot of the damage in their lineup is flat nuke damage. Tide, Sand King, Snapfire. It's not going to scale up here in the next 10 minutes until you get like Sand King ags, and even then, you have Repel, you have some sustain. These shields are going to be even tankier. It's looking real tough out here as Whisper continues his rampage. He's just hunting for anything right now.
Yeah, with his invisibility, scout things out. He's gonna see this ancient stack. Yopaj thinks this is a good time to farm. I just need 20 seconds till Epicenter's back up. Little does he know, maybe he does know actually. Burrow strikes up to the high ground. Blinks away into the trees, TP out. Clutch play from Yopaj.
Space created. That's what you're writing in your chat. Time to get something online. They do have a pipe on force. Very good pipe game. So they got an Aurora they can play around in the 5-man team fight.
They're gonna challenge Whisper with that pipe. He gets the repel. They have to back out.
Yep. I mean, if you're KJ, you just sit behind Whisper all game because the Beast is going to be really hard to gank. The Gyro has Aegis. He's going to play on his own. Shouldn't get caught. Not a lot of map mobility for Yuma to worry about. The point of attack is always going to be this Lesh. So if you're KJ, babysit your mid. Hop in his backpack and get carried to victory here. Amp damage rune bottom. Whisper
Make a break for it.
forward.
Yopaj Burrow strike gets the grab and runs.
Well, it caught Devi.
And still have the Ravage to use. Pushed away by the Primal Roar. That's a little awkward. Nice snowball pickup. They're going to roll down the lane, so Devi is going to be fine. Oh no, the pushback. It pulled back Skem and Nico. Now Force is in trouble. Here comes Yuma. If he gets close enough. Wow, Whisper actually. That's the other person who can get close enough. Lots of damage between both the Gyrocopter and the Leshrac once they're on top of any of these heroes. 9,000 net worth lead. Still 3 minutes to go on the Aegis.
Just can't kill anybody, man. You have such little high damage source. It's only the Sand King. TA's too far behind. Your Tide doesn't provide enough. Ooh. This might be one of the most one-sided games of the tournament so far. Or maybe the most one-sided game.
Dire structures are fortified. Dire's top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
I will say the Omni Knight support did get better with the talent changes. just looking through them, because honestly, who looks at Omni-Knight talents that much? But he actually has decent talents for support now. Like the repel duration's pretty good, cooldown's pretty good, extra GA duration. All these little seconds matter a lot on this hero. It's going into your highest net worth core, so these buffs, very efficient. And he's dead.
One time he separates from the Leshrac. Instantly regrets it. And Heroic will bring the full strength of their lineup to avenge their 5 position.
How dare you?
Again, got him on the bushwhack.
Yeah, they rainbow TP for that one.
They did.
Refusing to give up any sort of tier 1 down here.
Scan on the Tormentor.
But you can't do it if you're Aureus. I mean, you could smoke there and try and kill them as they're doing it. That would be one comeback play, but just not in position.
Yeah, if you have the Tide in this area, maybe you time it well so that you can go in and ravage when heroes were low.
I mean, the other thing, Austin, like, as we discussed at the start of this game, Tide TA gives you everything, but you have to think about, when did Tide TA give you everything? That was before Tormentor existed. So Tide TA is not going to give you Tormentor, because the strat was built before Tormentor existed.
Okay, but I would agree with that, but TA is good at doing Torm.
But thematically, for the point of this meme,
okay,
you're okay giving that up, because Tide TA gives you everything else.
I thought you were, once again, I was fooled into thinking you were going to give me an actual analytical point about, you know, the progression of heroes and how other heroes have gotten more tools than Tide TA used to give you. Every time. You get me every time. Blink away before the Diabolic Edict cuts through the refraction. And Natsumi actually tried to hit back at Whisper instead of just hiding. It doesn't work. It was never going to work.
Did finish Deso.
Epicenter, going for it, goes for the Beastmaster. Nico, ready to go with the Ravage, pops it over the top. Divine, not gonna go down easy here. Maybe the kisses? Okay, never mind, there goes that. It's a repel. He completely ignores all this magic damage. The Ravage is not effective. And Force might be the one to die, as now Whisper rejoins the crew. To crack open that watermelon.
That's a gem.
Got the gem away from him. Yeah, okay.
That's a victory right there.
That's a net worth swing.
Yeah, gem is worth more than the Tide right now. He'll take that. They do not have damage without everybody in an engagement. Like, you need TA on that sort of fight.
Yeah, they're thinking to themselves, no Leshrac, we should fight mid, but
it doesn't matter. Too much HP. Pipe, Granite Golem, Repel. You do not have the punch.
And Heroic will just continue to march down lane after lane as Team Aureus will scramble the formulated defense here. It's going to be a Mel double strike, Burrow strike into 2, caught the Omni-Knight. They can pull him up, but it would be excellent. They did it without the Ravage. They kill both the Omni-Knight and the Gyrocopter. There's still Whisper to worry about here, as he had a shield rune in his bottle. So despite not having an Omni-Knight, he is still kind of untouchable here. Still receives some losses. 2 cores die on Team Aureus, but frankly, that's about the best you could hope for there. Okay, maybe a 3rd hero dies too. It's Tim's. No blink.
That is about as good as it gets. KJ blinks into the double stun. And you get the Omni and the Gyro with all of your control. You're able to take Yuma out. Probably thought he was invincible, but a misstep from KJ creates an opening. They take advantage of it. Do get some Deso charges. If you have Ravage for that fight, maybe it goes a little better for you as well. You were missing some ults, you were missing Ravage, you were missing kisses, so you had to commit a little awkwardly. Not likely a mistake KJ will make again in this game.
No. I think he's learned his lesson. 1, don't separate from your team and try and clean up the side lanes. That farm isn't meant for you. And 2, don't hug the Gyrocopter too tightly. You've got a blink dagger now.
He jumped straight on top of him, so. I will say I could never play these saving 5s. So I respect the players who can.
Why, you're not selfless enough?
No, I just get bored. I would just get bored like following someone around, even if it's the correct play, and then I would go hit the creep wave, and I would die in the exact same way KJ did this game. Or you would miss the defense on the hero where you needed to be there.
So you're saying you lack discipline?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, discipline's a wide-ranging word. That can mean a lot of things.
Vi almost has an AC. Also almost level 18.
He's
Gyrocopter almost level 20 for the extra flat cannon shots. He's got Aghanim Scepter, Satanic, Daedalus. So all that's left is the Butterfly.
He can heal himself now.
It's true. He doesn't need KJ to jump in. Tim snowballing to the right side. There's KJ on the other side, though. Well, nice CP.
He's out.
Roshan is coming up. We're going to see Heroic take Roshan, and with that Aegis, go for the first high ground push. See whether or not they're successful. But this game has become very one-sided, Avery. And I was actually thinking about it while we were sitting there in the draft. I had a question for the panel, and I'll direct it to you first.
Oh, goody.
Why does Quinn have so few drafting chips?
Because he has guessed less heroes correct.
Okay, and that's what I was going to follow that up with. You played on a team together. Was Quinn ever helpful in the draft?
Define helpful.
Was he ever a good drafter, I guess? Because it's not working for him at Blast.
Well, just because you can't predict the draft doesn't mean you're not useful in the draft.
Okay. What are other ways you could be useful?
Okay, I'll give you a real answer today because I feel like I've not given you any real answers, and you're starting.
Oh, so you're gonna give me a real answer on the joke question, but you're gonna give me a joke answer on the real questions.
That's how it works, baby.
Okay.
I gotta give it fast too because they're smoking in for the last fight of the game. Actually, we might not have time, Austin. This is the final fight.
No.
BKB on the Sand King. Blink on the Tide Hunter. It's do or die. You gotta land your stuns. You gotta find the initiation.
They're being
I
wrapped
wish
around.
you the best.
Heroic will catch Tim's first. They thought they were inside the pit, but Heroic will not be caught there. A burrow strike through the Yuma. He gets the save. Repel and GA both going to be expended here. Natsumi gets the blink away, or Force Staff away from Whisper, but the burst damage is still too intense, man. Whisper, with an amp damage, will cut down the Templar Assassin in the 3 seconds it takes to teleport out.
They did not get the jump they needed. That was them getting caught off guard. A nice smoke flank from Heroic. They've done everything correct this game. They have given them very few openings to try and even make the comeback if it was possible. I mean, Omni Knight shuts these kind of plays down super hard, so yeah. Very difficult game once you fall behind. And I think we've learned that Tide TA does not, in fact, give you everything.
Apparently not. Beastmaster Leshrac. Oh, that gives you everything.
That kind of does, actually, yeah.
It actually
they're very good together.
Very robust duo.
Yeah, they're very good together. These two do, in fact, give you everything. I think the one weakness of Lesh is BKB piercing control versus big Giga carries, taking Roshan, forcing high ground and objectives, and Beast just gives you all that, right? They actually do give you everything. Wow, they should have drafted Beast Lesh.
That would have been a really great idea, yeah. All right, Heroic, I forgot this all started around Roshan, so they're going to go back to it now after they took the lane of Eric's top, and then we'll see that high ground push. But before that, we get the answer to that very important question.
Wait, what question? Was Quinn a good drafter?
Yeah. Or you are going to expound on how he actually helped you drafting.
Yeah, I think Quinn's very useful in the draft.
Why?
I think Quinn is a very good second man. Like, he's not the... Because most teams, it's not one guy drafting, right? But you also don't want everybody drafting. You usually want one guy, the secondary co-captain or whatever you want to call him, lieutenant, first mate. That's the guy who's bouncing ideas off the first guy and giving the real good suggestions and maybe help do the prep. And then you have a third and maybe an ancillary, and then you always have people that can chip in if you ask them, you know, and I think Quinn is a very good secondary because he will often...
What I'm hearing out of this is Robson should be doing the drafting, and then Quinn should chime his voice in every once in a while. That's actually the dream team there.
Yeah.
Templar Assassin still dead for 25 seconds after that pickoff, so Heroic are maybe just gonna end the game. They go all in for the lane track. Burrow Strike, Epicenter Ravage, overlapping the Suns if necessary. Unfortunately, they have used everything they have to kill the Lesh. There is still a gyrocopter in their base, and the gyrocopter is the one killing their buildings. They couldn't kill him once. He got the Satanic off to heal up some, and he still has an extra life. So now that you've used everything for Leshrac, what is left for the gyrocopter?
Man fighting with the TA. Get in there, Natsumi. Show him what's up.
Go after it. Oh no, he missed his spell strike immediately.
He did not show him.
Makes his very first hit miss, and his second and his third hit. The GA will make the rest of them miss. Oof. And that is Megas, and that is game. Heroic. Probably one of the more one-sided games of Blast Slam that you're going to see. They took this one by storm.
Yeah, they played really well. It was a really solid draft. Whisper just owned that mid lane. The solo kills set them up for success. KJ was in the right place at the right time for most of this game, which is what counts. And they just took it away, man. I guess Aureus should go back to losing draft more, because that seemed to work.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe they play best from behind. Well, they were very far behind in this one, 28-7. Heroic take it.
Full Savage.
Yeah, I feel like this point SPG might be shortened for Savage. This man is just throwing strays out for everyone. Nobody is safe, that is for sure, especially not poor Team Aureus. They were already losing, and this man just had to put a little bit of extra salt in the wound there, Seb.
I mean, Schofield started this best of one laughing a lot, and I think he ended up laughing even more. You know, like he had the big smiles on his face. Honestly, what is there to say besides the fact that they got just completely outclassed? Like in every single aspect of the game, I don't think the draft was like a massive issue. You know, your mid laner is losing a matchup like much harder than what he's supposed to. I think, you know, top lane was pretty rough too. Bottom lane was even rougher, and Heroic played like probably the best game we've seen them play the entire tournament. Yeah. So
I love the way that both KJ and Numa approached this game. After breaking the bot lane, they were so aggressive. The clips that we saw here in the highlight package, they're going to top, taking top towers, they're then moving to bottom, diving tier 2. Like everything they were doing was compounding also for the fact that Whisper was winning mid. It's like between their aggression, they felt like there was no map for Aureus to play.
No, they played really well across the board. I think really beautiful Dota is played whenever a lot of heroes intertwine and interconnect. It's not just one hero making all the moves or just a couple of heroes and one guy is full AFK, but when everyone is getting involved and every hero is killing heroes and the farm is being evenly distributed and you look like, you know, OpenAI games, I think that's whenever Dota is the prettiest.
For real, I mean, if I had to like teach Dota or like kind of illustrate what like a very nice macro game looks like, this could be one of it. Like,
yeah, it was a great game. It was very well played.
The 5 players just like did exactly what they had to do. It was close to perfection. And on the other side, I mean, for Dire, it was not exactly the case. So
we can just live in the moment of the praise. All right, I don't think we have many positives to say. For
no. And it's also they had like no openings whatsoever. I think yeah.
And again, that's massive props to Heroic, right? We've already seen this numerous times that a team, they might have that draft advantage. Yes, they could do well in lane, but are they able to continue and are they able to have a shutout that was just as dominant as what we saw for Heroic? The answer is no. No other team has been able to do exactly what Heroic were able to do for this one. So massive props for them. And like I said, going into this best of one, just that one step closer for themselves going towards Singapore, putting themselves in a better position to make it to that arena. But for now, that is all of our games are done. So we're going to have a very quick recap and a wrap up here to see just exactly all of our results of a Stream A. For these ones, I would say nothing. was shock by any means. There was a lot of expectations, especially knowing maybe you might look at some of the Liquid results and be like, ooh, bit surprised, but not really. And then on the side of the B stream as well, I'd say a very similar story where we are really knowing who's sitting in that top half and who's going to be sitting more towards that lower half and looking towards the last chance plays.
I was looking forward to Mouse like third day because they had a very strong day yesterday, but it seems like they lost both their games today. So they kind of got they're still finding their groove. So nothing really surprising. I think the trends that we've seen at the beginning of this group stage seem to be like confirmed so far.
I would like to actually then see where Mouse have placed themselves in the group standings, because coming into day 3, they were having a pretty good one. Those losses for themselves, where exactly does it mean? Well, not too much change up when it does come to the ladder. It feels like all of those that were in the midfield stayed in the midfield. Na'Vi, Heroic, it's just +1, -1. I think that's just an alphabetical thing or something. They're both 4 and 3 there.
The key thing is, outside of the top 2 that get that automatic invite, both 3rd and 4th will be playing up against the last chance playoff teams. That's the 9th through to 12th. So if you aren't able to lock in a Tundra, a Falcons type position where you're 6 and 1, of course there's a couple more days to go. I think that 3rd and 4th slot is going to be so critical. And as you saw from that table, there's so many teams all within 1 game away from getting there, because playing up against a 12th, 11th place team potentially, that is going to feel very good with your chances to get to Singapore.
Yeah, and it also makes the upcoming matches more interesting. Is a team going to be coming up against a team that's lower on the group standings? Are they going to be coming up against an evenly skilled team? This is our schedule for tomorrow. There is still plenty more best of ones. However, it is 1 less than normal. We're only doing 6 best of ones tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah?
We kind of got used to the 7.
I feel like
that's wrong.
Make it 8.
No, yeah.
Change it.
We should just take 2 more from the B stream and bring it over here.
Yeah. Bring them over.
Okay. Was there
We can handle it.
Was there a game that stood out that way you guys are like, let's just close this out. I want to get to sleep because I want to get to that game already.
I mean, the big one has to be Falcons Tundra. Right? Falcons Tundra, like these are like the 2 hottest teams in the group stage. They're like dominating everybody else, and now they're gonna clash.
They eat the coolest restaurants. They wear the freshest clothes.
Exactly.
But they're already at Singapore. That's why they're that cool.
No, they're not there yet.
Yeah,
If they were at Singapore, they'd be sweating.
No, they're not there yet. I think they can still
I
crumble.
feel that they're already there. Based on how they play, I feel it. And that's why, for me, Heroic Na'Vi is a series I'm looking for. Because I'm looking towards the 3rd, 4th place teams. Like, who's got the best chance of getting to Singapore? And I'm thinking Heroic Na'Vi, they're both going to be sitting in that kind of 4-3, 3-4 situation. You get a win, suddenly you're really in contention for it. So I'm not looking at the best. I'm looking at, the next set of teams there.
It is hype. It is hype. I gotta admit.
Do you have one for yourself, Quinn?
I'm a goldfish and I can't remember the graphic.
Yeah, figured as much. That's awesome. I'll let you get some rest, though. I'll let everyone else at home also get some rest. We still have the action to continue for Blast Slam for tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!